Long ago, this was the home of a renowned blacksmith. He owned a shop where he sold the very ironworks he forged with his own hands. His masterful skill allowed him to amass a small fortune. One day, luck finally smiled upon him, giving him the chance to sell weapons to the kingdom of Cairo. Those were years of brutal warfare, but for him, it was the perfect opportunity to elevate his status. After the war ended, he was granted the title of Baron for his contributions. And that blacksmith was the father of the young master, Roman, the lord of this land. So, my lord, the young man sat there, listening intently as the beggar recounted the story of his father. The servant accompanying him complained under his breath, "Good heavens, why does the young master have to listen to a story everyone already knows by heart?" A few hours earlier. "So, you're telling me I'm the youngest son of the Dmitri family? This is the Cairo kingdom on the Salamander continent, and a place called the martial world doesn't exist?" "Yes, young master," the old butler replied, though he couldn't help but think to himself, "The young master has never been the sharpest tool in the shed, but this is the first time I've seen him act so strangely. Could he be addicted to drugs? It seems to be all the rage among the rich kids lately." "Yes, if it's the young master, it's highly possible. Young master, your fiancée, the young lady of the Lawrence house, will be visiting today," he said with a worried expression, still internally weighing the possibility of his young master's addiction. It was a strong possibility, given that Roman had lived a debauched life for the past 25 years, a stark contrast to his brothers. He was even famous for his nickname, the Dmitri family's fool. The butler gently reminded him, "Young master, Lady Lawrence places great importance on etiquette and one's bearing. Therefore, preparing beforehand is—" Before he could finish, Roman cut him off. "I have more important things to do. Take me to the oldest person on this land. To me, that young lady is not nearly as important as figuring out how to survive in this world." Hearing this, the old butler was stunned, thinking, how can someone who has lived here his whole life say something like that? But no matter, as a servant, I must do my duty. "Yes, young master." Back to the present. After telling Roman everything he knew, the old beggar said, "That is all I know." Roman seemed quite pleased. "Thank you, you've been a great help. I'll have you rewarded later." The old man scratched his head shyly, replying, "It's nothing, my lord. It is an honor just to speak with you like this. Roman Dmitri. My real name in my past life was Bai Zhanghe. The life of a martial arts master like myself was filled with cruelty and countless ups and downs. After fulfilling all my life's ambitions, I accepted death peacefully. But for some reason, I have now awakened in the body of Roman Dmitri. Is this the will of the heavens, or a punishment from the gods for refusing to pass on?" The sound of a loud scuffle in the distance cut through Roman's thoughts. "You son of a bitch, you think I won't kick you to death?" Seeing the red-haired boy take a hard kick to the face, the surrounding crowd showed looks of fear, but not a single person dared to intervene. The group of men looked incredibly fierce, and they were carrying weapons. They beat the boy until his entire body was covered in injuries, his face a bloody mess. "Filthy brat." The bald man cursed contemptuously. Then they rushed forward again, continuing to punch and kick their victim. The Dmitri family's servant arrived, pushing his way through the fleeing crowd. "Excuse me, let me through." When he saw the arm of one of the thugs, he froze. "Good lord, it's the Fong tattoo. What's going on?" a young voice asked from behind. "Young Master Roman, it seems the troublemakers are from the Blood Fang gang." Hearing this, Roman asked curiously, "The Blood Fangs?" The servant explained that they were a loan-sharking organization, whose territory wasn't limited to the Dmitri domain, but extended into other neighboring lands. It seemed the boy owed the Blood Fangs a large sum of money, otherwise they wouldn't be making such a scene. "Let's just pretend we didn't see anything and leave quickly. Nothing good will come from getting involved." The words were barely out of his mouth when he realized Roman was no longer by his side. "Stop." A single, clear, forceful word, spoken just loudly enough, made the three thugs turn their attention to him. Seeing Roman walk toward the group, the servant urgently tried to call him back. Young master." They looked him up and down, and the bald man narrowed his eyes, looking at Roman Dmitri with contempt. He laughed without restraint. "Ha ha ha. Just because you're a noble, you dare stick your nose in our business and say such nice-sounding words. Lord Dmitri can get lost now. This is our business." The servant behind him couldn't help but worry. Oh heavens! Young Master Roman, we have to go. The Bloodfangs are a bunch of thugs. So let's just... Ants! He cut the servant off. I'm still not familiar with the rules here. Explain it to me. Who is the criminal here, and how should they be punished? Hearing this, Hans was stunned. He pressed his lips together for a few seconds before deciding to follow his young master's orders. Because the boy owes money and cannot pay his creditor on time, he is at fault. However, the members of the Bloodfang gang do not have the authority to handle this themselves. More importantly, they have shown disrespect to the youngest son of the Dmitri family. That is, you, young master. According to the laws of this land, this crime is punishable by death. They ought to be executed. Hearing this, the men shot hostile glares at him, scaring Hans into quickly looking away. Did you hear that? You have broken the rules of this land, Roman said coldly, approaching the men from the Bloodfang gang. He picked up a dry branch from the ground and continued, I, the youngest son of Lord Romero Dmitri, will punish you immediately. The bald man sneered. I know you're some high and mighty noble who doesn't know his place, but for you to say those words to us, to men with the Fang tattoo on our arms, you're forcing our hand. Roman gave a faint smile. Then it settled. Seeing his attitude, the bald man was confused. What the hell are you muttering about? You pieces of trash, daring to speak to the master of this land in such a way. In that case, I don't need to find out what you people normally do. As he finished speaking, Roman lunged toward his opponent. Seeing this, the men quickly drew their weapons. Shit, get him! The bald man confidently led the charge, swinging his blade horizontally at Roman's face. The bald man's pupils suddenly constricted, a crazed bloodlust flashing in his eyes. The air filled with the thick smell of iron, accompanied by a gurgling groan from his throat. It was Roman. Roman had used the dry branch in his hand to pierce straight through the man's neck. Then, Roman pulled the branch out and turned his attention to the others, causing a few of them to feel a flicker of fear. Dude, you're a crazy noble. Damn it. They flew into a rage, rushing forward all at once. Young master, Hans shouted in alarm. The thugs swung their weapons wildly, their screams piercing the air. Roman simply leaned back lightly to dodge, then threw a kick at the lead leg of the man with a machete, using the momentum to land a punch squarely in his face. Hans watched, completely stunned. What is happening? Is this really young Master Roman? When I opened my eyes in this world, the first things I saw were Roman's suicide note and countless pills scattered across the floor. The Kingdom of Cairo was a domain engulfed in the flames of war. To select a representative from each family, they forced them into service for the kingdom. And the one designated as the Dmitri family's military representative, out of sheer terror, had taken his own life. His life was truly pathetic. But no matter how he once lived, the master of this body now is the leader of the heavenly demon cult. By Zhanghe, as long as I can control this body, I will live by Zhanghe's way. A few dozen more seconds passed, and Roman had dealt with all the disruptive members of the Bloodfang gang. Monster! A surviving member's voice trembled. He screamed in terror and turned to flee for his life. Roman immediately grabbed him by the head and forced it down. Let me go. The man struggled wildly. Roman forced him to his knees. For an organization to follow the rules, one must act according to the law. I will not take your life, but you must still pay the price for your disrespectful words. With that, Roman grabbed the man's head and yanked it back. The man trembled violently, his eyes filled with absolute terror. His mouth trying to scream, but the sound that came out was like that of a wild beast. Why? Because Roman had just cut out his tongue. My name is Roman Dmitri. If any of you are dissatisfied with the punishment I've given them, feel free to come find me at any time. History records that Bai Zhanghe used his invincible power to climb to the pinnacle of the martial world. Thousands upon thousands of martial artists came to challenge him, only to be completely slaughtered. When their blood flowed like rivers, the entire world knew that the heavenly demon cult ruled the martial world. And yet now, I'm reduced to running around dealing with street corner thugs. Ants! Roman called out loudly. Yes, young master. Go get the guards. Tell them what happened here, and have them send someone to handle it. Ah, yes, sir. Hans, still reeling from the shock, tried to calm himself and quickly went to find the guards as instructed. This body is truly useless. Roman looked at his bloodstained hand and thought. There's hardly any internal energy left, and the circulation of qi and blood is so poor. I need to gather information quickly and improve this body's meridians. Young master, A weak voice called out. Roman turned to find the person who had been beaten. It was the young man from before. His face bruised and swollen. He clutched his arm and limped forward. Thank you so much for saving my life. Don't misunderstand. I didn't do it to save you, Roman replied coldly. The Bloodfangs violated the rules of this land. I was merely punishing them, and you are no exception. Tell me your story in detail. Don't lie, if you want to keep that tongue in your mouth. The young man bowed his head slightly, thinking for a moment before answering. I understand. My parents borrowed money from the Bloodfangs to buy farmland. If we had sold our crops, we could have easily paid them back. But those men from the Bloodfangs... At this point, the young man became agitated. They destroyed all of our crops, which is why we couldn't repay the debt. I found out later that those bastards did it because they were after my sister. It's not fair. We may not be rich, but we've never harmed anyone. I'm begging you, my lord, please at least save my poor sister. The red-haired boy sobbed as he spoke. Roman's expression was somewhat pensive. Those eyes, they make me feel as if I'm seeing the wrathful ghost again, one of the 4 heavenly kings from my past. The first time I met the wrathful ghost, it was in a ruined place much like this one. What's your name? Roman asked. My name is Kevin. Kevin, is it? I will verify if what you've said is true. What happened today will be dealt with properly. With that, he turned and left. Thank you so much, my lord, the young man shouted with all his might. Roman thought to himself, though it was just a fleeting feeling, something tells me I might have a long-lasting connection with that boy. The scene changes. A white horse-drawn carriage clatters down the road. Lady Flora, we're about to arrive at the Dimitri family's domain. I know, the blonde girl replied, letting out a soft sigh. I'm about to see him, she thought, Roman Dimitri. 1 month earlier. What? An arranged marriage with the Dimitri family? Flora's voice echoed loudly through the luxurious castle. Her father stared out the window, speaking gravely. Flora, are you not aware of how unstable our lands are right now? To survive this disaster, we have no other choice. Her head spun. Impossible. My marriage is just decided like that. And to someone from the Dimitri family, I have to spend the rest of my life with that family of minors. She immediately objected. Father, but this is... He cut her off coldly. Flora, I'm sorry. This useless father of yours was forced to make this decision. My lady, we have arrived. The servant's voice pulled her from her thoughts. At least my original match was the promising second son, but even that engagement was ruined by the Dimitri family's eldest son, Roman Dimitri. He forced me to marry him instead of the second son. The moment she stepped through the mansion's gates, she was hit by the strong scent of perfume. But even that fragrance couldn't stop her thoughts. Roman Dimitri, the profligate son of a family of minors, who knows nothing but how to live in luxury and debauchery. Even though I'm aware of my family's current situation, he is truly unworthy of me. That's why today, I will make myself perfectly clear to him. Lord Dimitri, I hope we can forget about this marriage. Hearing Flora speak so directly to his face, Roman casually replied, I feel the same way. There was even a hint of joy on his face. The reply was so quick and decisive that she couldn't react, left frozen on the spot. This is... Roman placed a hand on his chest and spoke with a sincere tone. I have also heard about this marriage. A disgrace like me from the Dimitri family wouldn't dare marry someone like you, my lady. Therefore, I believe calling off this engagement is the right thing to do. But Flora's heart was still filled with doubt. What's wrong with him? Is he being serious? Roman hastily turned to leave. Since this is a serious matter, I will go speak with my father immediately. Flora finally snapped out of it and called after him, Wait, is there a problem? He asked. I heard that you were the one who requested this marriage because you wanted me so badly. Your willingness to annul the engagement without any conditions has left me a bit confused. So you want me to marry you? He asked in return. Flora hesitated for a moment. That's not exactly it. Then let's not cause each other any more trouble. We both agree to annul the engagement, so this matter is settled. I will also take full responsibility for the cancellation. In the eyes of others, I'm already the Dimitri family's disgrace. So adding the title of engagement breaker won't make a difference. Watching Roman's back as he walked out of the room, Flora was utterly bewildered. What on earth is wrong with this person? Is he really the profligate son the rumors make him out to be? After Roman went inside, he quickly expressed his wishes to the head of the Dimitri family, his father. What did you say? Annul the engagement. As I have just informed you, father, I have already discussed it with the young lady of House Lawrence. Hearing this, His father grew even angrier. You fool. Even if people call you the Dmitri family's idiot, as your father, I have always tried to create a good life for you. This marriage to the Lawrence family is the best way for our Dmitri family to establish ourselves among the upper-class nobility. All you had to do was marry the beautiful, noble lady you wanted. And you can't even handle a small thing like that. I'm sorry, Roman said quietly. Unable to contain his rage, his father grabbed a nearby cup and threw it straight at his stubborn son's head, yelling, "You think an apology is enough to fix this? If this marriage had gone smoothly, I was planning to arrange for your military service. But now, you will go to the battlefield in 6 months. Do you have anything else to say?" "No, nothing, sir." Roman maintained his calm demeanor, answering despite the blood flowing from the wound on his head, continuing to endure his father's scolding. "I also heard you just had a conflict with the Blood Fawn gang. Witnesses at the scene said you punished them, but I don't believe it. Someone must have helped you. The problem is that Blood Fawn organization is something even I don't dare to provoke lightly. As a son, you can't even fulfill your basic duties, so now you can take responsibility for the trouble you've caused. Go solve your own mess. I won't help you." He spoke so harshly because he was certain his son would fall to his knees, crying and begging for his forgiveness. But his son's answer was beyond his expectations. "Understand. I will handle everything myself. What did you say?" He turned and walked toward the door. "This is the consequence of my own actions. I believe I'm fully capable of resolving it. Therefore, after I have handled all the problems, I will return." "Wait." His father tried to call him back, but Roman had already stepped out the door. He calmly and gently pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the blood from his wound. "Are you truly insane?" Flora asked quietly. Roman didn't answer, instead asking as he walked past her, "Are you still here?" "They're the Blood Fangs. The Blood Fangs. They're the kind of people who would dare to threaten the nobility," Flora stressed. "If they think you're in their way, they will surely seek revenge like madmen. Without your family's help, what do you plan to do?" She followed behind him, relentlessly trying to persuade him. "It's all right to tell him the truth. So please, go back and beg the Baron for forgiveness, my lord." "Why would I do that?" Roman said coldly. The girl, not noticing his displeased expression, continued to press on. "What do you mean? I already explained." "Lady Flora," Roman interrupted, "you should know your place." His cold tone and attitude left the young lady of House Lawrence feeling flustered. "What did you say?" Back to the time before their meeting. An unpleasant sneeze came from Roman's private room. "This smell is awful," Hans complained as he sprayed perfume on him. "There's no other way, my lord. You reek of blood. This suit is too tight as well," Roman said, adjusting his collar. "Young master, since this is your first time meeting your fiancée, Lady Lawrence, you must show her respect. An engagement? I've just barely adapted to this world. An engagement is just another complication. They're about to arrive. Let's go to the main hall and wait for them, my lord." Roman wasn't an ill-mannered person. Hans was right. There was no need to be rude to a woman who had done him no harm. He decided he would call off the engagement, but he didn't want to make it too difficult for her. He had intended to handle it calmly, but it seemed this blonde woman named Flora had never considered showing him even a minimal amount of respect. Therefore, he had no reason to respect her either. "Lady Flora, it turns out you are quite the arrogant person yourself," Roman said directly to her face, startling her slightly. "I understand where you're coming from. When you heard I wanted to annul the engagement, you must not have cared at all about my circumstances. But when I said I would take all the responsibility, you started to worry." The sharp words made Flora bow her head, stung by the truth. I. Roman didn't let her speak, continuing, "But from the moment we discussed breaking off the engagement, you lost any right to interfere in my decisions." Flora flinched. What Roman Dmitri said was true. She had overstepped her bounds. "From now on, there is nothing between us. So, we'll stay out of each other's way." And with that, he turned and walked away without a second glance. He'd only said he would take full responsibility to sever all ties and prevent any future complications from the broken engagement. He wanted nothing more to do with her. "So, Flora, this is the first and last time we will ever meet." That night, inside the Dmitri castle. "My dear, you've had far too much to drink." The lady of the house gently chided Count Romero. "Please, let's call it a night, shall we?" Romero Dmitri spoke to his wife, Lena, his voice heavy with regret. "I hit Roman again." His voice dropped. "Back when we were commoners, I hit him all the time. But after we became nobles, I swore to myself that I would never, ever let my children experience that again." Lena comforted him as gently as she could. "And thanks to that promise, our other children have all grown up safe and sound." He hung his head, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. "Yes, but what about Roman? He's the only one who was with me through all those difficult years. I don't know how to be a father to him anymore." Lady Lena placed a soft kiss on her husband's cheek. "Don't be so hard on yourself. Perhaps you still have your flaws as a father, but we are the only ones who can steer our children back to the right path when they go astray. The Romero Dmitri, I know, would never let his son stray down the wrong path. You still have a chance to make things right." "Are you talking about the Blood Fawn Gang matter?" her husband asked softly. Lady Lena whispered in his ear, "Roman is a very proud child. He was likely just putting on a brave face, saying he'd handle the Blood Fawn Gang on his own. But if we do nothing, who knows what could happen? Why don't we send Captain Jonathan to help him?" Hearing his wife's suggestion, the tension in his face finally eased. "Yes, you're right. Guards." A servant entered at once, bowing low. "My lord, you summoned me?" Romero commanded. "Bring Captain Jonathan to me immediately." The next morning, Roman was already up and strolling through the streets. Old Hans trailed behind him, wringing his hands. Young Master Roman, it's dangerous for you to be out here. The Blood Fawn Gang could show up for revenge at any second. We should head back. This is exhausting," he sighed to himself. "Hans, when do you suppose the Blood Fawn Gang grew to be so powerful?" The sudden question caught him off guard. I'm not really sure, sir." Roman answered his own question. The Blood Fawn Gang built their reputation by ruthlessly slaughtering anyone who stood against them. That infamy bred fear, and it's that very fear that makes their brazen aggression so effective. "But young master, aren't they still incredibly dangerous?" "They are, but only if we allow ourselves to tremble before their blades." On a quiet street, they arrived at the Atrial restaurant. "Your meal, sirs." Hans's eyes lit up at the sight of the magnificent spread. His eyes shone brightly. Roman pushed back his chair and stood. "You stay here and eat. I'm going out for a bit." What are you talking about, sir?" Before leaving, Roman added, "From now on, I'll be investigating alone. You will stay here. It's too dangerous for you to be involved. I can't let you do that." Old Hans rushed to block his path. "Even if I'm in danger, I will not let you face this alone, young master." Seeing Hans's unwavering loyalty, Roman felt a flicker of satisfaction. "You really are one of my people, aren't you?" "Yes, of course I am, young master." "Then do something useful for me instead of throwing your life away. Simply walking out here with me was more than enough. I'll be back shortly." "Young master." Hans watched him go, deeply moved. I never thought the young master would say something like that to me. I'm so stunned. "Wait, this is no time to be standing around." He hurried toward the door, almost running into a server on his way out. "I have to tell the others about this." Roman walked the streets alone, his mind racing. "In the past few days, I've learned one thing about the Blood Fawn Gang. Their actual strength is nothing special. The only reason they're hard to deal with is because they move as a group. Right now, they must be lying low, afraid of the consequences if they fail to kill me. All bark and no bite. If I can't find them, then I'll just have to make them come to me." I deliberately walked through these streets with Hans. They're sure to know my location by now. On top of that, today is the Dmitri Guard's regular training day, so there are far fewer of them patrolling the city. In other words, if they're going to make a move, today is the perfect chance. Just as he predicted, when Roman turned into a deserted alley, a group of masked men emerged from the shadows, daggers drawn. "Roman Dmitri, the Blood Fawn Gang has come to take its revenge." The men charged, rushing him in a frenzy. At the same time, back at the Dmitri estate, Hans's breathless voice rang out. "Captain!" A man in armor with orange hair spun around. "Captain Jonathan!" Seeing the old man's frantic state, the captain strode over to him. "Hans, what brings you here?" Hans was so out of breath, he could barely speak. "The young master." "What about the young master?" "Calm yourself and tell me what happened." Hans finally managed to get the words out. "Young master. Captain, you have to find him. Right now. Young Master Roman is in danger." Meanwhile, back in the alley, Roman was dealing with his assassins. He moved with brutal efficiency. "You bastard," one of them cursed. Roman clamped down on the man's wrist. A sharp crack echoing as the man screamed and dropped his weapon. In a fluid motion, Roman snatched the dagger from the air and plunged it deep into his attacker's neck. The movement was flawless, his expression completely impassive. He yanked the blade free. The man stumbled backward, hands clamped around his gushing throat, before collapsing to the ground dead. The two remaining thugs stared in absolute horror. What? What the hell is happening? This is completely different from the rumors. Well, are you just going to stand there? Both of you come at me, Roman said with a cold smirk, his face a mask of pure provocation. Hans, let me get this straight, Jonathan said. You're saying young Master Roman went out for a stroll without any guards, so you assume he's gone to fight the Bloodfawn gang? Is that it? Yes, that's right. Jonathan and the knight beside him shared a look of disbelief, before the captain roared with laughter. Ha ha ha, that's ridiculous. Young Master Roman? The world's #1 weakling who couldn't even tie up a chicken? How could he possibly get into a fight? Hans insisted, but it's true. Why would I lie to you about this? We're wasting precious time. Hearing the urgency in his voice, Jonathan recalled Lord Romero's words from the day before. Roman has gotten into some trouble with the Bloodfawn gang. I need you to help him. Handle it for me. Since the order had come directly from the Lord, the captain rubbed his temples in frustration. Damn it, what a pain in the ass. Why is he always wandering off when he can't even wield a single weapon? Despite his complaining, Jonathan acted quickly, barking orders to his men. All troops on my command. Ready your weapons. Hans, lead the way. With us there, no one will dare lay a finger on the young master. Yes, sir. This way. Jonathan's brow furrowed as he thought. If Hans is telling the truth, that fool is as good as dead. Back in the quiet alley, the gurgling groans of the dying man filled the air. This made his two comrades hesitate. But Roman's taunts shattered their caution. Gritting their teeth, their faces contorted with rage, they screamed, "You son of a bitch! We're going to kill you!" They charged, their movements sloppy and wide open. Roman dropped his stance, dodging their attacks with a simple dip of his head, his gaze razor-sharp. He moved in a flash, burying his dagger in the first man's gut. The man howled in pain. Seeing his comrade fall, the last attacker became even more enraged. "You dog!" he roared, lunging forward, aiming a slash at Roman. Roman sidestepped and sent the man flying with a brutal kick. The kick left the man dazed. He stumbled to his feet just in time to see Roman walking toward him. The sheer pressure from Roman's presence made him retreat instinctively. "Just the three of you?" he asked. The man remained defiant. "Kill us if you want, but you won't get away alive." Roman crouched in front of him, his voice cold. "Your two friends are already dealt with. What's the use of empty threats now? Are you just saying whatever comes to mind? Answer my question honestly. If you don't..." Roman raised the hand holding the dagger and plunged it into the man's right thigh. The man screamed in pain. Roman's voice was ice. "Speak. Who is your leader?" The scene changes to a bustling street, shifting inside to a small tavern. A crowd of men were eating and drinking, their laughter filling the room. So then, one of the patrons was saying, but his words caught in his throat when he saw Roman Dmitri walk through the door. "Welcome, young master." The owner greeted him respectfully. "Hello," Roman replied politely. A murmur went through the tavern. "Is that Roman Dmitri? What's he doing here?" "Look at him," the owner asked. "What can I get for you, sir?" Roman answered, "Tears of the Dawn, 20-year vintage." "I'm sorry, young master, we don't serve that here. Can I get you something else?" "Ah, all right then," Roman said. "Give me your strongest drink. I've got things to do in the morning, so I need to get a little loose." At his words, the faces of the owner and several patrons immediately darkened. Earlier, in the alley, the bald thug had told Roman about this place. "It's a tavern in the middle of the city," he had confessed. "It's where we get our jobs. You just have to say the special code, and they'll give you an assignment." "What is the code?" Roman had asked. "Tears of the Dawn. Give me the strongest you've got, and I have business in the morning." You have to say those three things in that order. The moment the final phrase left Roman's lips, the entire tavern went rigid. All eyes shot toward the owner. The owner's voice was low and dangerous. "Everyone." He reached under the bar, pulled out a heavy cleaver, and roared, "Get him!" He lunged at Roman, but a thunderous punch caught him square in the face. The other patrons at the tables froze, stunned by the sudden violence. Before they could even process what happened, the owner was out cold on the floor. The others scrambled to their feet, drawing swords and daggers as they rushed Roman. "You bastard! Kill him!" Mere seconds later, several men burst out of the tavern screaming, "Guards! Someone get the guards!" Another body flew through the doorway, splintering the wooden frame as it crashed outside. Inside, Roman moved like a storm dismantling the thugs one by one. They all bore the tattoo of the Blood Fawn Gang. What is happening? A person in the crowd cried out in terror as Roman grabbed another thug by the throat. He finished 3 of them in the blink of an eye. Can that really be Roman? How is he so different from the rumors? The greatest technique in the martial world allowed one to enhance their power through pure breathing alone. The heavenly demon had used this martial art to rapidly strengthen Roman's physical body. Though his current level was a far cry from his past life, it was more than enough. The thugs started shouting to each other. There's only one of him. Swarm him. Hearing this, Roman let out a disdainful sneer. The Roman of today might not be 1/10,000th of the man he once was, but against these opponents, it was like swatting flies. After a moment, the bald owner regained consciousness. He staggered to his feet, his head still spinning. Well, what just happened? Roman's voice came from beside him. You woke up at the perfect time. I just finished cleaning up. Young master, why did you do this? An excellent question. You were the one who attacked me. And now, it seems you and I are the only ones left standing. The owner cradled his broken nose, groaning in pain. Roman's voice was cold. I have a few questions for you. Let's talk. Well, what is this? That was the first thing Jonathan said when he arrived. Before him lay a floor littered with bodies. Is all of this really the young master's work? Captain, a soldier called from upstairs. What is it? He yelled back. The soldier reported, there's a man on the 2nd floor, barely breathing. He said the young master has already left for Lawrence. What? Why Lawrence? Jonathan's brows shot up in disbelief. The soldier continued. That's what the guy said. He claims the Blood Fawn Gang's main hideout is in Lawrence. 1 hour earlier. Let's be honest with each other, shall we? You're already down 2 fingers. The bald owner spat defiance. Go to hell. I've got nothing to tell you. Kill me. The Blood Fawn Gang will hunt you down for this. That's the spirit, Roman said calmly. I actually admire men like you. Unafraid of death, unwilling to talk no matter the torture. Because men like that are usually the ones hiding the most valuable secrets. The man wasn't intimidated by his smile. You're wasting your time. Just kill me already. You think so? Roman asked. His eyes scanned the room, landing on a picture frame on a nearby table. He picked it up. Fine. Let's test that theory. Let's see if you can truly keep your mouth shut, no matter what. For instance, he held up the frame. What if I told you that I will find and kill your son? This little boy right here. Hearing this, the man's expression flickered for an instant before he hardened it again, turning his head away. I don't know what you're talking about. He's not my son. Don't lie. He's the spitting image of you. Seeing that the ruse had failed, the owner exploded in a furious roar. You bastard. You're a nobleman. How dare you threaten my family? Roman's tone remained cool and detached as he paced around the furiously struggling man. I recently learned something fascinating about the Blood Fawn Gang. Its members are willing to die for the sake of revenge. I found that they all share one thing in common. They're all massively in debt to the gang. They weren't born evil, but they were twisted into monsters. The Blood Fawn Gang uses illegal means to force people to borrow from them, effectively enslaving their families. That's the truth of the Blood Fawn Gang. They push people to the brink, then hold their families hostage. Is my reasoning sound? The owner lowered his head and sighed. Even if you know the truth, it won't change anything. The Blood Fawn Gang will get its revenge. Roman cut him off. You need to think very carefully about the choice you're about to make. I'm not bluffing when I say I will kill your son. He tossed the photograph on the floor in front of the man, whose face went deathly pale. I swear on my name, Roman Dmitri, that I will dispatch soldiers to find that boy, and I will have him killed. Slowly and painfully, he ground his heel into the picture. But before I do that, I'll give you a choice. You can remain loyal to the Blood Fawn Gang and let your son die in unimaginable pain, or you can give me the information I need to wipe them out. It all depends on what you decide. The scene shifts to the Lawrence territory. Inside a room on a quiet street corner, a shocked voice cried out, What? Is it true? Yes. The entire branch was wiped out by Roman Dmitri alone. If the Dmitri family's guards mobilize, we're in serious trouble. An old man with a white beard and hair gnashed his teeth in fury. Damn it. I don't believe it. There is no way Roman Dmitri could do something like this. This was the leader of the Blood Fawn Gang. We were going to eliminate the Dmitri family to strengthen our gang's position. And now you're telling me an entire branch was annihilated by a failure who was rejected by the Royal Academy? Where is Roman now? He demanded of his subordinate. Sir, He just left Dimitri territory. We believe he got information from the Tears of the Dawn Tavern. Is he alone? The leader asked again. Yes, the other man replied. It seems he looks down on us, daring to charge into our headquarters by himself. He roared, summon every man in the gang. Now, his subordinates snapped to attention. Yes, sir. We will kill Roman before the Dimitri Knights even have a chance to get here. We must eliminate that arrogant little shit. Roman Dimitri, you dare to lay a hand on the Blood Fawn gang? Today, I will kill you and string your corpse up in the central square. And the name of the Blood Fawn gang will rise once more. The scene changes to the Lawrence family mansion. Is there any news from House Bacco? I believe they have made their choice. There are rumors that House Bacco has taken a massive loan from the gold bank. There's only one reason to do that, to prepare for war. War is only a matter of time. We must gather our resources more efficiently than they can. The head of the house steepled his fingers, lost in thought for a moment before speaking. It appears war cannot be avoided. I just never imagined something like this would happen at the same time we received word from the Baccos. The man beside him looked worried. I can't believe the central government is siding with House Bacco. If this continues, they'll seize our lands. We have to protect our territory, no matter what. For generations, the Lawrence family has thrived on this fertile soil. A debate broke out, but the documents prove our ancestors mortgaged the land to House Bacco. Those are baseless claims. Even so, the central government, they must have done something underhanded. That is enough. Lord Lawrence's voice cut through the arguments. No matter what happens, we will not surrender our territory to anyone. If we show a single moment of weakness, the other noble houses will swarm us like hungry hyenas. If House Bacco will not come to the table, then we will meet them with our full strength. Yes, that is precisely why I arranged the marriage with the Dimitri family. Hearing this, the mood in the room lightened considerably. Ah, yes, we still have the Dimitri family. Another man added, they may have come from a mining background, but they're now one of the richest families in the entire Northeast. Are they not? No matter how much House Bacco borrows, they can't possibly outmatch the Dimitri family's wealth. Lord Lawrence gave a slight nod. Let's hope so. That is why I agreed to marry my only daughter to that fool from the Dimitri house. It is all for the good of Lawrence. As our lord, you made a difficult but correct decision. Please do not blame yourself for it. I know. Behind the meeting room doors, Flora stood listening. She could barely breathe, her heart pounding in her chest. How can I possibly tell them? Oh no, I already broke off the engagement. How can I ever face my father? Why am I worrying about this? It's already over. No, Flora, this is your life. You can't be sold off to a man like that. But if I don't, my father's plans, the future of our family. She paced back and forth, her mind a whirlwind of anxiety. Okay, I have to tell father right away. I can't marry someone I have no feelings for. Just as she made up her mind, a soldier came rushing over from a distance. An urgent report for the Lord. Flora turned, looking at him with a questioning gaze. When he saw her, he bowed his head in salute. Lady Flora. Oh, she stammered in reply. An urgent report for the Lord. At that same moment, at the main gate of the castle, I told you to open the gate. You bastards. Jonathan's voice boomed with rage. A soldier on the wall shouted down. I already told you. Drop your weapons and follow the rules. Jonathan was about to lose his patience, roaring, but young Master Roman is in danger. If anything happens to young Master Roman, I swear I'll never forgive you. Seeing this attitude, the soldiers in the city were getting annoyed. This guy is unbelievable. Just then, a blonde-haired soldier ran up to report to him. Captain, it's bad. After hearing the soldier's report, the gate captain asked again, still in disbelief. What? Is that true? Yes. The Lawrence Square is in total chaos right now. Jonathan, down below, vaguely overheard some of it, and his face went pale. Don't make me break down this gate. You bastards, he roared. Inside the city of Lawrence, in a public square, the people here were witnessing a horrifying scene. What is that? Oh my God, what happened? Should we try to stop him? The leader of the Blood Fawn gang was beaten to a pulp, one eye swollen completely shut, being dragged across the ground. He pleaded in a weak whisper, Please, sir, please, spare my life. I'm begging you. It had all started half an hour ago. When Roman showed up at their door, the leader of the Blood Fawn gang, Ben, was still full of confidence, thinking this would be incredibly simple. His opponent was just one stupid noble, and he was alone. This couldn't even be called a fight. He had more men and superior weapons. Ben grinned smugly. There was no way he could lose. No, victory was a given. That's how it was supposed to go. But what the hell was this? All of his men, in just a few short minutes, had been completely slaughtered by this noble kid who was still wet behind the ears. I'm going to die. If this keeps up, I'm going to die. I'm dead for sure. Watching Roman approach step by step, an invisible fear rose in his heart. No, I don't want to die. I'm going to die. The thought repeated endlessly. Please, spare my life. Please, sir. Please, at least spare this worthless dog's life of mine. Roman grabbed him by the shirt and dragged him through the streets in the most humiliating way imaginable. But right now, he had no time to worry about his dignity. Only able to whimper, "Please, sir." Roman mercilessly threw him to the side. The surrounding townspeople started to gather, pointing and whispering among themselves. Ben knelt on the ground, bowing his head and trembling as he said, "Jay, just spare my life, and I'll do anything. I'll be your dog. I'll serve you until I die. Please show some mercy." Roman smirked. "My dog, you should have said that when you still had all your teeth." Roman planted his foot on the man's head and pressed down, amid the horrified gazes of the people around them. Roman loudly declared, "This man is the leader of the Blood Fawn Gang. You all know what kind of scum he is. His Blood Fawn Gang has even reached its hands into our Dimitri territory, preying on our people. They use despicable tricks to cheat you, and even try to kill me because I got in their way. All the crimes of the Blood Fawn Gang are clear as day. Therefore, in front of all you respected elders, I will rip out the root of evil from within them." As he finished speaking, Roman's left foot stomped down with sudden force. A horrifying scene unfolded in the middle of the street, shocking the onlooking crowd even more. Just then, Jonathan arrived on horseback. Young master, but he was quickly stunned by the scene before him. Ben, the leader of the Blood Fawn Gang, had been executed on the spot. Back to the present, at the Lawrence estate. "Is that true?" "Yes, my lord. I am not lying in the slightest. We granted Roman Dimitri entry to our territory, but about an hour later, Roman dragged a man into the center of the Lawrence Square. After identifying the man as the Blood Fawn leader, Ben Myers, he executed him in front of everyone. The high-ranking officials of the Lawrence territory who were present couldn't hide their astonishment and began to murmur. "This is absurd. That was Roman Dimitri? He caught the leader of the Blood Fawn Gang and executed him. More importantly, he did it without our Lord's permission. He punished. No, he murdered a citizen. We cannot simply sit by and do nothing about this." Baron Lawrence, however, had his own thoughts. Asterisk permission? No, that's not what's important. My future son-in-law managed to take care of the entire Blood Fawn Gang. Asterisk. He gave an order. Summon Roman Dimitri here at once. I want to hear his explanation personally. The troublemaker was brought in swiftly. The meeting room doors opened, and besides Roman, Captain Jonathan accompanied him. Asterisk Captain Jonathan? So, he had the help of the Dimitri Night Guard. Asterisk Baron Lawrence silently made his assessment upon seeing a figure like Jonathan appear. "Roman Dimitri, my greetings to Baron Lawrence," he said boldly, his hands clasped behind his back. The Baron got straight to the point. "Spare me the tedious formalities and get to it. Why did you come to the Lawrence territory and commit such a violent act?" Roman explained with a straight face. "It all started a few days ago. The Blood Fawn Gang was beating an innocent citizen on my territory, so I executed them on the spot." Outside the door, Flora peeked into the room, completely unaware of what had happened. It turned out that she was the one who had secretly sent a soldier to make the report. "Hey, over here. My lady, what can I do for you?" Flora pointed to the room and said, "The person you just brought in is Roman Dimitri, right? Why is he here? And why is he going into my father's study? It seems you haven't heard the news yet, my lady." Hearing this, Flora became even more confused. "What are you talking about?" Back inside the room, Roman had essentially finished explaining his actions. "So, I decided I could no longer stand by and watch their tyranny. I went to their den myself and killed their leader. That's pretty much what happened. What I want to know is, who gave you the right to do that?" "You have no authority to carry out executions in Lawrence," the Baron said, displeased. Roman calmly replied, "I know, but I seriously doubt whether the Lawrence territory has the ability to completely handle the Blood Fawn Gang. The leader of the Blood Fawn Gang isn't some unknown or mysterious figure. He's notorious in Lawrence for countless brutal crimes, and he's been bailed out of jail numerous times before. That's why I had to take matters into my own hands this time, because I don't trust the Lawrence family." The man beside the Baron slammed the table in anger. "How dare you?" Even Jonathan was surprised. "Young master, how can you say such a thing?" Roman let out an exasperated sigh. "To be honest, I'm a little disappointed. I thought I would be praised, not dragged here to be questioned. And all because I was forced to dirty my hands with blood just to solve a problem the House Lawrence has been ignoring. I want to ask you something, my Lord Baron. Was I really in the wrong?" This question made the Baron's face darken. He asked in a low voice, "Do you know Ben Myers?" The middle-aged man with glasses next to him heard the question and was startled. He was a criminal, but I honestly had no idea he was the leader. I see. We don't need to discuss this matter any further. If the Lawrence family had a more reasonable and thorough way of handling things, this wouldn't have happened in the first place. All right, I will reward you all later. For now, you may leave. Yes, sir. After Jonathan and Roman spoke, they gave a slight bow and left. When only the Baron and his trusted advisors were left in the room, the Baron suddenly burst into laughter. "Blah, my lord," the middle-aged man with glasses said, confused. "He's got guts. So that's who Roman Dmitri is, huh?" he asked the man. Seeing the Baron's attitude, the other man reminded him, "My lord, we can't just let this slide." He quickly waved his hand. "Of course we can let it slide. He's about to become Flora's husband, after all. You need that kind of nerve to get big things done. I don't want to hear another word about this. I never expected Roman and Flora to be such a good match. I'm truly pleased. Summon Flora here at once. I'll tell her everything." The scene changes to the lands outside the Lawrence estate. Roman and the knights are on their way back. Jonathan couldn't help but ask, "Young master, did you really have to mock the Baron like that?" "We got away with it this time, but if he had gotten angry, the Lawrence family wouldn't have taken responsibility for what happened. Everything I did was just to prove clearly that this was all a result of their own negligence and carelessness," Roman replied. "Besides, it seems he doesn't know about the canceled engagement yet, which is why he wouldn't punish his daughter's fiancé like that." After hearing this, Jonathan was even more shaken. He actually calculated everything in advance. The person before him, was nothing like the Roman Dmitri he once knew. "Baek Jung-hyuk, you are the son of the heavenly demon. If you have the ability to inherit my power, then prove your worth starting from that land of solid ice, then survive and rise. I have 12 children. Your death would mean nothing to me. Even if all my children die, I can just make another one. So remember, the only way to prove your worth is to dominate all." And just like that, the white-haired boy was thrown into a cave of trials by his own father, discarded like a worthless object. Here, he was beaten to a pulp. A kid 2 or 3 times his size was the one doing it. He jeered, "Ha, I thought you were something special, being the son of the heavenly demon and all. Turns out you're just another arrogant, conceited brat." Jung-hyuk furiously fought back, but the big kid sent him flying with a single punch to the face. The other children in the cave watched this scene coldly, some even joining in the mockery. Jung-hyuk really is an idiot. The big kid pinned Baek Jung-hyuk to the ground, punching him repeatedly in the face. During a childhood when most children are cherished and protected by their parents, I was thrown into a world where only the strongest could rule over all. Back to the present, at the Dmitri estate, the bathroom inside the castle. Jung-hyuk soaked in the hot tub, relaxing after a tiring day. "God, I'm exhausted. It seems I get tired more easily in Roman's body. Since waking up in this world, I've experienced a lot of new things, and most of them were related to the Blood Fawn gang. To destroy them, I destroyed everything that stood in my way. But deep down, I don't feel a shred of regret, because this is the kind of person I've always been. Someone who is always ready to rip apart and torture anyone who gets in my way, and who will use any means necessary to eliminate anyone who intends to kill me. That's the life I've always lived. Nothing will change, all because I have become Roman. But going out recklessly like I did this time is dangerous. I still haven't fully grasped the rules of this world. On top of that, my current strength is far weaker than it used to be. What should I do now?" While he was deep in thought, a voice from outside suddenly rang out, cutting through his thoughts. "Young master, the Lord wishes to see you." "All right, I heard you. I'll be right there." In the study, Lord Romero was tapping his fingers incessantly on the surface of his desk. Beside him was Jonathan, who had just finished reporting everything that happened in the Lawrence territory. Did Roman really do those things? "Yes, sir. Young Master Roman has changed a great deal. Roman changed? Romero found this hard to believe. Jonathan then affirmed, the young master of today is definitely not the person we once knew. Jonathan, Roman has always been my talentless son. He is the only son with no future prospects at all, and also the only son who went through my commoner days with me. Daddy, this is for you. A small hand offered Romero a small package, no bigger than his fingertip. What's this, son? It's candy. You're in all this way just to give me this? I told you it's dangerous here and to stay away, didn't I? Little Roman, with his adorable face, smiled brightly at his father and said, but you work so hard all day, Daddy. So I want to give you a yummy piece of candy. Eat this candy and hurry up and finish your work so you can come home with me, okay? The touching moment was deeply engraved in Romero's mind. He would probably never forget it for the rest of his life. I once hoped Roman could live a happy life, which is why I spoiled him so much, gave him a lot of spending money, so he wouldn't be mocked by other children for being poor. But I never expected that it would lead him down the wrong path. As he said this, his hand unconsciously clenched into a fist. A part of me had given up on Roman a long time ago. Jonathan listened to his master's confession, his own heart growing heavy. My lord, but Romero continued. However, when I heard that Roman had wiped out the entire Bloodfawn gang, the hope in my heart was rekindled. Just then, Roman's voice came from outside the door. Father, Roman is here. Come in. Romero thought to himself. Asterisk, I don't care what method Roman used to deal with the Bloodfawn gang. As long as he really did it, I'm willing to do anything for this child to make up for the mistakes this useless father has made. Asterisk, watching Roman enter, Romero said softly. Roman, is that you? I heard you took care of the Bloodfawn gang all by yourself. Is that true? Baron Romero, the soul inside Roman's body, carefully observed the man before him. It was clear that he was full of hope for his answer. Asterisk, if I tell the truth, the way he looks at me will completely change. But an accomplishment this far, beyond expectations, will eventually backfire. If I hide my strength for a bit now, I'll have more time to grow. Asterisk, seeing that he didn't answer, Baron Romero urged him again. Roman, what is it? Baek Jung-hyuk was still lost in his own thoughts. Asterisk, should I tell him straight, or hide the truth? The latter option sounds more reasonable. Asterisk. However, memories of the past came flooding back. The scene of a young Baek Jung-hyuk being bullied. Is that all you've got? Ha ha ha. Go on and run your mouth now, you bastard. The big kid taunted as he beat him. Baek Jung-hyuk swung his arms wildly, then grabbed a rock from the side. Without a moment's hesitation, he smashed it straight into his opponent's head. The other kid immediately started bleeding profusely, his left eye blinded, and let out a blood-curdling scream. Son of a bitch, this scrawny little punk dared to sucker punch me. I'll kill you. Baek Jung-hyuk had no intention of letting the other kid get his revenge. He raised the blood-stained rock and brought it down again. He smashed it down hard with all his might, blow after blow, without a shred of mercy. In this place, being soft-hearted only brings more pain. It's unknown how many more times Jung-hyuk struck, but the other children who witnessed the scene were all trembling with fear. Throughout a childhood when most other kids were cherished and protected by their parents, I was thrown into a world where only the strongest had the right to rule over all. You guys said this one was your leader, right? Then take a message back to the rest of the cave rats. The one who smashed your leader's head in was me. I dominated that dark place by clearly demonstrating my superiority. The soul inside Roman's body admitted it frankly, answering Baron Romero. Yes, that's right. I am the heavenly demon, one who doesn't know how to hide his own superiority. Early the next morning, at the Dimitri family training grounds, everyone here was sparring with wooden weapons. They were teenagers from Baron Romero's territory who were eager to join the army, as well as soldiers already in service. A loud shout rang out, causing everyone in the yard to stop. All troops ceased training. The Lord Baron has arrived. Following him were Roman and Captain Jonathan. The young men all bowed their heads in unison. Greetings, my Lord Baron. May the Lord Baron's glory last forever. Among the ranks was a teenager with shoulder-length brown hair, parted in the middle. When he saw Roman walk by, a strange expression crossed his face, the corner of his eye twitching in annoyance. Roman Dimitri, what is he doing here? Jonathan stopped, turned around, and said loudly to everyone, Today, we will be holding a sparring match with young Master Roman. Anyone who wishes to participate, please take one step forward. The teenager with the parted hair thought to himself with a bewildered expression, how did it suddenly come to this? We have to duel that idiot? The night before, when Roman admitted that he had destroyed the Blood Fawn gang. Yes, it was me. His attitude at that moment was incredibly confident, not avoiding the question at all. Baron Romero looked astonished. How could you possibly have defeated the Blood Fawn gang? Baek Jung-hyuk thought to himself, I have to answer this in a way that makes sense and doesn't make him suspicious. Actually, I've been secretly practicing swordsmanship for a long time. Then why did you hide it from me? If I had known, I could have helped you. He then replied, Father, I've been on the wrong path for too long. I can't keep hiding under your protection and indulgence forever. I wanted to show you that this foolish son of House Dimitri could also accomplish something on his own. Romero was still skeptical. But even so, swordsmanship you taught yourself couldn't possibly reach a level where you could defeat the entire Blood Fawn gang alone. Father, the Blood Fawn gang was known for its illegal loan sharking, and they maintained their operations by threatening and terrorizing their debtors. So I figured if I could just defeat their leader, the organization would immediately fall apart. Therefore, I had someone spread false rumors to lure their leader, Ben Myers, into my trap. Hearing this, Baron Romero was even more astonished. You lured the leader of the Blood Fawn gang? Yes. The Blood Fawn gang has always enjoyed getting revenge on weak nobles, so I used myself as bait to draw them out. Impossible. That's far too dangerous. If they were serious about revenge, they might have just ignored their leader's life and killed you anyway, he said in a harsh tone. It was the normal reaction of a father who had just learned his son had done something so reckless. Roman calmly replied, I was certain that an organization held together by oppression and threats would never risk their own lives to save their leader, especially when they saw it as a chance to regain their freedom. So that's how it was. The Baron frowned. He was actually quite pleased with Roman's actions this time. Asterisk, a decisive and cautious plan, coupled with the courage and determination to execute it. To say I'm impressed with what this child has accomplished is not enough. I never thought Roman could pull off something so extraordinary. Asterisk, after thinking for a moment, he asked his son, Can I ask you to do something for me? Of course, father. I want to witness your swordsmanship with my own eyes. I want to see just how much my son has changed. I truly want to know how much progress this child has made. That was the entire sequence of events that led to the small match the next day. But at this moment, it seemed that no one was voluntarily stepping up to fight. Is there no one? Jonathan asked loudly. The teenager with the parted hair thought to himself, Asterisk, of course not. There's nothing to gain from winning, and if you lose, you might even get kicked out. Who would want to participate in this pointless game? Asterisk. Jonathan also had his own calculations. Asterisk, there needs to be an exceptionally talented person who can completely overwhelm Roman. That way, we can both maintain the prestige of the knightly order and confirm the young master's talent. Asterisk. He continued, If no one volunteers, then I will choose someone myself. He desperately wanted to step onto the field himself, but as the captain of the knightly order, he couldn't draw his sword for such a small matter. Right now, there was only one suitable person. Chris, please step forward. The one who was called was none other than the teenager with the parted hair, who was also the vice commander of the Dimitri Territories knightly order. Why, yes, sir, he said, his voice trembling slightly with surprise. Chris had first met Roman last year, when he was out handling a case of a drunken disturbance at a restaurant on the street that was disrupting business. Guards, what's going on? A loud shout echoed from inside the tavern. Are you bastards messing with me? It was accompanied by the sound of shattering plates and bottles. I barely touched it, and you're treating me like trash? Do you want to be shut down today? The owner and staff rushed over, their faces filled with worry. We're sorry. We're so very sorry, sir. We truly didn't mean it. Roman yelled at them to shut up. Who the hell do you lowlifes think you are to talk back to me? His face grew even angrier. You get over here now, hurry up. Young master, or would you like to calm down a bit? Before they could finish, Roman hurled the wine bottle in his hand at them, causing the waiter to scream in terror. Seeing this, Chris stepped to his side and said in a placating tone, Young master, that's enough. But Roman ignored him and continued. Who the hell do you think you are? Get lost. If you continue to cause trouble, even if you are the young master. Chris aggressively grabbed Roman's wrist, but he was immediately met with a slap. You low-class knights dare to touch me? What? You still dare to glare at me? From the moment I was slapped, I knew this guy had never trained a day in his life. His strength was average, maybe even less than that of a common man. It was pathetic. He was truly a pathetic excuse for a man. To think that someone like him was the son of a lord. At that moment, I completely wrote him off as a worthless piece of trash. And now, I have to duel that useless Roman? Step up. Jonathan prompted again when he saw Chris wasn't moving. Captain, I don't think I'm suitable for this sparring session. He tried to refuse. The captain replied. Young Master Roman was able to stand against the entire Blood Fong gang by himself. He is a rare talent. To make the match fair, you are the most suitable person here. But the young man wanted to say more. Jonathan cut him off. Chris, I understand. He gritted his teeth and complied, though his heart wasn't in it. And so, the two of them stepped onto the training ground, standing face to face. The vice captain of the Knights, Chris, and the young master called useless, Roman. All right, both sides. As Jonathan was about to signal the start of the match, Chris spoke up. Please wait a moment. I have a request. Jonathan looked over and asked, a request? Yes. I was taught that when using a sword, even in a spar, one must fight as if it were a real battle. No matter who the opponent is, you must not hold back. Chris lifted his chin arrogantly. If you accept this condition, I would be honored to spar with you, young master. Chris thought to himself, there's no way he took down the Blood Fong gang alone. Roman, I'll use this opportunity to teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Jonathan glanced at the Baron beside him. Romero understood and nodded. He then turned to his son, as if for confirmation. Roman gave a faint smile, indicating his acceptance. This small gesture sent Chris into a rage. You can still smile? Jonathan then announced loudly. It seems the young master has accepted your request. Very well, both sides prepare. Begin. Chris lunged forward, approaching with extreme confidence, his eyes as sharp as a hawk's. Then, Roman easily parried the blow with his wooden sword. The other young knights cried out in astonishment. So fast. Chris is going all out. Jonathan, witnessing this, was also shocked. He blocked it? Roman blocked Chris's attack. The young master swung his sword, pushing Chris back. He started to become wary. From the force I felt when I parried his blow to his firm and powerful defensive stance, everything was incredibly solid. Could have been a fluke? Well, I certainly didn't expect this. But so what? Right now, the only thing that will satisfy me is beating this brat to a pulp. Chris rushed forward again, swinging his sword. Roman leaned back, dodging the attack. The young man named Chris quickly turned, his body spinning as he continued his assault. But Roman blocked it again. Chris added more force, but it was just a feint. He rapidly changed his stance, circling around for an attack from behind. Now's my chance. Chris swung his sword at the back of his neck. Roman lowered his center of gravity, dodging once more. His sharp gaze looked up, and his opponent flinched as their eyes met. Chris instinctively jumped back, but Roman's sword followed almost instantly, slicing off a lock of Chris's hair, much to his astonishment. Chris continued to retreat, creating a distance of about 10 paces. Only then did he feel safe enough to stop. That was too close. Below, Romero and Jonathan were both stunned. The Baron blurted out, "Impossible." The other knights below couldn't seem to believe their eyes. Are you kidding me? That was almost. As for Chris, he too began to doubt his earlier assessment. Is this really Roman's strength? From his defense to his evasion, he wasn't weak at all. Did he really take down the Blood Fong gang by himself? At this rate, damn it, what am I thinking? My opponent is the Dmitri family's fool. I can't lose to him in front of all these people. Roman spoke in a casual tone. I suppose that's enough for a warm-up, don't you think? What? Chris was still dazed, unable to process what was happening. Roman continued. This time, it's my turn to attack. True to his word. Roman's body shot forward. The distance closed in an instant, startling Chris. He hurriedly raised the wooden sword in his hand to block, and succeeded. But what is this immense pressure? Did this useless young master take the wrong medicine? How can he be so terrifyingly fast? Chris wanted to retreat, but Roman had no intention of letting his opponent go. He swung his wooden sword again and again, and in a flash, the fight became completely one-sided. The notoriously useless young master was overwhelming a vice captain of the Knights right before everyone's eyes. That series of attacks is ferocious. That was the thought of everyone watching. The one on the receiving end of this barrage wasn't having an easy time either. Chris cursed inwardly. Damn it, I'm having a hard enough time just defending against his attacks. This is dangerous. I have to find an opportunity. The very moment the thought of a counterattack crossed his mind, Roman found an opening. A powerful blow sent Chris staggering back, forcing his left supporting hand off the hilt of his sword. This is bad. I have to take a step back. But as he prepared to retreat, Chris spotted an opening in his opponent. As Roman overswung his sword in an attempt to strike him, his chest was wide open, revealing a massive vulnerability. Chris couldn't help but counterattack. The opportunity was too good to pass up, but as he swung down, he was once again stunned. Roman, almost in perfect sync with his movement, leaned back slightly and dodged. Seeing Roman's mocking smile, Chris instantly understood. He did it on purpose to lure me into an attack. He dared to trick me. Am I really going to lose to Roman? In that instant, a crazy idea flashed through his mind, and Chris acted on it without a second thought. The wooden sword in his hand began to glow, a distinct blue energy radiating from it. Jonathan recognized it immediately and shouted, "Chris, stop!" But it was too late. The prideful young man had unleashed a strike carrying that energy. A one-star aura, a power that should never be used in a match like this. Roman was slightly surprised by what he saw. Then came a loud bang, and the training ground was shrouded in dust from the explosion of the attack. What just happened? The surrounding knights and trainees couldn't see anything and began to clamor loudly. Romero shouted worriedly, "Roman, where's Roman?" At that moment, the young man, still completely unharmed, let out a soft sigh, and then his gaze sharpened. That burst of aura had been dodged by Roman, who had squatted down to lower his center of gravity. And Chris was immediately met with a straight punch that knocked him out cold on the spot. Witnessed by all, Roman had won. The result was truly unexpected. Who's the new vice captain of the Knights? You don't know? He's the captain's apprentice. What? He looks so young. But he's already a 2-star aura knight, another knight said with a look of disbelief. A 2-star at his age? That's what they say. Rumor has it, it only took him 2 years of training to sense mana, and only 3.5 years to reach 1 star. That's unbelievable. In such a short time, they also say his swordsmanship is superb. So what's his name? Every time he sparred with Jonathan, that newly appointed vice captain of the Knights could never gain an advantage, getting defeated without a doubt every single time. Looks like that's it for today, Chris. Sir, I'm fine. I want to go one more round. Jonathan smiled, feeling a great sense of approval. He had both natural talent and a strong work ethic. This kid, Chris, was a true genius. However, the genius in Jonathan's eyes was at this moment defeated at the hands of someone considered the Dmitri family's fool. The entire training ground fell into an eerie silence, faced with this unimaginable outcome. Baron Romero's voice stammered as he asked, Captain Jonathan, what in the world just happened? Didn't you say Vice Captain Chris was the most outstanding 2-star aura knight in the Dmitri domain? 2-star? This question left Jonathan momentarily speechless. Well, in truth, his own mind was filled with massive questions. How is this possible? Just a month ago, Roman was nothing but a troublemaker. Someone who's only trained for a year or 2 can't possibly have skills like that. But those moves, every single one of them, were clearly the result of years of training. How could he have grown so strong, so fast? Despite some hesitation, Jonathan finally spoke. My lord, please do not be too alarmed. It seems the young master is a genius of the sword. On the field, Roman was deep in thought. He stared at Chris without blinking, silently assessing him. He knows how to take the initiative and fights back aggressively. His focus in battle is also quite sharp. At this level, he could have easily handled the entire Blood Fawn gang by himself. No wonder Jonathan is so proud of him. By their standards, he's already a pretty outstanding warrior. However, by my standards, he's the weakest of the weak. Even the grunts in the Demon Tower were stronger than him. But that last attack was quite surprising, and a little interesting. While Roman was lost in thought, Baron Romero burst into laughter. He laughed louder and louder, so much so that everyone stared at him in astonishment. How interesting. My son, to think my eldest son is such a swordsmanship genius. Our Baron said this with a radiant expression. He was overjoyed. Knight Captain Jonathan, are you certain about this? Jonathan immediately nodded. As for why the young master was able to improve so quickly, I cannot explain it. It seems I failed to recognize his true potential before. Is that so? So that's how it is. As a father, hearing that his son is an outstanding genius, who wouldn't be moved? Romero called out directly to Roman, Son, come here. I have never been as happy as I am today. I want to praise you for deciding to commit yourself to this, and for achieving such a remarkable feat on your own. That's right, I will give you a worthy reward. Tell me what you desire. Roman seemed to have been waiting for these words, and he smiled faintly. Didn't you say I have to go to the battlefield in half a year? Since our relationship with the Lawrences is no longer amicable. Romero quickly replied, You mean you don't want to enlist anymore? Is that it? No, that's not it. I hope you will allow me to choose my own men, instead of a forced marriage. The Baron looked surprised. He tried to persuade his son. You still have plenty of time, if you just reconcile with him. Roman interrupted, Father, I will go. He said this with an expression of utmost determination and resolve. Baron Romero, at this moment, truly could no longer see through his son. He closed his eyes to compose himself, returning to his usual image of a dignified baron. Understand, I grant you full authority over your own affairs. There's one more thing I'd like your help with, Roman requested again. As long as you continue to perform as brilliantly as you just did, I have no reason to refuse you. And then, he looked toward the unconscious Chris on the field with a meaningful gaze. What? You want me to teach young Master Roman about aura? Chris had just woken up to this news, and his reaction was explosive. Jonathan said it was an order from the Lord. I understand how you feel, but, Chris hastily explained, Sir, no, Master. Don't you think this is too much? Look at me, that brat. I used my aura against him, and I still lost. Right now, I just want to find a hole to crawl into. And you want to teach him about aura? Even if I'm beheaded for disobeying, I will. Chris, I want to make a deal with you. What? The young man was stunned. He added, I hope you will teach the young master and see what's different about him. If you do this well, I will pass on all of my secrets to you. Hearing this, Chris was utterly shocked, his expression even more surprised than when he realized he was about to be defeated by Roman. Master, are you serious? He jumped to his feet in excitement. Of course, I am, Jonathan replied seriously. At this, Chris thought to himself, if I take this job, my master will teach me the secret to becoming a 3-star Aura Knight. Such a rare opportunity. Damn it. But the thoughts in his head battled with each other, and in the end, faced with such a great benefit, he compromised. Master, you have to keep your word. Inside the mansion, Hance's joyful voice rang out. Young master, I heard you gave an outstanding performance in the match this morning. The rumors have spread throughout the entire castle. The vice-captain of the Knights is a 2-star Aura Knight, and you were still able to defeat him. It's extraordinary. A 2-star Aura? Hance, do you know what Aura is? He suddenly asked. That? I don't know either. Isn't it a power that uses mana? Mana. So that's what it's called here. The power Chris showed me earlier was definitely an explosion of energy. However, the way they utilize energy is completely different from my world. There's something inefficient about their so-called aura. I really don't understand why they use energy this way. It seems the people here need to learn more about this power they've always been using. At this thought, the corner of his mouth curved up. I'll verify it myself in tomorrow's training session. Early the next morning, Chris and Roman met on the lawn behind the mansion. The two looked at each other, the atmosphere a bit awkward. Chris didn't know how to face the person who had defeated him even after he had used his aura. It was a complete humiliation. Roman suddenly let out a small laugh, which made Chris feel like he was being mocked. This bastard. He tried to calm himself. Easy now. He attempted to speak in a calm voice. Before we begin training, I will explain to you what aura is. Aura is a method of utilizing mana. To be more specific, it's a form of mana usage by knights. Mages use mana by storing it in magical orbs, while knights circulate mana throughout their entire bodies. The pioneer who enlightened the world to the concept of aura was Emperor Alexandro. Unlike mages who store mana in various objects and forms, he was the first to discover that circulating mana throughout the body could strengthen it. Aura is the release of mana stored within the body. Mana normally flows throughout the body, and one can enhance their strength by focusing and releasing this flow. However, knowing the history of mana isn't too important. Only a select few are chosen to use mana in this way. Out of 1,000 people, one might choose the path of an Aura Knight, and out of tens of thousands, only one might walk the path of a mage. Therefore, confirming whether you have the ability to integrate with mana is the most important thing. The minimum requirement for an Aura Knight is the ability to sense mana. Most people fail at this step. For me, it took about half a year to sense mana, but normally it takes an average person over a year to do so. This is what people call talent. Roman listened very attentively. He nodded slightly to show he understood and requested, "Let's start trying to sense mana. Can you tell me how you did it?" "Of course," Chris replied, a meaningful look on his face. He sneered inwardly. "Roman Dmitri, you beat me once. You must be feeling pretty pleased with yourself. But unfortunately for you, this isn't as simple as you think. Because talent in swordsmanship and talent in mana are two completely different things. Just face reality, and you'll soon understand." This training session was flawed from the very beginning, because the soul inside Roman's body already knew how to sense mana. And, thanks to the experience of the heavenly demon, I was able to store mana, albeit just a little. However, if I only rely on what I already know, it will eventually lead to decline and ruin. Even though I can't understand why they follow such methods, I must first learn their ways. At this moment, Chris was putting on a serious face, speaking word by word. Focus on your breathing. Concentrate your mind. Feeling everything related to your body is the key. When you get used to using mana, you'll be able to activate your aura. Try to focus your mind, gathering the mana throughout your body to a single point. That is how you activate your aura. And being able to activate it means you have become a 1-star aura knight. There are many ways to apply this aura. You can channel it into your sword blade to increase its power, or affect yourself to unleash great strength for a short period of time. While Chris was explaining, Roman himself didn't realize it, but now, Chris saw what could only be described as an aura appearing on Roman's body, enveloping him and dealing another heavy blow to Chris's heart. No, impossible. Roman Dmitri, is he activating his aura? The light was unmistakably clear. This was also to be expected, so the soul within Roman's body was not surprised. Just as I thought, this method of application is completely inefficient in this world. In the martial world, a martial artist would thoroughly cleanse all impurities from their body to achieve the ultimate goal of storing internal energy within a purified vessel. However, this world has a completely different energy system. They gather mana and wish for it to naturally pass through their bodies, rather than restricting and controlling it. The chi of the martial world is scarce, raw, and powerful, whereas the mana of this world is rich and fluid, making it easier to release from the body. If I had to make a comparison, their way of using aura is similar to the martial arts cultivation of the Murim. It's a complete waste of effort to even compare the two methods. Cultivation elevates and strengthens the body, but it's only useful on a physical level. It doesn't help the practitioner store energy within. The very act of activating stored mana is what makes this method so inefficient. With these methods, even if I trained for 100 years, I would never reach the peak. Chris's voice, filled with utter shock, cut through Roman's thoughts. "What is this? How can you do that? That was aura just now, wasn't it?" "You probably figured that out yourself," Roman replied coldly. Chris lost his composure, shouting, his voice growing more urgent. "That's why I'm asking. It took me a whole year just to awaken my aura. Tell me the truth. Were you tricking me, pretending you didn't know how to use mana?" "That's right. It all makes sense now. No wonder I lost to you from the very beginning. If you had that kind of power, why did you 2 years ago?" Roman didn't understand what the young man in front of him was talking about, and said indifferently, "Me? Hiding my power? Ridiculous." The more Roman acted this way, the more devastated Chris became, on the verge of tears. If that's not it, then none of this makes any sense. "It took me 15 years to become a 2-star knight." The young master before him let out a laugh. A faint laugh that carried an undisguised pride. Chris was stunned. "What's so funny about this? Are you mocking all of my efforts?" he said, clenching his fists, his pride clearly being trampled under Roman's feet. But Roman, who held the soul of the heavenly demon, had no reason to comfort a sulking child. He bluntly crushed that so-called dignity and pride, saying, "Let me ask you a question. In the process of working so hard to achieve your goal, did you ever once doubt the cultivation method you were using? What are you trying to say?" Roman began to speak his mind. Everyone must assume that a method passed down from generation to generation must be the right one. But is that really the truth? As I see it, this method is clearly flawed, so why does everyone stubbornly stick to it? Is it because they don't understand or don't realize it? Or is it because they're too trusting? The reason is simple. Because inheriting is the easiest way. This is the method that your predecessors have passed down through countless trials and failures. You won't suffer any losses, nor will you be criticized or scrutinized. I won't even mention the 10 years you've spent training, but but it's a fact that you've never once questioned their methods. That is why I'm mocking you. In this world, there is no absolute right answer. The method you have always blindly believed in is nothing more than the lingering thoughts of someone from the past. After speaking, Roman turned and walked away, leaving Chris standing there, stunned and empty. Roman had already thought it through. This path could make its owner's life miserable. After countless trials, when all that awaits is failure, they will have to endure the contempt, scorn, and alienation of others. But even so, change is necessary. Just as I did not follow my father's teachings and instead created my own martial arts techniques. The heavenly demon did it, and now Roman Dmitri will do the same. He said his farewell to Chris. It seems today's lesson is over. Chris suddenly called out to Roman. If that's the case. This made Roman pause for a moment. Can you show me what to do? The blood demon, a man who in the past could destroy an entire clan with his bare hands, a figure of immense influence in the Murim. He had fought Baek Jung-hyuk, and after a long battle, he had tasted defeat. But he had sincerely begged the one who defeated him for his teachings. That boy had chosen to swallow his pride to learn, chosen to cast aside his arrogance to become stronger. And this guy, he had some similarities to the blood demon. Roman smiled sinisterly. Very well. You want me to teach you how to become stronger? But I can't teach you right now, Chris said decisively. Then what do you want me to do? I'm just saying, you don't have to keep following the path you were taught. If I have to personally point things out to you, then you're no different from the choices you've made up until now. However, if you wish to comprehend it yourself, then for the next 6 months before I enlist, follow me and observe everything I do. Observe how I fight different enemies and become stronger. Observe the diverse combat methods I use. If you can still hold on after 10 years, I guarantee you'll find your answer. That night, Chris tossed and turned in his room, unable to escape his inner turmoil. Memories flooded back like a tide. The moment everyone was amazed when he first showed his talent, the teachings of Captain Jonathan over the years, and his praise and pride as he watched him grow day by day. Now he was a 2-star knight. But Roman's words quickly drowned everything else out. I won't even mention the 10 years you've spent training, but it's a fact that you've never once questioned their methods. That is why I'm mocking you. I will do it, Chris silently resolved. The next morning, Captain Jonathan's cry of astonishment echoed through his office. What? Chris, what did you say? Sir, I want to go to the battlefield with the young master. He wanted to become stronger. That was the decision Chris had made last night. Jonathan guessed something must have happened. Yes, the young man immediately replied. The two looked at each other in silence for a few seconds. Jonathan could feel the unwavering determination in the young man's eyes. Finally, Jonathan agreed. He allowed a soft sigh. All right, perhaps that's reason enough for you to walk this path on your own. From this day forward, you're no longer a member of the Dmitri Knights. But I hope that while you are out there, you will still pursue the goal of protecting the young master. Thank you, sir, Chris said sincerely. Jonathan was actually very happy inside. He said with a smile, It seems you're no longer the little boy who cried on the battlefield over his mother's death. Not anymore, sir. Jonathan had taken care of Chris since then, more like a father than a master. Thanks to you, I can be sure that if you're ready to follow the young master, I won't have to worry about him being called a fool anymore. Jonathan stood up, walked straight to the door, and said, Follow me. I think you'll need more equipment. Chris wondered what. Jonathan smiled and said, To survive on the battlefield, you need your own secret weapon, don't you? Hearing this, Chris's face lit up with joy. Thank you, sir. In this territory, all sorts of strange stories spread very quickly. People on the streets had already started talking. Did you hear? Young Master Roman really did take out the Blood Fawn gang himself. You think that's true? He's just a useless royal half-breed. From what I've heard, it seems to be true. Get out of here, that can't be real. It's definitely some kind of act staged by the Dmitri Knights. Kevin happened to overhear these words, and he was utterly astonished. Young Master Roman took out the Blood Fawn gang himself? Asterisk, he was able to take out that whole group with just a tree branch, so he could definitely handle the Blood Fawn gang on his own. Did he do all that just to keep his promise to me? Asterisk Kevin was moved to the verge of tears, but quickly composed himself. Asterisk, no. Why would he do something like that for someone like me? But he really did get rid of those thugs. Asterisk seeing the red-haired boy standing there in a daze. His co-workers shouted at him, Kevin, what are you doing, kid? If you want to go home early, focus on your work. Yes, I know. The sky gradually darkened. Kevin trudged along the stone-paved road, his mind racing. Asterisk, I won't be like the young master, someone strong enough to protect the people around me when they need it. There's still so many dangerous people out there like the Blood Fawn gang. I have to get stronger to protect my family. Asterisk. But how do I get stronger? If only I had the chance to meet the young master again. But how could someone like me be so lucky? Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice he would never forget called out his name. Kevin. The red-haired boy's pupils contracted, and he stammered. Kevin even dropped the crate of potatoes he had just received as payment to the ground. Igriega Young. Master, it's been a while, Roman said softly. Young Master Roman, what are you doing here? Oh no, before that, thank you so much. It's because of you that our family was able to get through this difficult time. Kevin said as he knelt on the ground, bowing his head respectfully. Roman said it was nothing and asked how he had been lately. Kevin immediately looked up, smiling as he replied, because the Blood Fawn gang was eliminated, my family has been able to live a stable life. I even found a job with Mr. Hans's help. Young master, you have no idea how grateful I am to you. To repay me, you can listen to my request, and through it, clarify your future goals, Roman proposed. A request. Kevin was quite surprised. Roman straightforwardly stated his terms. If you accept, you will no longer have to worry about your family situation. You will have a warm home, full meals, and enjoy a life of luxury instead of this line of work. I will give you those conditions. Roman made his offer. So, serve me. If you promise to be loyal to me, I will spare no expense to improve your life. Kevin felt as if he were hearing the whisper of an angel. He swallowed hard and, without much thought, immediately kowtowed forcefully. I swear my loyalty to the young master. If you want me to die, I will obey your command and die. If you send me to kill someone, no matter who the opponent is, I will do it. As long as you promise to protect my family, my life is yours. Roman frowned slightly, looking at the person before him and thinking, asterisk, a blood oath? This guy reminds me of a madman. With just one command, he would fight an army of hundreds. He wouldn't fall until the mission was complete. Asterisk. Asterisk, truly a madman. This guy will probably be the same. Asterisk. It seems coming here myself was not in vain. All right. From now on, he declared, you are my man, Kevin. Back at the Dimitri estate. So, Hans, Kevin is in your hands. Please help him adjust to life here. Yes, I understand. Kevin, I'll come visit you later. Take care. Yes, young master. Thank you, Kevin replied cheerfully. After giving his instructions, Roman said he was going to the library and to find him there if anything came up. The other two acknowledged, and they went their separate ways. Hans asked Kevin if he wanted a tour, and the boy seemed interested but shyly asked, is that really okay? The scene shifts to the Dimitri family library. Roman came here and found many books about cultivation in this world. Oranite, the path of the Oranite. To become an Oranite, you must first be able to awaken your aura, which is the sign that you have become a 1-star Oranite. To become a 2-star Oranite, you must be able to cut through hard steel with your aura. The intensity and power of your aura will determine your rank. Once you become a 3-star Oranite, you will surpass the understanding of ordinary people and receive special treatment within the kingdom. Currently, there is one 6-star Oranite on the Salamander continent, but there have been no legends of anyone reaching the 7th level so far. Even the top knights have not all reached the 6th level. Knights in the 6-star rank. I've already confirmed the power of a 2-star knight with Chris. Even Jonathan, who is currently a 3-star knight, is only equivalent to a second-rate martial artist. Someone who reaches the 6-star rank would possess abilities far beyond ordinary people. The flames erupting from their blades can reach a range of 10 meters. Their destructive power is on a completely different level. Currently, it's said that only 12 people have reached the 6-star threshold. Regardless of nationality or race, they are treated like royalty. They are called the 12 Swords of the Continent. From all the information I have so far, they seem to be very powerful individuals. The fact that they could reach this level without knowing how to use their power efficiently proves their talent. There are also mages here, similar to Taoists who use magic. Those who reach the 7th circle are given a title. They are considered demigods, able to walk through battlefields and disasters, waiting for an opportunity to strike. A single one of their spells can level the ground and obscure the sky. When operating in groups, they are even more dangerous than a 6-star Oranite. Magic is an ability that did not exist in the Murim. Now I know what I have to do. I have to fight these people to understand the situation clearly. However, that old man Dmitri rarely takes risks, and the fact that I can't predict what will happen makes the situation even more dangerous. Even so, I will absolutely not stand still like everyone else. I must accumulate experience to ensure I can live a full life. This is going to be interesting, he thought with excitement. Now, let's start preparing. The scene shifts again to an abandoned warehouse. Hans pushes the door open from the outside. Here it is, young master. Roman asked him what this place was used for before. This was the former Count's workshop. He strictly forbade outsiders from entering, to the point where not even air could get in. Roman nodded in satisfaction. This place is perfect for a training ground. I'll be in this workshop for the next week. I don't need food or anything else. But you must not let anyone in, he said seriously. Also giving an order, remember this well. Unless my life is in danger, no one is allowed to come near me. Yes, young master. After their conversation, Hans left. Now only Roman was left alone in the empty room. Looking at what he was stepping on, he thought to himself, asterisk straw? It seems Hans spread straw here. While I appreciate his thoughtfulness, it actually just makes the flow of chi more irregular. Asterisk after some tidying up. The pile of straw was moved to one side. Roman sat cross-legged and began the process of sensing the flow of chi. He closed his eyes tightly, entering a state of unprecedented concentration. So far, I've only managed to channel a little bit of mana. To use the Heavenly Demon Heart art perfectly, I must start from the very first step. Heavenly Demon Heart art. First stage, human. The operational procedure, deeply ingrained in his consciousness, helped the soul in Roman's body quickly find the key in the air and begin to absorb it. I must purify all the impurities in this body. Looking at Roman's face with veins popping out, it was clear the process was excruciatingly painful. Blood began to flow from all 7 of his orifices at once. The flow of mana that should have been circulating in Roman's body was now stagnant. The impurities in this body are much more than in a normal teenager. Asterisk, but since I anticipated this would happen, I've gathered as much necessary mana as possible to perform this first step. I must restore my original power. Once I've decided to live my whole life here, I must have the strength to protect everything I possess. Asterisk. Entering the human stage is just the beginning. A week later, at the main hall of the Dmitri estate, 2 people arrived. The butler led them into the guest room. So, please wait here for a moment. I will go prepare some tea and snacks right away. Baron Lawrence and Lady Flora. Where is Roman? He asked. Sir, the young master is a bit busy at the moment. Looking at the empty room, the Baron let out a soft sigh. Sigh, I really did decide to visit in a hurry, without thinking much about the consequences. But as expected, they don't want us here. It seems we have no choice but to wait. Come on, sit down, daughter. Yes. Father. Flora looked up when called and answered timidly. Yes, father. He said, we decided to come here to apologize for the mistake we made. So, watch your words. She bowed her head, saying she understood. Back to over a week ago at the Lawrence estate. What? You already went and broke off the engagement. She bowed her head and admitted. During my last visit, I decided to tell him what I was thinking. I really wanted to listen to you, father. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized I couldn't marry someone I have absolutely no respect for. Flora, the Baron roared in anger. He held his head in his hands, disappointment clear on his face. And here I was thinking you were a smart child. I never thought you'd do something like this. Do you have any idea what's happening to our territory? The Bacco family has decided to borrow a huge sum of money from the bank. Do you know what that means? It means that now all they need to do is prepare to go to war. Arranging a marriage with House Dmitri is something that must be done. The only ones who can stand up to the Bacco family are them. And yet you, how dare you? Flora retorted. Our Lawrence family isn't that weak, father. Does this mean that without the Dmitri family, we don't stand a chance? The Baron sighed. If it were just the Bacco family alone, perhaps there would still be a chance. But the central government has accepted their vague paperwork and orders, and has lent the Bacco family money without any requirements, which proves one thing. This is no longer just a war between 2 families. The ones who put power into the Bacco family's hands are the ones who want our family to fall. Because now they have a legitimate reason. They will find every way to set us up and annex everything we have. Our territory, our honor. And even you, the one known as the flower of the Lawrence family. The Baron's words echoed endlessly in Flora's mind. She was filled with self-reproach. Asterisk, I already knew the current situation of our territory, and I knew Father's reasoning for making that decision. I knew everything. And yet, for my own selfish reasons, I decided to throw it all away. Wake up. If I keep clinging to the pride of being the flower of House Lawrence, there will be nothing left. Asterisk time passed until evening. Hans paced back and forth in front of Roman's room. So, what should I do? When will the young master come out? Baron Lawrence and his daughter have been waiting here since this morning, and now it's sunset. They look very displeased. But since the young master said that for any reason, no one is allowed to disturb him, I can't. But still, just then, the door to the room was finally opened from the inside. He said joyfully, "Young master, you're finally out." Young master. His face turned to horror, his voice losing control. In the guest room, Baron Lawrence and his daughter had finished their tea. He was starting to lose his patience from waiting for so long. Asterisk, I resolved to do this, and it's all Flora's fault. For the survival of House Lawrence, I must ensure this marriage goes through smoothly. Asterisk. But even so, this is unacceptable. Seeing him suddenly stand up, Flora called out worriedly, "Father!" Baron Lawrence's face darkened. He strode toward the door and said, "I'll go find Baron Dimitri myself." At that moment, Baron Romero was handling paperwork in his study. A few knocks sounded before Flora's father burst through the door, his voice booming. "Baron Dimitri, what are you doing, keeping your guests waiting for so long? If you're displeased with us, you could have just turned us away. I never thought the Dimitri family could be so heartless." Romero frowned, his expression souring. He placed his quill back in its inkwell and replied slowly, "I understand your point, but did you have an appointment with Roman?" Baron Lawrence explained. I know he came unannounced, but we expressed our desire to meet with him a week ago. We had no other choice, as he refused our request and then disappeared without a word. If he had intended to refuse our visit from the start, we wouldn't feel so humiliated. But this, Baron Dimitri said coldly. "Do you think I can refuse a visit from Baron? Was this all you wanted to say? You came all this way just to tell me you're angry because you had to wait for half a day." The day Flora Lawrence visited the Dimitri estate, Roman told me of his intention to annul their engagement. Though I had no choice but to scold him, even a 3-year-old could figure out what happened. Flora Lawrence was the very reason my boy wanted to call off this arranged marriage. I knew, but I still didn't question him. When I think about his reasons for wanting to do something, I have no choice but to remain silent and ignore what he tells me. We are all victims of an unwanted arranged marriage. The Lawrences were the ones who wanted to arrange the marriage first. And yet Baron Lawrence believes his anger is justified, simply because he had to wait a long time, even though we didn't want to see him in the first place. And he has forgotten his own fault. Romero's voice rose, his face contorted with absolute fury. He slammed his fist on the desk, knocking over the inkwell. "And yet you still decided to come here and complain to me." His words were like a shout directly in the faces of the Lawrences. But he was right. In this matter, they were the ones in the wrong. The atmosphere instantly froze, becoming incredibly tense and suffocating. Romero continued, "About a month ago, I received a message from House Bacco. If we had decided to proceed with an arranged marriage with them instead of House Lawrence, they would have given us an opportunity to connect with the central government and a portion of the Lawrence territory. Even so, I decided to refuse the Bacco family's offer. Do you know why I did that, Baron?" Baron Lawrence, his face a mask of confusion, asked, "Why would you refuse such an offer? From your perspective, accepting the Bacco family's offer would have been more advantageous." Romero answered with complete confidence. "The reason is simple. Because Dimitri is strong enough. We decided to do as we pleased, simply because the eldest son of House Dimitri had eyes only for the flower of House Lawrence. For that reason alone, we decided to stand against the Bacco family." At this, Baron Lawrence calmed down. He realized his recent behavior had been a grave mistake. I should have remained calm, yet I let a moment of anger lead me to this blunder. What should I do now? Baron Romero crossed his arms and said, "The flower of House Lawrence and the fool of House Dimitri. We know the two of them are not a good match, but you should remember what the Dimitri family name means. When the surname Dimitri was added after the name Roman, his value changed. Most importantly, the ones who were looking forward to this marriage were not us, but you, the Lawrence family. Am I wrong?" Every word Romero spoke was the truth. Flora was so ashamed she couldn't even lift her head to look at him. She suddenly recalled a memory from her childhood. "I remember my days at the academy. It was a place where the children of nobles studied and built connections. Back then, there was a minor family, so small their very worth was in question, a family with nothing but an empty title, the Joels. In a world where all the children thought of themselves as treasures, Joel was an exception. One day, Joel made a small mistake. When the children of prestigious families made mistakes, it was nothing, but for Joel, they convened an entire disciplinary committee. As I watched the teachers scolding him for his error, a man who seemed to be his father appeared and apologized. He cast aside all his pride, begging them to forgive his son and promising to discipline him. And I, standing behind them and watching, thought how pathetic it was. Yes, that's what I thought at the time. Thinking back on it now, she felt ridiculous. The father beside her was bowing his head in the exact same way. As the head of House Lawrence, I have no more words to say. My daughter was thoughtless and has made a great mistake. I should have apologized from the very beginning. I hope you can forgive my arrogance and understand my situation. Flora pressed her lips together. The image of the Joels seared into her mind. They were weak then, but who did I sympathize with? Isn't the Lawrence family in the same position now? This is a world where the weak must bow to the strong. She followed her father's example, bowing her head sincerely. Baron Dmitri, I beg. Suddenly, a guard's loud shout came from outside the door. My lord, young Master Roman has arrived. As the study door opened, Flora realized it was too late. The man she had come all this way to reject and humiliate now carried himself with an incredibly calm demeanor. A powerful aura, and most importantly, his brand new platinum hair made him devastatingly handsome. Roman Dmitri, she breathed his name. He didn't respond, instead looking directly at Baron Dmitri and saying, Father, I came to see you. You're here. It wasn't just the two of them. Even Romero was astonished. He stared blankly for a few seconds before asking, Have you finished your training? Yes, Roman replied. Good. Then we will talk about what's happened with you later, son. For now, the Lawrence family is here to discuss the engagement. Since this matter originally stemmed from your decision, as the head of House Dmitri, and as your father, I will follow your wishes. I understand you perfectly. With that, he turned his gaze to where Flora was standing. I am, of course, well aware of what a marriage between our two houses would bring. As Roman spoke, he pulled a handkerchief from his breast pocket and wiped the spilled ink from the desk. With the Bacco family threatening House Lawrence, the power of House Dmitri could ensure their safety. So, do you still wish to proceed with this marriage? Romero asked. Yes. At the time, I believed that decision had value. However, on the first day I met her, after she voiced her thoughts on this marriage, my own thoughts changed. They must have heard the rumors about the Dmitri family's fool. She must have thought she couldn't possibly marry someone like that. The rumors decided the final outcome. Regardless of how others judge Roman Dmitri, I hope to spend my life with someone who judges me only by what they see with their own eyes. Therefore, I do not wish to change anything. I want to end this marriage. With his tone and words so firm, Baron Lawrence knew that this was truly the end. This marriage was the last card that could have saved House Lawrence. They were already dissatisfied. No other family would accept this engagement now. We have to solve these problems. With the current strength of House Lawrence, no. If Dmitri and Bacco decide to join forces, we won't even have the ability to resist them. If I can at least prevent that from happening. At this thought, he immediately bowed a full 90 degrees and spoke. Everything that has happened is the fault of House Lawrence. We will make absolutely no demands on account of these mistakes. Though this small sum is nothing to the master of an iron mine, I hope it can, in some small way, express our apology for the incident between our houses. Baron Romero, of course, guessed Baron Lawrence's intentions. He said, there is no need for that. As a member of the Dmitri family, when discussing potential future issues, I will not mention your choice. Please inform the public that Flora Lawrence has had to annul the engagement for personal reasons. That way, Dmitri will have no reason to cooperate with the Bacco family. Hearing this, Baron Lawrence finally let out a sigh of relief. I sincerely thank you. Truly, thank you so much. They left after that. There was no point in staying any longer. Baron Lawrence looked back with regret at the man who had almost become his son-in-law. Roman Dmitri, if I had known his worth sooner, I would have advised Flora not to make such a hasty decision. I, too, have made a great mistake. What a pity, what a pity. The study door closed. Now, only the Dmitri father and son remained. Son, he called. Yes, father. What in the world has happened to you this past week? For an entire week, he had stayed in the storehouse, training by expelling all the impurities from his body to enter the mortal body realm. In the mortal body realm, the body must be prepared to become a heavenly demon practitioner. Although this was nothing in the martial world, in this world, the absolute energy that exists in nature made purging the impurities from Roman's body incredibly important. If they weren't removed, even if he laid a foundation for this body, it would significantly affect his future speed and achievements. Roman thought, the change in my appearance is proof that I am completely different from before. But it's also very difficult to explain. He said, Father, I have gained knowledge in the process of self-cultivation. Though I don't remember the specific details, I believe that energy has begun to flow throughout my body. Romero was startled to hear this. Did you just say energy flow? Energy flow is a phenomenon where natural energy circulates within the body, thereby enhancing physical abilities. This only occurs in a very small number of people. Roman, the Dmitri family's fool, had accomplished incredible things, including defeating the Blood Fawn gang. He began to mature at a rate far beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. Even so, it doesn't change the fact that he is my son. Having thought it through, Romero immediately praised him. As expected of my son, as your father, I will certainly lend you a hand when you need it. So, never forget, your name is Roman Dmitri, and I, Romero Dmitri, will always be behind you, supporting you. The soul within the young man's body momentarily recalled the arduous years in a martial world. That period of his youth was truly miserable. Back then, his father, the heavenly demon, always looked down on this son of his. Stupid brat. That was his assessment of Bai Zhangyi. It was truly an unhappy memory. Now, he had a father who wasn't cold, wasn't cruel, and who unconditionally supported his son. Bai Zhangyi felt a sensation he had never experienced before. Family. It's not so bad. He smiled and thanked Roman's father, then took his leave. The moment he stepped out the door, he ran into a familiar person waiting outside. Flora. She had been standing there for a while, her head bowed low. I'm truly sorry. I judged you too hastily, causing a great deal of trouble for both our families. There's no need to apologize. His attitude was cold as he turned to leave. Roman did this because he had no intention of continuing this arranged marriage. She still tried to follow him, wanting to say a few more words. I understand why you're angry. Even though this was an arranged marriage that neither of us agreed to, the fact that I went back on my word is undeniable. However, I still want to take this opportunity to tell you something. The truth is, I had a specific reason for calling off the engagement. Something happened at a social gathering hosted by the noble families of the Northeast region. There were rumors that I was to be engaged to a member of the Dmitri family, and those rumors began to spread rapidly, even worse than usual. There, I heard that Roman Dmitri was actually addicted to opium. Opium corrodes a person's reason and intellect. I thought you should know that. Although I now know they were wrong. At the time, I couldn't ignore them, so Roman was beginning to lose his patience. He whipped his head around, not even looking at her as he said, nothing that happened can change our current relationship, so you don't need to worry about it anymore. Flora stood there, watching his retreating back, with nothing left to hold him back. That night, in his study, Roman sipped the tea Hans had brought him while pondering what Flora had said during the day. Opium, they said? I don't feel any opium circulating in this body. Although there were signs of drug use for suicide, after I completed my cultivation process, those drugs were completely expelled. Hans. Yes, young master. Have you ever seen me use opium? Or has there been any situation that made you suspect I was using it? This blunt question startled Hans. Roman repeated seriously, I'm not joking with you. I just want to use this time to review the choices I've made so far. Not based on your own memories, but from an outsider's perspective. He can think that far ahead? Hans thought to himself. Although I have never seen it with my own eyes, there was a time when I found the young master's behavior quite odd. Oh, when was that? He asked. About a month ago, the young master had just returned from a social gathering. It wasn't anything particularly noteworthy, but when you returned, you seemed to be in a very strange state. Immediately after that, you seemed to lose the will to live, holding yourself up in your room, needing a great deal of alcohol every night. That's why I thought perhaps the young master had come into contact with opium at that party. As for whether you might have smoked opium, looking at it now, the possibility is very small. Roman recalled Flora saying she heard that rumor at the party hosted by the noble families of the Northeast region. Hans, do you know who hosted that party? It was the eldest son of the Bacco family. His name is Anthony Bacco. Putting the clues together, the soul of Bai Zhanghe began to ponder. Roman gets engaged to House Lawrence, then is invited to a social gathering hosted by House Bacco, which suddenly changes his mental state. After returning, he decides to end his own life. There are some things about Roman's death that have always bothered me. In the suicide note Roman left, the only thing mentioned was that he had to go to the battlefield in place of his two younger brothers, and that he was terrified of what was to come. That's it. However, when this happened to Roman, he was already engaged to Flora. And married nobles have many ways to avoid going to the battlefield. But he chose to commit suicide just because he was afraid of war? It seems I've missed something. Ants. Do Anthony Bacco and I seem to be close? Well, young master, no one in particular spends time with you. But lately you seem to be having difficulties. The more he thought, the more he saw the holes in this story, holes that the fear of conscription mentioned in the suicide note couldn't fill. The time of the marriage talks with House Lawrence began. The marriage between Dimitri and Lawrence was a major obstacle for the Bacco family. What they wanted most was to control the Lawrence lands. And the simplest way to solve this problem was to stop it before the marriage began. They had to do something to Roman by any means necessary, and that led to Roman's suicide. Well, young master, actually a few days ago, we received an invitation from the Bacco family. The Bacco family sent me an invitation? Yes. Unfortunately, it was right around the time you were in seclusion. How should I handle it? Roman smiled a sinister smile. They're so shameless. No, it's not just that. They know me too well. Either way, it's a nuisance. When is the party? Exactly 2 weeks from now. Young master, inform the Bacco family that I will be attending their party. 2 weeks later, in a private residence within Roman's mansion. Hans led Kevin inside. The young master is waiting for you in there. Yes, thank you. He didn't forget to add. Also, don't be too surprised by the young master's change in appearance. Kevin replied, a little surprised, but quickly accepted. Yes, I understand. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Young master, you called for me? Kevin. Yes. The young man, despite being forewarned, couldn't help but be startled when he saw Roman's face. So the change he mentioned was the young master's entire aura. How have things been lately? Roman asked. Kevin quickly replied, yes, young master. I've gotten used to everything, thanks to Mr. Hans's help. But, he hesitated. Roman wanted an answer immediately. But what? I've been thinking. What exactly is my role here? I'm not sure what I can do for you, young master. I understand you told me to live for you, but I just don't understand what an ordinary person like me can actually do. Roman spoke, revealing his role. When the time is right, I will use you as my sword. Your sword? Kevin was bewildered, unable to believe his ears. Roman clarified, however, I am not one to force or decide another's path. So I give you 3 paths for you to choose yourself. First, give up on becoming a sword. If you are afraid of holding a sword and shedding blood, you don't have to become my sword, but you will become my subordinate. You can learn from Hans, just do as he says. That will become your role. Second, become my sword and protect me right by my side. But, young master, I've never touched a sword or anything like it before, Kevin said, lacking confidence. Roman replied nonchalantly, that is the situation. That is also why, if you decide to take the second path, I will use a method of torture to test your will. Torture? Kevin was growing more and more confused. What do you mean, shattering your 4 limbs? A method that will bring excruciating pain, where the practitioner's bones and muscles will be crushed. This is not just empty talk, but these words will support your desire to prove your own worth. Roman drew the sword from its sheath, tossed it on the ground in front of Kevin, and continued, finally, pick up this sword and cut off your own hand. When you're the one inflicting the wound, you must see it through to the end. That is how you can grow stronger at a pace no one else can match. Even the mad demon, who was once a wanderer on the streets, became one of the heavenly kings through sheer force of will. So what about you, Kevin? He wondered, reassuring himself. Whatever you choose, I can certainly make use of you. And how I use you will be determined by your own decision. Outside the Dimitri castle, in a dilapidated hovel on the verge of collapse. I, Kevin, have known nothing but hardship since the day I was born. I had to work just to survive. Thanks to the people who cared for me and helped me when I needed it, I learned how to do a little bit of everything. And yet, my life never went anywhere. No matter how hard I tried, someone was always there to steal the fruits of my labor. Such is the life of the weak. That's why I can't let myself forget what I saw. That unbelievable power. Cut off your own hand. I don't understand how it will help me. But if it means I can become stronger, if I can escape this life at the bottom, if I can learn the power the young master showed me, if I can finally break free from the life that has taken everything from me, I'll do it, Kevin said, his voice firm. Roman stood watching, his eyes as still and deep as a bottomless lake. Kevin gripped the sword with his right hand and laid the blade across his left wrist. Mustering every ounce of courage he possessed, he prepared to bring it down. His arm trembled uncontrollably, a primal fear seizing his body. But the thought of returning to his old life was even more terrifying. With a roar, under Roman's piercing gaze, Kevin swung the sword with all his might, aiming straight for his own arm. At the same time, Chris was taking a solitary walk around the estate, lost in thought. Am I really serious about this? I left the knights to follow the young master, and the first thing he does is go into seclusion for a week. Sigh. He spotted Hans up ahead and called out, Hans. Vice Captain Chris, what is it? I heard the young master is out of seclusion. Where is he? The young master is currently speaking with Kevin. He instructed me not to let anyone disturb them. Who's Kevin? Back in the training yard. The sword was now slick with blood. With a wet thud, the left arm fell to the ground. Kevin trembled, a constant stream of agonized moans escaping his lips. He collapsed to the ground, face down, and passed out. Roman stood over him, his expression unreadable. Time passed, and evening fell. Wait, young master. Hans noticed the blood on the sword, and his voice filled with alarm. When were you injured? There's blood on this blade. It's nothing to worry about. I'm fine. Hans was still frantic. But it's not my blood, Roman interrupted. A strange smile played on his lips. The very instant Kevin was about to sever his own hand, I cast an illusion. The demon's temptation. I tested him by trapping him in a phantom world. The moment he swung that sword, even before the illusion took hold. What a ruthless kid. If the spell had been any weaker, he might have actually cut his arm off. 2 weeks until the party. 6 months until the war. There is much to teach. The next morning, in Roman's private training yard, Roman's voice echoed from within. The magic reinforcement technique I'm about to teach you is incredibly dangerous. You're going to teach me magic reinforcement? Kevin asked, shocked. Yes, Roman replied. This isn't some common technique. It's the soul sanctity art, an ancient martial art once used by the mad demon, hidden away in the demon tower's treasury. It's a perilous art that eats away at the user's soul, forcing them to wield power through excruciating pain. Even if your limbs are severed, your will must never falter. The mad demon was useful to me, and I endured that agony to master this art. If he was willing to cut off his own hand, then he has the aptitude to learn this. With that thought, Roman said bluntly, as you progress in this art, the pain you endure will only grow more intense. Despite that, I have my reasons for teaching you this. It's the fastest way to teach someone who doesn't even know the basics of magic. If you can master this art, you'll have the power to protect everything you care about. Kevin's eyes lit up, filled with gratitude. He saved me, destroyed the Blood Fawn gang, and now he's teaching me magic. That is, young master. I don't know how to express my gratitude for everything you've done for me. But, young master, why do you trust me so much? I swore my life to you, but I haven't done anything to prove myself. I could just run away after I learn this art. I want to know why you have so much faith in me. It's just, Roman gave him a cryptic smile. Just because, he said vaguely. Just because of what? Kevin pressed, desperate for an answer. But Roman ignored him. We'll begin training tomorrow. Get some rest today. Roman didn't answer. Because the feeling came from his past life. The reason I could trust him? Come to think of it, the mad demon asked me the same question. But don't misunderstand. I only place my faith in someone when I am absolutely certain of them. And Kevin, you will never betray me. Because once you grow stronger, you will understand just how dangerous it is to betray the heavenly demon. Another early morning in the Dimitri training yard. Under Roman's watchful eye, Kevin began his training with a wooden sword. The fundamentals are the key to every movement. Each form must be executed with precision. Don't lose focus. Yes, sir, Kevin shouted. Nearby, Chris sat observing them. He let out a bored yawn. I don't get why he's teaching swordsmanship to some random kid. And why isn't he teaching me anything? I thought following him would be a shortcut to getting stronger. It's like he doesn't even see me. I'd be better off just swinging a sword next to my master. Should I just beg him to take me back? This feeling of helplessness is unbearable. Whatever. I'll just wait and see. The next day passed, and the day after that, and the day after that. Chris remained alone, sitting on that wooden crate, doing nothing. Damn it. He threw his gloves on the ground in a fit of rage, stood up, and marched over. Young Master Roman, it has been 2 weeks since I pledged to follow you. The first week was wasted while you train alone. Now, you've been ignoring me to train Kevin. If this is because I lost to you, then I sincerely apologize. So please, teach me as well. I'm confident I can learn anything you have to teach. Roman looked at him as if he were an idiot. Haven't I already told you? Just observe me and learn. Chris still couldn't understand. You mean literally just watch you and learn from that? Everyone learns differently. With that, Roman turned and walked to a corner of the yard. Kevin knows nothing, so I must guide him from the very beginning until he reaches a certain level. But you are different. No matter what I teach you, you will only force yourself to learn what defeated you, rather than trying to understand it. So, you want me to just keep watching you? No, Roman replied almost instantly, picking up a wooden sword for himself. Then, Roman tossed the wooden training sword to Chris. What do you mean by this? Why a wooden sword? Roman proposed. You need a result you can accept. Let's do this. Fight Kevin. And in this duel, even though he's your opponent, I will guide him on how to defeat you. In essence, Kevin will be my proxy. If you still believe you're right after this is over, then I will teach you myself. I have to fight a knight, Kevin asked nervously. Chris felt a sharp sting to his pride. He wants me to fight this rookie? What the hell does this bastard take me for? Chris, accept my terms. I understand. Right here and now, I'll show you that I'm not someone to be trifled with. And so, a seemingly one-sided duel began. A 2-star Aura Knight versus a commoner who had only been training with a sword for a week. Kevin was still anxious. Young master, fighting a 2-star Knight. Isn't that a bit? Roman reassured him. I know you're at a disadvantage, but what do you have to lose if you fail? Nothing at all, Kevin answered without hesitation. Exactly. Remember, there are countless people in this world stronger than you. The Bloodfawn gang used force to oppress your family, and Chris is eager to beat you down. There's no difference. Are you going to do nothing every time? Those words seemed to strike a nerve in Kevin. His resolve hardened instantly. I'll do it. Seeing his opponent's attitude, Chris's anger flared. This is so irritating. I can't believe I have to fight this rookie. What's with that look in his eyes, like he actually has a chance to win? Does Roman really think he can tame me with a single duel? Whether this is a sparring match or not, I refuse to lose to someone who's only been training for a week. The moment Roman signaled for the match to begin, Chris exploded forward, closing the distance and seizing the initiative. Kevin struggled to parry the blow, immediately feeling the overwhelming difference in their strength. The two wooden swords clashed with a sharp crack. Chris put more force into his strike, batting Kevin's sword aside, and followed up with a vicious kick to the stomach. Kevin stumbled backward. His body hit the ground hard. Seeing this, Chris raised an eyebrow. What a mess. But I guess that's to be expected from a novice. I was expecting something a little different, but Roman just stood by and watched. I don't know what the hell is going on, but all I have to do is crush him, and then I'll get my training. A gentle breeze swept through the yard, the bright sun illuminating the scene. Roman remained still, silently watching Chris beat Kevin to a pulp. He was beaten until he coughed up blood, his entire body screaming in pain as he collapsed to his knees. Looking at his opponent's pathetic state, Chris felt a pang of pity. I'm surprised you've lasted this long. For a commoner with no aura, you've done well. But I suggest you give up. Don't get cocky just because you blocked a few hits. I haven't even been using my full strength. I could end this easily, but watching you torture yourself like this isn't any fun. It's just a sparring match. Kevin didn't answer. He just silently forced himself back to his feet. Seeing this, Chris frowned, a flicker of annoyance on his face. I'm warning you one last time. If we continue, you could get seriously hurt. Suddenly, Kevin began to laugh, the sound growing louder and louder. Roman smirked, while Chris just stared, completely bewildered. I will fight until the end, Kevin declared. The scene flashes back to the moment the two prepare to face off. As soon as the signal was given, defend with your sword in front. Chris will launch a surprise attack. A mysterious voice echoed in Kevin's head, the same one from before. Just as the voice finished, Chris charged. Kevin successfully blocked the first strike, shocking his opponent. The voice spoke again. Take one step to the side, then aim for Chris's chest, right as he's about to kick you. Kevin tried to follow the instruction, but he fumbled and took a wrong step. For someone of Chris's caliber, It was an easy opening to exploit. Kevin was struck by the kick, unable to counter, just as the mysterious voice had predicted. That's how you got knocked down. Get up, Kevin, the voice urged. This voice, is it the young master? This is sound transmission, a method of sending one's voice using mana. I will use this to guide you. Sound transmission. You can do that with mana? A look of pure astonishment crossed his face. Dodge right, Roman commanded. This time, Kevin reacted quickly enough, evading Chris's slash. A look of surprise flashed across Chris's face. How did I miss? Turn and aim for his left chest. Kevin complied, swinging his wooden sword in a counterattack. But Chris lashed out with another kick, catching Kevin in the stomach and sending him flying. Kevin stumbled a few steps before clutching his stomach and falling to his knees. Damn it! He was wide open, but my swing was too slow. Block the overhead attack, Roman instructed again. Kevin scrambled to his feet, barely managing to block the strike in the nick of time. That was close. Dodge right. The commands were coming too fast. Kevin couldn't keep up and took the hit. Chris's left knee sent him crashing to the ground. Watching his opponent groan in pain, Chris began to notice something was off. This kid is putting up more of a fight than I expected. Watching from the sidelines, Roman could see that Kevin was no match for Chris. His body can't keep up with my instructions. Still, this situation is quite interesting, isn't it? Roman smiled smugly. This makes it a challenge. With guidance in his head, Kevin fought back with renewed confidence. Young Master Roman is in complete control. Even though he's a 2-star knight, his movements are exactly as the young master predicts. The problem is my body. If I could just follow the young master's instructions perfectly, I would have beaten him long ago. It's like the young master is controlling a puppet. He's just toying with Knight Chris. Dodge right, then counter forward. Kevin was slowly starting to match the rhythm of the commands, but he was still just a little too slow. Kevin's counter thrust only grazed Chris's side, while Chris landed a solid punch to Kevin's face. The young man with the center-parted hair felt more and more that something was wrong. I'm clearly giving him my all, but he always manages to dodge at the last second, and even counterattacks. Could it all be a coincidence? Despite the beating he was taking, Kevin's fighting spirit never wavered, because for a single moment, he had almost landed a blow. Even Chris, known as the greatest genius of the Dmitri family, can't stand against the young master's true power. This is the level of young Master Roman. He is the one I will forever revere as my true master. No matter how absurd his orders, I must follow them without question. If someone like me can become his sword, then my will is the only answer. Kevin raised his sword above his head and continued the fight. That was why Kevin had laughed. Chris felt mocked, and his anger quickly boiled over. You arrogant bastard, do you really think you can beat me? If that's what you want, then I'll be happy to oblige. Chris roared, charging forward. From now on, every time you look at your mangled arm, you will regret this. At that moment, Kevin received another instruction. Step forward and attack with all your strength. The unexpected counterattack startled Chris. He quickly dodged to the right, narrowly avoiding the blow. I can't believe he just stepped forward. Roman continued his commands. Not yet. Turn and attack. Kevin lunged forward without a moment's hesitation. Chris sneered internally. You think I'll fall for such a slow and wide attack? Your whole body is one big opening. As a look of shock crossed Chris's face, the scene was captured by Roman's eyes, because Kevin had dodged his slash. Kevin put every ounce of his strength into the attack. A beautiful mid-level horizontal slash, Roman thought. As Chris let out a hot breath, he lowered his center of gravity, his posture identical to when Roman had dodged his aura blade. The same move at the same moment that had defeated Kevin. The outcome was already decided. Roman watched silently from the corner of the yard. He swung his sword to dodge the blow. He must have guessed the lunge was just a feint. The young man with the center-parted hair stared at Kevin on the ground in disbelief. What a tough bastard. Has he really only been training for a week? Roman walked over. You won. As promised, starting tomorrow, if you still desire it so badly, I will teach you myself. The choice is yours. With that, he lifted Kevin to take him for treatment. Back in his room, Chris let out a self-deprecating laugh. He tossed his training clothes onto the bed. Why did I even agree to that fight? I gained nothing from winning, wasted my time, and almost lost in the end. That final move Kevin used, it was exactly the same as when I sparred with Roman. I've replayed that day in my head 100 times. If I hadn't had that experience with Roman, would I have been able to beat Kevin without using my aura? Ha, how pathetic. Did I really grow that much from a single experience? The next day, in the Dmitri family's training yard, Roman's voice rang out, asking Chris, "So what will you do?" "I don't need any instruction," Chris replied. "I will find my own path to strength by following in your footsteps." After a sleepless night, Chris had come to a realization. He had grown stronger from a single sparring match. Every decision Kevin had made in that situation was the right one. Chris had thought Roman wasn't teaching him, but he was wrong. Just trying to understand Roman's decisions had filled his mind with lessons. Come to think of it, it was as if he was guiding Kevin and teaching me at the same time. Young Master Roman, no. Master Roman is no longer the failure I once knew. I don't know what happened, but he has reached a level that not even Captain Jonathan could touch. What he said about observing and learning, it meant I had to discover the lessons myself while following him. If that's the case, then until the day I can surpass you, I will observe and learn everything from you. Chris stepped forward, filled with a new sense of purpose and conviction. This time, he seriously observed every single one of Roman's actions. As for Roman himself, he didn't seem to mind having some guy staring at him. Let's continue training. Another week quickly passed. The day of a social gathering hosted by the Bacco family had arrived. A week before the party, a certain topic was being hotly debated on every street in Dmitri, big and small, regardless of social class. Have you heard? What is it? It's about Roman Dmitri. I heard his engagement with House Lawrence was called off. Apparently, it was the Lawrence family's fault, according to the Baron's announcement. That's just an excuse. He probably saw that Dmitri idiot and felt sorry for his precious daughter. But to call off the engagement, right when a war with House Bacco is about to break out, that can only mean that the eldest son of House Dmitri is even worse than the rumors say. But I also heard that he defeated the Bloodfangs. Come on, do you really believe that? They probably made that up to save face after being rejected. Regarding this matter, of course, the Bacco family was the most delighted. From a room in the Bacco mansion, a hearty laugh rang out. "Ahaha, I can't believe Roman actually called off the engagement. He's so easy to manipulate." Has Roman agreed to attend the upcoming party? The butler bowed and replied, "Yes. We have received a reply from House Dmitri confirming their attendance." Good, good. Everything is going very smoothly, the man named Anthony Bacco, the eldest son of Viscount Bacco, said. "I'm really looking forward to next week. It's been a long time since I've been this excited for a party. It's going to be something to look forward to." On the day of the party, at the Dmitri estate, Roman raised an eyebrow, his expression thoughtful. "Hans, do I really have to wear this?" What he was referring to was a set of European noble formal wear, the collar adorned with tacky, sparkling decorations. Hans said, "This is your first official appearance after calling off the engagement. I can't let you dress too sloppily. Let me tell you, this outfit was made by a famous designer in the capital, using fabric that is la 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 la." Hans went on and on about the splendor of the outfit, but Roman seemed uninterested. Seeing this, Hans said dejectedly, "But I'm sure you won't wear this masterpiece, will you?" "But I put my heart and soul into it." Seeing how pitiful he looked, Roman chuckled wryly and said, "All right, I'll wear it." "Haha, I knew you'd say that." Outside the door, Chris was fully armed and waiting. He kept tapping his foot, seeming very impatient. Why is Kevin so late? At this rate, the young master will be here before him. I'm sorry. Kevin's breathless voice came from a distance. "I'm still not used to wearing armor." Looking at the shabby equipment on the other person, Chris shook his head in exasperation. "Ew, how did you end up like this?" "Because there was no armor that fit me, not even at the blacksmith's." Chris actually felt a pang of shame, remembering the battle from a few days ago. Even though that guy had the young master's help, he couldn't believe he almost lost to someone like that. This helmet is too loose," Kevin fumbled. "Isn't this annoying?" "Listen carefully," Chris said seriously. "We are both the Lord's attendants, and also the face of House Dmitri. It's no exaggeration to say that his reputation will be determined by our actions. There can be no careless behavior. You must be extremely careful with your words and actions." Kevin also took it very seriously. "Yes, I will remember that, Sir Knight." Being called Sir Knight made Chris's face light up, and he became unusually friendly. All right, if you don't understand anything, just ask me." "Thank you, sir." "Sir Knight." But very quickly, he was annoyed again. Hey, your helmet is crooked again." Yes. The scene changes to the banquet hall in the Bacco family's manor. Inside, it's filled with high-class food, accompanied by melodious music and the moderate whispers of the nobles. This was the typical scene of a European noble party of the time. "Is Roman really coming?" a young man asked as he swirled his wine glass. He sneered, "I can't believe he's attending the Bacco family's party, after the political marriage he forced was called off, and he knows full well that the Bacco family is eyeing the Lawrence family. What on earth is he thinking?" The woman next to him covered her mouth with a fan and said, "That's why everyone calls him a fool. If he had a brain to think with, he should have stuck to one of the two families." The Dmitri family's position is shaky because of Roman. Even though the Dmitris are the most powerful family in the Northeast, they still want to maintain relations with the Baccos, which is a bit greedy. But at least he's here to fix his mistake. Ha ha ha, what a clown. Their idle chatter reached the ears of a noble woman with long blonde hair. Judging by her attire, her status must not be low. She curiously asked the person next to her, "What kind of person is Roman Dmitri?" The person who was asked didn't hesitate to put him down. "You'll know when you meet him. He leaves a terrible impression, and there's nothing much to look at either, because he's short." A man with blue hair next to them added, "If I were a woman, I would also find any way to break off this engagement." They both burst out laughing, without a shred of respect for the name Roman Dmitri. Just then, the butler at the door cleared his throat to get everyone's attention, and then loudly announced, "The eldest son of the Dmitri family, Roman Dmitri, has arrived." With a steady stride, striking white hair, an extremely handsome face appeared from behind the door. Tall, dashing, with an extraordinary air. All of this left everyone present stunned. They couldn't help but whisper, and although their voices were very low, they could still be heard. "Is that Roman Dmitri? He's so different from before. There's no way. He used to be shorter than me. What happened to his hair?" The blonde girl who had asked about Roman earlier was now staring at him without blinking. She placed the wine glass in her hand on the table and stepped forward. "It's an honor to meet you. I am Sophia of the Grizel family." The blonde girl took the initiative to step forward and bow. "Roman, I'm sure you haven't heard of our family. Although we are not a particularly illustrious family, my father, Baron Grizel, once dedicated his life to the Cairo Empire." He smiled and replied immediately, "I know the Grizel family very well." Hearing this, she couldn't help but be overjoyed. "You really know about the Grizel family?" Roman kept a smile on his face and replied, "A family that has existed for hundreds of years. How can I not know about it?" Before coming here, he had asked Hans to find him many books. "Young master, here are the documents about all the families in the Northeast that you requested. But why did you suddenly want to see these things?" "Because I will be attending the party as a representative of the family. I should at least have some basic etiquette, shouldn't I? I must remember the background of everyone I will meet, as well as their heritage. If you want to win people's favor, you have to put in the corresponding effort. This is especially true for someone who is called the Dmitri family's fool like me." And this preparation paid off as soon as he walked in the door. Roman said loudly, "Isn't that the family that was once famous in the Northeast? The family's forest is known for its top-quality wood in the Cairo Empire. I heard that your brother has successfully awakened his mana. I sincerely congratulate him on his achievement." Sophia was stunned, not expecting the person in front of her to know so much. Of course, the scene of the two of them chatting happily attracted a lot of attention. What was going on? Those who had just been bad-mouthing Roman were all stunned. In the meantime, other young nobles also came forward to get acquainted. "Greetings, Lord Roman Dmitri. I am Maha of the Volan family." Roman raised his wine glass in return. "It's an honor to be addressed by the eldest son of the Volan family. Didn't Baron Volan achieve a great victory in the last war? I was very moved when I read about it." The other party was extremely surprised to have his family praised. "I'm very grateful that you think so." The people around them began to say to each other, "Let's go over there too." And so they quickly surrounded him. "Long time no see, Sir Roman. You've changed so much. Compared to me, Lady Alice has always been beautiful. Is your mother well? I heard she hasn't been feeling well lately." About 10 years ago, the Dmitri family benefited greatly from the agreement with the hero's family. I'm also very grateful for the kindness the Viscount showed us. And so, the conversation became more and more agreeable, and more people came over. Some people also began to admit it. "Lord Roman, it seems I have misjudged you. I thought you were hard to talk to because you were always drunk. Sigh, I'd love a drink right now, but it seems I'll have to quit." Lord Roman, the Bacco family's butler approached and mysteriously whispered, "The young master invites you to the back room." Finally, the person he wanted to see had come looking for him. It seems it's time to find out who is plotting against Roman. At this moment, Outside in the carriage area, the guards were standing in small groups. Two people were talking. Kevin looked around and curiously asked Chris, "The other families have a lot of night attendance. What's a social party night? We'll never get a chance to go in there. So don't worry about it. Hey, your helmet is crooked again. It's because this helmet is too big. Then take it off. Take it off?" But the way they were talking was getting on the nerves of the knights nearby. "What's wrong with him? I heard he's Roman Dimitri's attendant. Take it off," Chris seriously requested Kevin. The red-haired boy was about to say something else when he heard a loud burst of laughter. "That's hilarious. I heard Roman Dimitri is the abandoned eldest son, but I never thought he'd bring along someone who can't even hold a sword properly as an attendant." Those guys were talking very loudly, so of course the two from the Dimitri family heard them. Chris told Kevin to ignore them. What else do you expect? The Dimitri family standards are only so high. Hearing this, Kevin's expression became heavy. When did it all begin? Perhaps it was the moment Roman saw the rose of the Lawrence family, Flora. Asterisk, she's so beautiful. That nickname is no exaggeration. Asterisk, was it a crush? Was it admiration? Both were true. Roman had fallen in love with her at first sight. Someone had caught this emotion. He proactively walked over, put his arm around Roman's shoulder, and asked, "Roman, who are you looking at so intently?" "Anthony, do you know who that blonde lady over there is?" What did you say? You don't know her? That's Flora Lawrence. This was a memory of Roman Dimitri, the former owner of this body. But now, the one who took it over was the heavenly demon who once ruled the martial world. "I'm here, Roman." A male voice came from inside the room. "Anthony." He smiled warmly. "What have you been up to while I was away?" So this person was Anthony Bacco. He silently confirmed it in his heart. Anthony pointed to the chair opposite and said, "I heard people say you've changed, but I never thought you'd change this much. Sit down, tell me everything." Roman looked around the room once, then made a guess. Asterisk, there are still some signs that someone else was here. The real reason he sent them away before I arrived is because he has a secret to tell me. Asterisk. If so, I should make him feel more comfortable. Roman started by replying, "I'm not sure myself. I spent a large sum of money to change myself, and now I'm changing every day, even when I'm not doing anything. Anyway, it's good to see you again, Anthony." Hearing this, the other guy secretly smiled. He began to pour wine, saying as he did so, "I guess I can't think on the bright side. To be honest, I don't know what you were thinking at the time." At that time, Roman raised his wine glass, at the same time probing for information. "Roman, have you forgotten? At that time, you were cornered, having to choose between a political marriage with the Lawrence family and our friendship because you were caught sleeping with my cousin in the warehouse." Really? The secrets at these social gatherings are really kept well. But I still didn't expect you to do something so outrageous right before your own wedding. So, you agreed to attend this party to confirm that you agree with my proposal, right? I'll keep this a secret. So, let's discuss your marriage with the Bacco family together. Marriage with the Bacco family? Roman was full of doubt. He tried to search the memories of this body to remember. A feeling like an electric current ran through his brain. It was also the door of the room they were sitting in now. The past Roman had once stood outside the door hesitating. "Even though I betrayed Anthony Bacco and begged my father to arrange a political marriage with the Lawrence family. Asterisk, but I can't avoid them forever either. I'll take this opportunity to mend a relationship between our two houses." Asterisk, having thought it through, Roman pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as he saw him, Anthony quickly called out, "You're late, Roman. Come on over and sit down. Let me introduce you. This is Emily Bacco, my cousin." The woman smiled and greeted him. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Sir Roman." I'm Roman," Anthony suggested. "It's okay for her to have a drink with us, right? This is her first time here, so she's just been walking around on her own." Roman didn't notice the strange expression on the girl's face and immediately agreed. "Of course, she's your family." As Emily poured wine for Anthony, he called out to her, "Emily, you have to pour for Sir Roman too. It's okay, I can do it myself." This bastard, is he showing off that he's about to get married? Anthony raised an eyebrow, his attitude not good. This made Roman stammer, not knowing what to say. "Anthony, about that, Anthony waved his hand, pretending nothing was wrong. Don't worry. From now on, the Bacco family will not touch the Lawrence family anymore." This made Roman overjoyed. "Are you serious?" Yeah. Have I ever lied to you? So you don't have to be so formal. Drink up." The joy came so suddenly, Roman at that time had already downed the glass of wine in his hand. Then everything gradually became blurry, until it all faded to black. He didn't know how long had passed before his consciousness began to return. It hurts my head. What is this? Whose back is this? Roman was startled to find himself in bed with a woman. Huh? Oh no, what is this? Roman hadn't even had time to analyze the situation when Anthony suddenly appeared, shouting, "Roman, what have you done?" He glared angrily at Roman. Roman stammered, No, I don't remember anything. Listen carefully, Roman. Who you sleep with is none of my business, but you've laid a hand on a lady of the Bacco family. I can't let this slide. Roman trembled all over, cowering and not daring to raise his head. I'll give you a choice. 1, I'll expose the whole truth, and then you can be free. 2, you must marry a descendant of the Bacco family to restore the relationship between us. What you just did made me very angry, but if you become a member of the Bacco family, I will calm down and forgive you. Now, which one do you choose? So that was it. The current Roman finally understood. So this was everything that had happened. All the pieces of the puzzle had fallen into place. If the engagement was broken because Roman had sullied a direct descendant of the Bacco family, then the Dmitri family's honor would fall into the abyss. They would both be criticized by the public. Roman didn't seem to have enough confidence to face his father's wrath. He couldn't choose the other option either, because he truly loved Flora. Roman didn't want to give up the engagement he had forced, nor did he want to sully Flora in this situation. So, this was the reason. Roman had committed suicide when making his choice. He wanted to solve everything with his own death. A weak person who had never accomplished anything on his own in his entire life. That was Roman Dmitri, truly sad and pitiful. Seeing Roman's silence, Anthony impatiently urged, What are you still hesitating for, Roman? The alliance of our two houses can shake the entire Northeast. No one will be able to stand against us. You can also use the Bacco family's power in the Northeast. There's no reason for you to. Roman interrupted him. Is that all? Anthony was stunned. This was the first time Roman had dared to speak to him in this tone. Roman gently placed his wine glass on the table and continued, I have to accept a political marriage. Just for a reason like that? You? Anthony frowned threateningly. You might be mistaken. This is not a choice. If you refuse, I will make everything public in the family. Just think about how the Dmitri family's reputation will be affected. Think carefully if you still want to live with your head held high. Roman propped his feet up on the table. His attitude was one of disdain and contempt. What are you doing? Anthony didn't understand. Roman said coldly, How many more times do I have to say it for you to understand? The Dmitri family doesn't need to accept the Bacco family's offer, just for such a pathetic reason. Outside the party, Sophia was chatting with another lady. She suddenly realized, Sir Roman, where are you going? I need to attend to a few things. It seems I have to leave early for this matter. Hearing this, Sophia was a little disappointed. Really? The party has just begun. I wish you would stay a little longer. I'm sorry. This is an emergency. I'm so sorry. I have many more things I want to talk to you about. Yes, me too. We'll talk again later when we have the chance. After saying goodbye to everyone at the party, Roman immediately left. As soon as he got near the carriage, he heard shouting, Take back what you just said, you bastard. This voice was... He glanced over and saw a group of guards whispering to each other. His pupils suddenly contracted. A helmet fell to the ground with a clang. Kevin was on the ground, being bullied. It all started when those guys started talking smack. Hey, what else do you expect? The Dmitri family standards are only so high. Chris told Kevin to endure it, and Kevin had agreed. But the two guys had no intention of stopping there. They looked at each other and laughed, exchanging a look. Then they walked towards Chris and Kevin, deliberately talking loudly, so they could hear. What on earth was he thinking, letting a little kid like this be his guard? Haha, look at his helmet. It doesn't fit at all. It looks like this kid just picked up a random helmet and called himself a guard. How pathetic, you two kids. The guy mocked, contemptuously touching Kevin. Chris coldly questioned, Are the Bacco family knights trained in their mouths instead of their swords? The black-haired man immediately retorted, Who knows? Anyway, I'm very confident. Even without training, my swordsmanship is better than this kid's. He placed his hand on Kevin's head, pressed down, and continued, This is why everyone calls your Dmitri family's young master a fool. Take that back. Kevin began to feel annoyed with the guy in front of him. Young Master Roman has done nothing to be called that. The 180-degree change in attitude surprised the other guy a little. What? Kevin emphasized, pushing his hand away. I said, Take back what you just said, you damn bastard. Being humiliated in front of everyone, the Bacco family knight's face turned red with anger, and he slapped Kevin across the face. How dare you? That was why Kevin's helmet fell off. Chris was about to draw his sword in retaliation, but he hesitated. The opponent was a knight of the Bacco family. The Dimitri family was currently in a conflict of interest with the Bacco family. If he caused trouble here, not only would he cause trouble for the young master, but he would also drag the entire Dimitri family into it. Kevin sat up, his voice trembling but firm. I am a knight of Lord Roman. I have no desire to fight with thugs like you who impersonate knights. The dark-haired Bacco soldier sneered. Huh, is that so? He shouted, swinging his arm as he lunged forward. All right, let's see how long your arrogance lasts. But before he could do anything, his wrist was seized. Everyone present stared, wide-eyed in astonishment, because the one who had stopped the conflict was none other than the young master of the Dimitri family, Roman. Roman looked at the knight with eyes as cold as ice. Roman Dimitri. Before the man could finish his sentence, his face met the full force of a slap. Everyone was stunned by this decisive action. What happened? Did I just get hit? I couldn't even react. He roared, You fool. Roman swung his hand again, silencing him with another slap. This man had clearly lost all sense of the situation and seemed to have forgotten his own station. You? The knight struggled, on the verge of exploding with rage. Roman delivered another resounding slap across his face. The man had just lifted his head to speak when another slap sent him stumbling forward, his head bowed. He was dazed, the world spinning around him. Only then did he realize what he had just done. Roman stared at him with a frigid gaze, as if looking at a corpse. Bow your head and shut your mouth. Meanwhile, in a room behind the Bacco family's banquet hall, Anthony sat alone, stunned. Damn it, what the hell just happened? He recalled the scene when he had spoken with Roman. I'm talking to you about your responsibility, now that you've laid a hand on a young lady of our house. A marriage alliance with the Bacco family. Isn't that much better than mortgaging your assets? This is the last consideration I can offer you. If you don't accept, you will be making an irreparable mistake. It's up to you. I've already been called a fool anyway. A few more rumors about me being a cowardly hypocrite won't change anything, Roman had replied bluntly. Furthermore, perhaps you should conduct yourself with a little more propriety. What? Anthony's face darkened as he asked with suspicion. Listen carefully. I chose to annul the engagement because I wanted to, not because of your threats. In any case, since the Dimitri family has parted ways with the Lawrences, you've essentially gotten what you wanted. But now you're baring your fangs at me. How should I respond to that in a manner befitting the situation? Should I, perhaps, aid the Lawrence family, cause a little trouble for the Bacco family, to vent my frustrations with you? Roman's words were nothing short of a direct threat, causing Anthony's face to turn pale. Roman had researched the Bacco family beforehand. Their connections to the central government and the influence that came with it were undeniable. However, their power stemmed solely from that connection. In terms of assets and raw power, the true force in the Northeast region was the Dimitri family, not the Baccos. So what are you going to do now? Anthony was backed into a corner. He didn't dare to breathe too loudly, his entire body rigid. After a moment of internal struggle, Anthony finally had to concede. If this matter is resolved, you won't interfere in matters concerning the Lawrence family, correct? That's right. Then let's stop here, Roman. Roman Dimitri had changed. It wasn't just his face or height, but his gestures, his gaze, and his tone of voice all commanded fear from his opponent. Roman was no longer the fool Anthony had once known. Roman had transformed into a completely different person. Damn it. What in the world happened to him? From outside, the butler's urgent voice called out, Young master. Anthony roared in anger. Don't bother me right now. But Lord Roman and his knight are outside the mansion. There's been a conflict. Hearing this, Anthony was startled. Outside the mansion, the commotion had spiraled out of control. Countless attendees from various families in the Northeast had rushed out to see what was happening. Their knights stood there as well, but it was clear that none of them dared to intervene. The man was kneeling on the ground, his body trembling as he begged, Please, please spare me. I won't do it again. I beg you. Kevin and Chris anxiously tried to intervene. Young master, I think you've hit him enough. Yes, sir. Please consider our relationship with the Bacco family and end it here. Roman said coldly, Whether he's had enough or not is for me to decide. Even if he dies, that is the price he must pay for his words and actions. Kevin hesitated, but Anthony pushed through the crowd, shouting, What is the meaning of this? He pointed at Roman, his voice filled with accusation. Roman, Even if you are the eldest son of the Dmitri family, I will not tolerate this. If you don't apologize for your insolent behavior. Roman cut him off, looking at him with a cold gaze. Why should I apologize? This man slandered me and laid a hand on a member of the Dmitri family. Anthony Bacco, do you really think this is my fault? The other man still tried to argue. Even so, you've gone too far. Too far. Roman's voice rose. Did I not tell you? My personal grudges could destroy the relationship between us and our two families. So from this day forward, you had best watch your words and actions. I don't have much patience. Now decide for yourself what you should do. Roman leaned in close, his eyes glaring menacingly. Anthony remembered the words Roman had spoken not long ago. Should I help the Lawrence family? 'Cause a little trouble for the Bacco family? Damn it. He gritted his teeth, forced to bow his head. Anthony thought in a low voice, on second thought, you are right. I will see to it that he receives a fitting punishment. Having received a satisfactory answer, Roman smiled. We really are good friends, aren't we? Roman turned to the knight kneeling on the ground, his face swollen like a pig's head, and said coldly, Now then, clench your teeth. With that, Roman's right hand shot up. A crisp crack echoed through the air. The victim was later carried away on a stretcher. The Roman of the past was a fool unworthy of respect, despite being a member of the most powerful family in the Northeast. Chris, Kevin, let's go home. But from this moment on, the story was different. Everyone present had no choice but to accept a new reality. The fool they once knew was no more. Standing before them now was the eldest son of the Dmitri family, the strongest family in the region, wielding a power no single party could stand against alone. As evening fell, the last rays of sunlight were fading on the horizon. Kevin and Chris sat in the carriage, their moods heavy. Unable to bear it any longer, Kevin took the initiative and bowed his head. I'm truly sorry. It's all because of me that you were humiliated. But Chris, sitting beside him, felt equally at fault. I'm also to blame. The Dmitri family's honor was trampled, and Kevin was beaten like that. Yet I did nothing. Roman looked at the two of them for a moment before speaking. To endure to that extent, it must have been difficult for both of you. Thank you for holding out until I arrived. Impulsiveness only leads to trouble, so your decision helped them avoid the worst possible outcome. Roman suddenly continued, but that is not the answer I want. Because throughout this entire northeast region of Cairo, no one has the right to lay a hand on a member of the Dmitri family. Even if you have to endure someone, you must remember that person's face. You must never forget your anger. I cannot stand the feeling of being stepped on by others. To follow a man who lives above 10,000 others like me, you must adapt to this way of doing things. After that, the carriage sped along the road back to the Dmitri domain, and no one inside spoke another word. Upon returning home, the first thing Roman did was summon Hans to gather documents for him. Young master, this is all the information on the Bacco family that you requested from the Black Moon Intelligence Guild. According to the Black Moon's report, the Bacco family's recent actions have been very unusual. Roman looked at the report, musing. The Bacco family has been settled in the Northeast for over a century. After a few members of the Bacco family began working for the central government, their family started to rise as a prominent house in the region. Just as I thought, their military strength isn't significant. Yes, to be honest, I was also very surprised. I thought their military strength would be commensurate with their social standing. Hans interjected. This proves that the power they hold comes primarily from the central government. On the continent of Salamander, there are 2 empires and 6 kingdoms, of which the Kingdom of Cairo is the smallest and weakest. Cairo's borders stretch along the northeastern mountain range and connect with all the other kingdoms. So the country has endured many invasions, always a tempting prize for powerful enemies. The Kingdom of Cairo had no choice but to form a military alliance with the central government to survive. The central government, in turn, gained more power, and they also hold supreme authority on the continent. If noble families refuse to fulfill their duties, they are immediately considered rebels and will surely be arrested by the military. After the rebels were suppressed, their lands were confiscated and became state property. A portion of the land would be used as a reward, granted to lords in the neighboring area who helped quell the rebellion. The rest would be given to new nobles willing to submit to the central government. It was this system of influence that gave the Bacco family, with its connections to the government, a form of intangible power. Hans nodded as Roman spoke. I had no idea it was to this extent. Well, It's also thanks to the government that the Bacco family was able to borrow such a large sum of money from the Golden Bank. If the Bacco family borrowed this money on credit without any collateral, then that money was most likely invested in the Berga Mercenary Company. The Berga Mercenary Company is a group of hundreds of A-rank mercenaries from all over. This group primarily earns money through combat fees in colonial wars. Hans nodded in agreement, saying, considering the Bacco family's recent troop movements, they probably intend to attack Lawrence within the next half a month. Oh, so the Bacco family has completed all their preparations. Young master, I'm a little curious. This battle for the Lawrence family, it seems they can't possibly win, right? That's right. Even if they defend their fortress, they can only hold out for a month at most. Roman thought to himself, I told Anthony Bacco that I wouldn't interfere in matters concerning the Lawrence family. But for Roman Dmitri to continue to exist, I must eliminate the threat to myself, the Bacco family. No matter how powerful a military the Bacco family possesses, they will never have a chance of defeating Dmitri. If I borrow the strength of the Dmitri family, causing the Bacco family's decline would be a simple matter. But doing so would be of no use. Dmitri is indeed one of Cairo's oldest great families, but in the eyes of the other nobles in the northeast, they are not a threat. This is an opportunity to restore the family standing. What needs to be done now is, Hans, I need to see my father immediately. Roman suddenly stood up and demanded. It's time to cash in on that promise from before. The scene changes. On the main street near the market in Dmitri City, all eyes were fixed in one direction. A man in armor was striding quickly down the road. He was covered in blood, his steps heavy. He took a deep breath and removed his helmet, revealing a handsome face, but with a rather noticeable scar on his left cheek. His name was Lucas, a B-rank mercenary of Dmitri. It hasn't changed a bit. He walked straight to the familiar blacksmith shop in town. Look at you. Was this battle a tough one, Lucas? The old blacksmith laughed and teased. The young man ruffled his hair and replied, Don't even mention it. I was almost killed by those desperate bastards. The blacksmith took Lucas's weapon, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he asked, The quality of this sword is terrible. Where did you buy it? At the first shop I saw. It's also the reason I almost met my maker. Hearing this, the old blacksmith angrily scolded, You should buy your iron and weapons from a Dmitri shop. Who would be foolish enough to overlook a top-tier producer like this? That's why I'm here. I'm counting on you. The owner generously replied, All right, I'll make you a whole new set of equipment. It'll take a while. That's fine. While I'm waiting, I'll probably go back to the Dmitri estate for some rest. The battlefield has worn me out. As Lucas stepped out the door, he saw a crowd gathered around a notice board. He thought to himself, What's going on over there that has them so focused? Could it be more fighting? I'm not looking to take on any more jobs. Can't hurt to be a little curious, though. With that thought, Lucas quickly walked towards the crowd. Excuse me, let me through. A recruitment notice? Recruiting soldiers. Prerequisites. Good health. Ambition to become stronger. Number of recruits, 30. Salary, 8 silver coins per month. An average family only needs 5 silver coins a month to live, so even considering all the risks, this job is quite good. However, it would be better if it didn't have this one condition. Fourth special condition, you will serve only Roman Dmitri, not the Dmitri family. Remember this, and only apply when you are ready to dedicate your life to Roman Dmitri. A middle-aged man beside him sighed and said to Lucas, Don't even think about applying. You won't be able to compete with the hundreds of others. Lucas smiled confidently and said, Don't look at me like that. I'm a B-rank mercenary. I need at least 50 silver coins a month to pledge my loyalty to a noble. Wait a minute. Did you say hundreds of people have already applied? That's right, the man replied immediately, much to his astonishment. Is this job really that valuable? No matter how good the conditions are, you're not serving the Dmitri family, but the Dmitri family's fool, Roman Dmitri. Who knows what kind of trials you'll have to endure as a soldier under him. Lucas spoke loudly, and everyone around him heard. Everyone looked at him as if he were an idiot. The kind-hearted older man explained, Well, you're not from around here, so you wouldn't know. Lord Roman is no longer the fool he used to be. Not only did he destroy the Blood Fawn gang, but he also treats everyone very well. This surprised Lucas even more. What did you say? We didn't believe it at first either. But after hearing what Clark said, I started to reconsider. Lucas asked, Who's Clark? About Clark, he has a son. After Clark's son became a subordinate of Lord Roman, their family's poverty greatly improved. Let me think. What's his son's name? I think it's Kevin. That same afternoon, when the carriage returned to the estate. What? Kevin exclaimed in surprise. Did you say leave? Roman nodded. Yes. Starting tomorrow, I'm giving you 3 days off. Rest is also a form of training. You've worked hard, so just relax and spend some time with your family. Yes, young master. Kevin then returned to his room in the mansion. Kevin changed into his regular clothes, muttering to himself, A leave? I'm a little not used to this. Before, if I didn't work, I would have starved to death immediately. But this is nice. Since coming to the castle, I haven't seen my family. I wonder what they're doing now. Kevin went to the door and ran into an acquaintance. Oh, Lord Hance. It's Kevin. I was just about to knock. He thrust a set of clothes into Kevin's hands, smiling as he said, You've been away for so long. Are you planning to go home looking like this? Lord Roman has prepared some clean clothes for you. Go change quickly. Ah, yes. He then handed Kevin a small pouch of money. You'll need money to buy gifts for your family. From now on, you'll receive 30 silver coins each month. Go enjoy yourself. It's right to buy some gifts or spend a little. With his salary in hand, Kevin decided to buy a bag of freshly baked bread before heading home. Kevin was in a very cheerful mood. I can't believe it. Clothes can be this soft. Just wearing them makes me happy. I also bought a lot of bread for my family. The warm bread smells so good. I'm sure Mary will be very happy. She once said her lifelong dream was to eat the cream filling in a freshly baked pastry. She used to complain about it every day. Why do we always have to eat old bread? And I couldn't even afford to buy her a single toasted bun. The price of a toasted bun was double that of old bread. And also, the day the Blood Fawn gang came to cause trouble, I'll never forget how helpless I was. In any case, under the young master's guidance, I must become stronger, because he is a guard who follows Roman. Kevin's family was arranged to live in a 2-story apartment with a garden in a well-ventilated and cool environment. Seeing his whole family looking rosy-cheeked and radiant, Kevin wondered to himself, What's going on? This place feels like the outskirts of the castle, not a slum. Kevin's younger sister quickly spotted her brother standing outside the door. Brother, she cried out, startling both her parents, who turned to look at Kevin. Son, Kevin's mother rushed over and hugged him tightly. Oh my, it's been so long. Are you well? It's brother. It's really brother. The scene of the family reunion was heartwarming. Mother, father, this house is... Kevin asked cautiously. Kevin's father immediately replied. Lord Hance came and gave us this house to live in. He also gave us a piece of land to farm. He said it was an order from young Master Roman. Kevin's mother added, and that's not all. The people in the castle have helped us a lot too. Now we finally feel like we're living in this slum. Oh, I see. Lord Roman. A wave of warmth spread through Kevin's heart. Thank you so much, my lord. Kevin was so moved he shed tears. Suddenly, the elderly father noticed. Your face, did Lord Roman hit you? What? No, it's not like that at all. This is... His mother patted his shoulder comfortingly. You can tell us the truth. If they treat you like that, we're willing to... Kevin quickly pushed her away and explained, Lord Roman is not that kind of person at all. Then what's on your face? Father, mother, the truth is... Hey, do you really expect us to believe that? Yes, I do. Clark recounted the story he had heard from his son and tried to convince those who still doubted his words. Come on, what other way can you explain my new house and new land? The other person, upon hearing this, found it reasonable. That's true. According to Kevin, to protect his knight, he slapped that damn Bacco knight. What kind of noble would protect his subordinate like that? This made the listeners even more astonished. Are you telling the truth? And so, the story spread like wildfire, one person telling 10, 10 telling 100. I can't believe it. Was it really that foolish young master who did that? You've seen how Clark and his family are living now, haven't you? I heard Lord Roman gave them those things because their son, Kevin, became his subordinate. Good heavens, what could be better than that? I also heard he gave him a house and land. He even slapped a Bacco knight for Kevin. Clark's close friends heard it from him with their own ears. Yesterday, every time I saw that boy, I felt sorry for him. But I saw him causing some trouble at the shop once. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Even the young people began to discuss this matter in their daily conversations. I heard Lord Roman treats his servants very well. I want to be like Kevin. I just need to be trusted by Lord Roman like the Clarks, and I can have a new, more prosperous life. And so, the rumors, like waves of the sea, grew larger and larger until they crashed upon the shore. Roman Dmitri treats his subordinates exceptionally well. If you can earn his trust, your life will be completely transformed. That's why so many people are applying to be his soldiers. Lucas was genuinely shocked. His mind was a whirlwind of confusion. What the hell is going on? Destroying the Bloodfawn gang, the incident at the social gathering. Was that all Roman's doing? The Roman Dmitri I know would never do any of that. Just 2 years ago, I saw him throwing a fit in a casino after losing all his money. What in the world has happened in just 2 years? He muttered to himself. The man next to him shot him a strange look, but said nothing. A smirk played on Lucas's lips. This is getting interesting. I have to see this for myself. That night, at the Dmitri estate, in Lord Romero's office, Jonathan reported, the trial run went very smoothly. We only needed to provide the minimum number of soldiers required for entry. Lord Roman handled the rest. The Baron frowned slightly. Are we wasting too much time on this? The knight captain reminded him. This is your last chance to win it all back. Are you okay with this? The Baron poured a glass of wine, listening calmly to his subordinate. Building an army for a single individual is far too dangerous. At the very least, you should ask Lord Roman his intentions first. Jonathan, the Baron's voice was low. When I heard Roman was attending the Bacco family's social gathering, I thought he was planning to ally with them to eliminate our generation. But Roman struck a Bacco knight right in front of all the nobles and even defied Anthony's intervention. He could have allied with Anthony, influenced our second-generation forces, applied pressure, dealt a fatal blow, and seized the inheritance, completing his revenge. But Roman, the child who was labeled a fool for over a decade, started living his own life after the Bloodfawn incident. As a father, I am truly happy for him. Jonathan nodded in understanding. I see. So, tell me, how many people applied? With his reputation, he'd be lucky to get more than 50. Well, sir, we estimate that over 500 people have already applied. The knight captain's answer made Romero pause. He was utterly stunned. What? 500? The next morning, at the Dmitri family training grounds. As dawn broke, a crowd of young, able-bodied men from the city had gathered to apply. Of course, Lucas was among them. Just then, Chris entered and announced respectfully, Young Master, the preparations are complete. I believe it is time for you to make an appearance. The day before the selection, at a popular tavern in the city. Lucas sat nursing a beer. Dimitri's dark beer really is the best. Still, I can't believe so many people have gathered before the selection even begins. There are way more applicants than I expected. Not only that, he glanced at the identification tags hanging from the belts of 3 boisterous men at a corner table. They're definitely SSS-Rank mercenaries. And those 3 at the bar, they don't look like mercenaries, but they're clearly battle-hardened. Besides this place, there aren't many inns in Dmitri. With 5 or 6 people crammed into every square meter, the number of applicants is far greater than I imagined. But why? If they're all experienced fighters, they should be able to find better work. They can't all be here out of curiosity like me. Oh, whatever. I can't figure it out. Lucas set down his mug, ready to leave. Just then, a nearby voice caught his attention. Henderson, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you were joining the Lawrence family's 5th Army? Henderson raised his glass. That was the plan. After all, Lawrence is my hometown. But after I saw Lord Roman Dmitri wipe out the Bloodfawn gang in Lawrence with my own 2 eyes, I changed my mind. People who weren't there would never believe it. That day, I saw him in the square. Lord Roman Dmitri, covered in blood, dragging the Bloodfawn leader by his hair. Can you even picture that? A young noble lord, personally punishing a gang just because they messed with one of his men. He even went to another territory just to crush their leader's skull. I still can't get that image out of my head. It sent a shiver down my spine, and the sight has haunted me ever since. Everyone doubts and denies what happened in Lawrence, but I saw it with my own eyes, felt it in my very soul. Roman Dmitri is not the weakling the rumors claim he is. He is a true leader, one who will fight for his people. With that, Henderson slammed his hand on the table, his voice growing louder until the entire tavern could hear. And this recruitment is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become one of his men. I will pass this selection, earn the right to live in Dmitri, and serve as Lord Roman Dmitri's subordinate. Lucas nodded. I see. Roman Dmitri is someone worth dedicating my life to. This huge shift, maybe it wasn't a coincidence after all. Back to the morning of the selection at the Dmitri training grounds. Among the crowd, several groups of acquaintances chatted and laughed together. Ha! Let's grab a drink after this is over. Oh, to console the ones who don't make it. Hey, who do you take me for? As if that would ever happen. Lucas blended into the crowd, his mind a mess of thoughts. If everything I've heard is true, what choice should I make? Everyone here is thinking the same thing as me. For those of us who heard the rumors and applied with skepticism, the moment of truth will come when we meet the real Roman. A sudden, strange silence fell over the crowd. What's going on? Why did everyone go quiet? Someone was approaching. It was Roman and his guards. The moment they saw a young Master Roman, everyone bowed their heads in unison. His royal aura was unmistakable, and they instinctively showed their respect. Lucas noticed it too. Even without being told, people subconsciously parted to let Roman pass. Damn it, the rumors are true. Roman stepped onto a raised platform. Once he was steady, he addressed the crowd. Raise your heads. As announced, today I will select 30 warriors to fight for me. But before we begin, I have a few words to say. I, Roman Dmitri, have no intention of hiding away in this remote territory. I will fight relentlessly to achieve a higher station than I currently hold. In that process, your lives will undoubtedly be at risk. Therefore, anyone who is uncertain about following me may leave now. When your head is cleaved from your shoulders on the battlefield, you should not feel resentment for the one who led you there, but regret that you cannot stand by and witness your leader become the most powerful symbol of authority on the continent. This bold declaration left the crowd below utterly speechless. Jaws dropped and eyes widened. Lucas was no exception. What the hell is he talking about? Forget becoming the most powerful symbol on the continent. Isn't his own position within his family at risk? Shouldn't he be a little more humble? But for some reason, it felt as if he might actually be able to do it. Then, Chris stepped forward to announce the rules for today's test. All right, I will now introduce the first selection. The selection is simple. Participants will stand in the designated positions. This archer will shoot 3 arrows at you. The arrows may graze you, or they may embed themselves in the target behind you, or they might go straight through your head, causing an unfortunate accident. Only those who do not flinch as the 3 arrows are fired will pass the first selection. The selection will proceed in the order of the roll call. Dusky, please move to the designated position. Next is Morrison, stand next to Dusky. The first man was in position. The archer was ready. The men waiting their turn watched, trying to reassure themselves. He made it sound clear, but are they really going to aim at him? Logically, no one would use death to recruit soldiers. Besides, this archer must be highly skilled. He'll never miss. The first arrow left the bowstring, whistling through the air. Thwack! The arrow embedded itself in the wooden board behind the applicant's head. Seeing this, the waiting applicants breathed a collective sigh of relief. Okay, it's a mental game. Just stand still and trust that everything will be fine. I bet the arrows will miss. But things didn't go as planned. The next thwack was the sound of an arrow piercing the first applicant's thigh. The entire yard was stunned. Fear was evident on many faces. Even the man who was hit didn't react at first. He then collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg and screaming in pain. The soldiers rushed over. Chris also ran forward, shouting, "Medics! Bring the stretcher and get him out of here." "Yes, sir." And just like that, the first applicant was carried away. A wave of fear quickly spread through the yard. Oh my God, he was serious about being prepared to get hit? This is unbelievable. Next, Morrison, Chris called out as if nothing had happened. Morrison looked like he was about to cry. The arrow just went straight through that guy's thigh. If it had hit his head, he'd be dead. Morrison kept muttering, "Damn it, damn it, damn it. This is insane. I only signed up for a chance to become a knight." Seeing this, Chris frowned and said sternly, "This is exactly what the young master was talking about. I'll repeat myself for those of you who choose to give up. If you're afraid of being shot by an archer, then quit now. If you can endure to the end, even if you're hit by an arrow, you'll have the honor of passing the first selection. So, any cowards still left in this training yard, get the hell out of here." The night before the test, Roman had summoned a group of new recruits. Let me explain your roles again. In tomorrow's first selection, you'll be hit by an arrow. The archer is experienced and will only aim for non-lethal areas. The archer standing next to Roman confidently puffed out his chest. "I won't miss, so don't you worry. This is your payment." Chris stepped forward, revealing a chest of gold coins as their reward. The group's faces lit up with excitement, letting out a collective wow. "You won't be in too much pain, as we'll have a physician on standby, but you will still be hit by an arrow. Are you still willing to do this?" "Yes," they answered in unison. "If there's nothing else, you may leave." Yes, young master. After they had gone, Chris asked Roman, Young master, why go to such lengths? A verbal threat should have been enough. I won't find the kind of men I'm looking for with mere words. I need them to see that they are betting their very lives. Even if the chance of being hit is only 1%, most applicants will back down because of the fear of that 1%. So, what qualities do they need to become your subordinates? Roman answered seriously, I want men who are mentally unshakable. In other words, those who are born with the heart of a beast. The heart of a beast. Yes, those who are born with the heart of a beast, even if they start from nothing, will quickly grow strong. Only those with this quality can stand by my side. What kind of crazy selection is this? Many complained, leaving right after the first round of arrows. If I die, will he take responsibility? He's not even a reigning noble. I'm not risking my life for Roman Dmitri. I'm out. Me too. Chris glanced around, estimating that about 100 men had already left. He turned to look at the young master. Roman thought to himself, the heart of a beast is an innate talent. Like Kevin, who didn't hesitate to sever his own wrist at my command. Or you, Chris, who begged the one who humiliated you to teach you how to become stronger. It can be said that people like them are the ones born with the heart of a beast. Those without it, no matter how strong they are, can never defeat those who are born different. I must use this selection to filter out such individuals. Roman ordered continue. The test proceeded swiftly. The young man, standing as the target this time, looked extremely nervous, panting heavily. Lucas recognized his face from the crowd. It's the guy from the tavern. He didn't quit. Looks like he was serious back then, even if he's shaking like a leaf now. Henderson gritted his teeth. Though he was scared to the point of tears, he held his ground, telling himself, this is my chance to swear my loyalty to young Master Roman. I can't give up before I've even done anything. Thwack! The first arrow landed near his right arm. So, should I just give up? Watching the arrow being knocked, the fear in Henderson's heart grew. Thwack! Another one, landing next to his right ear. I still have time. Just as he was about to give up, the archer released. The sound of the arrow embedding itself in the wooden board was chilling. It had flown towards Henderson's groin. Of course, he was unharmed. Henderson, pass, Chris announced. He immediately collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Lucas chuckled at his expense. He was a second away from quitting. Lucky bastard. And so, the selection continued smoothly. Excluding those who quit, about 400 men participated. The number of applicants who passed the first round was 120. Roman stood on the platform, looking down, thinking from the first round, I've already found some useful men. Some passed while trembling all over, and some passed without a hint of fear. These two types of men aren't that different by my standards. They both have enough courage to suppress their fear. I must find the gems among this gravel. They may have come here for a specific reason, or have ulterior motives. I must distinguish those who will look at me with reverence, not fear. Roman announced loudly. All of you have passed the first round. This selection has proven that you are warriors, but I will only recruit 30 men. Therefore, I will test you once more in a second round. If you pass this round and become my subordinates, you will be able to live the life of a predator. A question flashed through Lucas's mind like lightning. The life of a predator? Roman stepped down from the platform and continued. The second selection begins now. The rules are simple. As you can see, various wooden swords have been prepared. The type and number don't matter. Choose the sword you like, and prove your worth by facing me. The crowd erupted in murmurs once again. He's going to duel us? Him alone against all 120 of us? Roman emphasized, you don't have to win. Anyone who can last 1 minute against me will pass and receive better treatment than what was stated in the notice. A tall man in the crowd heard this and stepped forward. I'll go first. He was bald, with a long scar over his left eye. Clearly not a man without experience. And so, the two took their positions. What's your name? Roman asked. I am Vulcan. Are you fine with that sword? Vulcan gripped his sword tightly. No problem. He thought to himself, Roman Dimitri's confidence is overblown. Are the rumors about him subjugating the Blood Fawn gang true? Even so, there's no way he can take me down in 1 minute. Chris prepared to flip the hourglass in his hand. Roman signaled, ready. Vulcan was full of confidence. I just have to last 1 minute. But whatever, even if he's the one I'll be loyal to from now on. Chris started the hourglass, shouting, begin. The bald man quickly charged forward. I have to seize this chance and make him remember who I am. He swung the wooden sword at Roman with all his might. But his expression immediately turned to one of horror. Roman's movements were ghost-like. He dodged the attack as casually as if he were taking a stroll, then tripped his opponent's supporting leg, sending Vulcan sprawling. The bald man scrambled to his feet to escape, but the blade of Roman's sword was already at his neck. Next, Roman said coldly. After watching the first match, Lucas realized with a shock, he's on a completely different level. He dodges attacks with incredibly swift and graceful movements. I never thought a human could move like that. This selection round was going to be 100 times harder than the first. The moment Vulcan was defeated, everyone had the same thought. Roman was too strong. But as the duels continued and time passed, they began to think that once his stamina ran out, defeating him would become easier. 1 hour after the second round began, 60 matches, 60 defeated men. Roman showed no signs of fatigue. Those words he said before the selection. If you pass this round and become my men, you'll be able to live the life of a predator. I think I finally understand what he meant. Roman is the predator. A predator who can live as he pleases in a world where the strong devour the weak. Looking at him, it feels like everything he says will come true. Right now, while Sir Roman is still considered the fool of House Dmitri, this might be a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity to become his subordinate. But how are we supposed to defeat that monster? The participants began to shove each other. You go. No, you go first. If no contestant steps up, everyone here will be considered to have forfeited, Chris declared. Fine, I'll go. A young man with a small pouch and a dagger at his side stepped forward. It was Lucas. I am contestant number 61. My name is Lucas. It was nearly noon, and the sun was growing harsher. Lucas had only 2 words to describe Roman. He's a monster. Roman Dmitri is a monster. Besides his superhuman martial arts, the fact that he can create such an oppressive aura, Roman Dmitri was completely different from his old self. Just as he said, he won't stay in this remote place forever. He's going to conquer the entire continent. I'm sure of it. I don't care about those 8 silver coins. Within a year, I'll know whether Roman's words are true or not. Chris flipped the hourglass. Begin. Lucas charged forward with determination. To do that, I first have to pass this selection. Chris observed from the side, silently assessing him. He charged in without hesitation. Besides the first guy, no one else has initiated the attack. Not only that, his attack strategy, swinging his sword at the head while stabbing with a dagger at the heart. The 2 wooden swords clashed, letting out a sharp crack. Roman took a step back. Lucas thought. He stepped back to dodge my dagger and block my sword. Well then, how about this? Lucas threw the wooden dagger in his hand, then quickly lunged after it, launching another attack simultaneously. Roman used his sword to block his opponents, while simultaneously using the hilt to bat away the dagger, almost in the same instant. Then swung his arm forcefully, shoving Lucas away. This B-rank mercenary hadn't succeeded. It seems that's still not enough. Usually, rapid, continuous movement creates openings, but Roman is like an impenetrable fortress. Even so, I can't stop. If I hesitate for even a second, I'll lose. To last for 1 minute, I have to stay on the offensive. After pulling another prepared wooden dagger from his belt, Lucas charged in again. Roman smiled with interest. Lucas isn't half bad. This isn't a great method on a battlefield, but it's well suited for a one-on-one duel. He knows how to take the initiative. But my intention isn't simply to see if you can last for a minute. 1 minute is a barrier for them to understand just how powerful the lord they are about to serve is. Roman continued to dodge and block all the moves the contestant threw at him. Back and forth they went a few times. The purpose of this election is to carve this fact into their minds from our very first meeting. Let's end this match. Lucas detected Roman's intent to attack. He quickly retreated, dodging a fatal blow. A B-rank mercenary can only go this far. This was a phrase he had heard no less than 10 times in his career. An ordinary person, if they tried their best, could reach B rank. But if they couldn't use mana, they would never reach A rank. A rankers possessed immense power that could overwhelm anyone, and the prerequisite was awakening one's mana. I am someone with no talent for sensing that so-called mana. Therefore, I have reached my limit. No matter how hard I try, I cannot surpass B rank. Even so, I survived time and time again on battlefields where countless others died. And from that, I learned one thing. To survive, to win, I must use everything I have. Lucas grabbed the small pouch at his side. In the very moment Roman closed in, he threw it straight into Roman's face. The large and small grains of sand in the pouch burst out, spraying into Roman's face. Roman and Chris were both quite surprised by this. Asterisk, he threw sand? He only said to last for a minute. There were no other rules, so this must be valid. Asterisk, Lucas fell backward from the momentum, but he knew this was his only chance, so he immediately scrambled to his feet. Lucas drew another dagger from his belt, yelling as he lunged forward. But he quickly froze in place. Roman Dmitri was standing before him, his eyes still wide open. His eyes, bloodshot from the sand, were staring right at me. Ha! He let out a laugh, then dropped the weapon in his hand. Lucas sighed and said, I surrender. Before the heavenly demon cult began to properly teach its disciples martial arts, the first thing they had to learn was how to always keep their eyes open in a life-or-death duel. In a battle that changes in the blink of an eye, even a single blink is enough to cost you your life. This was a strict requirement, because when you breathe, your internal energy circulates, and blinking is also a carefully calculated action. Therefore, they were trained to keep their eyes open in all situations. To survive, you must always keep your eyes open. No matter what affects you, even if your eyes are about to be destroyed, you're not allowed to close them. In any situation, the principle is to always maintain your line of sight. Lucas knew he was out of options, so he chose to surrender. After Roman received some brief first aid, the next match was to continue. As Chris handed Roman a water pouch. Watching Roman wash his eyes, a thought sparked in Lucas's mind. It was regret. He bit his lip, berating himself in frustration. Asterisk, if I'd known it would be like this, I never would have used the sand. I tried until the very last second to pass the selection, using every trick necessary. The result was just awful. Asterisk. Roman, he must really look down on me now. Asterisk, no. Maybe he never had any expectations for me in the first place. Will he be angry? I'll probably be punished. Asterisk. I wonder what kind of punishment I'll get. Next, Roman said it as if nothing had happened, which surprised Lucas a little. The contestants in the crowd were just as surprised. Asterisk, he's not angry at all. He didn't even ask his opponent why he played dirty. Asterisk, Roman. No. It should be said that the soul of the heavenly demon in Roman's body never discriminated, forbade, or looked down upon tricks used in battle. To win, all means were acceptable. He knew Lucas's plan. He had seen him reach for that pouch as he leaned back to dodge the sword strike, but he ignored it, letting him fight with all he had. The hell that Lucas had been through. I don't know how much bloodshed he has seen, but I can be sure that the blood I've seen under the name Baek Jung-hyuk is enough to form an entire sea. That is how the heavenly demon was born. Is no one else coming up? Roman asked coldly. Of course, having come this far, no one wanted to stop without accomplishing anything. The duels continued. The process didn't change much. At first, the contestant would charge in to attack Roman. He would easily dodge. But with the lesson from Lucas, they knew they could use dirty tricks. This contestant had prepared a rock. After his attack missed, he immediately threw it at Roman to buy time. Chris observed quietly, drawing conclusion. Asterisk, Lucas has set a precedent. Now, all the participants in the selection, asterisk, are using every trick up their sleeves at the last moment. The next contestant charged in close. Roman kicked him straight in the face. The pained groan of the one who was kicked made Lucas understand something. Playing dirty wasn't against the rules for elimination. However, the moment they went too far, he was no longer merciful. Next, Roman said coldly, asterisk, if I hadn't surrendered, I would definitely have ended up like them. But then again, what kind of situation is this, really? It's pointless, asterisk. This was already the 100th match. The selection had been going on for 3 hours. Aside from a few drops of sweat, his breathing remained perfectly steady. To maintain such a state, Roman naturally had his own secret. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the brink of death. No enemy will show you mercy just because you've put in the effort. Once your breathing becomes unstable, your movements will stagnate. And at that moment, you yourself will become a part of the mountain of corpses at your feet. That is why one has no choice but to become a master of combat. Inhale, exhale. Through this chain of actions, natural energy can be gathered. It circulates throughout the body to recover accumulated fatigue. Coupled with ideal body management and bone strengthening, my body has reached its optimal state. This level, compared to what I've been through, is nothing. Back when I was conquering the martial arts, I once fought continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. That is why my stamina will never run out in light matches like these. The second selection round is over. Chris began to gather the participants. All contestants assemble. The number of people who passed the second selection round is 0. Everyone's face fell. However, it wasn't that no one could continue. Out of the 120 people here, 30 will be chosen. The list will be announced later. You all did very well. Dismissed. That night, in the study, Roman summoned Chris. This is the list of participants who have passed the selection. From now on, you will train these 30 men. I understand. Chris nodded in reply. Chris skimmed the list, thinking to himself. Asterisk, so these are the ones who passed the selection? Voken, the first man to challenge the young master. He must be very brave, and he also respects the young master greatly. Asterisk. Asterisk and Henderson. He didn't have any outstanding qualities. What advantage did the young master see in him that I didn't? Asterisk besides them. The others were also. Chris's gaze stopped on one name, and he spoke up. Lucas was chosen too. Yes, Roman replied. Roman asked him if there was a problem. Chris said, I admit that Lucas has more talent than other B-rank mercenaries. But during the selection, he played dirty, and when he realized he couldn't win, he chose to surrender. He didn't fight to the end. A person like that on the battlefield will only harm us. He doesn't even have any honor. He's the type of mercenary who would abandon his comrades and stop at nothing to survive. If I were in charge of these soldiers, I really couldn't accept him. That is precisely why I chose him, Roman replied with a smile. I don't understand what you mean, Roman explained. Just as you said, Lucas may be a coward who doesn't value his honor. But at a time when no one else was thinking of playing dirty, he had that practical mindset, stepped up before me, and acted as he did. People like him often shine brightly on the battlefield. They will constantly search for a way to survive, search for an escape, by any means necessary. So let me ask you a question in return. On what basis are you certain that Lucas would abandon his comrades for the sake of a cowardly trick? Roman's question made Chris recall the words that Captain Jonathan had once said to him. Because Chris, the people on the battlefield are not like knights like you and me. They don't use aura. So what do they rely on to survive? Only those who can remain calm in any situation and act based on the current circumstances are the ones who survive to the end. Therefore, you must remember that no matter how strong a knight you are, you will never escape the fate of being killed by those who hide in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to counterattack. Chris thought to himself, that's right, Lucas's decision was indeed very practical. My perspective is still too narrow. Chris spoke up. Young master, please enlighten me. I still have one thing that is unclear. You still have 5 months before you have to go to the battlefield. And besides, nobles won't be forced to the front lines because of the conscription order. So why are you assembling soldiers so early? Roman didn't answer right away, only saying that he would announce it soon. Official statement from the Bacco family. We, the Bacco family, have been waiting for the Lawrence family to make a decision regarding the pact signed in the past. However, they have betrayed the honor of the nobility, as well as betrayed the pact with us. Therefore, after a long period of patient waiting, we have decided to raise our swords. The crimes of the Lawrence family are as clear as day. Not only did they not repay their ancestors' debt, but they also arrogantly declared that their family would not give up the land that was used as collateral. Therefore, we use this notice to declare to the people of the Cairo Empire. If the Lawrence family does not pay off all their debts within 1 week, or hand over the land that is considered collateral, then the Bacco family, with the permission of the central government, will launch a territorial war against the Lawrence family. And Chris immediately understood after receiving and reading this notice. Young master, could it be? Roman smiled and said, that's right. From now on, we will prepare to participate in the war between the Bacco and Lawrence families. At the same time, the Lawrence family and the Bacco family were also urgently preparing for this war. In the depths of Flora's consciousness, chaotic sounds seemed to echo endlessly. Asterisk Lady Flora, from now on we will go our separate ways. Therefore, let's make our own decisions. Asterisk the Bacco family has borrowed a large sum of money from the Golden Bank. Do you know what that means? It means that war is their only remaining option. Asterisk the one who has fallen into despair because of this political marriage is not us, but the entire Lawrence family. Asterisk regardless of how society judges Roman Dmitri. I still hope that someone can trust and act on what they have witnessed with their own eyes and experience firsthand. Therefore, I hope to escape this binding marriage, with no more variables. Asterisk, this is all your fault. You are the one who has ruined this family. Flora woke with a start, gasping for breath. The room was empty. Those sounds were just her imagination. Flora sat up and held her head, trying to regain control of her emotions. What have I done? The next morning, in the Lawrence family mansion, the servants were whispering among themselves. Is it because of the broken engagement? The lady has locked herself in her room ever since she returned from the Dimitri family. I heard the broken engagement was Lady Flora's fault. Is that true? What on earth did she do to make her fiancé take the initiative to call off the engagement? Also, will we be okay? I heard we're about to go to war with the Bacco family. The Lord's mood seems to be very bad. I wonder what's wrong. At this moment, Flora was locked in her room, blaming herself. I always thought I was a very intelligent person. I excelled in the advanced course at the academy. From the radiant smiles my father always gave me, I always thought I was a good daughter. But in reality, without my family, I am nothing. No different from a flower in a greenhouse. Though carefully tended to, with a splendid appearance, that's all there is to it. Not much use for anything else. The marriage with the Dimitri family was the one place where this flower could prove its own worth. But I ruined it all with my own hands. How ridiculous. I no longer have any confidence to face my father. What would that man do in this situation? Thinking back, Roman and I are complete opposites. No one relied on him or placed any expectations on him. He single-handedly conquered the Blood Fangs and even committed such a fearsome act with his own hands. Could he really do that without any help? No. When did he become so strong? How could he do that? No. Let's not even discuss whether he has the ability to do it. The fact is that he was able to find a solution. But compared to him, she bit her lip in frustration, filled with disappointment in herself. Just then, a servant came to the door and knocked gently. Lady Flora, your meal is ready. Seeing no response from her, the two servants looked at each other and sighed. Suddenly, the door opened from the inside. Lady Flora, I have to go to the study. Her voice was hoarse. Father is exhausting himself trying to seek help from other families. But I'm sure that in this situation, no one will be willing to help. Just as Roman Dimitri conquered the Blood Fangs, we too must find our own way out. At the same time, in the Lord's meeting room in the mansion, the Matteo family has rejected our proposal. The Baron's hands kept flipping through the books, his voice urgent. Then I will sign a contract with Vatra. But my lord, the Vatra family has also rejected our proposal. Even though we agreed to establish the distribution system they've always requested, they've made it clear they will not help us in this matter. The Baron tried to find other families to contact, or any lifeline to grasp at this moment. The man beside him said, My lord, no matter how you look at it, asking the neighboring countries for help is extremely difficult. Due to the pressure from the Bacco family, there are rumors that they will retaliate against any force on the northeastern border that dares to intervene in this war. Is there really no other way? The Baron was slowly falling into despair. If the Lawrence family could not repay the debt or hand over the mortgaged land within a week, then the Bacco family, with the permission of the central government, would declare war on them. That was what was written on the notice. In her study, Flora had just finished the book on her desk. She sat with a dazed expression, then slumped over in despair. Only 1 week until the war begins. The best course of action for Lawrence in this situation is... Damn it! Baron Lawrence slammed his fist on the table in anger, cursing a bunch of bastards. Before this happened, every single one of them was a sycophant, and now they dare to treat us as if we don't exist. Have you contacted the Golden Bank? We have. They said they would investigate the matter of the mortgaged land, but the investigation doesn't seem like it can be concluded within a week. Considering the enormous amount of capital they have invested in the Bacco family, I think they've decided that the Bacco side is more advantageous. Hearing this, the Baron could only hold his head in his hands and sigh. So after we've tried everything, is there really no solution? A powerful figure in the domain, sitting in the room, sadly suggested, perhaps it would be best for us to surrender. All aid from neighboring countries has been blocked by the Bacco family. The disparity in our military strength is also too obvious. Therefore, I believe that surrendering and giving them what they want could protect our innocent soldiers, as well as allow us to retain as much land and property as possible, instead of letting them take everything. Though none of them were willing, the situation could no longer be saved by will or anything similar. Baron Lawrence bowed his head deeply, clearly crestfallen. After a moment of thought, he had to admit, You have a point. Suddenly, a servant's voice announced from outside, "My lord, Lady Flora requests an audience." The Baron was surprised. "Flora? I'm very busy, so—" Before he could finish his refusal, she pushed the door open and entered. "Flora, what are you doing here?" Her eyes were filled with determination. "Father, I have something to say. On the Dimitri side." "What? What did you want to say?" "That is exactly what I wanted to say," Roman emphasized. "I intend to personally participate in the war between Bacco and Lawrence under the name of Roman Dimitri." His father took a sip of tea, then asked again, "Do you know what that means?" "Of course I do." Baron Romero angrily slammed his teacup down on the saucer and yelled, "You know and you still dare to say that? The war between Bacco and Lawrence is a legal war sanctioned by the central government. Now that you have annulled your engagement to the Lawrence's daughter, we have no reason to interfere in their affairs." His words grew sterner. "If the Dimitri family interferes, the nobles in the Northeast will sever all ties with us. In the worst-case scenario, the central government might even send troops to conquer us. If you want to help Lawrence just because of a fleeting emotion, for God's sake, don't." "Heavens, I thought you had grown up." Looking at the man sighing with his head in his hands, Roman asked in a gentle voice, "Father, do you want me to live like this forever?" What nonsense are you suddenly spouting?" Our Baron began to lose his temper. "Father, I'm not interfering in this war because of a fleeting emotion. In fact, I was recently threatened by the eldest son of the Bacco family. He did it because my marriage to the Lawrences could hinder their plans, although I have no proof of what actually happened that day. But I just had an idea. People all say that Dimitri is the real power in the Northeast, but the Bacco family thinks we are beneath them. And you, Father, who possess such great power and wealth, do nothing. I'm sure you are too content with the current situation." These words moved the Baron, who was over 50. Roman continued with a firm and sharp gaze. "But I, Roman Dimitri, am different. I crave power, and I will never stand by idly when the Dimitri name is tarnished, whether by Bacco or anyone else. I have many ways, just like how the Bacco family fabricated a non-existent reason to declare war. Fabricating a reason is nothing but a childish game among those in power. A new life, it feels as if I'm still struggling in a vast ocean. But one thing is for sure, the identity of Baizhanghe is changing. I must live the life of a ruler. That is the life the current Roman will live, the things he will do. That is why he is here at this moment, saying what he wants. I'm not asking you to lend me the strength of the family. I will only intervene in this war with my own abilities as Roman Dimitri. Therefore, please watch over me. The path I am about to show you is the path I want to walk from now on. A person's origin is unchangeable, no matter how great they become. No matter how many achievements one makes, how incredibly wealthy one becomes, or even becomes the lord of the domain, the fact that I am just a commoner will never change." Romero had spoken these words to the wife who shared his bed. She smiled gently and replied, "I guess something happened when you went to the royal palace to meet the other nobles." He chuckled, "Nothing at all." Then he sat down beside his wife, Lena Hannah, and said, "Just by looking at their eyes, you can tell. The way they look at me is not the way a noble looks at another noble like them." She looked at him gently and asked, "So do you want to change it?" He replied with a contented smile, "No, I am very happy with my current life. I don't want to disrupt it just for a small gain. But I hope our sons will be different. Unlike me, who is satisfied with managing a small, remote piece of land. I hope they can overcome the limitations of their birth and reach for greater heights." That was a memory of Baron Romero's. What he had hoped for then had now appeared in the son who, just a few months ago, was considered the family's fool. But what is with this child's gaze? Those eyes, the eyes of someone who cannot be swayed. Romero unconsciously looked at his own palm, his heart in turmoil. That's right, I've always dreamed of this moment. The child who always worried me. I don't know when he grew up to be like this. Do what you want. If you need help, just tell me. You, Roman Dimitri, are my son. And I, Romero Dimitri, am your father. No matter what trouble you cause, you don't have to bear the responsibility alone," the Baron declared sonorously. Having received a satisfactory answer, Roman smiled. This father of his wasn't so bad after all. After talking with his father, Roman went straight to the domain's blacksmithing district. So this is it. It seems the rumors that the Dimitri family's forge is the largest in the Kingdom of Cairo are no exaggeration. The facilities here can accommodate many blacksmiths working at the same time. With forges lined up one after another, the rhythmic sound of hammers echoing through the air. It seems this blacksmithing district has about 30 such facilities. The secret to the Dmitri family's wealth can be answered just by looking at this district. The iron mine behind the palace has the largest known reserves in the country, and the Dmitri family's blacksmiths are able to sell the iron mined here at exorbitant prices. Therefore, the nobles in the northeastern region of Cairo never dare to confront Dmitri. Besides fearing the Dmitri family's wealth, if they couldn't secure the Dmitri family's nationwide supply of weapons, it would be a serious problem. So he's here. The person he was thinking of was the man known as the symbol of the Dmitri family, the master blacksmith. Earlier, during the conversation in the Baron's study, Roman had proposed the following: "I intend to handle this matter myself, but I truly need your help, father. That is the necessary equipment for the army." "Armaments, you say?" The Baron gently set his teacup down and said, "Go find Henrik. I used to personally handle all the affairs of the forge as its master, but after I was ennobled, Henrik, who worked beside me, took over. As the family's master craftsman, he manages the entire production process of iron equipment. If you tell him I sent you, he will provide you with what you need." Roman nodded in understanding. "Thank you, father." The Baron added a reminder. "However, you must remember one thing when you go there. The blacksmiths of the Dmitri family are very proud. They're not the type of people who will show loyalty just because you were born with the Dmitri name. Only those who can distinguish the quality of iron and have the ability to handle it can win the trust of the blacksmiths. That is why Roman appeared here in the blacksmithing district. But it seemed most of the people here looked at Roman with unfriendly eyes. I get it. Just as father said, considering Roman's past foolish behavior, it's not surprising they treat me this way. Oh, look who's here. What brings you to grace us with your presence?" A burly, bearded man said in a gruff voice, with not a hint of goodwill in his tone. So he's the master craftsman, Henrik, Roman thought. Roman spoke up. "I believe my father has already informed you of the reason for my visit." "Oh, right. Armaments for 30 men, wasn't it? I thought you'd spent all your allowance and came here to steal things. Look at this memory of mine. This is what happens when you get old." Though he knew the other man was mocking him, Roman did not retort. Henrik pointed to a pile of armor and weapons on the ground not far away and said, "In that pile in the corner, take whatever you want. That's enough to equip 30 soldiers. You're telling me to take those?" Roman asked. "That's right. Are these your finest works, Master Henrik?" Hearing him say that, the man roared in anger. "Finest my ass. If you're not satisfied, then get out of here." Roman casually picked up a sword from the pile, his tone serious as he said, "Mr. Henrik, it seems the praise for the Dmitri family's iron equipment being the best in Cairo is all just talk. I never expected you to call this equipment for soldiers." Roman emphasized, "I'll ask again, are these truly your finest works, Master Henrik?" This made the man even more agitated. Henrik belligerently asserted, "The Dmitri family's ironwork proudly claims to be the best in Cairo. But you, someone who has never shed a drop of sweat before a forge, dare to judge the Dmitri family's equipment? If it weren't for Romero's request, I would never give you anything. While your younger brother, Rose, has been my apprentice for years to inherit the family. You, the eldest son, spend your time on the streets chasing women. Do you understand what that means? Compared to these things on the ground, you, Roman Dmitri, are a piece of non-recyclable trash." He loudly and bluntly criticized, "You're just an eldest son who doesn't know how to do anything. No, you're a piece of trash that can't do anything." This again. Roman knew what kind of person his body used to be treated this way. However, it still made him very uncomfortable. "I'm not without understanding of your anger. However, this sword was forged with uneven hammer blows, to the point that it will change color under the sun. This must be the product of a novice blacksmith who hasn't yet mastered the use of a hammer. Therefore, this thing does not deserve to be called Dmitri equipment. And since you, Master Henrik, cannot deny this fact, you have truly looked down on me, instead of calling it a reject." "Huh? What are you saying?" The old blacksmith, seeing that Roman was different from usual, asked again. "Master Henrik," Roman emphasized each word, "just now, one of my soldiers died because he couldn't hit his opponent with this piece of trash sword. The blade was so dull it couldn't cut cleanly through flesh. And that soldier, unable to pull the sword stuck in his opponent's muscle, was beheaded with a bewildered expression. How do you feel about this injustice? He fought with all his might to survive, but had no choice but to die, because his trash master equipped him with trash. "You're talking non." The old man was about to roar something. Roman interrupted him again. He picked up a chainmail shirt from the ground and continued to ask and answer his own questions. "Mr. Henrik, why do you think soldiers wear armor? If it can protect the body from an opponent's attack, even just once, then the weight of the armor is worth bearing. But another soldier, wearing the armor I gave him, was betrayed by the very thing he trusted and lost his life. He believed that those tightly woven iron pieces would protect him, but a faulty scrap from some nameless blacksmith couldn't stop the enemy's attack. It punched a hole in the armor, and his insides spilled out from between the plates." Henrik roared again. "What the hell are you talking about?" Roman said coldly. "You still don't understand what I'm saying?" Roman could understand his anger at the eldest son of the Dmitri family, who had no interest in blacksmithing, only showing up when he needed something and starting to criticize the iron equipment. "I know your thoughts and feelings well, but you have gone too far." Roman's voice rose. "If I hadn't realized that these things strewn on the ground are all rejects, then the soldiers under my command would have unknowingly trusted and entrusted their lives to this pile of garbage. This matter is not as simple as you taking revenge on me for personal feelings. It involves 30 lives. And despite knowing that, you, Master Henrik, still turned a blind eye to the truth. Can you truly carry that thought and call yourself a proud craftsman representing the Dmitri family? Because of the reject you're going to give me out of personal feelings, people who did nothing wrong would have to face death." I didn't mean it that way." Henrik was on the back foot. Faced with Roman's accusation, he was flustered and couldn't refute it. "Your intentions don't matter," Roman continued. "The purpose of weapons and armor is very clear, and I specifically requested them from you under the name of my father, Baron Romero. But you responded with this pile of garbage. This action of yours, Mr. Henrik, can I consider it disrespect towards my father? I know you didn't intentionally defy my father's orders. You just didn't want to give me anything. However, this action resembles rebellion. This is not just my personal request. This is the Lord's command to craft exquisite weapons and armor for me. Class status. The moment the line between master and servant becomes blurred, the class system will collapse instantly. Loyal slaves, and even those slaves you thought were friends, the moment they cross the line of slave, they must receive a fitting punishment. Now I ask you again, are your actions towards me a rebellion against my father? Rebellion? Absolutely not. The old man tried to justify himself. If not, then explain why you gave me this garbage. The situation grew more tense, and the people working in the forge had also gathered around. So noisy. What's going on? The crowd shouted at Roman, causing his face to show annoyance. They didn't hesitate to point at Roman's face and curse. That bastard. What are you doing to Master Henrik? I don't know what happened, but I can't just stand by and watch this damn Dmitri challenge the master. And that bastard is holding a sword. Hey you, what do you want to do to Master Henrik? Get him. Roman's patience was wearing thin. At that moment, Roman had the urge to cut down all the people who were treating him with such arrogance. Just as the tense situation was about to cross the line of what was acceptable, Henrik told everyone to stop. Master! A young apprentice wanted to say something. He immediately yelled at him. I said stop. Henrik bowed his head sincerely. I'm sorry. This is entirely my fault. Henrik, this bastard. A distant memory. When the blacksmith known as the master of Dmitri City was still a fledgling apprentice, he was slapped without mercy and berated. A useless thing like you still dares to be here. Didn't I tell you it's too early for you to forge your own sword? Throw that piece of trash away and get out of the forge. If you ever want to do this again. Henrik could only grimace to lessen the pain. When working alone, he couldn't help but curse the forge master a few times under his breath. Ah, that pig. He's clearly the master of the forge, but he doesn't teach me anything, just makes me run errands and hits me all the time. When will I ever become a blacksmith like that? Suddenly, the sound of shouting nearby caught Henrik's attention. Hey, do you think we're a charity organization? The young customer looked at the gold coins in his hand, saying that he knew this amount was not nearly enough to buy a sword. But this is all I have. I promise I'll pay you back if you'll just give me a sword. For someone like me, who has nothing but his health, I need a weapon to make a living. The forge master just listened with his arms crossed, then sighed. The old man said to the young man, if you just want to browse, then leave. The other person was still begging. Please, I beg you. I also have a family to feed. I told you to get out, the forge master yelled. Having no other choice, the customer bowed his head dejectedly and left empty-handed. Henrik grabbed his sword, secretly followed him and called out to him, "Hey, is something wrong?" When a young man took the sword from Henrik's hand, he looked overjoyed. "You gonna give me this sword for free? I heard about your situation in the shop. If you need a sword, then take this one," he said with immense joy. "Thank you so much. Please take this silver coin." "No, there's no need." Henrik firmly refused. "I said I don't need the money. It was going to be thrown away anyway. I just need the sword I made to be able to help someone." The other person, hearing this, gave a radiant smile. Thank you so much." When he gave the sword, it was probably the happiest moment of Henrik's day. But he quickly became horrified because he had witnessed the young man's body being brought back. He was dead. He died with his eyes open. Flies buzzed around his corpse. The scene was utterly horrifying. Henrik couldn't help but cover his mouth, wanting to vomit. He turned and ran in panic from the crowd that had gathered. Suddenly, Henrik heard people murmuring. "They say he died while escorting a merchant caravan. What a pitiful fellow. It would have been better if that sword hadn't broken when he was fighting the robbers. The others in the escort party were all fine, right? That's why you need a good weapon. What will his wife and children do now?" Every word was like a knife stabbing into Henrik's heart. This was no different from him having killed the man himself. From that day on, I swore to never let that happen again. "Henrik, what on earth were you doing? I can't believe I was about to let that happen again. Just because I didn't like him. How could I be so vile? I will have to pay for my actions," Henrik said as he bowed his head. The blacksmiths in the forge were astonished to witness this scene. "If you wish to atone for your mistake so much, then I will not pursue the matter further." Roman's words were beyond Henrik's expectations. "Get back to work. I know you are an excellent blacksmith, Master Henrik. Therefore, I will entrust you with the task of preparing the equipment for my 30 soldiers. As I said, I don't believe you intentionally defied my father's orders. Perhaps it was just your dissatisfaction with me. I completely understand. Therefore, I think we should forget the faults of both sides. I just want weapons and armor that can protect my soldiers." Henrik couldn't help but be amazed. After scolding me like that, he still give me a way out in the end? I've heard the rumors, but can a person really change this much? Well, I get it. He's no longer the Roman of old. Henrik stood up straight, looked at Roman, and declared sonorously, "I repeat, I am truly sorry. I swear this will never happen again. To make amends, the armor and weapons for your soldiers. We will craft them to the highest quality." Roman nodded in satisfaction. Henrik shouted, "Everyone back to your positions. We start now." Everyone replied in unison, "Yes, master." The fires in the forges were relit. Everyone returned to their positions, showcasing their talents. They coordinated with each other perfectly. Henrik was wholeheartedly crafting this batch of weapons and armor. "Did I steal Master Henrik's sword?" Roman asked in surprise. The blacksmith sharpening a sword replied, "Don't you remember, sir? I suppose not. You were dead drunk at the time. Can you be more specific?" Roman pressed. "It was about 3 years ago. When the Lord cut you off, you were desperate for money, so you snuck into the forge, stole Master Henrik's sword, and sold it to a merchant for a pittance. The sword you stole was Master Henrik's magnum opus. It was a piece he spent 6 months designing and another 3 sleepless months forging. For something like that to be sold off so cheaply, you'll never understand, young master. The feeling of a masterpiece you poured your soul into being sold off, never to be seen again." Hearing this, Roman felt a pang of guilt. The one who had crossed the line was the Roman of the past. After getting what he came for, he turned to leave the forge. "Roman Dmitri," a hoarse, aged voice called out to him from behind. Roman turned to see it was Henrik. The old master spoke. "About what happened? I still haven't fully forgiven you. I'm accepting your request this time only because I was in the wrong. But I still cannot accept that the eldest son of the Dmitri family would so completely disregard the forge. Remember this, the very foundation of the Dmitri family is this forge. If, one day, you can manage to forge even a single worthless sword with your own hands, perhaps then I will see you in a different light." Roman smiled. "It won't be long. I'm leaving now, but I'll be back when the work is done." Roman went straight to the warehouse he had once used for training. Looking at the forging tools inside, he chuckled to himself. "It's been a while. A place where I can train on my own, set up just the way I want. All the tools are here. Well then, let's begin. Ignite." Back in Murim, when I was 18, I decided to forge my own swords. The demon cult was not yet unified, and conflicts between the brothers were common. I had to sleep with one eye open to guard against assassination. My 11th brother, by Zhongshuan, ambushed me. It was an evenly matched fight, but my sword shattered, leaving me unable to block his attack. The situation was critical. I was inches from death. It was an unfair fight. My weapon had failed me. But in a place like the demon cult, there is no such thing as fairness. I was forced to fight my own brother with a broken blade. As I carve a line across his face and narrowly escape death, I thought to myself, I need a sword that will never break in battle and can unleash my full potential. I won that battle by a hair's breadth. It was then I knew I needed a sword forged for me, and me alone. From that day forward, unlike my brothers, I went to the forge and learned to smith my own blades. Before every decisive battle, I would forge a new sword suited to my circumstances. Through hundreds of battles, my swords constantly evolved and improved. The 39th sword I forged was named the Heavenly Demon Sword, a priceless treasure. And now, in preparation for the coming war, it is time for me to forge a new sword for myself. The process of forging a sword is anything but simple. The smith repeats the same motion over and over. He swings the hammer with a steady rhythm, time and time again, maintaining a constant tempo and force. When a person becomes completely absorbed in an objective task, they enter a trance-like state of deep focus. What do I live for? I must survive in a world where only the strong are permitted to exist. Because my father was the heavenly demon, I eventually became the one known as the strongest. After enduring countless hardships, I never once thought of it as a bad thing. It's the same now. I'm simply living in my reality. However, my current state is not enough to handle all the changes to come. Therefore, I must temper myself and become stronger. Roman's world and the powerful forces within it. I still do not have a clear grasp of them. Failures do not deserve forgiveness. I have always lived the life of a hunter, and that hasn't changed. Roman opened his mouth and swallowed the flames. His entire body became a pillar of burning fire. The blazing flame divine art. A martial art created by the one once known as the flame demon. This technique uses the power of fire to rapidly accumulate mana. For the useless man I am now, this is the most optimal power. If I use this technique too often, my lungs and other internal organs will be damaged. But right now, I hunger for the power to face any and all challenges. The scene shifts to the Lawrence family mansion. We no longer have any path of retreat, Flora declared, standing before the members of her family. Everyone around them had refused to help, and the difference in military strength was obvious. Some had already begun to discuss surrendering just to preserve a small fraction of their family's territory. But I believe that we must fight, no matter the cost. The Baron slammed his hand on the table in anger. His brow furrowed. Rather than sacrifice the lives of innocent soldiers in a losing battle, surrender is the best option for everyone. Bacco used their connections in the cabinet to secure a loan from the treasury. If that's true, then that loan can be considered an unsecured loan. Flora's words started a stir among the attendees. How could they get an unsecured loan? She continued. Unsecured loans carry extremely high interest rates. Bacco is not the only party that stands to profit from this war. Bacco is the one borrowing the money to secure a mutual benefit. Once they successfully invade, they will divide this land between them. Baron Lawrence and his men fell silent for a moment. After a moment of thought, he sat back down and asked, "Then what are we to do?" "There's only one way." She stood tall, meeting his gaze without hesitation. "We resist to the very end. That is our only path to survival." Resist. Her father, the Baron, clenched his fists upon hearing his daughter's words. For a moment, I had placed my hopes in Flora's speech. I thought that you, Flora, with your ability to see through any situation, would offer us a brilliant strategy. But it turns out to be nothing but empty words. He asked, his voice laced with disappointment. "Is shutting the castle gates the only path to survival you can offer?" She answered earnestly, "I'm not saying we should only defend the castle. We will abandon an entire year's harvest. Burn the fields. We will also stockpile as much food as we can last until winter comes, until the ice and snow cover the entire territory." Baron Lawrence was stunned. "We just need to hold out until winter?" "Yes. While they may have used their cabinet connections to borrow a large sum, that's all they have. The interest they owe will only grow with time. The treasury is a power with immense influence across the empire. If the war drags on instead of ending quickly, they will use that interest to pressure the Bacco family. The treasury is not a power that can be easily swayed by mere cabinet connections." At this, some in the room began to understand. nodding in agreement. She continued her explanation. Merchants need capital to move goods, and that capital originates from the treasury. When winter arrives, a siege strategy will lose its advantage. They will have no choice but to walk right into our trap. As Baron Lawrence listened to Flora's plan, it was as if a jolt of electricity shot through him. This plan is very feasible. The members of his government realized it too. I can't believe there was such a way. It's perfectly logical. She's right. This is a battle of time. I agree. Faced with the growing praise for his daughter, the Baron's heart underwent a significant change. Because of the matter with the Dmitri family, I thought I hadn't raised my daughter to be mature enough. But perhaps I was wrong. When did my daughter become like this? He stood up decisively and declared, Flora is right. From this moment on, we will prepare for a siege. We will endure and protect the lifeblood of the Lawrence family. Even if our walls fall, even if we face total annihilation, we will bear the shame and fight to the very last moment. And so, the nobles of Lawrence found their path forward in the coming war. As for Roman, he was still hard at work in his forge. After forging no less than 4 sword blanks, Roman finally had what he wanted. After sharpening and polishing the blade, he stepped out of the forge, holding the finished product. No matter what, a person's first time is always special. My first sword. For the man I am now, this sword is perfect. Your name shall be Fire Dragon. Back in the Lawrence territory, a messenger from Bacco had been dispatched to their lands. He rode straight to the castle gates. The soldiers on the walls were so tense they barely dared to breathe. The messenger sensed their fear and smirked. He then produced a scroll and announced loudly, By order of Baron Bacco, I offer you 3 choices. First, exit the castle and surrender unconditionally. Surrender is the only way to ensure your survival. Second, engage us in a limited war. We will fight a fair and equal battle on an open field, witnessed by a judge appointed by the cabinet. You may also choose to settle this with a one-on-one duel. The form of warfare is up to you. We will abide by your decision. Baron Lawrence scowled, his gaze unfriendly. He said in a low voice, We do not believe Bacco's reason for declaring war is legitimate. The records of our ancestors' debt are forgeries. Furthermore, I have no intention of gambling with the lives of the people of Lawrence. Therefore, deliver this message to Baron Bacco. Lawrence will absolutely not. Before he could finish, the messenger's voice cut him off. The third choice is to abandon your honor as a noble family and wage a hopeless resistance from within your castle. From this moment on, Bacco will respect your wishes, as well as every drop of blood spilled on this brutal battlefield. With his declaration finished, the messenger turned and left with an air of arrogance. In stark contrast, the Lawrence soldiers were terrified, as the disparity in strength between the two sides was common knowledge. If they fought, they would only suffer and likely lose their lives. Baron Lawrence couldn't hide the worry in his eyes. He looked at the enemy's forces and swallowed hard. The war had begun. On command, the Lawrence archers let loose a volley. Bacco's soldiers, led by a heavy shield phalanx, were ordered to advance and not retreat. The infantry behind the shields surged forward, setting up siege ladders against the walls. The battle had officially erupted. Damn it! Baron Bacco threw his helmet to the ground, roaring, Arrogant fools. Watching the Baron tremble with rage, the captain of the Bacco Knights sighed internally. Bacco has gathered 3 times the forces of Lawrence. I thought this war would be over within the hour, but the situation is the complete opposite of our predictions. It seems Lawrence was well prepared for this war. My lord, they've dug a moat to prevent our soldiers from reaching the walls, and they've been firing a massive number of arrows from the very start. They must have secured a significant amount of war aid. What on earth happened in the past week? Baron Bacco wondered. I can't believe Lawrence chose to hole up and defend. According to our calculations, Lawrence should have surrendered to keep as much of their territory as possible, no matter how little. But instead, they're risking complete annihilation by shutting their gates. Where do we go wrong? What should we do? My lord, the knight beside him asked for orders. What else can we do? Use that thing, Baron Bacco commanded with a scowl. The knight's face paled with horror, but he obeyed the order. Baron Bacco smiled, as if victory was already in his grasp. Baron Lawrence is not a man of strong will. When he couldn't handle the pressure from Bacco, he sold off his precious daughter to the Dmitri family. He's the type of coward who retreats into a shell at the first sign of trouble. The moment that thing appears, Bacco will be victorious. Back on the castle walls, Baron Lawrence's voice was urgent as he commanded his soldiers. Quick, move that over there. Yes, sir. We don't know when Bacco will attack again. Stay alert and ready your weapons. Yes, my lord. Flora, you were right. Bacco must have panicked, which is why they retreated. How did you ever think of this? Flora, clad in armor, stepped forward. I realized that I must become strong on my own, instead of waiting for my problems to be solved for me. This is the path I must walk in this life. Hearing her words, Baron Lawrence's eyes welled up. Flora, I apologize for forcing you into that marriage with Dimitri. At the time, I thought it was our family's only path to survival. But from now on, no matter the circumstances, I trust that you will make the right choice. Having earned his recognition, Flora felt a warmth spread through her heart. Father, suddenly, her pupils contracted. A cannonball suddenly flew through the air, landing less than 10 meters from them. Any closer, and the blast could have caught them both. The impact destroyed a large section of the castle wall. Flora rushed over to look, her face etched with horror. One shot breached the wall. Could it be? A colossal machine, 3 or 4 times the height of a man, loomed on the enemy's front line. A magic cannon, a weapon of magical warfare. Many of the Lawrence soldiers recognized it as well. This is insane. Bacco has a magic cannon. What? Impossible. The magic cannon, a massive magical launcher, was now hurling explosive shells at their walls. A weapon of magical warfare. Despair quickly filled Flora's eyes. Each shot costs an enormous sum of money, and because it's a strategic weapon, it cannot be used without the cabinet's permission, no matter how wealthy the owner. Forget the money they borrowed. It's unbelievable that Bacco has the connections and assets to procure a magic cannon. There are only 2 ways to stop that thing. Counter it with a magic weapon of the same class, or sally out and destroy it. Neither option is feasible. We can't give up, but her lady-in-waiting appeared on the front line, her face panicked. My lady, we've just received a magical message. A magical message? Flora was stunned. Roman Dimitri asked me to relay a message to you. He said, I have a way to help. Please accept it. What? Hearing that name, she was even more incredulous. Roman Dimitri. After listening to Roman's message, her expression was one of complete disbelief. How in the world does he plan to save Lawrence from this crisis? Roman didn't beat around the bush. Forgive my bluntness, but I have a personal score to settle with the Bacco family. I have already decided on this matter. Vengeance is only a matter of time. If the Lawrence family follows my plan, I will expedite the process and deal with the Bacco family for you. Flora was skeptical. So what is our role in this plan? Roman replied, very simple. If the Lawrence family agrees to set the stage for me first, sacrificing themselves as bait, I will use all my strength to help you. I swear this on the name of Roman Dimitri. Sacrifice. Those 2 words were so heavy, yet from Roman's mouth, they sounded as light as a feather. Asterisk, he must know our situation, which is why he's making such a request. We have no other choice, even if he shamelessly asks us to be the bait. Asterisk, she agreed decisively. I promise you, as long as I can protect my family, I will do anything you ask. There's one more thing. Roman emphasized, give me an excuse to intervene in this war. Since our engagement has been called off, I need another pretext. Flora asked directly, what kind of pretext? Just say that Anthony Bacco harassed you. The words were so cold they could make even the rose of the Lawrence family shiver. You just need to say that although nothing happened between you two, because of the harassment, you had no choice but to break off the engagement with Dimitri. Your value in a noble society will drop to 0, and your beautiful title, the Rose of Lawrence, will be shattered. However, if you give up everything you have as an innocent and noble daughter of a noble, you will gain an indispensable and important excuse to resolve the Lawrence family's crisis. That is the excuse I need to intervene in this war. Flora's whole body trembled in waves. Her heart must be in a fierce struggle. Roman continued coldly. If the time you were harassed was before you broke off the engagement, then at that time, you were still my person. I will absolutely not forgive anyone who touches my people. The 3 words, my people, like a red-hot brand, were deeply engraved in Flora's mind. She pressed her lips together, silently enduring. But outside, the Lawrence soldiers were fighting against a magical weapon they couldn't possibly withstand. They were being burned alive, the acrid smell of burning corpses spreading across the battlefield. The wall has fallen. Prepare the barricades. The entire castle shook with each cannon blast. But Flora could not hesitate any longer. She agreed, I will meet all of your conditions. Therefore, please kill all those Bacco bastards. In the chaotic situation of the defense, no one noticed a grappling hook had been hooked onto the city wall. The enemy is coming up. Don't let them get near the wall. Baron Lawrence tried to encourage his soldiers. We must hold the wall. Keep holding on. A Bacco assassin quietly aimed at his prey. He seized the opportunity and charged straight towards the Baron. As long as he fell, the battle would be over. Just as the blade was about to cut through his neck, an arrow flew through the air, hitting the assassin squarely in the head and saving the Baron's life. And the one who shot that arrow was Flora. Flora, father, the two called out to each other. She told him, we have to open the gates and face the Baccos head on. The Baron was shocked to hear this. What are you talking about? Open the gates. Yes, father. Roman Dmitri has agreed to help us. If we open the gates to draw their attention, Roman Dmitri can deploy his troops to destroy the Bacco family's cannons. Baron Lawrence looked at her in surprise. Roman Dmitri? But why? She immediately told him, I don't have time to explain, but I'm sure that Roman Dmitri is a man of his word. Not far from the battlefield, the magical communication device was just turned off, which was also when Roman and Flora had agreed on the terms. His eyes were still as cold as ice, without a single ripple. Chris, from behind, spoke up, Are we attacking them now? No, Roman replied. Seeing this, Chris said worriedly, If we hesitate any longer, the Lawrence family will lose. Chris explained, The cannons are very powerful siege weapons. If you really intend to stop the Bacco's plan by helping the Lawrence family, we must attack their camp immediately. Roman asked back, as if it were obvious, Why should I do that? Chris froze. His mind couldn't comprehend the young master's calculations. Roman just said, nonchalantly, whether the Lawrence family wins or loses has nothing to do with me. Listen, compared to the lives of hundreds of people, I don't know, ensuring that none of my own people are lost is more important. Lawrence will lose many people because of this, but that's also partly because they chose to be loyal to an incompetent master. Unlike them, I have no intention of letting anyone who has sworn to follow me become a useless sacrifice. Hearing Roman's words, Chris seemed to realize he had been too shallow and hasty. He said softly, Yes, I understand. After receiving his daughter's confirmation, Baron Lawrence ordered, Open the gates. We must punish those wicked Baccos. Men, form up and charge for me. The Lawrence heavy cavalry quickly formed a line and closed in on the enemy. Facing them was a man in bronze armor. He sneered, You people don't seem to know your place. He swung the battle axe in his hand, and with one strike, sent the Lawrence vanguard heavy infantry flying. He was the captain of the Berga mercenary group that the Bacco side had hired. The sight of their comrades being hacked to pieces made the remaining men shiver. They had lost all courage to advance. Soon, the formation broke, and they fled in all directions. It's terrifying. Help me. We're going to die. Flora on the city wall commanded the archers to provide cover, while also calling on those below to hold on and not retreat. She knew very well that if her side didn't act as good bait, Roman would not appear. After the Lawrence army's fierce resistance, a troop of cavalry appeared behind the Bacco forces. The troop of several dozen men kicked up a cloud of dust that could be seen from afar. What's that? Baron Bacco turned his attention there. Roman led his army forward, charging straight into the battlefield. War. The moment my soldiers have to risk their lives has come sooner than expected. The reality of the hesitation and worry they faced. If you survive as my soldiers, I guarantee you a life without regrets. But in the end, it is your strength and will that will determine whether you can survive or not. All troops, follow me closely. Full speed ahead. Roman ordered. Earlier, Roman had explained their plan for this battle. Our priority in this operation is to attack the Bacco family from behind and destroy their siege weapons. Lawrence may not be provoked by my actions, so I don't expect much from your actions this time. I will charge him myself. I will slaughter the soldiers in front of our army and open a path for you. Therefore, what you need to do is follow behind me and clean up the remnants. But remember that our primary mission is to destroy the siege weapons. Seeing the scattered cavalry of a few dozen men, Baron Bacco showed a look of contempt. Do they really think they can accomplish anything with such a small force? He turned away decisively, at the same time ordering his soldiers, Prepare immediately to welcome these crazed guests. Yes, sir. The Bacco army raised their shields, pointing their sharp spears outwards, forming a defensive line. Stop the cavalry! Roman not only did not slow his horse, but spurred it to charge straight ahead. The war horse let out a long neigh, its front legs rearing up. One man and one horse, like an unstoppable spear, tore through the enemy's formation. Where he passed, the enemy was cut down, stumbling and falling. The black horse was injured, severely wounded by the enemy's spear, and let out a piercing neigh. Roman leaped from the saddle and flew forward, beginning his slaughter. The righteous martial arts sects once said a phrase: "The heavenly demon is forever the vanguard of the demonic cult." The heavenly demon is invincible. To face him alone is no different from suicide. People used to wonder why, even after becoming the heavenly demon, he still had to personally take on the most dangerous role. And now, there was only one reason: because the strongest must charge to the front to completely destroy the enemy's morale. Seeing the Bacco soldiers trembling and afraid to advance, Roman said coldly, "If you're not going to advance anymore, then it's my turn." Seeing his master charge into battle alone, Kevin gritted his teeth in anger at his own slowness. He shouted, "Attack! Follow the young master closely." This sentence startled Chris next to him. The others in the squad felt the same. They realized how useless they were for not having done anything yet. So, the entire army spurred their horses into a gallop and began to frantically slaughter the remaining soldiers that Roman had left behind. A Bacco soldier's spear hit Kevin's horse. He glared with his red eyes, looking incredibly terrifying. Without a moment's hesitation, he used the sword in his hand to pierce through the enemy's skull, then jumped off his horse and used the blade to cut a long gash on the enemy's body. "I must follow my lord closely." Kevin seemed to have transformed into a different person, more brutal and bloodthirsty than usual. Chris also charged forward once again, just to get a little closer to his lord. Both of them, driven by their subconscious, bravely advanced. Up ahead, Roman was facing a formation made of dense layers of shields. They roared, "We have to stop this monster." But all of that only managed to hold Roman back for a few short seconds. He glided past like a black shadow, cutting down everything in his path. His eyes had locked onto the target of this campaign. Roman accelerated, cutting a bloody path straight towards the magic cannon. It was right in front of him. The captain of the Berga mercenary group couldn't help but be shocked to see a single person had fought his way right up to him. Is that Roman Dimitri? Asterisk, this mission has a handsome reward, but the risk is also extremely high. Since the Berga mercenary group is on the verge of bankruptcy, I have to deal with him myself. Asterisk. Berga took the initiative to charge forward, his main goal being to prevent Roman from reaching the magic cannon. Berga, the renowned A-rank mercenary of the Empire, was fighting against the one known as the Fool of the Dimitri family. Unlike B-rank mercenaries who reached A-rank all knew how to use battle aura. Berga was a 2-star battle aura knight, but Roman didn't show any signs of weakness, which terrified Berga. He blocked one of my swords and wasn't pushed back. The longer the sword fight dragged on, the more Berga was gradually overwhelmed. Roman used the strength of both his hands to push his opponent back. Impossible, he's too strong. Berga gritted his teeth and tried to hold on. But the white-haired young man facing him continued to advance relentlessly, no matter how hard Berga tried to resist. After a brief 5-second exchange, his head was severed. That was how long an A-rank mercenary could last against Roman. The mercenaries all showed looks of horror when they saw their captain beheaded in just a few seconds. Meanwhile, the soldiers under Roman couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. Baron Bacco roared in anger, "Kill him! Kill that bastard for me!" The guards hurriedly stopped him and pulled him back. "Sir, it's too dangerous. We must escort you to safety." Roman paid no attention to the Baron. His target was only one, the magic cannon. A product of magic, something that did not exist in the martial world. Roman swayed slightly, stepped forward, and black energy swirled around him. Heavenly Demon Sword Art, first form. 1 slash. The black slash cut the magic cannon in two with a single blow. Under the horrified gazes of Baron Bacco and his soldiers, the siege weapon that they had spent countless amounts of money and connections to obtain was reduced to dust before an unknown figure. Roman shouted loudly, "O people of Lawrence, hear me. I, Roman Dimitri, have destroyed Bacco's siege weapon The defending soldiers erupted in a sky-shaking cheer. They had finally waited for this moment. Flora was so moved she cried, covering her mouth with her hand, trying to suppress her emotions. He really did it. With the magic cannon destroyed, Bako lost their key weapon and had no choice but to retreat. "Just you wait," were the words they left behind as they fled. In this battle, Chris had used a different kind of battle aura than before. He had done as Roman had done, trying his best to condense his battle aura to the limit. As a result, even after the fierce battle, his mana consumption was not high. When he followed Roman, he was once mocked by those around him, but Chris was getting stronger and stronger. Chris let out a laugh. "I have no choice but to admit it. The method my lord uses is indeed correct." Suddenly, Chris noticed something. The others were all panting, and a few had collapsed to the ground, out of breath. Asterisk I see. All of them, asterisk, in order not to be left behind, had unconsciously chased after their lord. They were clearly exhausted. Even so, not a single one of the 30 soldiers fell behind, nor was anyone seriously injured. This was why the Lord had chosen them. Kevin, who was just a rookie 2 months ago, had also performed quite well. We were able to come out unscathed for only one reason. A monster that defied common sense had cleared the way for us, sweeping away all obstacles. It was all thanks to Roman Dmitri. He used his still icy voice to encourage the entire army. "You all did well to survive. Our mission is complete." The main gates of Lawrence were lowered, and Roman led his soldiers into the city. In the smoke of war, he appeared like a god who had saved this land. The people endlessly praised the hero of Lawrence. "Sir Roman, thank you so much. Lawrence will never forget what Lord Roman Dmitri has done for us." The Baron looked at the young man before him and sighed inwardly. What a shame. I knew he was no ordinary person from the first time I met him, but it's hard to believe he could destroy the magic cannon with his own strength. Asterisk, truly a genius beyond imagination. The Dmitri family has given birth to a fierce tiger. If nothing had gone wrong, this tiger would have been my son-in-law. Asterisk. It's unfortunate, but it's all in the past. He suppressed his emotions and pretended to be happy to welcome Roman. "Oh, the hero from House Dmitri, it's a pleasure to see you again," he said as he laughed and extended his hand. Roman understood the meaning and extended his hand to shake. Under the watchful eyes of the people of Lawrence, the two shook hands. They went straight to the mansion. Before Roman entered the meeting room, Flora had already approached him. She hesitated for a moment, but finally said, "Thank you. I didn't do a good job as bait, but you still didn't abandon us and helped Lawrence to the end. Therefore, I want to sincerely thank you." "I was only fulfilling my promise," he replied coldly. "Lawrence has done what I expected of them." "I understand. But regardless, I want to repay your kindness. Perhaps you don't need any thanks, but as a representative of Lawrence, no matter what, if there is anything you want, please propose it in the meeting. No matter what the request is, I guarantee you will get it." Roman nodded slightly and smiled. "If you are so insistent, I won't refuse." He pushed open the door to the meeting room. Inside, the leaders of the Lawrence family were all present. They began to discuss the next course of action. "This is our chance. If we offer to end this, they should accept it." Agreed. Since Bako still has many soldiers, instead of continuing to fall into danger and trouble, we should let bygones be bygones and seek peace. Roman was not happy in his heart and thought to himself, "Lawrence is truly a bunch of herbivores." The Baron nodded in agreement. "I agree with everyone's opinion. Although we have managed to block their attack thanks to aid, with Lawrence's strength alone, the time we can resist Bako is limited. Therefore, let us send someone to deliver the message at once." "May I interject for a moment?" Roman said coldly. The entire meeting room seemed to freeze from the tone of his voice. It wasn't until the Baron spoke up and allowed Roman to continue that the atmosphere eased. "Thank you." Roman stood up from his chair, walked around the table, and presented his thoughts. Bako is currently facing immense economic pressure. To repay that huge debt, they have no choice but to invade Lawrence. This point will not change even if the magic cannon is destroyed. I predict that the answer we receive will be the head of our messenger. The cowards who had just proposed peace coughed awkwardly to hide their embarrassment. But those with clear minds completely agreed with Roman's point of view. Roman continued, "The soldiers are still outside, dragging away the dead. Seeing that sight, don't you feel empty? Bako cannot be forgiven. We must show the whole world how we take revenge on the beasts who dared to touch Lawrence." The Baron lowered his voice and said, "We are not unaware, but what can we do with such a small force? There is only one way. Roman replied nonchalantly. He lowered his gaze, like a fierce tiger locking onto its prey. The Baron was so intimidated by those eyes that he couldn't move. Herbivores have no choice but to become the prey of fierce beasts. The scene changes to the Bacco encampment. Their lord was in a rage, taking his anger out on the map and furniture, roaring, "Roman Dmitri, why on earth did he have to interfere in this matter?" He tried to suppress his anger, thinking about the next course of action. To turn this disadvantageous situation around, there was no other way but a duel. This was precisely the demand Roman had made to Baron Lawrence in the meeting room. You must arrange a duel. A duel is a decisive battle between representatives of two families, with a maximum of 3 swordsmen participating. It is a sacred ritual blessed by Valhalla, and both participating families must abide by the final result. The organizers' rights are crucial, and the central government will send a referee. Once both sides agree, the battle will commence on the referee's command. Baron Lawrence was stunned. A duel? Duels have recently degenerated into a contest of connections and wealth. Our opponent is Bacco. He has ties with the central government and has borrowed a large sum from the Golden Bank. There's no telling what kind of masters he'll invite. Roman noticed Baron Lawrence's anxiety and said, "Let's do this. From now on, we will give you a guarantee." The Baron was taken aback. "A guarantee? What do you mean by that?" Roman replied confidently, "As long as we can guarantee victory, there is no better method than a duel. First, Bacco is a third-rate swordsman. This is probably his first time in a battle like this. I will represent Lawrence as the first combatant. Whether the opponent is one of Bacco's knights or an outside expert, I am confident I can win the first match, no matter what kind of masters he has under him. If we win the first match and lose the second, it means nothing. In the duel, my man Chris will finish the fight. Although he is only at the second-rate level, he is a genius who can face a third-rate swordsman and win. So, this battle is very hopeful, isn't it? If we win the duel, Lawrence's reputation will be restored." At this point, Roman glanced at Flora, nodded, and continued, "Please make your decision." Flora quickly understood his meaning. She had told him earlier that if he wanted anything, he should say it in the meeting, and she would help him achieve it. Is this what he wants? He wants to participate in the duel? Is he implying that Lawrence will be responsible for any unforeseen variables? He truly is a dangerous man. Flora closed her eyes to compose herself, then spoke. "I agree to the duel." After both sides agreed, the duel was set. The match would take place within a week after the letter was sent. The arena was quickly erected, and the referee had arrived. "I am Count Oates, sent to oversee this battle. The duel is a sacred place blessed by Valhalla. Regardless of the outcome, both families must accept it. If either party violates this, the Kingdom of Cairo will use its full honor to pass judgment. Now, I ask both families to name 3 swordsmen and submit the list for the battle." The Bacco faction had used their wealth to present Count Oates with a high-end wine. Watching them chat happily right in front of him, Roman frowned slightly. He said to Baron Lawrence, "We may have to change the order of battle." "What do you mean? Didn't we decide a week ago?" he asked. "The problem lies in this 1 week. The longer it drags on, the greater the interest pressure on Bacco. It seems the Bacco family has intentionally delayed the time. They don't look like they're in a hurry at all." The Baron understood. "You mean, during that time, they found a very powerful external aid?" Not far away, a man pulled up a chair and sat down. He seemed indifferent, almost dozing off in his seat. But Roman could sense the hidden power within him. The Baron, who was not the one in charge, quickly followed Roman's advice and asked, "Then how should we change it?" Roman said, "Originally, I was to go first to ensure the first victory. Second would be a Lawrence knight. Finally, Chris would end it. But Chris will go first." Both father and daughter Lawrence were surprised by this decision. Roman paid them no mind and continued his assignments. "I will go second, to deal with the trump card Bacco has prepared." The plan was changed at the last minute, but this did not affect the time of the match. Spectators from both territories flocked to the arena, as numerous as ants. Everything unfolded according to Roman's arrangement. "I'm Ian Bacco." The opponent introduced himself. He was a 2-star aura swordsman. "I am Chris of Lawrence." The audience began to buzz with conversation. "Chris, Jonathan's disciple? Isn't he the genius from the Northeast? Why send a second-rate swordsman in a battle? What a waste of a young talent." As for Chris, there was no fear in his heart, only the belief in victory. To become stronger, one must feel danger. "This is why I left that well," and followed young Master Roman. Begin! Along with the command and the lowering of the flag, Chris launched an attack without hesitation. The opponent immediately flew up to meet the challenge. The two charged straight at each other, their blades clashing, sparks flying. With a higher aura level, Ianson easily suppressed Chris. Chris knew this and took the initiative to evade. Chris changed his angle of attack. The first time he fought young Master Roman, Chris had understood a truth. No matter how strong the aura, it has to hit to be meaningful. With just one opportunity to seize an opening, an aura swordsman can be defeated by an ordinary person. The opponent, seeing that Chris could both dodge and parry all of his attacks, became enraged, and his attacks grew more ferocious. "You little mouse, how long do you plan to run? Die for me." Ianson erupted with a red aura, instantly closing the distance. The young man stood under the terrifying pressure, as if nailed to the spot. "A wide-range aura? I can't dodge this. What should I do?" Suddenly, Chris remembered Roman's words. "Chris, cast aside the common sense you know. The new path is not for the conservative." A glint of determination flashed in Chris's eyes. That's right, indiscriminately releasing mana cannot unleash the full power of the aura. Just like the young master, who can display immense power with only a small amount of mana. From this side to that, from this straight line to that point. Focus the power of the aura into one point, condense it into one blow. The two passed each other. Chris remained standing, while his opponent's head had been severed by Chris's blade. Fresh blood staining the arena red. The crowd immediately erupted, roaring with frenzy. Insane. Chris! 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 Even the one who had just swung the sword was utterly astonished. Although his armor on the left chest had a hole pierced through it, his mouth and nose struggled for air, panting wildly. Only one thought filled Chris's mind. "I did it. A second-rate swordsman like me defeated a third-rate swordsman." Roman watched with satisfaction, a slight smile on his face. Time for the next match. The audience was still ecstatic. A second-rate swordsman defeated a third-rate swordsman. Impossible. My God. Baron Bacco trembled with rage. Ianson failed. "I thought it would be over in the second match. Now the final match is crucial." He comforted himself. "It's fine, I don't need to worry about the second match because I spent a large sum of money to get this sure win trump card." The Bacco soldiers were ordered to wake the sleeping man. "Yawn, huh? Is it my turn already?" He stepped onto the stage, not forgetting to let out another yawn, then scratched his head and introduced himself. "I am Homerus of Bacco, a 4-star aura swordsman." Homerus. The appearance of this name caused the Lawrence faction to pale in horror. The audience erupted again. That wandering swordsman? Why is he here? To think I'd see a swordsman of this caliber in my lifetime. Homerus on the stage sighed softly, thinking to himself, if the guild master hadn't asked, I wouldn't have come to participate in this boring family feud. He was a swordsman ranked 49th. The swordsman ranking originated from the Valhalla Empire. It was a holy land, a place where swordsmen fought for honor and died for honor. They risked their lives to go to Valhalla to prove their strength. The results of their victories would be recorded, and the names of the strong would be written in the annals of history. This was the origin of the swordsman ranking. The ranking was once a culture of Valhalla, and after the Valhalla Empire expanded its power, it spread throughout the continent. The selection of the top 100 was all conducted by Valhalla. The horror in Baron Lawrence's heart was evident on his face. I never expected Bacco to invite a top-tier swordsman of this caliber. In Cairo, everyone knew this man's reputation. He traveled the kingdom, enjoying the thrill of dueling the strong. So people called him the Wandering Swordsman. The people of the Lawrence faction were extremely worried. I heard he once fought a bandit leader ranked 30th, a 4-star swordsman. He only recently reached 4 stars. It seems we'll have to forfeit this time. It's a shame we won the first match. As for Roman, who had to face Homerus, he wasn't worried at all, but rather smiled with excitement. A 4-star swordsman. Through the guild's intelligence, I investigated Bacco's movements, but all I gathered was insignificant information. So the information Bacco hid was this trump card? How exciting. Just as the opponent hid his strength, they couldn't guess who I am. This is their chance to witness a battle of the strong, something only seen in books. Seeing Roman step forward, Flora quickly stopped him. Are you insane? Forfeit. The opponent is Homerus, ranked 49th. He's said to be someone who can climb to the top 30 in the future, a figure destined to become a legend. Do you really think you can win against a swordsman of that caliber? Forfeit. Save your life. Pray that our team can win the next match. Roman completely ignored what she said, his eyes fixed on the stage, on his enemy. Homerus immediately noticed, frowning to himself. That guy's eyes are filled with an unshakable self-belief. I don't like it. Flora was still trying to persuade him. Faced with such a huge variable, we can only forfeit. Forfeit this match. A battle with no chance of winning. You have no reason to risk your life. Roman pushed her hand away and said loudly, I don't like explaining myself to anyone. Don't stand in my way anymore. Roman flicked his sleeves and walked straight onto the stage. I am Roman Dmitri. He drew his sword and took a defensive stance. The opponent did the same. Roman silently sized up his opponent. If it were the Roman of before, he would be too small to mention. But now it's different. A 4-star swordsman is considered a master on the entire continent. Let's see what he's made of. But Homerus was the complete opposite. He was quite annoyed. I was supposed to be fighting Fernando, ranked 30th, but I have to participate in this uninteresting match. Let's get this over with quickly. Homerus launched an attack, charging like a storm. Chris, below the stage, was stunned. That speed, if I had faced it, I'm afraid I would have been defeated in one blow. When their blades clashed, Homerus was forced to change his thinking. Roman had used his technique to gently parry his 4-star aura sword. Homerus immediately circled behind Roman and continued his attack. It seems this kid is quite interesting. Roman didn't let him have his way. With similar speed, he spun 180 degrees to meet the aura slash. His blade erupted with a purple energy. Homerus grew more excited and asked, What method did you use to block my sword? Seeing this, Roman was displeased. I was expecting a real duel, but he's underestimating me, not fighting with his full strength at all. Homerus initiated his third form, Extreme Sword. The aura around him radiated wildly. Haha, this is interesting. I will fight you seriously in this match. The terrifying power caused the entire arena to shake violently. A pressure wave spread out in all directions, and the air crackled with electricity. Just watching, the audience had to close their eyes and hold on to things nearby. What terrifying power! Hold on tight. Roman, who was directly facing that power, showed disdain. This kind of trash can be ranked 49th? How ridiculous. There's no reason to prolong this match anymore. Roman strode forward and shouted at his opponent, Try to block this. Heavenly Demon Sword Art. Formless and traceless. Time seemed to stand still. Homerus seemed to feel an immense pressure, like a tsunami crashing down on him. Homerus blurted out, What kind of sword path is this? He can execute such a sword art? What a merciless move. The moment Homerus was swallowed by that wave was also the moment Roman's blade cut across his body. A nameless sword technique, it was only named by its order. Heavenly Demon Sword Art, third form. Homerus, I know you're looking forward to the confrontation with Fernando, but this time, please consider our position. This is a duel between border families. Just think of it as a vacation. Listening to the guild master's nagging, Homerus thought to himself, Actually, after receiving my A-rank mercenary certificate, I've refused all missions. I've been traveling the kingdom, busy fighting the strong. This time, I really had no excuse to refuse. But this seemingly boring battle yielded a result Homerus never expected. Flora's eyes widened in utter shock. Everyone present was stunned into silence. What is this? He was a powerhouse who had climbed the ranks before becoming a 4-star, firmly in the 49th position. And he was defeated by a young man who had just come of age with a single sword strike. This was too hard to believe. Roman coldly looked at the corpse, which had been cut into 2 pieces, lying on the ground. Someone who can't climb to the top, yet is quite arrogant, truly deserving of death. By Roman standards, this was not a world of life and death competition. His previous life was. Fighting against the elite masters of the martial world, that was a world full of danger, where one could lose their life at any moment. But this place was nothing more than a garbage dump. Roman spoke with disappointment. Honorable referee announced the result. It wasn't until Roman's reminder that the old referee snapped out of his panic. He stammered, the winner of the second match, Roman Dmitri. The soldiers on both sides had the same expression. What is this? Homerus is dead? Am I dreaming? Chris unconsciously clenched his fists, his heart filled with even more terror. Is this his true strength? When I fought the young master, had he already reached this level? If not, Then did he improve so rapidly after a fight? The young master at that time clearly couldn't have been someone who could defeat Homerus. The time was so short, this is too hard to believe. Could this really have happened? In the first match, I defeated my opponent in 2 moves. I once thought I would soon surpass him. But that thought of mine was too narrow-minded. With Roman's victory, the outcome of the duel was decided. There was no reason to waste any more manpower. The referee announced that the winner had been decided. Baron Bacco completely collapsed. He trembled, this time out of fear. It's over. Even Homerus failed. He was a 4-star swordsman. He was different from the lowly ones in the north, a rare swordsman in the entire kingdom. Could the mercenary guild have sent a fake Homerus? My lord, we will offer up the Grand Knight Templar. His subordinate stepped forward and said. Baron Bacco bit his lip. They couldn't lose any more. Send Benson. The man, hearing his words, couldn't help but be astonished. The Baron added, he lost all face for Bacco at the social gathering. This battle is his chance to redeem himself. The subordinate bowed and accepted the order, though he knew full well that Benson was an unknown knight, and the Lord was sending him to his death. But it was the Lord's command. I'm Benson of Bacco. The man was brought onto the field, trembling like a leaf. The audience, seeing this, began to murmur. Who is that? I've never seen this knight before. Suddenly, Kevin pushed his way out of the crowd and stepped forward. He walked straight up to Roman and stopped, saying, Young master, I will deal with him. Kevin's eyes were filled with determination and a will to fight. Roman looked at his subordinate for a few seconds. In this world where the strong devour the weak, the loser has only one path, death. An unknown knight was still a difficult opponent for Kevin. He wanted to prove himself. Roman smiled in agreement. Be careful. Kevin immediately turned, walked straight onto the dueling ground, and replied, Yes, I will not disappoint you. At this moment, Benson was trembling so much he could barely hold his sword. Why am I being punished in this situation? Relying on my father, a 1-star Aura knight, I thought I would be very safe. Even though I'm a useless knight of Bacco, I'll do my best for Bacco. What is the price of this loyalty to die in a duel? Damn it. Suddenly, he saw a familiar face on the opposite side. That person was stepping onto the field. It was the man he had insulted not long ago, Kevin. Could he be my opponent? Benson couldn't help but let out a grotesque smile. Oh gods, thank you. The two approached each other, waiting for the signal. Benson covered his ear-to-ear grin with his hand. Hey kid, want revenge? Whether you're here willingly or forced, we've both been cast aside by our lords, haven't we? But for me, this is a stroke of luck. Kevin replied coldly. I am the sharp sword that protects my lord. Hearing this, Benson flew into a rage. He roared and lunged forward. You arrogant bastard, die. The sword in his hand swung horizontally. Kevin leaned back to dodge, then pointed the tip of his sword directly at his opponent's neck. The tip was so close it looked like it was about to take his life. But Benson, who was falling to the ground, used his leg to trip Kevin, neutralizing the danger. You bastard, you think you can beat me? Kevin rolled a few times on the ground, fresh blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Kevin immediately struggled to his feet, his bloodshot eyes glaring at his opponent. Chris watched from below, his heart filled with worry. The difference in their strength is too great. What is the young master thinking, letting Kevin fight? The battle on the field was completely one-sided, with Kevin covered in injuries. Thanks to his armor, Kevin could still barely stand. Damn it, Kevin cursed his opponent, which only made Benson's attacks more ferocious. At this moment, a voice in Kevin's head seemed to be constantly urging him on. Kill. Kill him, kill him. He wants to kill you. Kill him quickly. Take your revenge. Back in the Dimitri castle many days ago, during a training session, Roman had told Kevin, from today on, sever your past with your own hands. The demonic soul ghost art has taken root. Awaken the demon within you. Awaken the demon within. The black energy in Kevin's body suddenly erupted violently, his eyes gradually losing their human appearance. At this moment, Kevin was no different from a wild beast that had just escaped its iron cage. Careful, the voice in his head warned. As his opponent swung his sword at his head, Kevin suddenly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow. Kevin slid across the ground, then spun around to regain his footing. That was close to getting my head smashed. I'm going to tear that bastard to pieces. The strange voice continued to echo. Kevin frowned. My head, why is it so noisy? I want to become the most capable sword for my master, even surpassing Chris. A sense of inferiority, loyalty to his master. These chaotic inner emotions swirled like a vortex. The demonic soul, ghost art. Yes, this is it, the thing that can make me stronger. Hey, kill him. Kevin's bestial nature erupted. His speed skyrocketed, and the tip of his sword was enveloped in a blood-red power, aimed straight at the enemy. Benson was horrified. What is this? The sword tip had already pierced his armor. You bastard. He swung his sword in a counterattack. A single slash hitting Kevin's shoulder, but failing to make him retreat even half a step. Benson was on the verge of tears from fear. Why isn't it stopping? You bastard, are you insane? Kevin paid no heed to how much he himself would be injured. And with a single thrust, he ran his opponent through, ending his life. All the witnesses were stunned. Kevin was in a state of extreme frenzy. Even though his opponent had collapsed in a pool of blood, he did not stop. A wicked curve formed on Kevin's lips, as he repeatedly stabbed the motionless corpse until it was a mangled mess. This was a complete and utter bloodbath, and the perpetrator was a small-statured young man. Kevin stepped down from the field and came before Roman to pay his respects. Young master, I have returned. Kevin, you've worked hard. Roman nodded in response. Hearing these words, Kevin immediately broke into his usual innocent smile, like a child being praised by an adult. The duel between Lawrence and Bacco, 3 matches, 3 victories. Lawrence won with an overwhelming advantage, and at the center of it all was the figure of Roman Dmitri, like a hero's tale passed down through generations. A mix of true and false rumors spread everywhere, and people began to sing Roman's praises. In the tavern, the topic of conversation also revolved around this rumor. Have you heard the story? Ah, you mean the one about the duel. Bacco must be furious. They made such a big fuss and still ended up losing to Lawrence. You know, all my relatives are natives of Lawrence. Roman is truly the savior of Lawrence. I heard he single-handedly slaughtered hundreds of soldiers in Bacco's rear. What's more, even the 49th rank master was finished off by him in a single blow. If Roman hadn't appeared, Bacco would have planted their flag on Lawrence land long ago, right? That's right, the bloody hand of Lancor Homerus, the 49th ranked master of the Cairo kingdom, stained the sky with blood, putting an end to the duel. Roman Dmitri is a hero, the hidden dragon of the Dmitri family, who has finally soared to the heavens. The children in the desert passed around a nursery rhyme. When the cactus leaves blossom, it is the day the king returns. I will officially begin to collect the legends about myself in this world. In the city of Bacco, someone was drowning in despair. It's over, it's all over. Baron Bacco sat before a mountain of documents. Official documents from the Golden Bank urging repayment of principal and interest, letters from the Mercenary Guild demanding accountability for Homerus's death and compensation for manpower. You damn beggars. Before, when Bacco still had influence in the Northeast, people would come to suck up to us every day. And now they pretend not to know us? Damn it. If only that bastard Roman Dmitri hadn't stuck his nose in this. He suddenly realized, that's right, it's all because of Roman Dmitri. Roman Dmitri did something that the aristocratic society cannot tolerate. This time, it is the last chance to save Bacco. A few days later, Bacco held a meeting. Before we begin, I would like to sincerely thank the nobles who have come to Bacco. With you here, I feel that the future of the entire Northeast is still bright. Someone in the crowd impatiently shouted, Baron, please get to the point. Very well, I will be direct. Just as Bacco attacked Lawrence with a just cause, reputation among the nobility is also extremely important. This war was to settle an ancient feud of our ancestors. The central government also considered it a just action and even sent an arbitrator. But Roman Dmitri interfered in this war without any official standing. Because of his raid, Bacco lost its artillery, manpower, and advantage. Even in the duel, not a single Bacco warrior who participated survived. He slammed his fist on the table and said loudly, Is this reasonable? What right does Roman Dmitri have to help Lawrence? If the two houses were related by marriage, there would be no problem. But we all know that Dmitri and Lawrence have already annulled their engagement. To Lawrence, Roman Dmitri is just an outsider. He has no official standing whatsoever. This is an act that crosses the line. All the nobles seem to agree. You are right. Roman Dmitri indeed has no official standing. That's right. Baron Bacco got the reaction he wanted. The corners of his mouth turned up in a smirk as he thought, all right, that's enough. All I have to do is pin all the blame on the Dmitri family, then demand a huge compensation. The debt with the Golden Bank can also be settled. Just as he was reveling in his success, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the door. Roman ignored the servants at the door, trying to stop him, and walked inside. So everyone is here. I heard you are very dissatisfied with me. Baron Bacco was completely bewildered. What is this brat Roman thinking, daring to come here? Let me speak for myself. Roman's tone was full of reproach. Not long ago, when he heard Roman was going to Bacco, Chris was extremely surprised. Are you really going there? Isn't that the same as committing suicide? Baron Bacco will definitely not let my lord go. Roman cut him off. Reassuringly, what do you think the relationship between Bacco and me will be like in the future? In Bacco's eyes, my lord is their mortal enemy. If possible, I think it would be best for both sides to avoid each other. Roman said nonchalantly, no, if it hasn't started, fine, but once it has, there must be an end. It is an obvious fact that Bacco is hostile towards me. Roman turned and mounted his horse, saying to the astonished Chris, this is the perfect opportunity for revenge. We go alone. Back in the present, Roman was standing before all the nobles of Bacco, questioning them. I'm curious, what authority does Baron Bacco have to summon you all here? Baron Bacco gritted his teeth, fury burning in his heart. Just a baron's brat. He hasn't even inherited the title, and he dares to disregard my class? He retorted loudly, so you've come. I suppose your lowly birth means you don't understand the rules of the nobility. Well then, let me tell you, to interfere in a war without any official standing is an act that is not permitted in the Kingdom of Cairo. We rely on the laws of the nobility to obtain our standing, and we declare a war of territory only after receiving approval from the central government. Do you think the nobles are fools for establishing these procedures? This is to maintain each other's honor. At this point, the baron started pounding the table in a rage. Saying you don't understand the laws of the nobility is just an excuse. Do you now know what a foolish act you have committed? Because of you, the Dmitri family will face serious trouble. For the son's crime, the nobles of the Northeast will criticize and despise Dmitri. You hear me, you disrespectful brat. After a long roar, the entire room fell into a temporary silence. At this moment, Roman finally spoke. His tone and words made Baron Bacco frown. Are you finished? Then now, it's my turn to speak about my standing. Seeing Roman's triumphant expression, Baron Bacco immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Roman began to seriously present his reasons. Lawrence and Dmitri were originally two families with an engagement. But now, I have become a bastard who ruined the marriage of our two houses. What do you all think is the reason I annulled the engagement? Is it my reputation or my history with women? Those rumors are all wrong. The truth is, because of Bacco's eldest son, because of the threats of Anthony Bacco, being singled out as his son's fault, Baron Bacco couldn't help but jump to his feet. Roman didn't give him a chance to open his mouth and continued. Now, I will let you all know why I participated in this war. I used to have a close relationship with Anthony Bacco. Even before I was engaged to Lawrence, I had joined his faction. But when the engagement was announced, I was framed by him and fell into a trap. When I woke up, I found myself in the same room as Emily Bacco. Anthony used this to threaten me, demanding that I annul my engagement with Lawrence. This was a perfect trap designed to eliminate both Lawrence and Dmitri. The people present began to stir. Threats? In other words, the Bacco family's argument was wrong from the start. Roman was full of confidence. The moment I voluntarily expose a weakness, it will no longer be a weakness. Baron Bacco retorted sharply. You think I'll listen to this nonsense of yours? We all know you've lived a trashy life to cover up the truth. What kind of disgusting words wouldn't you say? Roman was just waiting for this. He let out a sneer. I knew you would say that. Then, I will give you another reason for my interference in the war between Bacco and Lawrence. Another reason? The Baron, hearing this, grew even more uneasy. Anthony Bacco crossed the line. Flora Lawrence, who was engaged to me, was harassed by him. Because of the impact of this incident, Flora decided to annul the engagement. Whether this is true or false, you can all go and ask Flora Lawrence. Roman thought to himself, Anthony's lies led me into a trap, so I'll give him a taste of his own medicine. Roman began to look distressed. That's why I intervened in this war, with only my own strength, without involving my entire family. This is the only revenge I can take for her. I want to ask Baron Bacco, and all of you sitting here, do I really not have any standing to interfere in this war? And just like that, Roman had turned Bacco's argument on its head. He had one official standing for his actions. Baron Bacco was completely speechless. He calculated in his mind, there's no way out. The argument over the truth of my standing is now meaningless. I have to stall for time. First get out of this situation, then find a way to resolve it later. He sat down and sighed. I don't believe what you say is true, but I will go and confirm it. You should go home for today. Baron Bacco, Roman said coldly. Now please make your choice. You can choose to let Anthony pay the price for the personal issue between him and me to end this matter. Or will you cause trouble for the entire family over this? Roman threatened him without any courtesy. If you don't choose right here, right now, I will go home and tell my father everything. Baron Bacco was struck by lightning. What is this situation? I absolutely cannot choose to go to war with Dmitri. Bacco has already fallen to the bottom. If we cause more trouble with the Dmitri family, Bacco will be completely destroyed. This vicious brat. He gripped the armrest of his chair, sighing inwardly, but in the end he still chose to bow his head. I don't want the issue between you and Anthony to expand into a problem for the entire family. With my authority, I will have my eldest son Anthony kneel before you and apologize. Will that suffice? Since when did I say I wanted Anthony to kneel before me? Roman flatly rejected his offer. Baron Bacco's eyes widened, his voice trembling. What do you mean? He declared loudly. In this world, there's no such thing as the guilty party choosing their own punishment. The punishment will be decided by me. No, father, Anthony cried out in horror upon hearing the news. Baron Bacco shook his head helplessly. I'm sorry, son. Anthony fell to his knees, crying and begging. A duel of judgment? Father, are you really going to put my life in someone else's hands? He will surely kill me. I beg you, father, refuse Roman's offer. The Baron yelled loudly, trying to calm his son. Get a grip. You are the eldest son of the Bacco family. From the moment you became the heir to the family, your life has been tied to the fate of the family. So, face reality. Don't forget this hell. Be prepared to lose an arm. After saying this, he turned and left decisively, leaving his despairing son kneeling on the ground. Anthony's whole body trembled at the thought of Roman's face. Father, how can you let me duel that monster? I'll die. The duel was quickly arranged, witnessed by both sides. Roman stepped onto the field with a commanding presence. Anthony, on the other hand, was so scared he couldn't even hold his sword steady. Roman, Sir Roman, you know I'm very fond of Flora. When I heard you two were together, I must have lost my mind. I'm sorry for everything I've done to you. I meant no harm. Weren't we friends? Roman didn't answer, just coldly drew his sword. Seeing this, Anthony's hair stood on end. Roman, no. Master Roman, please spare my life this one time. If you spare me, I, Anthony Bacco, will spend the rest of my life repaying you. The referee frowned at this. How unsightly. Even Baron Bacco felt he had lost all face. This barbarian. Roman's face was cold, showing no intention of compromising. Roman asked, your whole life? How will you repay me? Have you paid off your loan to the Golden Bank yet? Even your connections with the government can't erase your wicked deeds. The Bacco family is finished. Roman stepped forward, bringing his face close to his opponent's. Anthony was so scared he froze, not daring to move. Why would I, someone you look down on so much, fall into your trap of begging for mercy and forgiveness? At that very moment, Baron Bacco realized his son was going to die here. But before he could react, Roman had already plunged the sword in his hand through Anthony's body. I have no reason to forgive you. So, atone for your sins with your death. Baek Jung-hyuk had experienced life and death battles with his own brothers, having to be vigilant every night against assassination attempts from his own family. Until one day, he personally plunged his sword into their hearts, ending their lives one by one, until the very last one. Jung-hyuk, do you know what your problem is? A figure on the roof looked down at the battlefield and spoke. That person was the eldest son of the current heavenly demon, Baek Ho-young, one of the few brothers who could be close to Jung-hyuk. He said, Jung-hyuk's problem is that you don't know how to compromise. From the moment you consider someone an enemy, you always want to destroy them immediately, without even a shred of pity for the enemy. One day, this problem of yours will come back to bite you. Baek Ho-young was extraordinary. Not only did he possess terrifying strength, but he also had a generous heart. able to win over his enemies after defeating them. Baek Jung-hyuk had thought that when he faced his eldest brother, I understand what you mean, but to crush anyone who opposes me, that is the way of life I have chosen. That is also how I survived from the lowest ranks of the demonic cult, and I will continue to live that way. Death is the only method that can permanently silence all living creatures. Anthony's death was an outcome no one wanted, but that was my way of handling things. Baron Bako rushed onto the field in horror. No. He tried to find a glimmer of hope of survival in his son's still body, lying in a pool of blood, but Anthony was definitely dead. Baron Bako cradled his son and let out a heart-wrenching wail, his eyes bloodshot, his roar of anger echoing through the sky. Roman turned and asked coldly, "Is there a problem?" Roman sneered. Dying in a duel is a common occurrence. Baron Bako had absolutely no idea things would turn out this way. He was numbed by the pain of losing his son and questioned Roman. "What are you doing? How dare you kill the eldest son of the Bako family? And to kill him without batting an eye like that." His soldiers were also in shock, standing there like statues, completely daring not to provoke him. At this moment, Roman was like an inviolable beast. How did that monster? Baron Bako's face darkened. It was only then that he realized he had underestimated everything. You planned this from the beginning. You came to visit Bako without any guards, pretending to be willing to compromise. Roman glared at him and said bluntly, "From the moment Anthony Bako treated me that way, I was an irreconcilable enemy of the Bako family." Roman turned and swept his gaze over everyone present and declared, "This is the price of opposing me. If there is anyone who cannot give up their relationship with the Bako family, then I am the enemy you must face." This undisguised threat was made public. Baron Bako shouted, "Do you really think you can just leave so easily?" Roman flicked his sleeve and walked straight out the gate. "What's the use of saying such nonsense? From now on, I will watch closely how the Bako family survives, and I will continue to attack until you are destroyed. I'm leaving now." The Baron was exhausted, both physically and mentally, and completely devastated. He belatedly realized the truth. We had provoked someone we shouldn't have. A few days later, Baron Bako, unable to repay his bank debt, tried to flee, but was later found dead on an unknown hill. The Bako family, once a powerful force in the northeast, had fallen into a tragic decline. In the hallway of Dimitri Castle, the bright moonlight shone through the window, creating a mystical atmosphere. Han spotted Roman ahead and called out to him. Roman was leisurely walking past him. "It's so late. Where are you coming from?" Roman smiled and replied, "The moonlight is so beautiful. I just wanted to admire it a little longer." Seeing the bloodstain on the young master's clothes, Hans was slightly startled. The two returned to the room. He got Roman a change of clothes before saying, "Everyone is very worried about you. I'm happy that you've made a name for yourself, but you always put yourself in danger like this, so I can't help but worry. Please be careful." Roman adjusted his scarf and replied in a casual tone, "Hans, I've said it before, haven't I? You're my person." "Yes, young master, I still remember." Baek Jung-hyuk had slaughtered countless enemies, their blood flowing like rivers. But he had one principle that helped to become the heavenly demon: always protect his subordinates. "One of my own is more important than 100,000 enemies." Han saw that Roman had nothing more to say and reminded him, "Young master?" Roman smiled and told him, "I will do my best not to put my subordinates in danger. That is enough." Although the matter with the Bako family was still very strange, the Malok family still held a party. The mistress of the Malok family, Helena Malok, stood in the middle of the party, her heart already having its own calculations. Even the ladies who had previously supported Bako, who had always flattered them, were now present. From now on, Dimitri will become the central family of the Northeast. This is a great opportunity for the Malok family, which has always sided with Dimitri. "Oh, welcome, welcome, I was waiting for you." When she saw a familiar face appear, she took the initiative to step forward and say, "My goodness, how are you getting more beautiful every day?" This person was none other than the mistress of the Dimitri family, Lena Hannah Dimitri. She smiled kindly and returned the greeting, "Thank you." The other ladies saw this and also gathered around. "I've prepared a special bottle of wine for you." "Lady Lena Hannah, it's an honor to meet you here." "Me too. It's a pleasure to meet you, ladies." Lena Hannah Dimitri was the wife of Baron Dimitri. She frequently socialized with noble ladies to build a support base for Dimitri. She had an amazing political talent, and sometimes Baron Romero even needed to consult her on certain matters. If it weren't for Lena Hanna laying the groundwork beforehand, the Dmitri family, when oppressed by the Bacos, might have collapsed before even entering the noble class. Thank you all for attending this gathering. Lena Hanna stepped forward to speak first. We gather here today because I believe that people who live in the same region need to understand each other and start getting to know each other from now on. Of course, in the past, not everyone went in the same direction. But now the situation is different. We need a different kind of support than before. Lady Dimitri's words were full of hidden meaning. She was implicitly threatening those who had once sided with the Bacos, while at the same time showing her generosity by accepting their allegiance. While they were having dessert, Lady Helena of the Malok family proactively suggested to Lena Hanna, "What do you think of our Veronica? I think she and Roman would be a great match. Roman is 25 now. It's time for him to get married and start a family. I'm not just saying this because she's my daughter, but Veronica is really a good match for Roman." The other ladies at the table saw this and also chimed in. "Oh my, isn't Veronica already engaged to another family?" They clearly didn't want Helena to get her way. "You're being too greedy, Helena." Lena Hanna leisurely sipped her tea, listening to them bicker. "That's right. Roman's marriage partner must be chosen carefully. Please come visit us next time. My daughter just mentioned that she fell in love with Roman at first sight. And my daughter, she's very intelligent and always at the top of her class at the academy. My daughter is still young, but she will definitely be a beauty in the future." Lena Hanna couldn't help but think to herself, for the past 6 years, Roman has always been considered a nuisance in the noble circles. He is the eldest son, but cannot inherit the family business, which has held him back. But his potential as a 4-star knight is enough to ensure a good future. If he can also win the right of inheritance, then there is no more valuable son-in-law than him. Now is the time for him to transform from a nuisance into an outstanding figure. Lena Hanna finally spoke up. "I am very happy that you all think so highly of my son. But Roman has been deeply hurt before. Compared to following the wishes of 2 families, I hope Roman can find someone he truly loves. So, let's not discuss marriage anymore." Lena Hanna's words were misinterpreted by the other ladies as, in other words, whoever captures his heart first wins. That night, at Lawrence Castle, Flora was sitting in her study, flipping through a book, deep in thought. Power is what's needed to survive in this world. In reality, Lawrence had lost the war against Baco. I had thought that if we could just hold out until winter, we would have a chance. But reality hit like a flash flood. There were too many variables. But Roman had anticipated all of them, bravely dealt with them, and saved Lawrence. How can I become someone like Roman? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but blush. It felt strange. Her heart was beating faster, and her ears were hot. Asterisk, no. I hate that Dmitri Roman. Why am I blushing? Asterisk. He is an arrogant, selfish person who only cares about his own interests. How can he be so strong? What kind of person is he really? Her mind was in a jumble. Flora decided to close the book. I just want to know a little bit. What kind of person is he really? She stepped out into the hallway for a walk. I need to get some fresh air. Asterisk, that's right. No matter how curious I am, there's no longer any relationship between us. The engagement is off. Asterisk. I have no other choice because I'm sure I'll never see Roman again. While she was lost in thought, a soft female voice called out to her, "Sister Flora?" Flora was startled. She looked blankly at the other person's radiant smile. Our blonde lady felt a little unnatural and thought to herself, "What is she doing here?" That was Sylvia, a side branch of the Lawrence family, Sylvia Lawrence. After a brief conversation, Flora ran straight to the Baron and asked loudly, "Father, is Lawrence going to the banquet at the Dimitris?" "Why didn't you tell me?" The Baron heard his daughter turn around and calmly explained, "Through this matter, I've gained a great deal. You have shown me your ability to judge right from wrong. While I was helpless, it was also thanks to you that Roman Dmitri joined the battlefield and helped us win this war. I will not devalue you anymore. I will support all of your wishes, and I will not force you to do anything for the family anymore. So, you don't have to attend this banquet. Flora, go and live for your dreams." Hearing these words, Flora was deeply moved. "Those words from my father are truly touching, but I want to go to the banquet." Flora screamed internally, then asked, "Why did you invite Sylvia to the party? She came all the way from the capital, so you must have some other purpose, right?" It's just for my own selfish greed. Her father didn't answer, which made Flora even more confused. Greed? Could it be? You're planning to use Sylvia to form a marriage alliance with the Dmitri family again. Thinking of this, she spoke up. If that's the case, I understand. Since we have to repay Roman, I will go with Sylvia and show her the way. The Baron looked at his daughter with a skeptical expression. You don't have to do that. I'll make sure you and Roman have no more dealings with each other. Flora interrupted him, her face full of determination, emphasizing each word. I said, I will show her the way. Location, Cairo, the capital. The Valhalla Temple branch in Cairo. Is this true? A priest looked at the report and asked. The son of a noble family in a remote region, only 25 years old, killed a 4-star knight with a single sword stroke? Is this really possible? But if this isn't some outlandish story, then it means a terrifying genius has been born. I must go and confirm this myself. This clergyman assessed Valhalla's ranking. The scene changes to Dmitri City. The banquet was scheduled for the evening. The young ladies of the noble families had already come to the Dmitri estate to visit. Everyone was dressed magnificently, wearing all the jewelry they could, and their makeup was also very heavy. Sylvia said softly, So this is Dmitri? The atmosphere is just as gloomy as the rumors say, she said, revealing an innocent and lovely expression. A group of young ladies follow behind her, walking down a street full of blacksmith shops. Look at that, it's amazing. All blacksmith shops and ore. In the end, this is just a miner's territory. I really don't understand how anyone can live in a place like this. In the capital, even commoners pay attention to basic etiquette. The young ladies did not hold back in their criticism of this place. Sylvia covered her nose with a handkerchief and chimed in. I understand, Dmitri and art are two distant things. Flora just quietly followed behind and thought to herself, Sylvia's father is the younger brother of Count Lawrence. He settled in the capital as a merchant. Compared to the capital, both Lawrence and Dmitri can only be considered countryside. She can understand why they have such a reaction. Suddenly, Sylvia saw a group of people ahead and exclaimed in surprise, Oh my God, are those people miners? A group of boorish men carrying their belongings walked past them, talking and laughing. These young ladies in their magnificent dresses had attracted the unblinking gazes of the miners. The two sides were like two completely opposite worlds. Not a few of the ladies began to complain, Oh, my beautiful dress is covered in dust. Miners are just walking around on the street like that? This is why Dmitri has a problem. They didn't hide their mockery at all. Flora walked silently at the end of the line. As she passed by a young miner, she suddenly had a familiar feeling. Flora quickly turned her head to look back. That person seemed to be Roman Dmitri. In the distance, another figure appeared, running in a hurry. It was Hans. He called out with a worried expression. Young master, I couldn't stop you from going down to the mine. Couldn't you take care of yourself while you were working? He said, frantically wiping the dirt off Roman. Look, I just wiped it once, and the handkerchief is already this dirty. Roman's face was distorted from his wiping, and he shouted, All right. Hans still bowed his head and wiped. You're covered in soot every day. My heart is about to break. The young ladies heard the conversation and immediately turned around. Is that Roman Dmitri? Sylvia saw Roman and smiled, and thought to herself, He's more handsome than I thought. Oh, what a great body. There are rumors that the second son of Dmitri is very likely to lose his inheritance. But what noble family would let their son work like a miner? Roman is undoubtedly the heir. Recent events show that Roman's status has skyrocketed. Sylvia suggested that the other ladies go to Roman Dmitri together. Come on, it wouldn't hurt to say hello before the banquet. A worried lady asked, Is that all right? Just as Roman took off his helmet, he heard a greeting. Sylvia asked, Are you young Master Roman Dmitri? I didn't misrecognize you, did I? I am Sylvia from the Lawrence family. Sylvia lifted her skirt and curtsied formally, her face beaming as she said, Thank you for your help to us. I want to express my sincere gratitude. You are as extraordinary as the rumors say. Roman replied nonchalantly, Oh, I know. Let's go, Hans. Roman walked away coldly, leaving the lady heartbroken. Flora couldn't help but burst into tears of laughter. He really is a block of wood. Hans chased after Roman, reminding him, Master, you still have to attend the banquet. Can't you rest for a bit? Roman replied as he put his shirt back on. I will associate with those worth associating with. But they mocked the Dmitri family's mining work. Hans said in a panic, How much longer are you going to work in the mines? Although the Baron hasn't given an order, you've been working hard for several days. Roman became serious. The foundation of Dmitri is the blacksmiths. No, to be more precise, it's the iron mines. The ore that the miners dig up with their blood and sweat is melted in the furnace fire and forged into steel. This is the essence of Dmitri. Empty words cannot coexist with the people of this land. I just want to experience and empathize with them myself. Hans stopped in his tracks, moved. Young master, his eyes welled up with tears. When did you grow up so much? Hans won't cause any more trouble for the young master. I'll make it perfect. The scene changes to the Dmitri family's training ground. The shouts of 1-2 echoed. The soldiers recruited by Roman were diligently practicing their swordsmanship. Again, 1-2. Under Chris's supervision, they trained very seriously and orderly. Roman observed the crowd from a distance, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. The prestige I built in the last battle with the families has inspired the soldiers' loyalty and boosted their morale. The soldiers who followed me into the last battle have learned a lot. Based on the training methods I accumulated before, plus the sword techniques I've mastered, and the ability to forge unique blades, I can awaken the soldiers' potential and help them become elites on the battlefield. This knowledge is as precious as treasure. Just like that, I've got my own army. But it's still not enough. These soldiers only have a little combat experience. I need my own elite army. The problem is, to form an elite army, you need financial and human resources, which I currently lack. Roman called out, "Chris." The man immediately ran over. "You called for me, young master? How's the training progressing?" Roman asked. Chris immediately replied, "They're all very enthusiastic and learned very quickly. I think we can expect them to make progress soon." "Good. Now, I will teach you a new sword technique." "A new sword technique?" For me, Chris was incredibly surprised. Roman explained, "You are different from those beginners. After the last family battle, you have improved and gained experience, which has laid the foundation for you to learn more advanced sword techniques. Although it is very difficult, I think you can do it. I think you're now ready to absorb new things. The sword technique I'm about to teach you is called Thunderous Roar Break. This is a move with great destructive power and extremely fast execution. Its master was known as the Sword Saint. This is Chris's next step. The banquet finally began. In a luxurious and magnificent space, the banquet hall was filled with whispers. At this moment, a servant announced, "Young Master Roman Dmitri has arrived." Almost all eyes turned to the door in unison, especially the young ladies. Roman wore a formal suit with a red cloak, his aura extraordinary and incredibly charming. Roman's hair was back to its black color. The young ladies couldn't contain their excitement, their cheeks flushed with adoration. They quickly surrounded him, chattering and asking Roman, "Why did you leave so early this morning, young Master Dmitri? We want to chat with you for a bit before the banquet." Roman smiled gently and replied, "I had just finished my work then, so I hope you can understand. I also wanted to dress up a bit." "Oh, we understand. Of course you can do that." Lady Sylvia also stepped forward and praised him. "You are as outstanding as the rumors say." The girl with light green hair, her hair in two buns, continued with a radiant smile. "It's unbelievable, the air of a noble family working alongside the miners. If I could marry someone like you, I wonder if I would become a better person." Roman gave a faint smile, bowed slightly, and replied, "You flatter me." After that, Roman chatted with the guests in the hall one by one, exchanging a few pleasantries, complimenting each other, and raising their glasses in a toast. After completing these formalities, Roman went out to the balcony alone for some fresh air. It seemed the atmosphere inside didn't suit Roman at all. It felt even more tiring than finishing a long battle. "You're a good actor, aren't you?" A female voice suddenly came from behind. Roman turned his head and found it was Flora. "Just doing what needs to be done," Roman replied. "How surprising," Flora continued, taking the initiative to approach Roman. Standing beside him, she tucked her hair back and said with a smile, "I thought you didn't care about these social gatherings." "Usually I don't," Roman replied absently. "But for this banquet, my parents and their guests were invited. This is different from ordinary banquets. I see they're very happy. Besides, it was the same when we first met, so it's nothing strange." Flora was stunned for a few seconds, then laughed again, thinking Roman was right. "Actually, I was the one who was rude." Looking at Roman, Flora couldn't help but think he's always so steadfast. This is why I'm becoming more and more curious. What kind of life has he lived to be so principled? Feeling she had misspoken, She quickly changed the subject. But why did you go mining? Besides forging, an heir has no reason to do that kind of work. Roman asked seriously in return, how do you think the Lawrence family got to where they are today? Flora was once again at a loss. Roman didn't wait for her to wonder and answered himself. People think Lawrence is where it is today because of its fertile land and abundant goods. But the Lawrence family's success is due to trade. They sold or exchanged their goods to reach their current position. This is also why Baron Lawrence's younger brother became a merchant in the capital. The more Flora listened, the more astonished she became, feeling a sense of being surpassed. How amazing! He knows things that I've only recently learned, and he knows them like the back of his hand. And he's not wrong about a single thing. So what does this have to do with mining? She asked curiously. The roots of the Dmitri family lie in the iron mines. Without the miners who dig up the or buried underground every day, Dmitri would not be where it is today. I firmly believe that spending time working in the mines will help me understand and empathize with them more. And I believe this is the duty of someone who bears the Dmitri name. Every word Roman spoke was etched into her heart, striking every chord, and seemed to have brought Flora a great deal of enlightenment. Roman excused himself. I've been standing here for quite a while. I'll be going now. Oh, all right, she replied. Afterwards, Flora stood alone on the balcony, gazing thoughtfully at the night sky. Suddenly, she smiled. I've made my decision. The heart that had been restless since that battle had finally found order and clarity. I knew it. Coming to see him was the right decision. A few days later, Flora set off for the capital. That was the moment the flower in the gilded cage of the Lawrence family left to explore the world. Back in Dmitri, the iron mine foreman, Jacob, took a swig of strong liquor and exclaimed with satisfaction, "That's the stuff." Henrik, drinking with him, asked, "How was it today?" Jacob replied cheerfully, "Same as always. No matter how much we dig, the mineral vein just keeps going. We've only just reached the entrance of the mountain. Even if the Dmitri family digs for another few decades, the iron mine won't run out. I'll bet my entire life's mining experience on it." Henrik changed the subject. There are many rumors that Roman started working in the mines half a month ago. Why has it been so quiet lately? Roman. Jacob heard the name and laughed heartily. This story starts half a month ago. A shocking piece of news quickly spread among the miners. I heard that young Master Roman will be working in the mines starting today. The person behind him gasped in surprise. Why? Who knows? Probably just for show. A veteran miner named Moken grimaced and said, "Old Lord Dmitri is getting senile. If he wanted to teach his heir, he should have done a long time ago. He's only good to the blacksmiths, always ignoring us miners." He began to shout excitedly. Dimitri's 3 heirs have been learning to forge in the workshop since they were young, but they never learned to mine. This clearly shows that Lord Dmitri discriminates against us. The others, hearing this, felt it was inappropriate. They said cautiously, "Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration?" Moken asserted loudly, "What are you talking about? The foundation of Dmitri is the iron mines, but the blacksmiths get all the glory. I'm sure Roman was forced to come here, but I won't bow down to him. Let him see what mining is all about." Everyone raised their hands in support, and for a moment, the place erupted in thunderous cheers. What was bound to happen happened. That morning, Jacob brought Roman to meet everyone. From today, young Master Roman will be working with us. No one paid any attention. They didn't even bother to glance at Roman. A few people in the team exchanged glances and gave each other meaningful smiles. Roman saw everything, but he didn't plan to argue. Jacob instructed, "Everyone must remember, in the mines, the number 1 priority is safety, number 2 is safety, and number 3 is still safety." They all shouted in unison, "Understood. All right, let's get to work." The miners quickly distributed tools and other necessary items, and everyone got busy, but absolutely no one paid any attention to the newly arrived young master. Roman frowned slightly. "They're completely ignoring me. I won't pay any mind to their attitude. This Dmitri mining city. These Dmitri people, how much power do they have? What can I do for this place for my future plans?" Roman walked towards the towering Mount Rosefo, his resolve firm. "I must understand all of Dmitri's problems." A day of work in the mines for Roman had officially begun. The workers were all digging hard, and the foreman was constantly urging them on. "Come on, hurry up. We're far from today's quota." Roman worked on the side, loading bag after bag of or onto a cart. The rules here are very strict. This was Roman's observation. They assign tasks very evenly, and the safety measures are also quite good. During his work, Roman asked a veteran miner a question, and he replied, Dimitri's ironware is so famous not only because of the blacksmith's exquisite craftsmanship, but also because the ore itself is of the highest quality, which is why it's so valuable. Other places suffer heavy losses from having to purchase but because Dimitri can be self-sufficient, they make a huge profit, he said with a proud smile. What other reason could there be? Because they can supply their own raw materials and are also a forging city, they can make more profit than any other family. It's been like this for decades. Just by gathering a few pieces of information, Roman could vaguely estimate the wealth of his family. The wealth of Dimitri may be even greater than I imagined. This is not a place for chatting. Young master, Moken reminded him bluntly. If you don't want to work, then don't disturb others. Get out. The two stared at each other. Roman then took the initiative to apologize, which greatly surprised Moken. Sorry, I'll focus on my work. After saying that, Roman immediately turned and went back to work. This left the usually critical Moken speechless. A week later, Roman was still eating alone. He still hadn't made any friends. We've been working together for over a week, but they still don't talk to me unless I ask first. Perhaps this is how they divide their territory. As he was thinking of a way to approach them, someone took the initiative to come over. It was Moken. He sat down in front of Roman and said, Can I ask you a question? I've been watching you all week, and I'm a little curious. Why did you come here to work? According to him, no noble valued mining. Even Rose, Dimitri's second son and the most promising heir, had never set foot in the iron mines. The eldest son, Roman, is putting on a show by coming here to train. It's been so long, I thought he looked down on mining. So I've been keeping an eye on him. But he's more diligent than I thought. The image of Roman working made him reconsider. No, he works even harder than the other miners and always meets his quota. Moken heard from another miner. According to my friend who works as a servant in the castle, the master of the house never ordered the young master to work in the mines. He came voluntarily? This statement made Moken hesitate. This was why he directly came to ask Roman. Roman gave him two choices, an ideal answer or a realistic one. Which one do you want to hear? Can I hear both? Roman smiled and said, Then I'll give you the ideal answer first. Dimitri is a mining city, and many of its residents work in the iron mines for a living. Instead of learning about the people here from a distance through numbers, I want to experience their daily lives for myself. Do you really need to do that? Moken asked again. It's necessary, Roman replied. As long as my last name is Dimitri, I need to do this. The result is an ideal answer, Moken thought. These are the words the people want to hear from their ruler, and also the image of a respected nobleman. Roman continued to give his answer. As for the realistic reason, I am not the head of Dimitri. Although Dimitri possesses immense wealth, it also belongs to my father. This is why I came to the iron mines to find what I can contribute to Dimitri and to find a legitimate reason to claim my share. Hearing this, Moken couldn't help but burst out laughing. So it's to claim a share of your father's inheritance? Ha, I didn't expect that. I thought you came here just to compete for the inheritance. Although he appeared rough on the outside, Moken was actually an intelligent man. He knew one thing for sure. Young Master Roman is building his foundation in the iron mines, not the forge, which means he knows the importance of mining. Moken clenched his fists in excitement, extremely thrilled. Then, I will answer all your questions. Moken honestly answered a long series of questions from Roman. Afterwards, Roman received some unexpected information from him. The scale of Dimitri's iron mines was the largest in the kingdom. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was the largest on the continent, especially the nameless land on the edge of the kingdom, next to Dimitri, which was called the Endless Land. If we can exploit the resources there, our wealth will grow infinitely. Despite this advantage, Moken also pointed out some limitations. Actually, compared to Dimitri's financial situation, the output is not very good. Due to the dangerous working conditions, the mining speed is slow, and a slow speed means a decrease in production. Of course, the Lord has provided a lot of safety support, but even so, mining is still extremely dangerous. Not only do we have to work in dark and cramped environments, but the natural conditions are also extremely unstable. The Northwest Mountain Range constantly has earthquakes. How can an ordinary person prevent that? Moken had just finished speaking when Roman felt a tremor. Things were getting worse. The entire mine began to shake violently. The two of them rushed to the edge of the pit to investigate. and found a crowd of people gathered there. "What's wrong, Mr. Moken?" "Elevator number 8 collapsed, and someone's trapped underneath." "What?" Moken was extremely worried. He looked at the pit and the collapsed rope ladder. Helpless. "Good heavens, what do we do now?" Someone in the crowd warned. "This place could collapse again. Don't rush to measure anything." At this moment, Roman stepped forward and said, "I'm going down." Moken firmly objected. "No, you are the eldest son of the Dmitri family. Even if you were a knight, another collapse would be very dangerous. We should confirm the situation first." Roman glared and cut him off. "That will be too late." The man was frightened by Roman's intensity. Roman affirmed, "I said it before. Those who bear the Dmitri name must shoulder their responsibilities. I'll be right back. Go prepare bandages." With that, Roman used his lightness skill and jumped down. Roman took advantage of the rugged terrain of the pit, descending without a hint of hesitation or fear. This was his way of doing things. About 10 minutes later, a hand reached out from the pit. Those waiting above were stunned. When they saw Roman climbing up with the victim on his back, they erupted in cheers. Young Master Dmitri saved him. Roman told them, "Quick, bring the splints." The broken bone was quickly splinted and secured. Moken, seeing this, was amazed. First aid isn't easy, yet he's so knowledgeable. After everything was settled, Roman turned to the people around him and shouted, "I've administered first aid. Get him to a doctor. If he needs medicine, I will cover all the costs." "Yes, sir," everyone replied in unison. The injured man was quickly carried away on a stretcher. Roman said in a low voice, "Everyone, listen up. You must accept that today's accident is a miner's fate." The miners, hearing this, had complex expressions, but no one interrupted Roman. They just listened intently. Roman said, "No matter how well we prepare, we cannot prevent unexpected disasters. But even if it's difficult, there is always a way. As someone who bears the Dmitri name, I will spare no expense to solve everyone's difficulties." It won't take long. Back at the Baron's mansion, Romero immediately summoned his eldest son. He first asked, "Are you injured?" After Roman said he was fine, he began to question him. "What on earth were you thinking, doing something so dangerous? Even if you're an aura swordsman, that kind of natural disaster is not something you can handle alone. This time, you were lucky." He slammed the table, scolding, "But because of your reckless bravery, I almost lost my beloved son. I'm not saying this because you are the eldest son of the Dmitri family. If it were anyone else, I would never forgive the act of being willing to give up one's life to save one person. No, I was just doing what I should." Romero yelled, "Roman." Roman stood firm in his position. "Even if time were to turn back, my thoughts would not change. An accident happened at the iron mine. As a member of the Dmitri family, I believe I made the right decision." The Baron, knowing he couldn't reason with his son, suggested, "Don't work at the iron mine anymore. I never asked you to work there. I don't understand why you made such a choice. If you said you wanted to work at the forge, I wouldn't have stopped you." "Father," Roman explained seriously, "I believe I need to work at the iron mine to gain a deeper understanding of the Dmitri family. Although Dmitri is famous for its metallurgy and forging techniques, the majority of the people in this region work in the iron mines to make a living. Therefore, I should naturally work at the iron mine, not the forge." Roman was absolutely right. As the leader of this land, Romero was a little surprised that his son could say such profound words. He finally compromised. "All right, so what have you learned there? Tell me." "Father, I have seen the hardships that everyone has to go through." The Baron was quite surprised. "Hardships? Were they? Have I ever mistreated the miners?" Roman said, "I know you also care a lot about the safety of the workers. Even the workers at the iron mine respect you very much." Romero still didn't want Roman to go there. "But in any case, mining is very dangerous. You don't know when an earthquake will happen. What if the mine collapses? If you've forgotten, I'll remind you. That place is very prone to landslides like the one yesterday." "I haven't forgotten, as you said. Such disasters are unavoidable, even if we are prepared." Roman interrupted him, "But there is still a way, Father. That is to use magical artifacts." "Magical artifacts?" Romero was not unaware of their existence. Using them to ensure the safety of the iron mine wasn't a bad idea. But do you know how much those artifacts are worth? Using artifacts to protect the entrance of an iron mine would be incredibly expensive. "Yes, I know. Moreover, using an air shield isn't always a guarantee of safety." The Baron questioned again. "You mean even so it's still necessary to use them?" "Yes," Roman was very certain. "But If we install the artifacts, not only will your output increase, but we also won't have to restrict the development of untapped iron veins. Owning a place that produces an endless supply of raw materials is an advantage, an opportunity cost. Even though using ancient relics is very expensive, if we can earn more money than before, it's worth it. Moreover, we will send a dedicated team of workers to ensure safety, minimizing the risks as much as possible, and then use the increased profits to pay their salaries. What do you think, Father? Romero smiled in reply. Seeing how fluently you speak, you must have calculated everything. So, how much do we need to invest? If it's not as you say, you'll be in trouble. In this martial world where the strong prey on the weak, there were two organizations famous for their ability to gather information: the Beggars Sect and the Flower Gate. The Beggars Sect gathered information through beggars who were present all over the world, listening to everyone's stories, while the Flower Gate gathered information through the weaker groups in society, those who were always listening to the goings-on of the world. I chose to work at the iron mine instead of the forge so that I could grasp all the information in the Northeast. All right, with my father's capital and manpower, I will establish the Flower Gate in this world. But that's still not enough. A guild that specializes in gathering information, or in other words, an intelligence agency, cannot be limited to the Northeast. Moreover, when information from all over the continent is collected, someone needs to sort it, as the guild members cannot process information professionally. Let's see, someone who can sort information, and belongs to the upper class of Dimitri. There's only one suitable person. After the war with the Bacco family, the soldiers under Roman's command heard some very surprising news. Chris, who was in charge of their training, announced, "From today on, I will teach you how to use mana in conjunction with swordsmanship. This is a gift from our master, so you must devote yourselves wholeheartedly to your training." As someone who had reached the rank of a B-class mercenary, but was held back because he couldn't sense mana, Lucas felt that Chris's words were absurd. What is a mana heart technique? It's a secret art that has systematically organized, unique methods of utilizing mana. If this isn't some cheap, widespread fake, then it's definitely a priceless treasure. Even a father wouldn't easily teach his son how to use mana. That guy must be just messing with us. No matter how loyal we are to Lord Roman, it's absolutely not enough for him to trust us to the point of granting us a treasure like that. Chris stood on the podium and began to introduce this technique. The name of this technique is Aura, which also means Azura, the name of a war demon on a battlefield in a distant land. After trying to cultivate it, Lucas's attitude changed 180 degrees. He became extremely astonished. This is insane. I can feel the mana. It's only been a few days, but I can already feel my body's senses becoming incredibly sharp. I can even feel the gentle breeze brushing past me. This is the light sword technique, a compilation of 108 methods of fighting enemies, a technique that perfectly utilizes the power of the heart technique. What kind of person is Roman Dimitri, really? You have to know, the aura and the light sword technique are dominating this world. If I possess a set of skills like this, I would absolutely keep it a secret even from my own family, let alone soldiers. Others go bankrupt and endure anxiety day and night just to learn how to use mana. And he does this, could it be just to make someone like me happy? But after that day's training, Lucas was called out separately. Roman said he wanted him to establish an information-gathering guild, which made Lucas hastily refuse. "I'm very sorry, but I want to fight by my master's side." Roman, hearing this, calculated inwardly, I can't let him refuse. A seasoned former mercenary with a wide network of contacts, good adaptability, and has been through all the ups and downs of life. In the end, Roman determined that Lucas was an extremely suitable choice. But Lucas still looked troubled. If I have to manage the intelligence guild, then I can't be by my master's side anymore. Lucas found all sorts of reasons, pleading to stay. When fighting the Bacco family, I bet my life for my master. "Please don't send me away." "Nice acting," Roman chuckled softly, and said, "Let me ask you something. Why do you think I only taught you the aura and the light sword technique?" Lucas stammered, "I don't know," Roman said. "Lucas, what kind of person do you think I am? Do you think I, Roman, would stop at nothing to gain the loyalty of my soldiers?" "So what you mean is?" Lucas asked doubtfully. Roman then said, "I don't expect you to be absolutely loyal to me. This is just the price you deserve for following me onto the battlefield, for risking your life for me. So, what do you think I would grant to someone who is more to me than just an ordinary soldier?" Roman began to offer more benefits to entice him. Lucas was shocked and thought frantically, is there anything more precious than the aura? At this thought, Lucas could not help but accept the command. As you wish, master. I will create the best guild on the continent. Roman was secretly pleased. A clever and thoughtful person, Lucas was indeed the perfect leader for the Flower Gate. As soon as the sun rose, Roman went to the mine to complete the work he had arranged with the Baron a few days prior. The workers there warmly welcomed Roman. Lord Roman has arrived. My master, you truly care about our safety. Thank you so much. A middle-aged man pushed through the crowd, his eyes welling with tears, and said, Young master, thanks to you, my only son survived. If you ever need us in the future, I will surely dedicate my life to you. With that, he knelt down and kowtowed to Roman. Roman smiled brightly and said, Thank you. I look forward to your cooperation. From that day on, the people's affection for the Dmitri family had shifted to Roman, and this made Baron Romero furious. A month had passed since the war with the Bacco family. During the Dmitri family's regular meeting, the head of the family, Romero, and the core members of the family had gathered to discuss matters. The Bacco family had been eliminated in the northeast. There was no longer any force that could stand against Dmitri. The forces that had previously supported the Bacco family had expressed their desire to form an alliance with Dmitri. As per your orders, we have flatly refused to negotiate with those who sided with Bacco and had a tense relationship with us. How do I want to deal with them? Romero said firmly. Reconciling with those who have caused us great losses is not noble. It's foolish. Do not negotiate with them. I want them to know the consequences of opposing Dmitri. Go on. The people present nodded in unison, showing they understood. Jonathan commented objectively, This war has shown us the variables that can arise when borrowing external forces. Even though the Bacco family confronted and lost to us, they're still a great threat. For example, the magic cannons or variables like Homerus, the 49th ranked fighter. That is why I want to strengthen our military to deal with these variables and to purchase more magical weapons. Romero also knew very well, nothing makes us feel safer than military power. Thanks to young Master Roman, we have a lot of capital, even though we spent a lot of money to install ancient relics in the mine shafts. But the iron ore output has increased by 30% in a very short period of time. At this rate, I believe it will soon increase to 100%. When the Baron asked about the cost of the ancient relics, one person immediately replied, If you include the increased profits, it's still a great deal. Roman was right. By personally working at the iron mine, he discovered the problem and came up with the most effective solution. The people's assessment of Roman, which had been wavering, after this, finally shifted completely to support. Jonathan noticed this and asked his lord, What are you thinking about the succession? Romero frowned and thought at starting. Jonathan shared frankly, 3 years ago, you chose young Master Rose as the new lord, because at that time, young Master Roman's behavior and the second young master's personality were not suitable for such an important position. But now the situation has changed. With the war against the Bacco family, the safety issue at the iron mine, and his swordsmanship talent, young Master Roman's behavior now shows the bearing of a ruler. The others also expressed their agreement one by one. That's right, we think so too. Since it hasn't been officially announced, I think a fair competition is a matter of course. The struggle for succession between Roman and Rose had stirred a ripple in the otherwise peaceful Dmitri family. This made Romero extremely troubled, as both were his sons. Roman had proven himself in a short period of time, but Rose had shouldered the responsibilities of an heir since he was young. After such a long time, to make them compete with each other, would that be the right decision? After a long thought, he still decided to continue observing the situation. Returning to his study, the Baron could only sigh to himself. The matter of succession required the consent of a few key figures, the vassals, the mine superintendent, and finally, the forge master, Henrik. He stipulated that only with the consent of all 3 parties could one be allowed to participate in the succession contest, no matter how chaotic the contest might be. After that, he summoned Hans. Hans, after understanding the whole story, asked doubtfully, I don't understand your meaning. Romero repeated, I'm asking you, is Roman suitable to inherit the Dmitri family? If you had asked me this question 3 months ago, I would have said no. But young Master Roman is very different now. From what I've seen while by his side, he has become the right person for that position. Explain, the Baron requested of Hans. First, young Master Roman told me that he went to work in the mines to learn about the people of Dmitri. He humbled himself to experience their emotions and to have direct contact with them, to face the reality of Dmitri. Hans placed his hand on his chest and affirmed with conviction, the young Master Roman of today is a person who cares about the responsibilities of a member of the Dmitri family. Romero said he understood and dismissed Hans. He immediately summoned the mine director. I want to ask him about the mine collapse. When the person arrived, Romero saw another person behind the mine director, Jacob, and was a little surprised. Jacob spoke without hesitation. I heard you wanted to hear about what happened then, so I brought the person who was at the scene. He waved his hand as a signal. Moken was startled and stammered his introduction. My Lord Baron, my name is Moken from the iron mine. Moken, that name felt very familiar to the Baron. He told him to tell him in detail what happened that day. He recounted the events exactly as they happened, without holding anything back. The incident occurred when a young master had been working at the mine for a week. The elevator suddenly collapsed, crushing a worker. When we wanted to apply the safest method to avoid further collapse, young Master Roman said he could save the worker, and he went into that place. Even though we all tried to stop him, he still managed to save the man. To be honest, I didn't have a good impression of the young master at first, but now I realize how foolish I was. During that accident, the young master said, as the eldest son of the Dmitri family, he had the responsibility to solve everyone's problems. It was he who wanted to save that worker. Moken remembered Roman's words at that time, his emotions still surging. He bowed his head sincerely. If you ask me for my assessment of the young master, I would say if he were the heir, I would trust and obey him with all my heart. Romero still couldn't decide in his heart. Everyone says Roman is suitable to be the heir, but I'm still hesitant. The most important decision will depend on that blacksmith. At this time, Master Henrik was buried in his work. An apprentice came over and asked carefully, Master, young Master Roman has requested repairs for a lot of items. He scratched his head. What should we do? Accept them. He replied nonchalantly, which surprised the young man quite a bit. Henrik saw him standing there dumbfounded and roared impatiently. Are you deaf? I said accept them. Yes, yes. The man quickly replied and left. Henrik's hands didn't stop working, but his mind was thinking, actually, I was going to refuse. But after hearing Jacob's story about what happened at the mine, I feel a little guilty for treating him so badly before. The equipment was brought to the blacksmiths. They looked at it and felt a headache coming on. How long did they train for it to be damaged to this extent? Were they really trying to kill each other during sparring? Henrik suddenly noticed in the pile of equipment, there was a sword that was emitting a dazzling golden light, very eye-catching. What the hell is this? He immediately picked it up to examine it, and couldn't help but be amazed. The blade was too sharp, and the weight was just right. The hilt was light, also a masterpiece. This is an excellent sword. Even in the land of forges that is Dmitri, it's hard to find. Where did he get this? When he brought the sword closer to the furnace, the fire inside immediately blazed fiercely, which amazed Henrik even more. Its mana conductivity is excellent. It's like this without even channeling mana into it. An aura swordsman would go crazy for this. I consider myself the best blacksmith on the continent, but improving mana sensitivity is a different matter. I have to go asking myself. As soon as the repaired equipment was finished, it was immediately delivered to Roman. Chris was extremely surprised. It's fixed so quickly? I thought it would take at least 2 weeks. The blacksmith who delivered it smiled wryly, looking like he had been drained to the bone. I thought so too. It usually takes about 2 weeks, but Mr. Henrik went crazy for some reason and made all the blacksmiths focus on this. Chris looked to the side and was startled. Henrik, with 2 dark circles under his eyes and a sleep-deprived expression, still couldn't be stopped from coming here. Roman, where did you get this sword? Who made it? Tell me everything you know. Everything was going according to plan. Roman smiled slightly and said, I didn't get it from anywhere. Henrik was stunned. What? What do you mean? I made that sword myself, Roman said decisively, his face full of confidence. Henrik's face darkened and he roared. Do you think I'll believe you, Sir Roman? Standing before you is me, the master blacksmith of Dmitri. Henrik, you know that very well, and yet you still joke with me like this? He was clearly angry. The rumors that Roman Dmitri had changed were definitely not true, but Roman still firmly insisted that he was telling the truth. The most unique sword on this continent. Its name is Salamander. Henrik shouted. You're still saying that. At this point, Roman interrupted him. I'll let you see for yourself. After you've seen it with your own eyes, you will believe. I believe that the master blacksmith representing the Dmitri family will make the right judgment, won't he? And so, the two went to Roman's workshop. Roman explained his reasons for forging as he prepared. When preparing for the war with the Bako family, I realized I needed a good sword I could entrust my life to. So I endured the terrible heat of the forge and buried myself in my work. It felt like the workshop was my sanctuary. I think you understand how I feel, Henrik. Next, I need to protect myself, so I recently started making a sword that can replace Salamander. What I want to show you is the process of me making that sword. Seeing Roman take off his shirt, Master Henrik felt a little strange. He's not even wearing protective gear. He sighed. I bet he doesn't know anything about blacksmithing. I have no choice but to stand here and see what happens. But when the first hammer blow struck the anvil, he was shaken. The standards for handling metal in the martial world and this world are very different. Because people in this world don't have the ability to completely control their mana, they invest more effort into how they use their swords. A sword that can enhance one's aura is the only kind of sword considered a treasured sword in the martial world. And since I've lived a life of war, I've forged valuable sword for myself. Roman opened his mouth and began the process of swallowing fire, then immediately entered a trance-like state, the hammer in his hand swinging nonstop. Henrik was stunned. Impossible. Is that Roman Dmitri? His ability to handle metal, the speed of his hammering, the sound of the hammer blows, and his welding skills, everything is so perfect. This scene reminds me of Romero in his prime. I believe this feeling can't be wrong. Until the sun was about to set. The work in the workshop was finally completed. Roman also stopped. Henrik bowed deeply before Roman. You really are the one who made that sword. I sincerely apologize. Roman smiled slightly and said he would give Salamander to him, which made Henrik even more surprised. You saw it yourself? I just made a new sword. Besides, I sold your sword before. So now I want to give Salamander to you as a gift. Flashing back to 3 years ago, in Baron Romero's meeting room. When asked about choosing Roman as the heir, Henrik had vehemently opposed it. Please come to your senses. Is your eldest son so important that you would give up the future of the Dmitri family? If you ask anyone what kind of person Roman is, there will surely be dozens of people who describe him as a bastard. Do you really want Roman to inherit this family? It's not like there isn't a replacement. Romero was silent, lost in thought. This made Henrik even more agitated. I'm talking about the second son. Only Rose has learned blacksmithing since he was a child. Isn't that enough to prove the value of this capital? Back to the present. It was still the same question. When Henrik was summoned to see him, Romero had prepared himself to hear another lecture. 3 years had passed, and Roman had changed, but he was still worried that Henrik wouldn't accept it. But unexpectedly, the master blacksmith had a very satisfied smile on his face and said, Of course I agree. Sir Roman is more than capable of becoming the heir. Romero couldn't believe it and stammered, Are you serious? Henrik immediately replied, How could I lie to Master Romero? Even without anyone's supervision or guidance, he still works very hard. To be honest, when you asked me to give him some weapons, I only gave him a few old ones because I didn't like him. But do you know what he said? He said that giving those weapons to his soldiers was no different from murder. After my days of prejudice against Sir Roman, I have begun to reconsider. Sir Roman truly always thinks for the benefit of the Dmitri family. Not only that, I also saw him working in the workshop with my own eyes. Even Romero didn't know this news, and the Baron was quite surprised. Henrik didn't hide anything. Sir Roman works very hard, even enduring the high temperatures of the forge. I can't help but acknowledge his talent. He showed Salamander to his lord. This is a sword he made himself. I believe that just by looking at it, you will know its value. Romero drew the shining blade from its sheath and examined it closely. My goodness, how could Roman have made a sword like this? Henrik took the initiative to suggest, as a master blacksmith, I think I need to reconsider my decision from 3 years ago. After Henrik left, the Baron took a letter from his drawer. The content inside read, Dear Father, this is Rose. I have now been promoted to S-Rank at the Royal Academy in the capital, Cairo. I will be able to skip the theoretical subjects and focus solely on gaining experience as a family manager. I will graduate with the highest honors from this academy. To make you proud of this, son, I will open up a new future for Dmitri. Baron Romero went to the window, looked up at the sky, and cleared his head. Roman and Rose were both showing their talents, But Rose, who was considered a genius, couldn't compare to the current Roman. Roman's talent was not only famous in the Kingdom of Cairo, but even throughout the entire continent. Once Rose graduates, Roman will take on the task of managing the defense forces. At that time, I will announce the start of the succession contest. A few days later, the gates of Dimitri welcomed two strangers from afar. The Baron personally went to greet them. I am Romero Dimitri. May I ask if you are from the Valhalla Temple? The man in the cloak also introduced himself. I am Jalas, a priest of the Valhalla Temple in the Cairo region. I heard that Roman Dimitri defeated Homerus. I came here personally to confirm if the ranking reflects the truth, just on my way. With that, he took off his hood, revealing a very elegant face. This was Jalas, a priest of Valhalla. In Cairo, there was a custom regarding rankings. Even if the person was of a low rank, it was still necessary for the family to review and recognize their rank. Romero smiled warmly. Unfortunately, Roman needs to work in the workshop for a few days. So I hope you will rest today and meet Roman tomorrow. Why don't you take some time to tour Dimitri? Jalas also happily agreed. All right then I will send someone to be your guide. Hans was assigned to be the guide. He introduced as they walked. The Dimitri family is famous for having the largest workshop in the Kingdom of Cairo and its superior metal products. If you take a look around, you'll see that the furniture here is all made of metal. Even the main gate is. At this moment, Jalas was drawn in by the sound of a commotion from the training grounds and paid no attention to Hans's words. Jalas turned to look in that direction and suggested, "Can we go over there and have a look?" Hans suggested, "You can also observe from here." All right, thank you. What attracted Jalas was the confrontation between two people. They were only using wooden swords, but they were fighting so fiercely that dust was flying everywhere. The warrior Baki, a bald man with a few red scars on his face and body, loudly provoked. With such a terrible defense, your body can still withstand my attacks, Kevin? Kevin, on the opposite side, narrowed his eyes unhappily and told him to stop talking now. Baki laughed smugly. All right, then come on, let's keep fighting. Seeing them charge at each other, Jalas found it unbelievable. What is this? Are those new recruits or a swordsman? Among the 30 people chosen as Roman's warriors, not a single one was an Aura swordsman. On a beautiful day, Roman suddenly said a sentence. It seems you have a natural martial body. At that time, no one understood Roman's words. But one day, not even a month later, Baki was able to activate his aura. After that, the warriors' attitude towards training had completely changed. They all worked harder, were more disciplined, and all strove to become stronger. To break through that wall, they were willing to risk their lives. Try and block this. Baki roared. He activated his green aura and attacked Kevin. Kevin frowned and blocked. This made Baki feel anxious, and he tried to press his attack. Damn it, your eyes are so scary. The moment he was distracted, Kevin had seized the opening. He dodged, ducked under, and thrust his sword upwards. The wooden sword was speeding forward, and Baki cursed under his breath. He was thrown back by Kevin's immense force. In pain, he yelled, "Do you have to go this far?" "Be serious," Kevin emphasized, then he charged. Kevin very quickly climbed onto his opponent's neck, leaving him no time to react. The wooden sword was at his throat. If this were a battlefield, your head would be rolling on the ground. Jalas saw this and couldn't help but frown. Asterisk, what did I just see? All the warriors are using the same type of swordsmanship, and they're incredibly skilled. Are they really just warriors from a remote region like this? Asterisk. It was like a miniature version of the Cairo Empire. He comforted himself. They are definitely not ordinary warriors, but knights that Dimitri has been focusing on training. Since when did Dimitri possess this kind of power? Dimitri was indeed the main power in the Northeast, but this strength was completely beyond the capabilities of a countryside family. The person with him also had a trembling voice. Is Dimitri really a mining city? I can't believe my own eyes. He affirmed, what I can be sure of is that they are not ordinary warriors. They must be Baron Romero's Dimitri Knights. Hans, standing nearby, heard this and corrected him. They're not Dimitri Knights. They don't belong to any organization. They are just young Master Roman's private soldiers. Jalas's jaw dropped when he heard this. Just private soldiers? He quickly grabbed Hans's shoulder and asked again, how can an Aura swordsman be an ordinary hired private soldier? They must have cost a lot of money, right? Or are they just apprentice knights? Hans didn't understand and replied, I don't know why you're asking. Hans said honestly, But if you're talking about Baki and Kevin, they weren't aura swordsmen before. Kevin was a merchant who the young master specially invited to join, and Baki was just a C-rank mercenary. They all grew up under the young master's guidance. Aren't they amazing? As the heir of the Dmitri family, young Master Roman has a keen eye for talent. He is truly a blessing to Dmitri. Yahello was completely stunned. What kind of monster is Roman Dmitri? The next day, he was finally able to meet Roman. Yahello could hardly wait any longer. Roman Dmitri. Is he a hidden dragon or phoenix among men, who has not yet found his chance? Or a hero who has not yet been able to fully display his talents? Young Master Roman has arrived. My lord. Yahello briefly assessed the person who had just entered. A steady stride, a confident but not arrogant gaze, a calm and composed demeanor. He was used to the life of a strong man. Roman took the initiative to greet him. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Roman Dmitri. They both sat down at the tea table. Did you really defeat Homerus in the ranking battle? Yes. It seems you still don't realize what a feat you've accomplished. Homerus is not just a 49th ranked powerhouse, but also someone who was expected to become even stronger after being promoted to 4 stars. Yahello emphasized, and you defeated him at the age of 25. Do you know what that means? It means that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call you the greatest genius in the history of the Kingdom of Cairo. Roman smiled faintly. There's no need to beat around the bush like that. What I did was just something that was theoretically impossible. Why don't we get straight to the point? Yahello didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. I will tell you the ranking process. After confirming the truth, a ranking match is divided into an official match and an unofficial match. In an official match, everyone must defeat an opponent in the presence of a supervisor authorized by the Valhalla Temple. The result of the official match will immediately be reflected on the leaderboard, and you will also receive an I.D confirming your rank. However, in an unofficial match, when you defeat someone on the leaderboard, their position will be replaced and your current rank will only be promoted after a year. In any case, even if you win an unofficial match, you cannot immediately take the place of the defeated person. However, after assessing their strength, the final winner of the unofficial match will receive the lowest position on the leaderboard. Roman nodded silently. Already understood. In other words, if I can prove my strength, I will become the 100th ranked powerhouse. Yahello continued to explain. The Valhalla Temple only trusts its own eyes to verify the strength of the winner of an unofficial match. We use a light-fixing orb. The verification method is very simple. If you surpass the standard that we have preset in the light-fixing orb, you will be considered qualified and receive the lowest position on the leaderboard. In this case, unlike an official match, we will also try to prolong the time, because the 100th ranked powerhouse will sooner or later become the prey of challengers. Roman found this troublesome. He said bluntly, why does it have to be so complicated to get on the leaderboard? Yahello immediately replied, to have your name as a swordsman known throughout the world, even though there are no special rewards. Roman smiled faintly with a relaxed tone. Is it really worth risking so much just for fame? If so, wouldn't it be much simpler to just defeat someone with a high rank in an official match? Yahello frowned, displeased. What did he think an official match was? He nodded and said, Of course, participating in an official match is the simplest way to prove your strength. But starting an official match is not so simple. An official ranking match requires a lot of preparation. Furthermore, no one from the Northeast region has ever made it onto the leaderboard, so arranging a match was originally impossible. I know this is very shameful. Roman shrugged. So let's start the test. It's simple enough. The color of the light-fixing orb will change depending on the amount of mana you channel into it. Red is 1 star. Orange is 2 stars. Yellow is 3 stars. 4 stars and above will be green. You defeated a 4-star light swordsman, so your strength must at least reach yellow, which is 3 stars. Understood, Roman replied and placed his hand on the test orb. Roman thought to himself, unlike the martial world, this world develops mainly based on mana. What kind of tool can assess the skills of martial artists and mages? Are they like the sorcerers in the martial world? Or are they extraordinary people who have achieved divine power? I can't underestimate the power of magic. Please begin, Yahello requested. Based on what is known, the logic of the 2 worlds is completely different. If I use this world's method to channel mana into it, what will happen? Roman smirked. If you want to know, just try it. And so, Roman channeled his internal energy into the orb. A stream of purple power immediately spread out, and this stream of power was even extremely pronounced, with each stream of purple light swirling and visible to the naked eye. The vibration of that energy source made Yahello, the esteemed priest of the Valhalla temple, turn pale, break out in a cold sweat, and his jaw dropped in horror as he thought to himself, What the hell is this? The more internal energy Roman channeled, the greater the change in the orb. First it turned red, then orange, and now it's yellow. Even for a 4-star light swordsman, this rate of color change is too fast. Yahello was truly shocked. At this moment, a very interesting thought came to Roman's mind. Asterisk, I guess this world's method can only get me this far. Well then, I should try the martial world's method. Asterisk, and so he began to channel more internal energy. The orb also quickly changed color. Dark green, a very deep and concentrated green. With a crack, the test orb shattered, then went dark, losing its light. Yahello was speechless. Today was truly an eye-opener. Impossible. The light-fixing orb is broken? What is the light-fixing orb? It is the pinnacle of creation of the greatest minds on the continent. It is a perfect product created by infusing the mana of a 6-star swordsman, possessing extremely high durability. The highest color it can display is green. Even if the infused energy exceeds the threshold, the aura sphere should function normally without any issues. Roman asked, Is it broken? Yahello blurted out, Impossible. This has never happened before, so I can't give you a clear answer. But Yahello suddenly remembered that before it shattered, the aura sphere did indeed emit a green light. Yahello stared at the shattered and blackened sphere, reassessing Roman's strength. Roman Dmitri is a 4-star swordsman. He is not a fledgling dragon, but a fully grown monster. It's unbelievable that the Dmitri family has such a colossal monster. The emergence of a powerhouse with the potential to reach 6 stars. Yahello swallowed hard, thinking the kingdom of Cairo and even this entire salamander continent will be turned upside down. Yahello took a deep breath and sighed. Unfortunately, this is the first time this has happened, so I cannot make any rash judgments. I will send you the results as soon as possible. With that, Yahello hurriedly left with a cracked test sphere. I'm very sorry. Please wait for my latest news. Now Yahello understood why the Empire established Valhalla in Cairo. Roman Dmitri, I must learn more about him. Returning to his residence, Yahello locked himself in his room to ponder. What is with that name, Roman Dmitri? He is completely different from the person he was before the age of 25. Can a person truly change that much? Taming the blood fong, confronting Bako. He can even handle his own affairs perfectly. A man with nerves of steel, willing to risk his life for his goals and make them a reality. He not only possesses monstrous strength, but also the intelligence to use that power effectively. The aura sphere was not faulty. The only reason it shattered that comes to mind is that it was subjected to a force exceeding its limits. Under normal circumstances, it would display a green color. Yahello steadied himself on the table and muttered, Just as I thought, I must report this to my superiors. Yahello opened the communication device and began to connect. This is Yahello from Cairo. I want to elevate Roman Dmitri's status to a recruitment target. The Valhalla Empire, they're not only barbaric in their pursuit of combat, but they also realize that the higher their imperial status, the more cunning they must be. Also knowing how to use their nation's traditions and ranking system to steal promising talents from other countries. Because all talented individuals aspire to one day rise and take the place of those in the rankings. Although the number is small, Valhalla can easily find them. Back in the present, a screen projected from Yahello's communication device, on which appeared the silhouette of a mysterious person, wearing a monastic robe like Yahello's, but with a hood that obscured their face. After hearing the report, the person ordered, It seems he is someone to look forward to. Raise Roman Dmitri's assessment to level A, and find a way to recruit him. The most important factor in recruiting foreign talent is confidence. You must manipulate him to come to Valhalla as naturally and gently as possible. Understood. Yahello placed his hand on his chest and replied, I will tell Dmitri that the aura sphere was damaged. Roman Dmitri will be classified as a 3-star swordsman, not 4-star. After we place him in the unofficial 100th position, this mission will be considered complete. It's just that his entry into the rankings will cause quite a stir in Cairo. The next day, Yahello's announcement completely upended the order of Cairo, the birth of the youngest powerhouse. In the capital of Cairo, Marquis Benedict, having just heard his subordinate's report on Roman, asked with some surprise, "Is that true?" "Yes, my lord." Jaehalos of the Valhalla Temple was defeated by Dmitri and confirmed him as a 3-star swordsman. The rumor of Roman defeating Homerus also seems to be true. However, outsiders are still speculating, saying that Homerus lost due to carelessness, not having time to use his 4-star aura power. The Marquis asked, "How old is Roman Dmitri this year?" 25 years old, his subordinate replied, reaching 3-star at only 25. It seems an exceptionally promising seedling has appeared on the border. How are the other powers reacting? The other powers have acted quickly, especially those 2 empires, my lord. The Marquis roared in anger. Damn those imperial bastards. He appeared in Cairo, not anywhere else. How dare they contact him before us? Currently, Cairo is divided into 4 factions. The royalists who support the majestic king, the aristocrats centered around Marquis Benedict, the pro-Kronos faction, and the pro-Valhalla faction influenced from the outside. This is the current state of the Kingdom of Cairo. Marquis Benedict thought for a moment, and then ordered, "Send someone quickly before the other factions make a move. We must win Roman Dmitri over to our side." He emphasized, especially the royalists, we must do everything we can to prevent him from falling into their hands. The scene shifts to the western front of the Kingdom of Cairo. The west of Cairo borders the Kronos Empire, and the south borders the Hector Kingdom. The Kronos Empire is one of the 2 major powers on the continent, the birthplace of Emperor Alexandro. They have always demanded that Cairo be annexed and become their vassal state, and have launched attacks in the border region for many years. The soldiers of Cairo fall on the front lines every day. The citizens of Cairo who have submitted to the nation's enemies and followed Kronos also exert pressure from within, forcing them to surrender. Looking at the pile of corpses, an angry curse rang out. Damn those royalist vermin. 2 young men in red uniforms, one holding a burning torch, the other talking incessantly. I can't believe it. We're not even allowed to hold a funeral for those who died for this country. Are you all right? Rose? Hearing his name, Rose replied, I'm used to it now. It's not like the first time anymore. He was the 2nd son of the Dmitri family. Dmitri rose. The comrade behind him spoke again. I never thought the front lines would be so disgusting. Every day, I think about throwing away my academy diploma and going home. Rose threw the torch in his hand into the pile of bodies. The flames quickly flared up, consuming everything. Dust to dust. Rose silently watched the fire consume those who had once fought alongside him. This is the reality of a small and weak country like ours. The Western Front has no peaceful days because outsiders are always eyeing Cairo. At this moment, his comrade, as if remembering something, asked again, Have you heard the news? Your brother, Roman, has become a powerhouse. Rose frowned. That name, Roman, has he really reached 3-star? No. The brother I know couldn't have done that. Rose denied it. It's just a rumor. I don't know why our family would spread such a rumor, but let alone becoming a powerhouse. He can't even take care of himself. In due time, the truth will come out. Back at the Dmitri mansion. Young master, you have a visitor. Afterwards, Roman dismissed all the servants. The person said they would get straight to the point, then revealed they served His Majesty, the King of Cairo. I have come to see you, Mr. Dmitri, to appoint you, Roman Dmitri, as a royal knight of the royal family. To win over Roman Dmitri, the hidden dragon on the border. The 4 factions of Cairo had begun to act. The goal was singular, to successfully recruit Roman Dmitri. The Royal Knight is a title that many swordsmen dream of. Because the Royal Knights serve the king directly, it has become the most prestigious position a knight can achieve. In fact, it is very rare for someone to be directly nominated as a Royal Knight. Usually, you need to pass a grueling selection process established by the royal family itself to have the privilege of serving in the knightly order. However, you are an exception. If you come with us to the capital now and swear allegiance to His Majesty, you will be accepted without selection. The person opposite him was quite confident in the terms he offered, but Roman bluntly threw a bucket of cold water on him. Is that all? Roman said coldly. This caused the envoy to frown slightly, a cold sweat breaking out. Are you going to refuse? Roman replied casually. Isn't it obvious? I am the eldest son of the Dmitri family. I have no weak or incompetent points. So, why should I go to the capital to be some royal knight? The other party tried to list the benefits of receiving this title. Once you become a royal knight, you will be granted your own mansion, and the Dmitri family will also be granted a higher title. Is this the best the royal family can offer? Roman asked bluntly, without any courtesy, surprising the envoy. The best. He slammed the table and stood up, roaring in anger. You are making a huge mistake. His Majesty wants your loyalty because he values your future potential more than your current abilities. You can become a royal knight, receive a new title, and even own a new mansion in the capital. These rewards are already extremely generous for you. Roman narrowed his eyes and glared at the other party with an icy gaze. The one who is truly delusional is you, not me. What do you mean by that? The man couldn't understand. Roman said it plainly. 5 days ago, a person from the Gregory family came to see me. In exchange for my promise of loyalty to their family, they offered me a mansion in the capital covering thousands of square meters, along with gold and jewels. In addition, they wanted me to join their family through a political marriage. The royal envoy, upon hearing this, slumped to the ground, speechless. He cursed inwardly. Those bastards from the Kronos territory have already made their move. The invitations for Roman continued. 3 days ago, people from the Denver family came. They wanted to become my patrons. Last night, I met someone from the Benedict family. They offered an even stranger condition. The terms they offered were 3 times those of the other families. In addition, next month, I will personally manage the Dmitri family. The royal family's representative knew that their own terms were completely uncompetitive. He sighed softly. It's over, we're too late. He clenched his fists. Then, as if out of shame and anger, he roared. Even so, you have no reason not to choose our side. As you said, they are traitors who are plotting to take over the entire kingdom. The situation has been maintained until now thanks to the captain of the Royal Knights, the strongest swordsman in Cairo. He has prevented the rebellion and completely controlled them. However, governing the country has been difficult for the royal family, as their eyes and ears are all restricted. At this point, his voice softened, and his eyes involuntarily looked down. As you know, Cairo is truly a small kingdom. Even the previous offer was opposed by the nobility, so the only thing I can guarantee is to grant you the position of royal knight. However, I sincerely implore you, would you be willing to lend your strength to His Majesty? At this, Roman couldn't help but smile, secretly calculating, a small kingdom with 4 powers. I'm all too familiar with this situation, as I was once the 12th son of the heavenly demon. Roman crossed his arms and legs, and slowly said one thing at a time. The previous 3 offers, as well as the one from the royal family, have not convinced me. Therefore, I do not intend to accept any of them. However, I will not refuse all of them at present. The royal envoy's heart leaped with joy. Not refusing means there's still hope. Roman told the person, you can go back for today. The other party understood and immediately nodded. Yes, I understand. I will await the day you offer your loyalty to His Majesty. For offers, all 4 refused. Roman did not intend to serve any power, because deep down, Roman had his own calculations. They will come to me anyway. I should stall for time by keeping all 4 factions waiting. The next day, while Roman was practicing his sword alone on the training ground, someone else came to find him, taking the initiative to approach Roman. Hello. The person bowed in a noble manner and introduced himself. I am from the intelligence department of Valhalla. Roman found it a bit strange. Valhalla? But he's wearing a Dmitri family uniform. Roman narrowed his eyes and asked, what is it? Didn't I already send a message through the Denver family a few days ago? Roman gave the other person an unfriendly look. The person gave a dry laugh. Roman's gaze was indeed quite intimidating. He said, I sincerely apologize for approaching you in such a rude manner. I cannot act openly. But now, you can consider this the sincere wish of the Valhalla Empire. The Valhalla Empire has been completely captivated by your potential. However, your background is a difficult problem to solve. Furthermore, leaving a wealthy family like Dmitri is also a dilemma. We are here to offer you a title and a metal mine. We will also give you a fertile territory to help you solidify your position in the family as a person of strength. The survival of our family? What a strange offer. After listening to the person in front of him, Roman thought to himself, he's offering another benefit. This time, he seemed extremely confident. For a swordsman, the most important thing is strength. Valhalla will specially allow you, Roman, to use our top-tier secret manuals. Roman had read about this and was quite surprised. Valhalla specializes in internal arts, swordsmanship, and the like, and keeps all the records of their ancestors. They place them in the family library. Internal arts have the closest definition to the breathing methods, meditation, and mental management related to Taoism and Chinese martial arts. Those records were classified by the level of their content. Except for the special records, which were the highest level, the rest were all stored in the top-tier manuals. That wasn't all. The other party offered one last condition. Valhalla will organize the main governing body after conquering the entire continent. If you agree to follow them, glory, wealth, and power will be within your grasp. Therefore, join the Valhalla faction, where a glorious future awaits you. Roman could clearly feel it. This man was using the rhythm and persuasiveness of his words to psychologically attack a person. Any intelligent person would accept this offer. But I refuse, Roman replied casually on the spot, astonishing the other party. He then became agitated, as if he was about to pounce and eat Roman alive. Are you serious? Roman explained his reason for refusing, not because the offer wasn't attractive enough, nor because of his loyalty to the kingdom. He asked blankly, then why? I have received many offers. The way to increase my own value is to not choose any side. Looking at the clearly divided political situation in Cairo right now, swearing allegiance to one power is not an easy matter. Therefore, I need to calculate every step of my future. I am at a crossroads in my life. So, it's not just about these offers. I want to think carefully about what is worth my sacrifice. Roman's answer left the other person frozen on the spot. This was entirely within Roman's calculated plan, to make himself seem sincere, to show that submitting to a power was a difficult decision. Therefore, to make any power feel that they wanted to obtain Roman's loyalty. Roman had to find a way to make everyone believe that once he promised his loyalty, he would be completely devoted to them. And Macon was moved by his performance, not knowing that it was just a purposeful disguise. Macon returned to his initial friendly expression and said, I don't know how long it will take you to realize the value of Valhalla, but we can't wait too long. Be careful not to realize it too late. So, please answer our offer by then. Roman replied cheerfully, all right. Macon turned to leave. Then, as if remembering something, he paused. Oh, right. I have a gift for you, as a symbol of our upcoming cooperation. Be careful with your southern defensive line. It's like a bomb that could go off at any moment. The day of Roman's enlistment had finally arrived. His parents and Hans all came to see him off. Baron Romeo sighed softly. You still have to go in the end. Roman comforted his father. Father, I will return safely. After saying that, Roman turned and walked straight out the door. Roman's mother, Lady Lena Hannah, comforted her husband. Don't worry too much. It's not the northern border where we border the Kronos territory. He's being sent to the southern border, a safe place. He will definitely return safely. Romeo still looked at his son's receding back with a heavy heart, his voice hoarse. I know, but I guess worrying about your children is something parents can't avoid. Roman ordered his subordinates. Let's go. The entire team responded in unison, their voices like thunder. Yes, sir. At this moment, no one could have known what consequences Roman's appearance would bring to the southern border the moment he returned to this land. The final stop before reaching the southern border. Roman said to the soldiers behind him, we will rest here today and continue on to the border tomorrow morning. They all obeyed in unison. While putting their luggage in the inn, everyone chatted happily. He rented an inn for us. He's truly our lord. I heard other nobles make their soldiers camp outside. In his private room, Roman was dealing with official business when he heard a commotion from downstairs. He went down to see and found Chris and Kevin being yelled at by someone. Who the hell are you? Do you know who I am? I am the eldest son of the Albeck family, Henry Albeck. A fat man with pink hair and full armor confidently pointed at himself and said proudly. Earlier, Roman was reading a letter secretly sent to him by Marquis Benedict. The letter said, I heard you are on a mission to protect the country. I understand your dedication to this kingdom, but I cannot let someone who could become a part of us be harmed physically or mentally by being in a barren environment. I have intervened to have you sent to the southern front. Remember this, the Benedict family is always waiting for you. Roman fell into thought. He's still showing his goodwill. The Marquis has always been the leader of the noble faction. He must be very unwilling to lose me. Besides me, there is no one better to oppose the royal knights. Will the southern front be peaceful? Roman wondered. Contrary to the Marquis's belief that the place was safe, the Valhalla envoy had said that it was a ticking time bomb. Sigh. I guess I'll find out when I get there. Back in the present, the fat man was swaggering. I'm the only son of the Albeck family, Henry Albeck, a descendant of one of the holy families of Cairo, and I want to use this in. How dare a lowly person like you disobey me? Chris sighed helplessly, just as he saw Roman coming down. What's going on? Roman asked. Chris was a little surprised. Master, did we disturb you? Chris hesitated for a moment before saying, he ordered us to leave because he wants to use this in. I told him we've already booked the entire place, but he's still very persistent. Roman frowned slightly, thinking the Albeck family. They were immersed in the aura of the past, while now they're not even a holy family anymore. However, that doesn't matter. Roman walked straight forward and asked coldly, why do we have to leave? Henry arrogantly pointed at Roman and said in a superior tone, are you their master? Roman replied with a blank expression, yes. This made the fat man roar with anger. Then be sensible. He put his hands on his hips and said loudly, I don't care where you're from, but you have to understand that if you anger me, your end will not be good. Even if we both have to go to the southern training camp. I'll give you 10 minutes. Get this trash out of my sight immediately. So this is how a member of a small family like Dimitri is treated. Roman wasn't angry, but he didn't back down either. I will not leave this in. In that case, there's a very simple solution. As he spoke, Roman drew the sword at his side and pointed it straight at the fat pink-haired man's face, and shouted coldly, draw your sword. If you can defeat me, I will gladly leave this in. Henry became even more furious and roared, how dare you? One of the fat man's followers suddenly looked as if he had discovered something terrible, his face pale. He hurriedly ran up and pulled him back. Stop, master! While Henry was still confused, the man quickly said, that guy is Roman Dimitri, the swordsman. Hearing this, Henry's whole body immediately stiffened, his heart trembling. That bastard is Roman Dimitri? The youngest gladiator in Cairo, who killed the eldest son of the Bacco family in a duel right in front of the victim's father. Is this the cold-blooded, merciless demon, Roman Dimitri? Why did you suddenly stop? Roman impatiently urged the fat man to draw his sword. Henry was too scared to move. Damn it, if I draw my sword, I'll lose my life. Henry quickly found an excuse to leave. Sorry, I forgot I had an appointment. Let's end it here. It was my fault. Let's just consider the matter resolved. You'd best be grateful. The fat man, still trying to save face, spoke in a magnanimous tone. I was going to punish you for your disrespect towards the Albeck family, but Roman, without a word, walked straight up to him, startling the fat man. Henry turned and fled in terror, screaming as he rushed for the door. His lackeys hurriedly followed their master. That day, 3 similar incidents occurred, and all 3 of those men fled in panic after hearing Roman's name. When she went down to the inn's bar for some barley beer, the landlady wasn't surprised to hear what had happened. Here, things like this were all too common. Compared to the Western Front, the Southern Front has no real danger. Because our relationship with the Kingdom of Hector is quite amicable, the landlady chattered on as she worked quickly. That's why all the pampered young masters who can't escape their family obligations try their best to come to the Southern Front. This place is also called the resort. The training is lax, and there's nothing here that requires one to risk their life. According to her, this was the perfect place for nobles to fulfill their duty to protect the country. Returning to his room, Roman immediately opened a map of the area to look it over. Just 48 days ago, a reconnaissance team from the Kingdom of Hector had crossed the border. Although they only confirmed the situation on the Southern Front before immediately returning, they later conducted reconnaissance on the Southern Front 3 more times. While it's not certain if they are preparing for war, even these small pieces of information show that the Southern Front is not currently a sanctuary. At the thought of war, Roman smiled faintly. I can smell the familiar scent of blood in the air. The next morning, when Roman and his soldiers arrived at the Southern Front, a tall, stern-faced man stood straight and introduced himself. I'm Baron Belfrank, the commander-in-chief of the Southern Training Camp. This place provides basic training for soldiers assigned to the Southern Front. After 3 weeks of training, you'll be assigned to the Reserve Corps and will spend the remainder of your service there. But the other pampered sons didn't care at all. Some yawned, and some even dozed off. Frank continued, regardless of your title before enlistment, forget all. Here, you're just a soldier fulfilling your military duty. If any of you violate the regulations, you will be punished and transferred to the Western Front. Hearing this, Roman chuckled to himself. The punishment is just being transferred to the Western Front? Who's afraid of that? When he saw the people around him become extremely serious, he was stunned. Is this punishment that scary? This evening, you will receive a notification about the training schedule. Go to your assigned area to arrange your luggage. As he was about to return to his barracks, a soldier approached Roman. The commander-in-chief wants to speak with you privately. As soon as he arrived, the man put on a very enthusiastic, welcoming face. Welcome. Was your trip to the south enjoyable? Of course, no problem, Roman replied coldly. Frank laughed it off and invited Roman to sit down. He pushed a cup of tea in front of Roman and continued. Do you know how excited I was when I heard you would be assigned here? Roman Dmitri, the youngest gladiator in Cairo. Just the news of the hidden dragon of the Dmitri family emerging was enough to excite me. To be honest, I called you here to confirm something. At this point, Baron Belfrank's expression became extremely serious. Did Marquis Benedict really intervene to have you assigned to the Southern Front? Roman was neither worried, nor did he try to hide it. He just picked up his teacup, took a sip, and then frankly admitted, yes. I didn't ask him to, but I heard he used his influence to push this through. Is that so? After hearing the answer, Frank gave a cunning smile. In his heart, he could be certain that Marquis Benedict was investing a lot in Roman. If I build a good relationship with Roman first, I might have a chance to enter the central government. This made him even more enthusiastic. Then let me be frank with you. I want to leave a good impression on the Marquis. The Southern training camp isn't bad, but it can't compare to the luxurious life of the members of the central government. Therefore, I will do my best to support you during your time here. In return, the next time you see Marquis Benedict, just tell him that Baron Belfrank made my life at the Southern training camp easier. That's all I ask. He's quite direct, Roman thought with an inward smile. There was no reason to refuse what he was offering on a silver platter. After the conversation ended, Roman was just leaving when he heard a rather familiar voice. Found you, you bastard. It was Henry, the fat, pink-haired man from the inn. He seemed to have just run over and was panting heavily. You messed with the wrong person. Do you hear me? Do you know who my maternal family is? The Frank family. Baron Belfrank of the Southern training camp is my uncle. Do you realize your mistake now? He said, pointing and threatening. Roman, with a blank expression, asked in return, So, what do you want me to do with this information? Henry, hearing this, flew into a rage. You really don't understand how screwed you are, do you? He turned to enter the room, not forgetting to throw a parting shot. Damn it, you just wait. Let's see if you can keep that arrogant face after I call my uncle out. Uncle, Henry called out loudly. Baron Bell said to his nephew in a doting voice, My heavens, why are you so hot-tempered, my dear nephew? Uncle, if your nephew was threatened with death by some pipsqueak from a minor baronial family, what would you do? Roman, standing outside, could clearly hear his angry tone. What bastard dares to threaten my nephew? How dare they touch my nephew? I'll crush them even if I have to die trying. The old man stormed out in a rage, the fat Henry gleefully leading the way. All right, he's right behind that door. The moment he saw Roman's face, Baron Belfrank froze like a stone statue. Realizing what had happened, he slapped his nephew hard across the face. In the midst of his astonishment, he stammered, Uncle, why? An old memory suddenly surfaced. A chubby, innocent, and lovely little Henry ran up and called out, Uncle Bell. My nephew. I've been close to Uncle Bell since I was a child. He always indulged me. Sometimes I even liked him more than my own parents. But what is this now? The uncle I've always respected, the uncle who always spoiled me, is hitting me? Henry, with tears in his eyes, looked on in disbelief. Uncle. Baron Belfrank didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. His opponent was Roman Dmitri, someone backed by Marquis Benedict, with a limitless future. He forced a smile and turned to apologize humbly. Oh my, please forgive my nephew. I should have taught him better. I apologize on his behalf. Roman had no intention of dwelling on these matters, not because he was afraid, but because he was too lazy to deal with such trivialities. Then, out of respect for you, I will not pursue the matter further. I'll take my leave now. Roman excused himself and left. The Baron immediately laughed. Thank you, sir. Waiting until Roman was far away, Bell turned and scolded his nephew. You fool. Roman is some of Marquis Benedict values. What were you thinking confronting him? Henry was still resentful, complaining as he held his swollen red cheek. Even so, why did you hit me? Baron Bell could only sigh in resignation, offering a small bit of comfort. Sigh. Henry, when will you ever grow up? If you keep acting like you're at home, I won't be able to protect you. Suddenly, he had what he thought was a brilliant idea. Belle smiled and said, Roman probably has a bit of a bad impression of me now. So from now on, I'll have you stick with him at all times. Henry, hearing his uncle's next words, looked completely bewildered. No matter what, you must build a relationship with Roman. You hear me? If you don't listen, I'll transfer you to the Western Front, understand? The moment he heard Western Front, Henry, a true pampered young master, naturally began to tremble with fear. Roman, by this time, had returned to his assigned quarters. He looked around and felt quite satisfied. A single room again. Baron Bell is really thoughtful. Someone who openly reveals their ambitions is easy to control. It seems my time at the Southern Training Camp won't be too bad. On the same day, in the office area for professional officers, a man's sigh could be heard from within. I can't believe I have to organize some kind of war game for these nobles. 3 years ago, I was still a veteran officer on the Western Front. Out of loyalty to the kingdom, I volunteered to fight on the Western Front. For 15 years, in countless battles, I have defended Cairo. I started as a common soldier and became a commander leading hundreds of men. But one moment shattered everything. In a battle on the Western Front, I lost my right arm, my sword arm. At that moment, what pained me was not the physical pain, but the thought that my fighting career was over. Before my wound had even fully healed, Barney, who was still the commander of my unit at the time, was summoned for a private talk by a superior. In recognition of your contributions on the front lines, I will appoint you as an instructor at the Southern Training Camp. You'll have to leave the battlefield, but from then on, you can still contribute to the defense of our country. Though it was painful, I had to accept reality. I understand. But upon arriving at the Southern Training Camp, I realized that the training system of the Southern Training Camp was a complete disaster. There, everyone had to undergo the same training course, but those nobles were completely exempt. Returning to the present, Barney looked out the window and sighed. I have built a rigorous training system, starting with 3 weeks of basic training. But if those noble commanders don't participate, it all becomes meaningless. What's the point of a life like this? They should at least pretend to train a little. Barney turned his head wearily and left the room. Outside, a group of pampered young masters were lying under the shade of a tree, chatting. Really? Next time you come to my place, I'll show you what real pleasure is. I guarantee it. You're always welcome. Barney walked past them, not even bothering to glance their way. He shook his head and let out a soft sigh. I can't believe how relaxed they can be. I've really had enough of this place. Suddenly, he stopped, his brow furrowing involuntarily. He was astonished to find, in front of him, a troop in neat formation with strict discipline. This was a sight he hadn't seen in a long time. In the Southern Camp, there's a neat formation. And even a commander? Do they not know anything about this place? Barney walked up to the person leading the troop and spoke. Lord Roman, the Southern Camp does not require nobles to participate in training. He forced a smile. If you wish to rest, you can go over there and sit like them and watch others train. Roman glanced at the group of people nearby. Them. Barney also looked in that direction and continued to smile as he replied, yes. Roman said very seriously, when the enemy attacks, they will not distinguish between classes, and not all battles take place on open plains. Mountains, rivers, lakes. A commander must be able to complete his mission on any terrain, so he must have good endurance to keep up with the soldiers. Therefore, the commander must also participate in training. And I understand that the Southern Training Camp is both a way to test the strength of the soldiers and a way to pass on experience. Barney, hearing these words, couldn't help but feel a shock. His palm unconsciously clenched, his whole body trembling. He even understands the meaning of training so well. Roman affirmed, you don't need to force a smile in front of me like that. I am willing to accept any form of training. This was the first time Barney had heard a noble say such words. He had once heard that a person could risk their life for someone who recognized them. Perhaps this was really true. He had originally intended to just compromise and start the training, but he couldn't. Barney turned and walked up to the high platform nearby. For these 3 weeks, I will do my best. He opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Barney raised his hand and shouted, the first week of physical training, begin. After that, the gates of hell opened. The new recruits were ordered to carry heavy backpacks and run long distances in the mountains. This exercise is to prepare for the harsh battlefield by helping everyone stay agile at all times and in all places. Regardless of the weather, you must climb this mountain every day. Except for the troops brought by Roman, all the others from different families looked exhausted. Left behind. What's with these people? Barney then continued with their swordsmanship training. War is a psychological battle. I don't know when it will end. By continuously swinging your swords without limit, you will all be able to surpass your own limits. Those who give up halfway will have to practice more. Even in their sleep, they must swing their swords. The sky quickly darkened. Many new recruits went to the stream near the camp to wash up and relax after a long day. A few couldn't help but complain, this is so refreshing. What a load of crap. They said the training at the southern camp was easy. The first day is already this hard. Don't even think about it. Isn't it because of one person that the difficulty has increased? A young man nearby spoke up. The complaining group grumbled. Hey, can you keep it down? Think about others for a change. Being criticized, one of the complainers immediately frowned and retorted, yeah, compared to you guys, we're just amateurs. If we had been prepared beforehand, it would have been a piece of cake. But since we haven't trained as long as you have, of course there's a gap. Hearing this, a man with a broad, strong back interjected. That's not it. How long have you all been training? He turned around to ask. It was Henderson. He used to belong to Lawrence, but was now Roman's personal soldier. The other person, still with a disgruntled expression, replied, less than a year. Of course we're weaker than you guys who have been training for years. Henderson said, you're mistaken. We've only been training for 3 months. You didn't have time to prepare. 3 months ago, I was as weak as you are now. But what about now? Stop making excuses. You just haven't tried your best. On the day he read the recruitment notice, Henderson had resolved to become a subordinate of Roman Dmitri. Since the position I chose is just a common soldier, I probably don't need any special abilities to be recruited, right? However, that was a grave misunderstanding. People like Lucas, Baki, seasoned mercenaries, and the others who had gathered under Roman were all well-known figures. Henderson quickly became a lamb, surrounded by a pack of wolves. Can I survive here? That was the thought that constantly haunted Henderson during his first few training sessions. He went to Chris and said, unfortunately, I don't think I am qualified to serve Lord Roman. Why do you think that? Chris asked. Henderson replied, I believe you know that I am nothing but a useless person who can't even swing a sword properly. For someone who has only known how to till the land and grow vegetables his whole life to come here and ask to serve Lord Roman, it was a very arrogant act. You mean you're going to give up because you're inferior to others? Yes, Chris said coldly. The first time I met Kevin, he was just a kid with nothing but eyes full of hatred. To be honest, I didn't even understand why Lord Roman took in a kid like that. Even so, have you seen Kevin now? In a short period of time, he has grown into a warrior that no one can look down on. I myself was once very arrogant, with a foolish pride. The first time we met, I challenged Lord Roman, and as a result, I almost had my front teeth knocked out. I was once a frog in a well like that. After that, Lord Roman's teachings changed me, just as they changed Kevin. Listen carefully. Lord Roman personally chose you as his subordinate, which means that you may be pathetic now, but you have the potential to grow, just like Kevin and me. And the master we loyally serve will be the one to help you achieve all of that. From the moment he heard that story from Chris's mouth, Henderson was determined. To be honest, I'm not very confident in myself. But Lord Roman chose me from among so many applicants. He must have his reasons. I don't know how a farmer like me can become strong. But as you said, I will trust in our master. From that day on, my life began to change. For the past few months, I have thrown myself into formal training, no matter how difficult it was. Even if I vomited or fainted, I still did my best to keep up with my comrades. In the end, I have become the person I am today. Do you all know what war is? Do you all just sit there and complain that you can't fight because you don't have enough time to prepare? In that place on the brink of life and death, where killing is the only way to survive, you don't try to recognize and overcome your weaknesses, and you even try to drag others down to your level. Hearing him say that, the ones who had just been complaining couldn't help but bow their heads in shame. A bunch of pathetic people. Henderson turned and walked away calmly and with style. Roman's army always maintained a state of readiness for battle. The harsh physical training continued. Even as the difficulty increased, they gritted their teeth and endured, persevering to the end. The effort they put in the eyes of the other pampered noble sons, was nothing more than a ridiculous pastime. I really don't understand how they can try so hard. If this were the Western Front, the situation would be different. But isn't the Southern Front a war zone? Those talentless fools, they're just wasting their time. Besides working their asses off, what other way do the people of Dmitri have to get noticed? They mocked each other for a while and then giggled. Henry, sitting nearby, didn't join in at all, because he was thinking about how to get close to Roman. How should I approach someone like him? Asterisk, doesn't he understand that it's better to talk and build relationships with other nobles? Is this a matter of commoners versus nobles? Asterisk, Henry pouted, then couldn't help but let out a long, tired yawn. Oh, whatever. The boat will straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. The scene changes to a magnificent white building. The captain of the guard, Jackson, saluted before King Hector and said respectfully, I have come to report. Last year, the guard infiltrated and investigated the 5 defensive lines of Cairo on the southern front, a total of 48 times. After a preliminary investigation, we have determined that their defensive capabilities are clearly skewed towards the western front, due to the war with the Kronos Empire, which has resulted in our southern front's defenses being lax. Therefore, conquering the southern front will no longer be a major issue. The kingdom of Hector was once a great power on par with the Kronos Empire, a kingdom that grew rapidly thanks to its military strength. It was soundly defeated in the war with Valhalla and gradually declined. Hector's current strength is only on par with Cairo, now just a kingdom no different from the other 5 kingdoms on the continent. Therefore, peaceful coexistence is the only option. Father, may I say a word? A red-haired young man, also the prince of the kingdom of Hector, interjected. The king immediately agreed. Speak, I grant you permission. Edwin Hector began to present his opinion. Father, our kingdom of Hector has suffered too much since the most severe crop failure in over 5 years. The money we borrowed from the royal treasury to solve this problem has left us with a huge amount of interest, which is strangling us every day. Our kingdom truly has no more capacity for further development. At this rate, Hector will no longer have anything that can be called a kingdom. The king held his head and sighed wearily. I'm not unaware of these things. This is the consequence of the war left behind by our ancestors. Edwin tried to persuade the king. Our kingdom suffered heavy losses in the war, so we also tried to isolate ourselves from the conflict, from that painful past, and did our best not to repeat old mistakes. However, everything has an end. We have been constantly preparing over the past few years for the suffering people and also for this kingdom. Father must make a decision immediately. The king nodded, his face grim as he looked at his son, sighing to himself. Asterisk war, a word I haven't dared to say for a long time. It seems my son is not as weak as his father. Asterisk, are you confident enough? He asked again. Edwin replied without hesitation. If I weren't confident enough, I would never have brought this up. Very well then. From this moment on, I entrust all authority related to the war to the first prince of the kingdom of Hector, Edwin Hector. Edwin bowed forward to receive the order. As you command. At the same time, at the southern training camp, the 3 weeks of training were almost over. Roman replied, Thank you, sir. Bell laughed heartily. No need to be so formal. If you need anything, just let me know. That day, another person came to see Roman. Barney bowed deeply and said sincerely, Thank you for everything. I realized that, thanks to you, I can go further. Perhaps now I can use all my passion to train the soldiers. Also, this isn't much, but I think it can help you. This is a summary of information and the terrain of the southern front. I believe that if one day war breaks out there, it will be very useful. I think you'll have 2 peaceful years there, but I think it's better for you to have it in hand. I will pray for your safety. Roman smiled and accepted it. Thank you, Sir Barney. A strong urge rose in Barney's heart. My feelings are urging me. Go and follow him. Asterisk, the Roman Dmitri I've met in these 3 weeks is the Roman Dmitri I want to serve for the rest of my life. Even so, he doesn't lack talented people under him, so there won't be any room for a one-armed man who can't even swing a sword like me. I'll just be a burden to him. Asterisk. Barney, though he wanted to, suppressed his emotions and bowed. Goodbye, Sir Roman. Roman stood there, watching the man's back until Barney completely disappeared behind the gate. After that, Roman opened the map and placed it next to an identical map in his hand. This one was drawn by Roman's own scouts. I heard Lucas put a lot of effort into making this. His kindness is truly to be cherished. The assigned location was the first defensive line of the southern front. The guard on the city wall suddenly noticed enemy attack. He saw a group of men on horseback, a cloud of dust billowing behind them, charging at a dizzying speed, and let out a blood-curdling scream. Henry, I specially arranged for you to join the reserve corps of the 5th defensive line where Roman is. Swear to me During these 2 years of military service, you must, at all costs, win Roman's favor. Henry's uncle had repeated this over and over. And now, they were right behind Roman's squad. The unit they were assigned to was the reserve force of the military district, the 5th Defensive Line. Henry was resentful. Why do I have to befriend that bastard? But at least he was assigned to the 5th Defensive Line. But something unexpected happened. Henry heard the sound of a war horn echoing throughout the camp, followed by the commotion of the entire army. This is an emergency. An emergency. The kingdom of Hector has declared war. All troops, prepare for battle. Henry was stunned. Asterisk war? Battle? What on earth is going on? Asterisk. By the time he came to his senses, the army in front of him had vanished. Huh? Where did Roman go? The 1st Defensive Line will be the first combat unit after the kingdom of Hector declares war. But the 5th Defensive Line was the area that faced the risk of collapsing right after. They've broken through the gate. Stop them. The two armies fought fiercely, but when the gate was breached, the Hector army flooded in like a tide. The situation on the city wall was no better. The Hector army was well prepared and quickly scaled the walls. Screams echoed everywhere. Stop them! Stop them! The commander of the 5th Defensive Line. Baron Bruce was so scared his limbs went weak. This place, the 5th Defensive Line, was once considered a paradise on the southern front. However, it had long since lost its essence as a battle line. The mid-ranking nobles who served their military duty did not live the life of a soldier, but days of luxury. It all stemmed from one man who took bribes to fill his greedy belly. That man was the corrupt supervisor here, Baron Bruce. At this moment, the old man knew exactly what he was worth. Defending the 5th Defensive Line now was no different from suicide. He hurriedly ran outside, shouting and ordering his soldiers to hold their positions. If you let them through, the lives of innocent civilians will be in danger. No matter what, do not retreat. Was this a morale booster? No, this fat man had eaten so much he was obese and his neck had sunk into his shoulders. After speaking, he immediately turned and left the front line. A soldier saw this and asked, "Commander, where are you going?" The Baron turned back and told his men to buy him time, while he himself would directly contact the royal family. At the same time, Roman was leading and ordering his troops. All troops, listen up. We will immediately go to the 5th Defensive Line. Yes, sir. Everyone answered in unison. Then they followed closely at his heels, rushing along the forest trail. The defensive capabilities of the southern front were extremely weak. With only patched-up equipment, a rotten will, and incompetent commanders, the army's strength was now at its lowest. They deployed the emergency reserve force at a location 2 hours away from the front line. We have to get there in at least an hour. Suddenly, Roman saw someone waving and running towards them from the front, shouting loudly. "Oh, you must be the reserve forces." The old Baron Bruce placed his hands on his hips and yelled towards Roman while panting, "Let me tell you the details." Then he asked, "Are you the commander of these soldiers?" Next, he put his hands on his hips and said, "First, escort me to the rear." Compared to strengthening the forces for the 5th Defensive Line, the commander's safety must be prioritized. I must immediately report this critical situation to the royal family. Roman recognized this guy as the commander of the 5th Defensive Line, Baron Bruce. Roman asked doubtfully, "Why are you here, without any soldiers with you?" The other party became angry upon hearing this, and pointed at Roman's face, scolding, "You disrespectful brat. Just a member of the reserve force, and you dare to speak like that." "I've said enough," Roman said coldly. Roman suddenly grabbed the other party's neck and squeezed tightly. "You being here means you admit to being a commander who abandoned his soldiers to flee alone. Do you understand what kind of act this is according to military law? Desertion, regardless of the circumstances, can be punished by on-the-spot execution." This made the old man's face turn pale. He said, "You wouldn't. Of course, I'll behead you." Roman's shadow flickered, and before Baron Bruce could react, his head had been sent flying. Roman said, "If you had retreated with your soldiers, at least you wouldn't have died at my hands." As the head of old Baron Bruce rolled down, Roman also ordered his subordinates to continue advancing. At the 5th Defensive Line, the garrison here had suffered heavy losses. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I knew this day would come. The surviving soldier was still resisting. He hacked left and right, killing quite a few enemies, while thinking about the bastard commander who had abandoned his soldiers. But 2 hands are no match for 4. Facing too many enemy soldiers, the The soldier's stomach was pierced by a spear. He coughed up blood, his mind grew hazy, and he could no longer stand, collapsing on the spot. Sensing the enemy approaching with overwhelming killing intent, he gave up. It's over. But a variable appeared. 2 Hector soldiers were dismembered in an instant by someone. They didn't even have time to react. You haven't even closed your eyes yet. You're Stephen, right? Roman's voice rang out. Roman told him, Baron Bruce is dead. From now on, you will be in charge of this place. Stephen. He was one of the people on the list that Lucas had given to Roman. The only useful person at the 5th defensive line is Stephen. This had been confirmed and was very certain. Roman requested, since you have defended the 5th defensive line for many years, I will trust your judgment. Tell me, how should we protect this place? If you say this place is beyond saving, then I, Roman Dmitri, will order the entire reserve force to retreat. Stephen was a little dazed as he looked at the person before him. So this is Roman Dmitri. But he quickly regained his composure and gave the most general assessment of the situation. To be honest, the current battle situation is extremely tense. Retreating would be the right decision. But what then? The enemy will gain a favorable position. If Hector captures one of the 5 defensive lines, they will have a path to receive reinforcements. In that case, the war will drag on endlessly. Roman also realized that there was only one method left now, and what Stephen said was completely in line with Roman's thinking. We must use a fence to block the enemy, forcing them to go through the main gate. Roman immediately nodded in agreement. I will buy time to set up the fence. You deploy the troops and prepare. This really surprised Stephen. He actually accepted such a dangerous plan. He said hesitantly, but this plan is too dangerous. The enemy is growing in number. If you're isolated out there, you will die. I know what you're worried about, Roman replied very seriously. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out from behind Roman. Stephen realized the danger, but his severely injured body couldn't move. But there was no danger. Roman just tilted his body slightly to dodge the attack, while continuing to say, I am not a fool who would risk my life for a plan that I deem unfeasible. With that, Roman swung his sword and cut the sneak attacker in 2 before Stephen's astonished eyes. He can dodge without even looking? At this moment, Chris led a troop of soldiers charging in, catching up from behind. Commander, Roman ordered, we will open a path to the city gate. All troops, follow me. Yes, sir. Everyone answered loudly. Stephen was once again extremely shaken. Asterisk, they don't have a single doubt. I can't believe there's this level of master-servant relationship. Asterisk now. Do your job well, Roman turned and said, which startled Stephen a little. Ah, yes, sir, Roman added. This is just the beginning. It was only then that Stephen realized, now I understand. Their loyalty to you stems from respect. Everyone followed that sturdy back forward without hesitation. It looks like there's going to be a bloodbath. For someone with no patriotism like me, is it necessary to fight to the death to this extent? War, in the end, is just a place where the weak are used as sacrificial pawns to pave the way for me. As someone valued by the Kingdom of Cairo, what I have is the privilege of the strong. There are many ways to avoid war. But in reality, for a small country with no strength and no money, this only makes my blood boil even more. No, I've wasted my whole life on the battlefield. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy it very much. To be precise, I really like this feeling. The personal soldiers following Roman also showed great combat prowess. They cheered and advanced relentlessly. Chris, as always, fought efficiently with his aura, while Kevin slaughtered madly, without mercy. They formed the left and right wings, helping to clear the remnants of the army on the main army's path. Wherever Roman went, death followed. When Roman killed 10 men, the Hector army still attacked desperately. When Roman killed 20 men, they realized their opponent was much stronger than they thought. When Roman killed 50 men, fear spread across the enemy's faces. Monster was the only word they could think of to describe their opponent. Anyone who faced that demon had been dismembered, without exception. The fear of death enveloped the entire Hector army. They were so scared they no longer wanted to attack, throwing down their weapons and turning to flee for their lives. Retreat. He's a monster. We're all going to die. The commander of Hector, Baron MacClary, couldn't help but be confused when he saw his soldiers fleeing from the 5th defensive line. What on earth is going on? He couldn't understand. Asterisk, as long as we break through the city wall, our army will win. Why is the entire army suddenly retreating? Asterisk. Suddenly, he noticed something. What was that? He only saw a young man with jet black hair, wearing a blood-red cloak and holding a sword, rampaging on the battlefield. Where he passed, corpses were strewn about, and dismembered body parts were everywhere. The young man also seemed to notice and looked straight into Mac Clary's eyes the moment he saw him. This made the Hector army commander's jaw drop. How could he make eye contact with me from so far away? Oomph. Roman had now changed direction and was charging straight this way. Baron Mac Clary was so angry he was trembling. You want to charge in alone and take my head? Arrogant. He immediately ordered his soldiers below, kill him. Don't let him get any further. That guy is alone. Stop him. Whoever gets his head will be handsomely rewarded. With his keen battlefield sense, Roman could feel that the commander he was facing had let his guard down. Roman charged straight into the defensive line that the enemy had set up. The battle was almost over. Asterisk, I don't remember how many battles I participated in until now. But I know one thing for sure. Once the snake's head is cut off, the minions around it will also scatter. Asterisk. I must kill that commander here. While charging, 3 Aura swordsmen suddenly appeared in front of him and launched a sneak attack. Roman used the Heavenly Demon Sword Art, the second move. The sword in his hand erupted with a fierce black light and swept horizontally. The sound was deafening, as if a cannon was being fired. When the dust settled a little, where the sword had passed, a trench several tens of meters deep had appeared on the ground. And the one who created it was standing tall before the great army of Hector. The entire army witnessed this scene and trembled with fear. They all had the same thought in their minds. I will never be able to fight a monster like this. Mac Clary was also struck dumb with astonishment. The opponent was too strong, on a completely different level. Roman lightly leaped over the trench, landing on the other side. Roman walked up to the enemy commander, startling him into hastily drawing his sword. I am Baron Mac Clary of the Hector army. Before he could finish his sentence, the blade in Roman's hand flashed. Mac Clary's mind went blank, and then all sensation vanished. He had been beheaded by Roman, his head now held in Roman's hand. Roman shouted, "Soldiers of the kingdom of Cairo, listen up. I have slain the enemy commander, but if we spare the rest, one day they will point their spears at us again. Better to shed blood today than to shed blood tomorrow. Comrades, fight with all your might. Annihilate them all." His voice was like thunder, and the will to fight ignited in all the defending soldiers, who immediately charged forward. Henry watched this scene and couldn't help but shudder. My God, what is this? He looked at the young man in the red cloak below and exclaimed, "Now I understand why he said not to mess with Roman no matter what." The army, having lost its commander, scattered and fled. Roman and his soldiers had successfully defended the 5th defensive line. Chris came before his master to report, 30 soldiers, including myself. Not a single one has fallen. Roman praised, very good, then ordered, use the holy water to treat the wounded. Stephen's heart skipped a beat, once again shocked. Distribute holy water to all the soldiers? Holy water was a healing potion developed by the Magic Tower, and even the cheapest kind was incredibly expensive. Only when he saw the soldiers under Roman actually applying the holy water to their wounds did Stephen believe it. Not only is he wise and brave, but he's also so generous to his subordinates. Stephen looked at the wounded being treated and thought, that's why his soldiers are always ready, even if it means climbing a mountain of blades or plunging into a sea of fire. Seeing him in a daze, Roman called out, Stephen, you stay here and watch over the battlefield, prepare for the next wave of attack. Then he added, oh, and one more thing, I need someone who is familiar with the southern terrain. Stephen immediately asked, are you going there directly, sir? Yes. The war is not over yet. This person is very familiar with this area. He can definitely help you. The person Stephen found for Roman gave a serious military salute and introduced himself. My name is Kobe. Roman spread out a map and asked, this is a topographical map of the southern region. What is the fastest way to reach the enemy's rear? Kobe thought for a moment, then replied, how about this path? Roman said, this path takes 2.5 hours. I need a shortcut that can get us there in 2 hours. Kobe pondered. If that's the case, he thought. Then suddenly startled, wait, how does he know it takes 2.5 hours to travel that mountain path? Kobe couldn't help but be amazed. Travel time was not something that could be easily estimated. Clearly, he already has some understanding of the southern terrain. He blurted out, I didn't expect you to be so familiar with the terrain here. Kobe thought to himself, then what does he need me for? Roman spoke up. When Steven found you, you probably thought I was completely unfamiliar with the terrain here. Kobe, hearing this, knew that his thoughts had been read and quickly explained, that's not it, sir. Roman directly dismissed the issue and continued, it's nothing, anyone would think that. To be prepared, I've already done some preliminary research on the terrain here. But then again, I can't know everything. That's why I need the help of someone like you who is familiar with the terrain. Kobe thought with some admiration. He's completely different from the nobles who come to the southern region just to enjoy the army's benefits. With his help, maybe there's hope for the south. The meeting lasted only 10 minutes. Roman went out to find Chris to check on the troops. Chris reported, 30 soldiers, including myself, are ready to set out. Roman heard footsteps behind him and turned his head. Roman frowned slightly. That sneaky posture, that pink hair. Henry Albeck. Roman asked him, why are you here? Henry was drenched in sweat, his face stiff. Seeing that the other party didn't answer, Roman asked coldly, I asked why you are here. Henry calculated in his head, if I say I came to make friends with him, he'll definitely chase me away. So he bowed and answered sincerely. First of all, I came to apologize for the trouble I caused before. The fat man bowed deeply. I know my behavior was shameless, but I want to follow you and help. I am also a noble of Cairo. I cannot stand by and watch. I await your orders. Roman's face was expressionless as he said coldly, whether you follow me or not is your decision. But I must make one thing clear. If you hinder my plans in the slightest, I will not hesitate to cast you aside. So they quickly set out. Roman still led his legion. The difference this time being that Kobe was at the front. Henry tagged along at the end of the line, struggling to keep up. So fast. Kobe suddenly heard someone groaning. He stopped to check and found a heavily wounded soldier on the verge of death. Is this a soldier from the southern training camp? Roman helped the man sit down under a tree and asked what happened. The man struggled to reply that the southern training camp was attacked. Please help us. Please. Those were the words the soldier managed to say before his consciousness faded. He had probably used all his strength to get here. From this, Roman learned that the location of the attack was not the front line, but the southern training camp located near the edge. A soldier from a southern training camp had escaped to here, so the attack must have started at least 30 minutes ago. In this situation, the kingdom of Hector must have attacked all 5 defensive sectors and surely used fast and flexible units to attack simultaneously. A thought flashed through Roman's mind. Could it be? Roman immediately ordered the entire army to change course and head to the southern training camp first. Mark Barney's situation was as bad as it could get. He was fighting with his non-dominant arm. His opponents were 2 Hector swordsmen who sneered at him. It's basically over. Even if we don't touch you, you'll all die anyway. Give up. We'll give you a painless death. Barney roared without fear. To hell with all of you. You think I'll die alone? Even if it costs me my life, I'll take at least one of you down with me. Come on. Damn it. If only I still had my right hand. Barney muttered to himself. I wonder how things are on Lord Roman's side. The only one on the southern front who didn't let his guard down. When I heard he was assigned to the 5th defensive line, I was sure he would accomplish something. I can't believe it. On the brink of life and death, the person I'm thinking of is him. This probably means I still have a lot I want to do on the battlefield, not rot away in a place like this. The wall behind the Hector soldiers suddenly cracked. With a loud crash, a large hole was smashed through the wall. Only then did they notice, and they turned in panic to ask each other, what was that? Did Cairo send reinforcements? A figure stepped in over the shattered concrete. The Hector soldiers immediately surrounded him cautiously. What kind of monster are you? Reinforcements? How did you know to come here? Barney recognized this person. Lord Roman. It's really you. Roman also recognized a familiar face in the crowd and was quite surprised. Mark Barney, he's still alive. Chris and the personal guards followed closely behind and began the slaughter. Roman loudly deployed his forces, quickly eliminate the enemy and rescue the survivors. The entire team received the order and immediately executed it. They charged into battle with the Hector army, showing no mercy. Roman's side was targeted by 2 swordsmen. His figure flashed and disappeared. Then he used 2 fingers like a sword to strike the opponent's neck. I want to capture these 2 alive. The ultimate martial arts technique, pressure point striking. Their pressure points have been struck, so they're temporarily unable to move. The remaining man, seeing his comrade easily subdued, immediately turned and fled. Damn it! I need to report this to my superiors as soon as possible. But he was quickly grabbed by the collar by a firm hand. I told you, didn't I? I'll kill at least one of you. Mark Barney tightened his grip on the enemy's neck with his left arm. The man was choked to the point of suffocation, his eyes red and bulging. After a struggle, Barney finally emerged victorious. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Roman walked over and praised him. You held out well. Leave the rest to me. Thank you, sir. Barney, exhausted, passed out. After retaking the place, Roman sent people to patrol the area. Chris reported, we have dealt with 12 soldiers from the Kingdom of Hector and rescued 5 survivors. According to the survivors, Baron Bell was injured while fighting the Hector soldiers and has retreated into the mountains. Roman thought, Hector's main force attacked the southern training camp and then left for somewhere else. The main force must have at least a few hundred soldiers. Roman asked, where are the Hector soldiers? Chris replied, we've tied them all up in one place. Roman ordered, from now on, without my permission, no one is to enter. This is an order. Roman entered the detention area, thinking Hector's use of a diversionary tactic must have a reason. Now I will find out what that reason is. Roman said to the Hector soldiers tied to chairs, from now on, I will give you 3 minutes. If you give me the answer I want, I will give you a painless death. If not, you will experience pain until I allow you to die. They shouted, kill us. Just kill us. Despite their uncooperative attitude, Roman remained calm and asked, first question, what is the purpose of the Kingdom of Hector? A Hector soldier sneered and told Roman to figure it out himself. Roman calmly continued, second question, why did you stay at the southern training camp? The man continued to scream at him. I told you, just kill us already. 3 minutes are up. Roman brought 2 fingers glowing with a purple light close to the man who had been shouting the loudest. At first, he was skeptical, but when Roman channeled energy into his body, a pain as if his entire body was being torn into countless pieces immediately spread, causing him to vomit blood and scream loudly. I call it body shattering. You have just experienced the pain of your muscles and bones being twisted. You will die a slow and painful death. I'm sure you've been trained for torture, but this is different from anything you've ever experienced. His comrades next to him turned pale with fear. He opened his mouth to curse Roman. You bastard. Do you think doing this will change anything? Even if I tell you Hector's strategy, you won't be able to stop us in time. Roman's terrifying, demonic face leaned close to the man and said, I was waiting for this answer. The other party's voice trembled with fear. Roman gave a sinister smile. I never thought you would tell the truth. I just wanted to see your reaction. It seems I guessed right. Your real target is on the outskirts, having been hit where it hurts. The other party's face turned pale. Roman pointed a finger straight at his head. It's time to die. Leaving the interrogation room, Roman had already formulated his next plan. They used a diversionary tactic, attacking the southern front to deceive me. If their plan succeeds, the southern front can be considered occupied. This time, the opponent seems to be an intelligent one. Roman then found Mark Barney to confirm something. Tell me, what exactly happened at the southern training camp? Yes, sir. Barney recalled and recounted. About 2 hours ago, we were attacked by the Kingdom of Hector. At that time, we were just preparing for our usual training. But Hector's soldiers suddenly appeared and attacked. We quickly assembled to counterattack, but due to the overwhelming difference in numbers, only our side suffered losses. We don't even know if the training commander, Baron Bell, is still alive. Roman asked, were they carrying anything special? They were only carrying light equipment. Moreover, their commander's face was covered in scars. This made Roman think, a face full of scars and light equipment. Roman concluded they could be the Guard Corps. Barney was surprised, seemingly realizing it as well. The Kingdom of Hector's Guard Corps, the leader of that corps, his face is covered in scars from the battles he has fought. He considers them glorious trophies. But I don't understand why they would attack the southern training camp. If they wanted to seize more advantageous lands, they shouldn't have destroyed that place. Roman explained they came from behind and attacked the training camp. That's because the southern training camp is on the path to the rear barracks. They had no other choice but to attack you. You mean? Barney still didn't quite understand. Roman added, currently, the Kingdom of Hector is carrying out a smokescreen strategy. Attacking the front defensive lines is just a feint. Their real target is the Space Gate. Barney was startled. The Space Gate? The highest level of magic that can control space. Because of its ability to teleport instantly, The struggle for it has become a fierce battle. It can not only block enemy reinforcements, but the combination of multiple gates can also move troops for coordinated attacks. Therefore, the space gate can self-destruct to prevent the enemy from using it to attack its owner. The Kingdom of Hector is very determined in this war. If their plan succeeds, they will surely win. It seems that plan is to seize the space gate inside the rear barracks. Hearing Roman say this, Barney quickly stood up, his heart burning with anxiety. Then, shouldn't we quickly go for reinforcements? No. Roman interrupted Mark Barney and asked in return, have you received a request for reinforcements from the rear barracks? Not yet. Mark Barney knew what this meant. He helplessly clenched the blanket in his hands. Roman continued, Hector's Guard Corps left the southern training camp an hour and a half ago. They have probably already captured the teleportation gate by now. The enemy on the front lines, the enemy in the rear training camp, and even the southern units including us have been completely isolated. From now on, we must survive on our own without the help of the Kingdom of Cairo. Just then, a report came in from the border region between Cairo and Hector. The voice of a soldier rang out as he knelt before the prince and respectfully said to Edwin, our army has passed the southern training camp and is about to reach the rear barracks. The Kingdom of Cairo has used all its strength to stop our attack on the front lines, without realizing what our real plan is. Edwin said they still couldn't let their guard down. We must ensure that our soldiers in Cairo's defensive barracks delay them for as long as possible. The most important thing now is to immediately destroy the city wall in front of us. Once this plan succeeds, the southern region will naturally fall into our hands. Edwin had long had a strategy in mind. Intelligent security is the core of this plan. We have spent a whole year investigating intelligence on the southern front line. Jackson's soldiers have also infiltrated it. Even if we launch a full-scale attack from the beginning, it's possible to destroy everything within 4 hours. But now, what's important for us is to pay attention to that teleportation gate. Edwin instructed to prepare for the worst. We must be ready to destroy it. If the plan fails, we must destroy the teleportation gate and initiate the second plan. The soldier who brought the news, although he had heard the rumors before, couldn't help but be amazed. He has made an extremely rational judgment. As expected of Edwin Hector, the Star of Hector, he is the one who revived the Kingdom of Hector. According to the plan, Jackson has led his men to and occupied the teleportation gate here. From now on, we must seize the time before we are discovered by the enemy, he thought to himself. Jackson ordered his men to hurry up. They had to connect successfully. A year ago, Prince Edwin had secretly summoned him and bluntly stated that the interest on the national treasury was piling up, and under the pressure of the banks and bad debts, if the harvest failed again next year, even Hector's reserve granaries would be depleted. This is why I proposed this plan. Edwin extended his hand to Jackson and asked, are you willing to join me in destroying the front lines of the Kingdom of Cairo? There was a rumor that the Kingdom of Hector's successive crop failures were due to a curse from the gods. In a situation where Hector could collapse at any moment, Edwin Hector, known as the most outstanding genius in history, was like a savior. So, Hector sent soldiers to scout southern Cairo, and a year later, used spies to dig a tunnel connecting to the rear barracks. The Guard Corps had finally dug a secret tunnel and connected to the teleportation gate. Jackson's reminiscence was interrupted by an assassin beside him, who reported that the connection was successful. The magic within the gate quickly accumulated, opening a spatial passage. Edwin stepped out to the welcome of everyone present. Greetings, Prince Edwin. As soon as Edwin arrived, he immediately called out, Kellen. Yes, Your Highness, Kellen replied. Edwin ordered, you are in charge of the First Army. You must eliminate all remaining soldiers. In addition, establish a solid defensive line to deal with the enemy. Yes, I understand. Next, the Prince of Hector turned to Jackson. Jackson walked before the prince and knelt on one knee in a salute. I await your command. Edwin asked, we have lost contact with the Baron in charge of the 5th defensive line. Do you know anything? We are still investigating, but I don't think we need to worry too much, Jackson reassured him. The 5th defensive line is famous for being troublemakers. Even with half our forces, we can defeat Cairo's defenders. Edwin questioned, but didn't I tell you not to invest too much manpower? Isn't that right? Yes, Your Highness. As soon as this is over, I will definitely punish Baron MacClary, regardless of the outcome. Edwin's plan could be said to be perfect, but he didn't know that 2 unexpected things had happened. At the first defensive line, the commander here, Count Donald, had ordered his soldiers to reinforce the city walls before the enemy attacked again. Suddenly, a person ran from a distance in a panic to report urgently, "Commander, we have received contact from the southern barracks." Count Donald raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You said the southern barracks?" He walked over to the communication magic stone and saw Roman. The other party introduced himself. "Count Donald, I am Roman Dmitri of the 5th Reserve Defense Force." He asked, confused, "Why are you contacting me in this situation?" "I'll be direct. I have reason to believe that Hector's side is creating a smokescreen and has captured the teleportation gate at the rear camp. Before we are isolated by Hector's army, we must abandon the city and retreat into the mountains, then gather the remaining forces south of the mountain range." Donald pursed his lips and thought, the southern mountain range is very dangerous. Is this a suggestion? To prepare for a surprise attack? Roman wanted to say more, but Count Donald waved his hand to interrupt. "We will decide for ourselves. I'm hanging up." He had unilaterally cut off communication. Seeing the projection on the crystal disappear, Roman could only accept it. Roman decisively swung his cloak, turned, and left, his mind made up. Things had come to this. He could only abandon the remaining defensive units. Roman ordered his personal guards, "Pack your things. Today we begin our move into the mountains." As for Count Donald, he sent someone to contact the other camps, but was unsuccessful. "We can't contact the camps outside." Only then did he feel restless, his heart uneasy. Damn it, could Roman have been right? Even if the southern front and the surrounding areas sent reinforcements, it would take half a month to arrive. Is there really no other way to solve this? No. If we can hold the fortress until reinforcements arrive, there's still a high chance of victory. With that thought, he ordered the army to defend the fortress. Just 4 hours later, both the front and back of the fortress were surrounded. How did this happen? We've been completely isolated. He looked down from above and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, they really did capture the teleportation gate and brought in more troops. Our front line and both flanks have been cut off by Hector's army. No, I need to stay calm. My side can still perfectly repair the walls, and we have all our weapons ready. Therefore, we will not repeat the failure of the first battle. We can hold the city. Having made his decision, Donald ordered the entire army to prepare for battle. He instructed, "First Defense Force, listen up. Hector has captured the teleportation gate, so we are now completely isolated. Don't count on reinforcements from the kingdom. But, just like in the first battle, trust in me, Count Donald. We will hold out until reinforcements arrive." Suddenly, the entire army heard a strange sound. Everyone looked around in confusion. What was that? Donald turned to the captain beside him and asked, "What in the world is going on?" He stammered, trembling, That's the magic cannon. Firing. The magic circles on the cannons had been quickly activated by Hector's army. The strategic siege weapons had opened fire. Fireballs screamed through the air, and a massive explosion directly destroyed a large section of the Cairo sides wall. The soldiers on that section of the defensive line were instantly incinerated, letting out horrific screams. Donald collapsed to the ground, watching in horror as his soldiers were burned alive. At that moment, he remembered what someone had told him. Before the front line and both flanks are completely isolated by Hector's army, we must abandon the city, hide in the mountains, and gather the remaining forces in the southern mountain region. Roman, you were right. But it was too late for regrets. A flash of a sword, and Hector's assassin held up Donald's head, shouting, "Your general is dead. Surrender now." Afterwards, Jackson came to report to Prince Edwin. Thanks to our initial use of the fire magic circle to gain the upper hand, we were able to capture the fortress without heavy losses. At this rate, I believe we can perfectly capture the entire southern front. He was quite pleased. Time is on our side. Imprison all the surrendered soldiers in one place, so that no one can escape while we're not paying attention. To gain an advantage in the negotiations with Cairo, we need as many bargaining chips as possible. Depending on the situation, we might even need to use hostages to reach an agreement. Jackson loudly replied, "Yes," indicating he understood. Edwin had an indescribable feeling. The plan was so perfect, but why do I feel so uneasy? Did I miss something? Just then, a soldier rushed over to report. "Something big has happened, Your Highness." Report. Baron Mac Clary has been killed in action, so the communication gate has been cut off. Edwin's face darkened. He quickly turned and asked, "Who was the messenger? Bring him to me at once." The prince went directly to see a gaunt-faced man. From his horrified expression, it was clear he had been through something terrible. He still hadn't recovered his senses and began to recount. At first, the 5th defensive line seemed very weak against our fierce attack. About 10 minutes after launching the attack, we entered the city. Baron Matt Clary ordered us to destroy the city immediately. But right then, that monster appeared. At this point, the soldier became terrified. Seeing his expression, Edwin frowned deeply. Monster? That soldier continued. He was so strong that even though I saw it with my own eyes, I couldn't believe it. That monster single-handedly slaughtered countless allied soldiers. Dozens of soldiers disappeared in an instant. Even the strongest knights of Hector couldn't withstand a single blow from that monster. They all died in an instant. Just because of that monster's appearance, we lost. Just remembering the scene was enough to make the storyteller break out in a cold sweat, his entire body trembling. Monster! Yes, he was a monster. The messenger kept muttering to himself, his mind seemingly severely shaken. Edwin could only give up. He couldn't get any more information. Edwin left decisively, letting the medical team in to check on the patient's condition. Edwin, of course, felt very uneasy. Thinking about it now, he realized he had heard that Cairo's youngest gladiator had been assigned to the Southern Front. Even though he spent a whole year preparing meticulously, an unexpected variable still appeared: Roman Dmitri. Edwin and Jackson stepped outside. Edwin told Jackson to report the current situation. Yes, Your Highness. We have checked the 5th defensive line, but there are no Cairo soldiers left there. It seems they have retreated into the mountains. If you wish, I will immediately organize a pursuit team. Edwin decisively refused. No, we have gained the upper hand. Since we have captured the southern front line, it is time to begin negotiations with the Kingdom of Cairo. At this time, at the royal capital of the Kingdom of Cairo, King Daniel was angrily complaining to his courtier. When on earth are they going to arrive? This made him very uncomfortable. Forgive me, because the incident happened so suddenly. It will take some time for everyone to get here. Daniel Cairo slammed the table to vent his frustration. He was helpless. The king of Cairo could not make decisions on his own. He had to get permission from the ruling nobles to mobilize the army. Just as his anger was about to erupt, the group finally arrived. The leader of the noble faction, Marquis Benedict, walked in with a smile. I'm late because my carriage had some trouble on the way. To his left was Count Denver, a supporter of the Valhalla faction, and the person beside him with long orange hair was Count Gregory, a supporter of the Kronos faction. The four of them sat down around the table. Count Gregory began. By the way, did the kingdom of Hector really attack the front line? King Daniel sighed and replied, the kingdom of Hector has crossed the border and ambushed our camp. At this rate, the southern front will be in danger. Benedict deliberately asked, can't we send reinforcements now? The king knew in his heart, but could only keep it to himself. What a shameless old man. On the surface, he remained calm and replied, if that's the case, I assume I have your consent to immediately send reinforcements to the southern front? Benedict said loudly in surprise, what? They've already captured the teleportation gate. The consequences of the command system being divided had become a major problem. The king slammed the table in anger. How are you going to take responsibility for what's happened? If you had given me the decision-making power that a king should have from the beginning, the southern front wouldn't be in such danger now. It's all your fault, Daniel Cairo said as he pointed at each person. The door to the meeting room suddenly opened, and a messenger from the battlefield appeared. Report to your majesty. Hector has just sent a magical message. Edwin stated his conditions through the live screen. We want war reparations. Send the amount of gold you deem sufficient to redeem the southern front. Benedict and Denver protested. War hasn't even been officially declared. Don't you think what you're doing is ridiculous? This is blatant robbery. Edwin didn't want to argue. He said, I'll give you exactly 3 days. If you don't meet our demands by then, your southern front will become part of Hector. If you try to pull any cheap tricks to stall for time, don't expect a single hostage on the southern front to return alive. Leaving that threat, the magical communication device was cut off. Edwin sat alone on the throne in the cold castle, thinking about the difficult situation his country was facing. Hector's national reserves are on the brink of depletion due to successive crop failures, and there's also the interest on the national debt. For the people living in poverty, even if he loses his reputation as the Star of Hector, he will become the devil of this era. If necessary, he will do whatever it takes to save his people. Back in the capital of Cairo, King Daniel let out a soft sigh, accepting reality. Now that the enemy is at our doorstep, we have no other choice. Paying the reparations demanded by the kingdom of Hector is the only way for us to minimize our losses. Benedict immediately offered his opinion. But if we let them get away with this, they will never stop making demands. Daniel roared in anger. What other choice do we have? If you have a better plan, then say it now. Gregory closed his eyes tightly and bowed his head without speaking. No one answered him. Regardless of the faction, at this moment, there was no corresponding countermeasure. The king gritted his teeth, wanting nothing more than to execute everyone in front of him. How ridiculous! They always pathetically fight for power in this small country. But now that a crisis has struck, they are so helpless. A few seconds later, Daniel Cairo, the nominal monarch of the nation, regained his composure and proposed, "If there is no plan, then we will do as Hector demands." "I object." Denver, who had been silent until now, spoke up. The moment these words were spoken, the other three all showed the same surprised expression. Count Denver continued, "Roman Dmitri is at the southern front. According to the report I received, Roman Dmitri successfully defended the 5th defensive line. If he can turn the tide and turn it to our advantage, we will have a chance to win this war." The king of Cairo, hearing this, softened his attitude a little, but his opinion did not change. "I agree that he is an excellent swordsman. To be a 3-star knight in his early 20s is a great blessing for the kingdom of Cairo. But he can have no influence in this war." Benedict also agreed. "That's right. Roman Dmitri is the future of the kingdom of Cairo. We can't lose such a talent over a gamble. We should prioritize a strategy that minimizes losses." At this, Denver finally understood. These people don't know Roman's full potential. In any case, as a high-ranking member of the Valhalla faction, I was able to obtain this information. Roman Dmitri, he is actually a 4-star talent or even higher, is the unknown factor that could turn the tide in this war. But there's no need to reveal this to these people. Denver forced a smile and said thoughtfully, "If everyone thinks so, then I won't say any more. But just 3 days. If there are no changes on the southern front in 3 days, then accept Hector's demands. Is that all right?" King Daniel couldn't decide this matter on his own, so he had to agree. "All right. For now, the kingdom of Cairo will prepare to negotiate with the kingdom of Hector about the war options." The scene shifts to the front line area. Henry's face was now filled with astonishment and fear. Oh my God! When he saw the desolate, scorched scene of the 1st defensive line, he blurted out, "It's all over. Cairo has lost." He turned to his soldiers and said, "We have to retreat into the mountains." Henry had lost all will to fight, or rather, he never had any to begin with. Become a war hero? I don't need that. He yelled at his subordinates to hurry up. The soldiers replied in unison, "Yes, Commander." The fat man used all his strength to lead his subordinates to find a way out of this bloody land. "To hell with the country, I have to survive first." Suddenly, from the bushes by the roadside, a figure lunged out at an incredible speed. The figure, in an instant, blocked Henry's path. A sharp blade was pressed against his fat neck. He didn't dare to move, didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. The person gestured for Henry to remain silent. He also recognized this person, Chris, a captain under Roman. Henry and his group were then led by Chris deep into the forest. On the way, the fat man couldn't help but think, what are Roman's knights doing here? Didn't they return to the rear unit? What could possibly be in this mountain? But when he pushed through a bush, Henry was astonished by the sight before him. What is this? He saw a military camp hidden in the mountains. When did they build this secret base? Chris said his commander had anticipated the fall of the rear camp, and this was the base he had prepared for this situation. Henry turned and questioned loudly. If the rear camp fell, you should have run away. What's the point of building a new camp here? The war is not over yet. Chris's eyes burned with the will to fight, repeating what Roman had said. We stayed, hiding in the mountains, waiting for an opportunity to attack, to protect allies like you. If you had surrendered to Hector, you would have been dead by now. The pressure he exuded sent a chill down Henry's spine. 2 words, monster. How could the Dmitri family have such a monster? The fat man asked in a trembling voice, Roman, where is Lord Roman now? Why don't I see him? He is now single-handedly destroying all the enemies, Chris replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Henry suddenly understood something. Roman Dmitri could lead people like this. He was the real monster. At the same time, the remnants of the first offensive line were being relentlessly pursued by Hector's army. They fought back as they retreated, but the situation did not look optimistic. The vice commander of the first offensive line, Brent, while fighting the enemy, couldn't help but curse under his breath. We have to get the remaining soldiers back. It's all because of that bastard Donald. Just because of his foolish arrogance. The soldiers here are being slaughtered. The disparity in military strength and their inferior physical condition quickly caused him to be knocked back. His heavily armored body fell hard to the ground. The Hector side immediately closed in, raising their swords to finish him off. Is this the end? In that critical moment, a flash of light passed by the Hector soldier's neck. Roman appeared, directly beheading the enemy. The other men, seeing this, quickly shouted, "Enemy! Kill him!" They surrounded Roman from all four sides. Only a flash of purple light was seen passing through the bodies of the unfortunate soldiers. They could only scream in pain as they were instantly dismembered. Roman easily dealt with all of them single-handedly. Looking at the scene of a rain of blood, Brent wondered if he was in hell. What is he doing? Who is he? Roman turned his head to look at the other person and introduced himself. 5th Defensive Reserve, Roman Dmitri. Brent couldn't help but be astonished. He is the Roman Dmitri who suggested we retreat. He didn't run away, but came to save us instead. Remembering something important, Brent quickly said to Roman, "The front line has completely fallen. Hector's army is preparing for the next attack on the 2nd defensive line. And the 2nd defensive line won't hold out for long either. Are you saying we should surrender?" Roman asked in return. This made Brent freeze for a few seconds. Then he tried to persuade him. "I admit you are a very strong swordsman, but this is a war between kingdoms. You can't fight against the legions of the kingdom of Hector with just one person's strength." Roman was very clear about the current situation. Famine, disease, war, this is not an action that fits Hector's current situation. If that's the case, then Hector's intention is. Roman turned and, as he walked, said to the vice commander of the first defensive line, "The reason the kingdom of Hector is rushing to attack the south is because they cannot wage a prolonged war." Brent asked, confused, "What are you talking about?" Their intention is to use this war to stabilize Hector's internal crisis. To be able to negotiate favorably with the Cairo royal family, they must capture the southern front line. If this is indeed the enemy's premise, then I understand the actions of the kingdom of Hector. Hector is gambling with the fate of its own kingdom. The southern border, the 2nd defensive line. Jackson commanded Hector's army, attacking fiercely with magic cannons. Against this kind of strategic weapon, the city walls were like tofu. Every time a cannonball hit, a large chunk would break off, and the air would be thick with gunpowder smoke. The soldiers defending the city didn't dare to stay for long. Edwin observed everything from above and thought to himself, "According to my plan, Baron McClary is still alive, and the 5th defensive line is the weakest link on the southern border. As for Roman Dmitri, if he is even stronger than what those deserters said, can the entire Hector army defeat him? We've been through so much. We can't let this ruin everything. Hector's army is not so weak as to be defeated by one person," Edwin reassured himself. At that moment, another report came from behind. "Prince Edwin, this is bad. We've lost contact with the first squad sent to deal with the enemy's remnants. Not only that, the 2nd and 3rd squads have also gone silent." Edwin looked astonished. I just had a bad feeling. Is it because of Roman Dmitri?" Edwin quickly returned to the camp and summoned his men. Jackson reported the situation. "As you command, Your Highness. After we broke through the first offensive line, we ordered the 3rd squad to deal with the remaining units. But for the past hour, all communication with the 3rd squad has been cut off. Considering that communication with all 3 squads has been cut off one after another, it seems they have been killed by the enemy." "How many soldiers did we lose?" "About 300 soldiers." Hearing this, Edwin became even more restless. His worries had come true. It must have been Roman Dmitri. He didn't flee over the mountains, but chose to stay and fight on the southern border. After a moment of thought, Edwin finally said to Jackson, "If we just leave Roman Dmitri like this, there will be big trouble later." "But Your Highness, Roman Dmitri is just a small variable. If our siege fails because we're focused on him, we can't guarantee our plan will succeed. The problem isn't that Dmitri rat. Destroying all the remaining enemy defensive camps is what's most important." Edwin directly rejected his opinion. "No. Right now, the most important thing is to eliminate the rat that's disrupting our plan. Order the soldiers on the second front line to retreat immediately. Although Jackson was a bit uneasy, he still followed Edwin's words. Yes, Your Highness. He thought to himself, why is His Highness so obsessed with that Roman Dmitri? That night, a large-scale manhunt was launched. From what I've heard, he must be hiding in this mountain. Since Edwin had checked this plan countless times over the past year, he could accurately sense it with his intuition. Roman Dmitri is a dangerous element. Edwin stood before the captains and said sternly, I know what you're thinking, but as the commander, I must prepare for the worst-case scenario. Engaging the remaining enemy garrison that we haven't conquered is only the second worst scenario. The worst-case scenario is the existence of Roman Dmitri, who has brought us unforeseeable variables. Hearing these words, Jackson also felt a bit more at ease, thinking that Edwin Hector's actions always had a purpose and were well considered. Everyone stood up straight and answered in unison, Yes, sir. Edwin gave the order to attack. Now, it's time to hunt the rat that has ruined our plans. The southern mountain range was vast. If we searched the entire area, we would miss the enemy. Therefore, the army will disperse from the foot of the mountain and gradually tighten the encirclement as they advance to the summit. At the position of the second and third squads, the captain in charge shouted loudly, informing the entire army. Once you spot the enemy, immediately blow the signal whistle. If we can corner the enemy, we can eliminate them all without suffering too much loss. The other soldiers continue to spread out in all directions, their voices echoing in response. Yes, sir. Suddenly, the commander felt a terrifying pressure. He quickly turned and shouted, What's the situation on the left? The person in charge of the left flank immediately replied, Everything is normal, sir. However, as soon as the words were out of his mouth, a black shadow rushed out from nowhere and flashed past the soldier. The commander of the second and third squads didn't notice and was asking about another area. What about the right? Everything is normal, sir. At this point, the commander finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Everything is still normal. But when he looked around, he found himself standing alone in the forest. Not a single person. I have to blow the whistle now. But just as he brought the whistle to his lips to take a breath, the black shadow appeared behind him. The commander's head was twisted with extreme force. He immediately fell dead on the spot. After dealing with the soldiers here, Roman calmly analyzed the situation. They made a bold decision faster than usual. I was originally planning to profit as much as possible when he attacked the defensive camp, but he stopped the attack on the second defensive line to stop me. Their commander is definitely a very excellent person. After that, Roman moved to another location. The chase continued. The sound of commotion echoed throughout the hills. The enemy has appeared. Roman's ghost flickered in and out of Hector's army, silently slaughtering them one by one. Noticing the movement, the survivors began to shout, Check if your comrades are still with you. We need to cut off their retreat and corner them. As soon as the words were out, Roman flashed by, taking his head with him. Roman laughed maniacally, lost in pure ecstasy. It's been a long time since I felt this way. The 12 children of the heavenly demon, living in the harshest and most dangerous environment, were constantly tested on their survival skills, because they were the children of the heavenly demon. Now, Baek Jung-hyuk, from now on you will live with the identity of the Night Ghost. His first mission was to hunt down a low-level believer who had caused trouble within the cult and fled. He successfully killed the believer within 3 days. However, his missions became increasingly difficult, and eventually he had to face an unbeatable enemy. The missions became more and more difficult, forcing him to think of different methods to deal with them. Fortunately, he found the martial arts manual of the Night Ghost King in the cult's secret room. The Night Ghost King was once a notorious thief, skilled in moving in the shadows. He had committed countless thefts and also eliminated many rival gangs. From then on, his reputation spread throughout the martial world. Finally, after causing a massacre in Bienjing City, the Night Ghost King was surrounded and killed by the righteous martial arts organizations. But the title of Night Ghost King continued to circulate in the martial world for a long time after. Baek Jung-hyuk had mastered all the skills of the Night Ghost King, which helped him complete all the most difficult missions. A year later, on a mission, he killed 38 martial arts masters from various sects, becoming the renowned Night Ghost of both the righteous and demonic martial arts worlds, with the nickname Heavenly Demon. The Knight was the Heavenly Demon's greatest ally. At this moment, Hector's army was in that darkness, facing that demon. Where is that bastard? Countless screams echoed across the battlefield. The encirclement force felt that the number of soldiers being sniped was too high. The Aura swordsman took the lead on command. We'll go first, everyone else fall back. The commander of the encirclement team said loudly, then led the charge. Roman was currently hiding in the darkness of Hector. I will make you regret stepping into this dark mountain range that I rule. The enemy couldn't tell where Roman was approaching from. Below, left, right, front, back, all were dangerous. The commander fell at an extremely fast speed. The soldier holding the torch was so scared he sat on the ground and held his head. The captain of the first squad is dead. His face was pale, his mind in a panic, unable to believe that such an absurd thing had happened. I have to report this immediately. The soldier shouted into the communication badge. Commander, a ghost has appeared. We're all going to die like this. Please send reinforcements. He cried as he spoke, the fear of death filling his mind. But death was already behind him. Roman had silently ambushed him in the canopy of the trees, watching his prey struggle with his ice-cold eyes. Next was a bloody massacre. On the other end of the line, Edwin only heard the tragic screams of his soldiers and couldn't help but worry. Edwin tried to reassure Thompson. Calm down. The enemy is just taking advantage of the darkness. In response to Edwin was still extreme panic. We can't see them. The soldiers are dying one by one, but we don't know where the enemy is attacking from or how. Commander, we can't fight these invisible ghosts. Edwin became even more worried after hearing this. Thompson is an excellent Aura swordsman. It's hard to believe that someone with sharper senses than an ordinary person also can't identify the enemy. Impossible. Did they use magic? There's no magic that can make the body transparent or continuously invisible, because magic needs time to recover after use. Don't let the darkness distract you. We need reinforcements immediately. Thompson gritted his teeth and tried to rally his spirits, telling himself, that's right. What's there to be afraid of? The Allies have surrounded the camp. I just need to hold on a little longer and I can capture this place. I just need to wait for His Highness to arrive. He shouted, First Legion, listen up. The enemy wants to take my life. Form a defensive formation and counterattack their attacks. Thompson put the communication device back in his chest and calmed his mind. I can feel it. Up. On the other side, as soon as he detected it, Thompson immediately swung his sword. But when the blade cut into the opponent's flesh, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. Because the person he had hit was not the enemy, but his own ally. The knight captain, who was stabbed, uttered a few words of hatred before he died. Roman then appeared behind Thompson like a ghost and whispered in his ear, I used to hide in the shadows to hunt my enemies. A moment later, they all had the same thought. Thompson frantically swung his sword and cursed, Don't hide like a coward, come out. But in response, there was only a deathly silent night. Absolutely no sound, no sign of anyone. But the fear was real. The opponent seemed to have merged with the night. Roman took his time and slowly stepped out. Roman sneered. How does it feel to kill your own comrade? Do you want to join me and continue? Hit where it hurt, the opponent roared in anger. You demon! I will kill you! The two sides charged at each other, starting a close-quarters battle. The sound of clashing metal was deafening. Roman swung his sword extremely fast, flashing past his opponent's weapon and body. Thompson couldn't block a single move, and blood spurted from his wound like a broken water pipe. He fell heavily to the ground, but immediately struggled to get up, tilted his head back, and shouted to the sky. Here, over here. The enemy is here. It's useless, Roman said coldly. I've used my magic to isolate all sound. No one can hear you. Roman thrust his sword, and Thompson screamed in pain. Roman slashed again at his heel, disabling his limbs. It wasn't until his opponent passed out that Roman stopped. Roman bent down and searched Thompson's body. Do you hear me? I know what you're thinking. Your people are currently starving to death because of the worst drought in history. Why did the kingdom of Hector occupy the southern city? Why do you have to risk your lives? There's only one reason. To use war to solve the country's problems. You try to occupy the southern city to blackmail Cairo. The problem is, I already know everything. Your time is running out. From the beginning, you couldn't have lasted more than 3 months because you didn't have enough troops. We have always interfered with your plans. I have achieved my goal. You can no longer ignore my existence. Suddenly, a male voice came from the other end of the line. Are you Roman Dmitri? He's here. The person Roman wanted to meet has finally shown himself. Roman smiled smugly. Edwin said in a low voice, I don't deny what you said. The kingdom of Hector is indeed suffering from severe drought, even to the point of having to borrow money from outside. To escape the cycle of debt, this time we have no other choice. Roman asked him, Do you want me to sympathize with your situation? Edwin immediately replied, No, just to explain our urgency. The fate of the kingdom of Hector depends on this war. As you said, we don't have time, but that doesn't mean we will back down. Our comrades cannot die in vain. Pass my message on to the Cairo royal family. If we gain nothing, we will spread the toxins from the necromancer's corpses everywhere, turning this place into a land of the dead. I am Edwin Hector, and, as the prince of the kingdom of Hector, I will do whatever it takes to save my people. Roman Dmitri, what is your decision? Will you join Hector, which is hanging by a thread, or will you negotiate with us? This decision also affects Cairo. Edwin Hector. Roman had heard this name many times while investigating the southern city. Unlike his father, he was very outstanding and talented, born to bear the responsibility for Hector. He was recognized both at home and abroad. Furthermore, he was also leading this war. Even though I admit he's very capable, he dares to threaten me? Roman plunged the sword in his hand deeper into Thompson, causing him to scream in pain again. Edwin heard this and shouted loudly, What are you doing? I'm just stabbing a sword through this guy's thigh, Roman replied nonchalantly. From the other end of the line came Edwin's angry voice. You'd be better off killing him. Even though he's the enemy, how can you torture him like that? Roman remained indifferent. You're getting too excited. I'm not interested in your suffering. Don't get it twisted. Roman used more strength, twisting the blade in Thompson's thigh. He couldn't help but scream in agony. The war has already begun. Someone like you who crossed the line first has no right to ask me for mercy. I will do what I think is right, so don't even think about relying on me. I will not spare any of you. Even if you raise a white flag and run away, I will chase you down and stab each and every one of you in the back. I am Roman Dmitri. If you want to resist to the end, then we will meet soon. Edwin's face turned pale. He never expected his opponent to be this kind of person. Roman Dmitri, he's much more dangerous than I thought. What are you going to do next? Jackson, standing behind him, asked. Edwin ordered, Immediately mobilize all forces and form an encirclement around the location of the communication device. For the soldiers who died in agony, I will personally tear you to shreds, Roman Dmitri. The Hector Legion then mobilized a large number of personnel. All soldiers continue to climb the mountain. Even if our comrades fall, we must cut off the enemy's retreat. Roman had previously taught his personal soldiers his concealment technique. Right now you can't see it, because to humans, this is a very weak type of magic. But every rock and branch naturally carries magic, Roman said as he used his magic to lift a rock. If you can control these magics, you could distort space. After Roman cast the spell, he seemed to automatically disappear in front of the dozens of people present. Chris and the others were astonished. All 5 of my senses are being deceived. A minute ago, you were right in front of my eyes, and now you've vanished into thin air like a divine joke. This is called a visual trap. And now, Roman soldiers are like flickering ghosts. As the Hector soldiers were shouting slogans of dying to kill the enemy, Chris was already ambushing nearby. He suddenly rushed out, swinging a sharp sword light. In an instant, the head of that Hector soldier was severed from his neck. It worked. This made Chris extremely excited. Just as the commander said, the Hector soldiers can't detect us. So this is a visual trap. Its effectiveness has been tested. Chris immediately gave a loud signal for the others to charge in and attack. The Hector enemy had fallen into an ambush without knowing it. They were in a panic. Where did these people come from? Quickly regroup and counterattack. Counterattack. After just one battle, Chris had transformed into a completely different person. He had trained extremely hard just to become stronger, because with just a little carelessness, he would not be able to fully absorb all of Roman's teachings. Even when he was about to collapse, he persisted without stopping. As a result, Chris was able to masterfully use the swordsmanship of one of the 10 martial arts masters, Lei Ji, with perfect coordination. With superior technique, the squad led by Chris only took a moment to rout the Hector soldiers. We have followed the commander's orders and eliminated all enemies. Before Hector's reinforcements arrive, retreat. Retreat immediately. Retreat immediately. He ordered the entire team without hesitation. We need to move to the next location. At the same time, another battle was also taking place in a different land. A loud shout echoed deep in the forest. The enemy is here. Stop him. This area was Kevin's responsibility. Kevin's friend said that he was a monster who grew up exceptionally and quickly. At this moment, Kevin was facing a group of enemies alone, using his own presence to suppress them. Asterisk, I have observed how Sir Roman deals with the enemy alone. I will do as you have done, because your path is absolutely correct. Asterisk. Kevin let out a crazed smile, and this appearance alone scared some of the enemies to death. Meanwhile, on two other battlefields, Baki and Matson had also completed their missions. They had split into 4 groups and launched simultaneous raids and attacks. This plan had succeeded. The Hector soldiers who escaped the massacre, still terrified, were convinced that the Cairo side must have mages. Even in well-lit places, the Cairo soldiers would appear and disappear as they attacked our soldiers. The vice commander of the Hector Legion said, "It seems we've fallen into the enemy's trap." Edwin frowned slightly. "Jackson, I'm sure there's no magic that can teleport so many people. If they used a magic scroll, it would be possible, but high-level magic scrolls are all strictly controlled by the Magic Tower. The Southern Front can't have such a thing. If so, the only possibility is that they have mages. But a high-level mage, not on the Western Front, but on the Southern Front." Edwin couldn't deduce it at all. Too many variables. It's ridiculous. Yes, it's too absurd. They were both at a stalemate. Mages were even rarer than aura swordsmen, as most of them belonged to the Magic Tower, an independent organization. The Magic Tower operated throughout the continent, hoping to recruit all those with a talent for magic. Because the Magic Tower possessed a treasure trove of knowledge, mages had no choice but to join the tower. Therefore, from then on, each kingdom only had a very small number of free mages. This isn't magic. If I go myself, I'll be able to find out what kind of trick it is. But the soldiers are risking their lives fighting the Cairo army. Now is not the time. I need to wait for the right opportunity. I have to wait until Roman Dmitri falls into my trap. The scene shifts to Roman's current location. Just as Roman's sword pierced through the body of a Hector captain, the opponent, instead of struggling, gripped Roman's arm tightly. Finally caught you. The man activated something that emitted a green light. An ambush? No, it was fluorescent magic. This thing could make any object it clung to visible in the dark. Roman Dmitri is here. He's over there. Surround him. Knowing he was exposed, Roman immediately accelerated, wanting to get out of there. When the artifact exploded, it shot out rays of light in all directions. These rays covered Roman's entire body, revealing his position like a firefly. Hector used a communication stone to report Roman's location. Roman Dmitri is moving north. He's run to the opposite side. Team 2. That cowardly rat is heading your way. Just as the news was received, Roman appeared at that location, cutting down a man with a single swing of his sword. Seeing this, the others charged at Roman in a frenzy. Kill him. Avenge our comrades. Heavenly Demon Sword Art, second form, purple light. The blade in Roman's hand erupted with a flash of light, and with one move, he sliced the second encirclement team to pieces. However, after a long period of fighting, Roman himself felt that he had reached his limit. The barely conscious Hector captain taunted him with a weak voice. "You think you can get out of here alive? Thousands of soldiers are surrounding this place. No matter how strong you are, you will die at our hands. You think I don't know this is a trap?" Roman smirked. The opponent, provoked by Roman's attitude, spat out a mouthful of blood. "What?" Roman spoke with a voice full of confidence and amusement. "Countless soldiers in disarray, just to chase after me. Everyone is rushing towards me, hoping to stop me, even for just a minute. No, 30 seconds. Don't you find it interesting? You are becoming more careless than ever. As long as you want to play, I can always continue. Anyway, it's a long way till morning." Just then, a figure approached Roman. He spoke up. "It's over." Roman observed him cautiously. The aura around the opponent and his scarred face. He must be the captain of the Guard Corps. This energy, it must be 4-star. It seems Hector has been hiding his information. The two of them didn't waste words and charged at each other, determined to settle the score. The two opposing energies clashed, emitting a sizzling sound. Jackson roared. "Finally caught you, Roman Dmitri." Jackson was only a 4-star swordsman, not even considered among the elite of the Hector Empire. People only knew him as the commander of the Guard Corps, But because of his unremarkable reputation, no one knew how terrifying his true strength was. And now, the hidden dragon of the Hector kingdom was facing the awakened hidden dragon of the Dmitri family. After exchanging blows, Jackson was astonished. To take a hit like that from me and not be pushed back. We have underestimated Roman Dmitri. The information that he was only a 3-star swordsman was false. To send them to eliminate a 4-star swordsman, a walking disaster. Now I understand why the soldiers became so useless. The reason was simple. He was too strong. Roman swung his sword with both hands, attacking Jackson. Jackson seemed to be on the defensive. He realized he was being pushed back. All right, I admit you're strong. But no matter how strong you are, you can't escape. He dodged the attack, jumping back to create distance, then immediately took out the whistle he had prepared in his chest, and blew it hard. The whistle's sound echoed throughout the forest. Hector's soldiers swarmed in from all directions, fast and numerous. Over here, surround Roman Dmitri. Support Captain Jackson. In an instant, Roman was caught in a 4-sided pincer. Surrender, Roman Dmitri. Surrender? Haha, how interesting. It seems you still haven't realized your situation. You've misunderstood a few things. First, how can these mere fragments resist my will? As soon as he finished speaking, the glowing objects on Roman's body were all blown away by his aura. Jackson was startled, feeling an indescribable sense of danger. They had set a trap for Roman, but from the looks of it, it seemed the other party had walked into it willingly. Something was definitely fishy. Roman continued to declare loudly. Second, I am fully confident that I can escape any encirclement. Even if you block me from all directions, this small number of people is not enough to defeat me. Before Jackson could react, Roman's voice came from behind him. Roman didn't attack him directly, but said coldly, "But, Jackson, to have someone like you, the captain of the Guard Corps, one of the strongest in the Hector Kingdom, come here personally. Doesn't that prove that there's no one protecting Edwin Hector right now?" The opponent understood the meaning in Roman's words. When he turned his head, Roman had disappeared into the night fog. Damn it, after him. Prince Edwin is in danger. Roman was already far away. Roman believed that in a situation where the forces of both sides were unequal, the only way to end the conflict was to take the enemy general's head. If I just follow the flow of the communication magic that Edwin Hector is using, I'll be able to find his current location. The base of Mount Liaozhong. The Hector patrol's soldiers suddenly heard a rustling sound. A black shadow suddenly rushed out of the bushes, leaving them no time to react. Roman Dmitri. Both of them were neatly dispatched by Roman with a single sword strike. Roman turned and headed straight for his target. Edwin Hector seemed to be waiting for Roman. Edwin smirked, and with his hands, he activated a magic circle. Roman suddenly realized that the opponent had changed his use of magic. A mage. In front of Edwin, a fire-type magic circle appeared. Fire and explosion shot out, enveloping Roman. Roman turned and used his cloak to defend, his body retreating slightly. Seeing this, Edwin roared, "Don't even think about escaping." His eyes glowed, and he chanted in ancient language, "Memories." Something immediately wanted to break out of the ground. Wood-type magic erupted from the earth, trying to entangle Roman. Roman swung his sword and cut them all, sneering. "You want to stop me with this cheap magic?" At this moment, another figure appeared, a golden aura aimed at Roman's head, accompanied by a thunderous voice. "How dare you attack Prince Edwin? You, an arrogant fool who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The person sent Roman flying with a single blow. Roman frowned, silently assessing the new enemy. This man possesses such a powerful aura. He must be no ordinary person. Who is he? The second master of the Hector Kingdom, the captain of the Royal Knights Law Enforcement, a 5-star swordsman, Butler. He took off his hood and shouted intimidatingly, "Roman Dmitri, you can't escape even if you want to." Roman narrowed his eyes and observed his front and back, thinking, "You must have laid out all your plans to take me down, Edwin Hector." Edwin entered a serious state, being as cautious as possible. "Roman Dmitri, no matter what tricks you pull, you can't survive against a 5-star swordsman and a 4th-tier mage. This time, I will personally send you on your way." He activated the wind blade magic, attacking Roman fiercely. Butler seized the opportunity, simultaneously erupting with his aura and slashing with his sword. "Go to hell." Roman was immediately put on the defensive, the two powerful attacks pinning him down. "I can't dodge this." Roman channeled his aura into his sword, his eyes flashing with a purple light, and in one breath, he countered both of the enemy's attacks. The blade in Butler's hand immediately counterattacked. Roman could only block with the flat of his sword. A huge explosion occurred after the impact. Roman knelt on one knee, panting. Although I anticipated a trap, I never expected Edwin Hector to be a mage, and that he would bring his entire legion, led by a 5-star swordsman disguised as a commoner. Roman let out a hearty laugh. How interesting. Only when I stand on the brink of death do I truly feel alive. Butler, who had just clashed head-on with Roman, felt a terrifying pressure in his heart. I can't believe he's reached a level where he can simultaneously withstand both my and Prince Edwin's attacks. And he's only in his early 20s. Where did this monster come from? Luckily, he's not on the same level as me. Otherwise, Edwin, seeing the fighting spirit wane, quickly shouted, "Butler, what are you doing?" He's exhausted. Attack. A few seconds of distraction was all Roman needed to seize the opportunity. Roman appeared before Edwin like a ghost. Heavenly Demon Sword Art, 3rd form. Butler, sensing the extremely strong killing intent from his opponent, rushed to protect him. Don't! Before Roman could unleash his move, he had already blocked Edwin. The sword move made the surrounding space incredibly bright. When their vision returned, the terrain in front of the sword move had been leveled. Only the place where Butler stood was still intact. He quickly turned to check. "Your Highness, are you all right?" I'm fine." Edwin felt a lump in his throat. Witnessing the power of the last move, he stuttered. Roman spat out a mouthful of blood, calculating his next move in his head. He even blocked that move? As expected of a 5-star swordsman, a completely different level. Using the Heavenly Demon Sword Art twice has left me with no more strength. What bad luck! I have to get out of here. Roman suddenly spoke, startling his opponents. "Remember this, Edwin Hector. We will meet again. Don't delude yourself into thinking you can survive what you've done today." After saying that, Roman blended into the night and left the scene. Afterwards, the other two could not find any trace of Roman. Because of one person's mistake, the Hector army had to suffer a great humiliation, even almost losing their commander. This truth was too cruel. Even though it happened right before their eyes, they couldn't accept it. Edwin clenched his fists, his whole body trembling. "It's all my fault. It's because I was too arrogant, thinking I could easily deal with Roman Dmitri." The decisive moment in a battle is when one side has to bear the worst consequences that they could not have foreseen. This was a disastrous defeat for the Hector army. No, it was a disastrous defeat for me. Edwin kept blaming himself. As soon as it was light, the Hector Legion received its orders. "Let's bury our warriors together. May their souls rest in eternal peace." They gathered the bodies and lit the pyre for cremation. This was a common burial method in wartime. Edwin bowed his head. "I'm sorry. It was all because of my hasty decision." The survivors unanimously protested. "How can you say that? How can this be your fault?" Jackson also agreed. "He's right. We don't think this is the prince's fault. It's just that our enemy was too strong." This statement made Edwin's heart even heavier. "Please raise your head, Prince, because we still believe in you." Edwin was deeply moved. Edwin looked at the survivors who were following him. Their expressions were resolute, with no trace of disappointment or blame in their eyes. The heavy feeling in his heart instantly vanished. "No, that's right. Jackson was right. All right, but from now on, if anyone feels that my decision will bring defeat to the entire army, you must stop me immediately. Don't stand on ceremony, understand?" "Understood," the entire army replied in unison. Their morale was instantly restored. Edwin once again took command. "From now on, before the Cairo army arrives, we must quickly stabilize the camps on the front lines. We have 10 days left. After we've settled things, we will set up camp in the outskirts and prepare to fight to the death." Butler, standing beside him, couldn't help but ask, "Prince, how do you plan to deal with Roman Dmitri?" Edwin replied with great determination. "He is indeed a strong enemy. But if we fight in the mountains, where we have a much greater terrain advantage than on the plains, the situation will be completely different. I will use this advantage. I may lose, but the Hector army will not." Jackson continued to ask, "If we strengthen our defenses, can we face Cairo? We not only have to reclaim everything we've lost from the Cairo army, but we also have to reclaim it from the Kronos Empire." The talented and resourceful Edwin had regained his spirit after the defeat. The scene changes to the Cairo royal castle. Count Azel, who was in charge of the national treasury, firmly opposed the amount of gold they had to pay to Hector. Previously, due to Kronos' provocations, we invested a lot in the eastern border. But with our current budget situation, we cannot meet all the conditions that the Hector army has set. If we meet all their demands, our remaining budget will be depleted, King Daniel suggested. Then what about raising taxes? Your Majesty, we just raised taxes 6 months ago. If we raise them again now, the people will rebel. The king frowned. The financial power in his hands was indeed not enough to solve this matter on his own. Now, the only way was to use the money of the Cairo nobility. But doing so would give them a chance to look down on the royal authority. But I have no other choice. Daniel sighed helplessly. Quick, inform the nobles in the court. I want to convene a meeting to... Before he could finish, a messenger rushed in from outside the door. Your Majesty, there's news from the southern border. We have repelled the enemy. What? Daniel couldn't believe his ears and asked again. When a 4-party meeting was convened, the news that had just arrived shocked everyone. Gregory exclaimed in astonishment. Is it true? Hector has an army of 10,000. How could they repel the Hector army with so few troops? Denver, although he had anticipated it, still echoed a few words. If this news is true, then we have been relieved of a great burden. He thought to himself, I still underestimated Roman. Did he really achieve victory against such a great obstacle? I will contact the South immediately. A round face with pink hair quickly appeared. The king asked directly, Who are you? What unit are you from? I am a second son of the Albeck family. My full name is Henry Albeck. Everyone whispered, Which family is Albeck? Marquis Benedict suddenly remembered, the Albeck family. They once produced many outstanding figures and were also a great family in the court. Henry quickly added, Yes. That's right. The Marquis frowned and continued to ask, But even so, why are you answering instead of Roman? Henry quickly explained, I have joined Lord Roman's army. It should have been Lord Roman who answered, but he said he wanted some peace and quiet. I am the only noble here, so I took the liberty of speaking on his behalf. I was personally trained by Lord Roman and was tasked with deploying the defense on the 5th defensive line. I went there and he chattered on and on. Marquis Benedict lost his patience and interrupted. Wait a minute. Are you planning to tell us the whole story from beginning to end? Get to the point. Understand? Henry replied embarrassedly. I understand. He knew very well that he had placed all his faith in Roman. I'm sure that once Roman Dmitri brings victory to the kingdom of Cairo, his name will be famous throughout the continent. I have to seize the opportunity to befriend him before others realize his true value. Henry reported seriously. This victory is entirely due to Lord Roman's merit. He predicted that the Hector army would attack the southern camp, and that their real target was the teleportation gate. Therefore, he immediately went up the mountain and built a secret camp. If the southern commander had listened to Lord Roman from the beginning, the border would not have fallen so quickly. Just like that, Henry Albeck dragged those fools down to the bottom, while at the same time, he praised Roman to the skies. Henry was sure that Roman's subordinates nearby could hear him. To be even more certain, he shouted, as if he was afraid that everyone around him was deaf. We fought side by side, and Lord Roman led us to the light of glory. When the army was reduced to only 200 men, far fewer than the enemy, he stood at the forefront and achieved a glorious victory. Therefore, I and the warriors here are still ready to face the kingdom of Hector. After hearing the whole story, King Daniel and the other 3 had the same thought. We are too weak. Even in such a disadvantageous situation, Roman Dmitri still defended stubbornly. And we, the leaders of the kingdom of Cairo, only thought of surrendering. Marquis Benedict also agreed. His Majesty is right. Even when the Hector army captured the teleportation gate, we all thought we had lost. However, the Cairo army has proven to us that they are not weak. The hero of Cairo, Roman Dmitri, is currently on the southern border. What we need to do now is to take advantage of the advantage that Roman has just brought us to counterattack. Gregory hurriedly said a few words and even slammed the table a few times. Quickly send more troops to the southern border. We have to teach those Hector a lesson for daring to invade our territory. King Daniel was much more confident and gave the order. We will no longer negotiate with Hector. From now on, our mission is to reclaim the pride of the kingdom of Cairo. Quickly summon the vassals and tell them the situation on the southern border. The nobles in the court had once expressed deep concern about the safety of the southern border. But after the meeting, their concern shifted to Roman Dmitri. At that moment, they decided that they had to win Roman Dmitri over to their side at all costs. As for Henry, he was secretly overjoyed. I'm sure that after this discussion, once the war is over, Roman will be promoted to the court. If I take this opportunity to become Roman's confidant, my life will also soar. He took a piece of premium dried beef and quietly approached Roman's tent. Chris, are you hungry? Eat this. No need. Henry was bluntly rejected. The fat man hurriedly chased after him, pleading, Hey, just eat it. It's delicious. Seeing he couldn't get away, Chris said directly, You think I don't know what you're up to? If you really want to be recognized, then stop being fake in front of us. Go to the battlefield and become someone we can trust. Trust. For a fleeting moment, a glint of longing flashed in Henry's large eyes. But then, when he saw Kevin, he changed his target. He pulled Kevin over to eat beef jerky. It's delicious. The royal army was dispatched to the southern defensive line, with orders to support Roman in buying time until the main Cairo force arrived. On the walls of the third defensive line, the commander of this place, Baron Vasily, asked his subordinate, Tell me, using only 200 men to defeat the Hector army, is it because they are too weak? I think so too, my lord. I've also heard rumors that Hector is facing a severe famine. It seems their army isn't that scary after all. Vasily, hearing the answer he wanted, thought to himself, I've been guarding this godforsaken place for 3 years. This is a godsend opportunity for me. Help Roman buy time? If that guy can do it, so can I. What am I lacking compared to him? And so, after a bout of self-flattery, he gave the order, All troops, assemble. We will conduct guerrilla warfare and teach the kingdom of Hector a lesson they'll never forget. Hector had dispersed its forces, launching individual attacks to quickly regain control of Cairo's defensive lines. Among these, the force attacking the third line had about 3,000 soldiers. Driven by Baron Vasily's frantic ambition for glory, his soldiers launched a guerrilla campaign, intending to attack Hector's army. But he was stopped, because Hector's army was not as weak as he thought. Damn it! Vasily cursed the situation he was facing. The Hector army, after a period of passivity, had rallied and seized control of the situation. As for Baron Vasily's army, who had only been defending the city and living a comfortable life, they were no match for Hector's army. The Cairo army realized that Hector was fully capable of winning this war. They were only at a disadvantage when Roman Dmitri was present. Damn it, but it's the truth. Those were Vasily's last words. The Hector army executed him on the spot. News of the defeat quickly reached the capital of Cairo. Your Majesty, Baron Vasily, the commander of the third defensive line, has been killed in action while fighting the enemy. Another messenger rushed in a panic. The third and fourth defensive lines are both under enemy attack. The second defensive line is in critical condition. A report is needed. The communication device lit up, and a soldier covered in blood appeared with a horrified expression. He pleaded, The situation is very dangerous. In this situation, the second defensive line cannot hold for 10 days. I beseech your Majesty to send reinforcements. Daniel immediately asked with concern, You mean all of our defensive lines could be broken in the next few days? Only then did the king come to his senses. It wasn't because the Cairo side was strong, nor because the Hector side was weak. The previous overwhelming victory was due to the existence of Roman Dmitri. Our army had underestimated the enemy. Roman Dmitri, where are you? At this moment, Roman was cultivating in seclusion in an unknown cave. On this continent, there's still many things I don't know. Magic. If in the martial world, people absorb the energy of nature, like trees using their roots to absorb nutrients to grow, thereby increasing their internal power, then in this world, there is a difference, and that is magic. If Edwin Hector had been a mage with stronger magic at that time, I'm afraid I would have had a hard time escaping. My current internal power is far inferior to when I was the heavenly demon. If I make another hasty decision, I could immediately fall into a disastrous situation. Edwin Hector, he anticipated my assassination attempt and set a cunning trap to lure me in. This is more difficult to deal with than I thought. I need to think of a countermeasure for the future. In that last battle, I had absolutely no chance to touch Edwin. Every time, I felt he was right in front of me, just a little bit more. Edwin would fall under my sword, but I was wrong. Butler, he can block the heavenly demon sword art. I still can't defeat the combination of a mage and a 5-star swordsman. However, I've always looked forward to a battle where I have to give it my all, put myself in danger, to win the most breathtaking victory. This is a completely new challenge, facing the toughest opponent. That's right, because I am someone who cannot live a comfortable life, content with the present, even if it costs me my head. And as long as I haven't fallen, I will not stop moving forward, overcoming everything. As long as I haven't fallen under the enemy's blade, I will always do so. Butler, a 5-star swordsman. I can defeat him in a one-on-one duel. I am ready. Outside the cave, Henry looked very worried and called out loudly, "Chris, didn't Lord Roman tell you when he would be coming out? I don't know what he's doing in there, but the royal family is urgently trying to contact him. Let me go in and see him." Chris said sternly, "From now until he comes out on his own, no one is to see him." Henry had no choice but to turn back and look at the cave entrance, wondering, what on earth is he doing in there? What the hell happened? Wait. Henry froze when he saw a figure emerge from within. Roman was covered in blood, his face also covered in dirt, causing the fat man to blurt out, "Why does he look so miserable?" They entered the main tent together. Chris reported, "Just as you predicted, the 3rd and 4th defensive lines were broken in a few days. The 2nd defensive line also fell yesterday. After capturing all the military supplies at those defensive lines, Hector's army has gathered at the rear base behind them. As I see it, that rear base is where they're preparing to fight to the death." Henry interjected, "Right now, the Cairo royal family is in chaos. They're hoping to get back in touch with you. Your army has achieved such great merits. How about from now on, your main force just handles everything on its own?" Roman said coldly, "Connect me to the royal family." The call was quickly connected. The moment he saw the king, Roman politely introduced himself. "I am Roman Dmitri of the Southern Defensive Line." King Daniel frowned slightly and questioned unhappily, "I heard all 4 southern defensive lines have been broken by Hector's army. What were you doing at that time?" Roman immediately replied, "For the past week, I have been preparing and thinking about my own strategy." Hearing this, the king's tone softened. "Your own strategy? I don't want to blame you for the failure of the southern defensive line. But within a week, all 4 southern defensive lines have fallen to the enemy. Did you not help them at all?" Faced with the finger being pointed at him, Roman's attitude remained unchanged. "To be honest, it was a stroke of luck that I managed to escape the life-and-death battle with Hector. The royal army greatly underestimated the enemy. In that situation, I couldn't have helped them. As for Hector, they have bet everything on this war. I also fought with the 2nd strongest swordsman of the kingdom of Hector, Butler, in the last battle. I can also tell your majesty that the commander-in-chief, Edwin Hector, is a very powerful mage." The king, hearing this, looked astonished. "You said Butler, that 5-star swordsman, and Edwin Hector is a mage?" Roman didn't answer, but continued, "Everyone must know that on the battlefield, a mage possesses extraordinary power that can turn the tide. I believe we should only confront their army after the main force of Cairo has been deployed to the southern defensive line." Marquis thought to himself, Roman is right. With the current defensive forces in the south, it seems very difficult to resist Hector's army. Denver frowned, not expecting Butler to also be in the fight. It seems the kingdom of Hector has bet everything on this war. This time, the 3 factions are quite united. Your Majesty, I believe that is enough. We don't need to interrogate our hero any further." "I agree." Daniel held his head and sighed softly. "I won't ask any more questions, Roman. We have deployed the main force to the south. Hector's side seems to have retreated behind the defensive lines, set up a base, and is preparing to fight to the death. I hope you will join our main force and support them in attacking Hector's army." After listening, Roman calculated in his mind, Hector's side will not give up. If so, their efforts to negotiate a favorable deal with the Cairo royal family will be in vain. What is the worst-case scenario our army could face? Then, Roman bluntly refused the king's offer. "I'm sorry, but time is now very unfavorable for us." Daniel, with a displeased expression, frowned and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Roman explained, "After the main Cairo force arrives at the southern defensive line, we have at most 3 days. From now until then, if we cannot attack and defeat the rear base of Hector's army, they will surely draw in more allies, for example, the Kronos Empire, to join this war." Daniel was horrified. How are we supposed to deal with this situation? Roman smiled, perhaps waiting for this reaction, before saying, "The only way for us to escape this difficult situation is to attack their army head-on. We must defeat Hector's army within those 3 days. A full-scale assault." That was the plan Roman proposed. At the same time, another negotiation was taking place. Count Hades of the Kronos kingdom sneered, crossing the southern gate of Cairo, an attractive offer. However, it is very difficult to accept Hector's offer now. Holding the southern border is of course good, but in that case, wouldn't we have to bear the wrath of Cairo? If you can hold the rear base for a month, I will accept Hector's offer. Edwin, hearing this, was stunned. He truly hadn't expected that in this situation, the other party could still take advantage of the situation. Hades, with a confident attitude, asked again, "Well?" Edwin's face was clearly filled with indignation. He was really angry, but we have no other choice. "I accept." After successfully negotiating the terms, he turned and said to Jackson, "Go contact the Hector family immediately. We must preserve our forces and supplies while the teleportation gate is still active." "Yes, my lord." The connection time of Hector's teleportation gate is at least 3 days. If we can hold out, we will definitely survive. I will definitely bring hope back to Hector. Edwin was determined. Outside the city, the main force of Cairo had arrived. The commander-in-chief of this expedition, Baron Paisios of the noble faction, let out a cold snort. "You dare to plant your flag on Cairo's territory?" A bloodthirsty army. They chose to camp in a forest not far away. This time, there was not just one commander, but 3. The second person, also serving as commander-in-chief, was Baron Theo of the Kingdom of Kronos, and Baron Ibrahim of the Kingdom of Valhalla. The 3 of them formed a triumvirate, keeping each other in check. They looked at each other with scrutinizing eyes. I never expected these major figures in the court to participate in a war with no outcome. Is it really necessary to win over Roman Dmitri? Outside the tent, a guard announced, "Roman Dmitri has arrived." Paisios took the initiative to go and greet him. "Please come in. It is a great honor to meet the hero of Cairo. You look even more handsome than the rumors say." Before coming here, Paisios had been thoroughly instructed by Marquis Benedict. What happens on the southern border has nothing to do with me. First of all, we must win over Roman Dmitri. If our side loses to Hector, all responsibility will fall on the royal family. And if we let the other nobles win over Roman, the balance of power will be upset. Roman Dmitri, the eldest son of the Dmitri family, is a person of great influence in the Northeast. Besides the fact that his family is of commoner origin, he is also only in his early 20s. If I can recruit him, I will definitely be promoted by the Marquis. And so, he very enthusiastically welcomed Roman, personally leading the way and inviting him to sit. Roman also politely thanked him. The man introduced himself. "I am Paisios, a subordinate of Marquis Benedict. I heard the Marquis personally contacted Lord Roman. At the southern camp, he was really very concerned about you. He told me to convey that he is very sorry that things turn out this way." Roman said, "It's all right. No one could have predicted this." "Ha, is that so?" Paisios asked with a laugh. "Do you have time now? I have specially prepared a gift." Theo, who was nearby, saw the other party talking and laughing happily and let out a cold snort. He interjected, "Count Gregory is also very eager to speak with Lord Roman." The Count said that he currently has a lot of useful information. Ibrahim couldn't remain silent any longer, and quickly joined in. "Count Denver has even sent relatives from his family to reinforce us. I hope they can be of help to you." Theo said with contempt, "So what? Our family." Roman, seeing them vying with each other, felt a sense of annoyance rising within him. Roman glared at the 3 of them and asked, "What on earth are you all doing?" "What do you mean by that, my lord?" the other party asked cautiously. Roman said directly, "I of course know why you have come to see me. But in a situation where the enemy's flag is still flying proudly on our territory, I do not think now is the right time to discuss post-war treatment. After destroying Hector, I will challenge the top master and become the #1 swordsman in Cairo. At that time, I will prove myself. At that time, my sword will serve only one person. So for now, why don't we focus on the matter at hand?" This statement left the representatives of the factions unable to refute or argue. Roman's proposal had defused the tense situation, and the strategic meeting officially began. This was a war where all sides had to bet their lives. Everyone had their own proposals, but no one could come up with a solution. Right now, Hector is using the connection of the teleportation gate. They have at least 3 days. They also need some time to prepare to counterattack us. But in that case, Hector's forces are only about 10,000. Now that our forces are all here, if we fight them head-on, isn't our chance of winning greater? Roman explained Pacios's question. Roman said that if he had the support of the 3 of them, plus the advantage in manpower, they would definitely have the upper hand. But once Edwin Hector's side has a mage, we can't say we have a complete advantage. That being said, it's not like there's no way. At this point, Roman once again showed a very confident smile. The Hector side, defending the city, was thrown into chaos when they discovered the enemy's attack. The enemy is here. All to your positions. The army of the Kingdom of Cairo formed up in neat ranks, surrounding the main gate from a distance. They stopped just outside the range of the enemy's archers and waited. From the Cairo side, a single figure walked out alone. The Hector soldiers pricked up their ears to listen. Listen up. I am Roman Dimitri, the representative knight of the Kingdom of Cairo. I propose a one-on-one duel with Butler of the Kingdom of Hector. Edwin had not expected this situation at all. He worried in his heart, Roman Dimitri, what kind of devilish trick are you up to? Roman was still shouting from below, I don't want anyone to be sacrificed in vain. I'm sure you don't either. If you defeat me, Cairo will accept all of Hector's conditions. On the other hand, if I win, all of you will immediately get out of Cairo. Edwin was completely baffled. With Dimitri's current abilities, it's impossible for him to defeat Butler. And yet he still wants to have a one-on-one duel. Could this be a trap? Roman pointed his sword at the city wall and continued to shout, If you don't accept my conditions, even if I have to die, I will tear down this camp. I'll give you 10 minutes to think. I hope you will make a wise decision. Edwin's face was pale. No matter which path he chose, there would be problems. Butler resolutely stood up. I will go out to fight. I forbid it. Edwin immediately refused. He pleaded earnestly. Prince, please trust me one more time. I will behead Roman Dimitri and find a way for the Kingdom of Hector to survive. It's not that I don't trust you, but we just lost 700 soldiers. Right after his last attack, Edwin shouted in anger. The smell of the cremated bodies of those soldiers still seemed to linger in the air. I of course trust you, but Roman Dimitri must have some kind of plot. Butler asserted confidently. Your subordinate will definitely be able to crush all of his plots. Your subordinate has served you his entire life. Does your highness think your subordinate would be afraid to fight because of a trap? Edwin knew this battle was unavoidable. He bowed his head and said in a low voice, Please promise me one thing. I don't want to lose you, so the moment you feel anything suspicious, retreat immediately. Hearing this, Butler was a little surprised, but then quickly agreed. Your subordinate understands. Your subordinate will definitely return. Butler picked up his great sword, turned, and walked out of the city gate alone, ready for battle. He raised his voice. Living to this age, I have met many madmen, but you are the first of your kind. I don't know what kind of plot you have, but I will give it my all. Roman walked up to his opponent and said with respect, When my sword struck you on the mountain, I truly wanted to test my skills against yours. There are no traps here. I want to fight you with my true strength. So, please give it your all. If you can kill me, you will have whatever you want. Madman, Butler laughed with excitement. The moment those 2 words were spoken, they charged at each other. The 2 swords clashed violently, letting out a deafening metallic screech. A 5-star rank. When a person reaches this realm, they're considered an extremely powerful individual on the continent and are capable of turning the tide on the battlefield. The general released his explosive aura because the fate of the Kingdom of Hector hung in the balance. From the very beginning, he had no intention of prolonging this battle. I will end everything at once. Butler put all his strength into one blow. Roman could feel an immense pressure weighing down on his shoulders. Roman gritted his teeth and held on. The ground where the 2 of them fought cracked and sank under the pressure. Regardless of whether it was the Hector side or the Cairo army, they all showed the same astonished expression. No one expected this confrontation to reach such a level. Butler pointed the tip of his greatsword forward, his entire body lunging forward like a sharp spear. But in a brief moment, his footwork became unpredictably elusive. Roman was surprised to find that he had lost track of his opponent. When Butler reappeared, he was behind Roman. His sword was raised high above his head. A powerful slash came crashing down. Roman, with both hands firmly planted in a horse stance, blocked the slash. The blade slid along his sword and struck the ground. The blinding golden light of the aftershock stretched for tens of meters, destroying a long strip of land. Baron Patios' face was pale. Damn it, damn it. Patios was full of regret. I agreed to this battle, even though I didn't want to, just to curry favor with Sir Roman and receive his grace. But if Roman is defeated now, all my efforts to recruit him will be in vain. Baron Theo, standing behind Patios, also thought to himself, could it be that he's going to lose like this? The two sides fought relentlessly, their blades constantly clashing and then recoiling. Roman gritted his teeth. His opponent was indeed much stronger than him. The slightest mistake could cost him his life. On the city wall, the Hector soldiers were all clenching their trembling fists. They raised their heads and cheered for their general. General, please avenge our fallen comrades. General, the two opposing auras still showed no signs of a victor. Butler could feel his opponent improving with every second. With each of his attacks, his opponent was gradually catching up to his speed. Roman was not only blocking his attacks, but was even gradually seeing through his swordplay. Don't tell me. He's really just testing me. As for Roman, he was incredibly excited. Asterisk, I can finally see where my own strength lies in this new world. Even though I could kill the 4-star Homeros in an instant, I couldn't defeat a 5-star swordsman. Now, I have to fight a powerhouse of the general's level to truly understand my own strength. Asterisk. The purple aura surrounding Roman's sword suddenly erupted violently. Roman charged forward, launching a powerful counterattack. I will break that limit right here and step into a higher realm. Seeing this, his opponent turned green with rage and roared, "You shameless bastard!" The two sides clashed violently again. The aura that Butler radiated was much brighter than Roman's. Roman's purple aura seemed only barely enough to cover his blade, but it didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. Aura burst. The weakness of releasing energy arbitrarily is very clear. Aura Knights do not focus on controlling the flow of aura, but let it spew out like an explosion. This means that not every part of the sword is equally enhanced. If a sword contains 120% aura, the spine of the sword may only be able to exert 80% of its power. Roman had seen through the flow of the aura and attacked his opponent's weak point with precision. For the first time, in a confrontation with a 5-star warrior, Roman had gained the upper hand. Sword by sword, Butler was pushed back repeatedly. It was at this moment that Roman realized he had achieved his goal. It's time. Heavenly Demon Sword Art, 3rd form. A sword light like a flood rushed forward. Butler stood there, stunned, unable to react. He watched helplessly as his opponent's attack rushed towards him. At that moment, the Hector army was as if turned to stone. They stood there, their souls scattered. Even a 5-star knight was pushed back. Everyone on both sides was not just shocked and in disbelief, but also deeply shaken. How is that possible? Isn't Roman Dmitri only a 3-star? How can he fight on par with a 5-star general? Edwin was the most tense at this moment. His face was grim. Roman, did he really just want to fight a battle to test his strength without using any tricks? If the general loses to Roman Dmitri, that would be the worst-case scenario. We would not only lose the core of our fighting force, but we would also have to retreat to the edge of the camp. Now I can only trust the general. That's right, he still hasn't used his full strength. Butler still gripped his sword hilt, feeling his palm gradually go numb. At this moment, he admitted that his opponent was indeed extremely insane. I thought he had prepared some kind of trick in the battle as an excuse. But he actually wanted to defeat me right here. The plan that we thought was perfect started to fall apart precisely because there was a madman like him on the enemy's side. If I let Roman Dmitri leave here unscathed now, sooner or later the kingdom of Hector will have to face a monster that they cannot handle on their own. Therefore, I must personally end this monster right here, right now. He stood up, his eyes shining brightly, his entire body glowing with a golden light, his aura fierce and oppressive. Roman Dmitri, I will use everything I have to fight you. With a fierce determination, Butler raised his sword again. His energy converged in the air, forming a dazzling ball of light. So far, only 2 people had been able to block this move from the general. One of them later became the strongest swordsman in the kingdom. The other climbed the ranks of the continent's powerhouses. It's over. Secret technique, Blazing Sun Slash. A destructive blow was unleashed. Faced with this move, Roman was calmer than ever. He opened his eyes wide, looking straight ahead to analyze. Asterisk, if I only use my current skills to block that secret technique, I will surely die. If that's the case, I will focus on strengthening my defensive skills. If that is the general's strongest spear, then the sturdiest shield that the heavenly demon possessed 100 years ago, asterisk, was the heavenly demon sword art, iron shield. A thick black defensive layer quickly formed around Roman. Compared to the blazing sun slash, it looked much smaller, but the result would only be known after the clash. The ground began to shake violently, and the two had entered the crucial stage that would determine victory or defeat. Edwin held his breath, waiting for the result of the confrontation that would decide the fate of the war. Roman laughed heartily. Old general, let's see which is stronger, your spear or my shield. The explosion from the collision was no different from a giant bomb. When the dust settled a little, the figure of the final victor finally emerged. Edwin was stunned, his body and face frozen, an expression of disbelief on his face. How is that possible? Roman was still standing firm, having blocked his opponent's finishing blow. Roman smiled, the smile of a victor. Butler saw that smile and found it unbelievable. Even a 5-star swordsman couldn't block that blow. He stumbled. My last attack consumed too much mana. Damn it. Butler was unwilling to give up. He suppressed his fatigue and the excruciating pain in his dungeon and charged forward again. I can't give up here. Roman also charged forward to meet him. The two clashed again, sparks flying. Butler was quickly pushed back by Roman and fell into a disadvantageous position, only able to barely defend himself. How can this be? I, a veteran of 100 battles, who has experienced life and death, am being pushed back by a 20-year-old brat? But I can't give up, even if I die. Roman suddenly grabbed his face, then slammed it into the ground, pinning his opponent down. Butler knew he was about to lose and had the idea of taking him down with him. I have to take this monster who is threatening his highness with me. He let out a roar, his entire body erupting in a golden light. Roman realized something was wrong. The old general was planning to self-destruct his energy at close range. Roman quickly swung his sword, wanting to finish him off before he could self-destruct. The world will forever remember your unyielding will. Butler felt death approaching. Roman's eyes were extremely cold. In a critical moment, Edwin intervened. He shouted, "Stop!" while simultaneously casting a spell, Violent Flame, Ancient Word. A spear of fire tore through the air, descending at an incredible speed. Roman sensed the mana fluctuation and reacted immediately. Roman leaped back to dodge, but his opponent also managed to save the man. The Hector soldiers rushed out from the main gate and rescued General Butler. You inhuman demon, stay away from the general. The Hector side had broken the rules of the duel. They had given up their honor in front of both armies to save Butler. And to do that, they were forced to open the city gate. I can't miss this opportunity. Roman mercilessly cut down the enemies who came near. His sharp eyes swept across the battlefield. Before coming here, the 4 commanders of the Kingdom of Cairo had a discussion on the strategy table. Baron Patios asked Roman, "Even if a miracle happens, what should we do next?" Roman said, after fighting the Hector army in the mountains, he had been secretly observing from a distance. Even though they had fought for a whole night, they still carried the bodies of all their comrades down the mountain. The remnants of the army gathered at the southern front, and in a critical situation that required a retreat, they still cremated the bodies and held a memorial service before leaving, to be able to take the time for soldiers to mourn and remember their comrades. This showed that Edwin Hector was indeed a benevolent commander. I intend to take advantage of this weakness of his. Baron Patios was extremely surprised and vaguely guessed something. Roman also said it bluntly. Butler will make him make a wrong judgment. He's the pawn I need right now. I will take full advantage of his mistake. If I defeat Butler, it will be enough to take the first step. I will not deal with Butler in one move, but will make him unable to fight anymore. The moment Edwin Hector decides to save Butler is the time to take the second step. And now, everything had happened just as Roman had said. The soldiers frantically charged towards Roman, completely ignoring how the people in front of them had been brutally dismembered. Attack! We must buy enough time to save the general. Roman mercilessly tore his enemies apart. Edwin Hector, you're indeed a good monarch, but you are really not suited for war. Roman broke through the encirclement and began to advance. The Hector soldiers still hadn't noticed Roman's actions. They were busy with the rescue. Get Lord Butler out of here. We'll buy you time. The archers on the city wall were ready, but their arrows couldn't leave the bowstrings. We can't shoot. He's mixed in with the soldiers. Damn it. Patios witnessed the scene before him and couldn't believe his own thoughts. Unbelievable. Everything is just as Roman said. It's like magic. Roman Dmitri is the most outstanding talent Cairo has ever had. This is why Baron Benedict wants to recruit him. I understand now why we must get him at all costs. The moment we have Roman, we no longer need this kingdom's weak monarch, and we can wipe out the two neighboring empires like clearing weeds. He immediately ordered his soldiers to launch an all-out attack. Wipe out the enemy for me. Seeing the three large enemy armies attacking, Edwin was stunned. Asterisk, my foolish decision has led to this situation. Comradeship? What a fool. Asterisk. As a general, I should have remained calm until the last moment, but the moment Butler fell, I lost my ability to judge. Edwin took a deep breath, trying to suppress his emotions, then began to chant. It's not over yet. We save Butler, then we'll close the city gate. There's still a chance to win. Violent flame, ancient word. The spear of fire shot down, beginning to provide cover for the Hector army's retreat. The mages also appeared at this time, all chanting the fireball spell. Quick, help His Highness. The fire magic frantically ravaged the ground, blocking the advance of the Cairo army. Patios saw this and immediately ordered his army to disperse and accelerate. Advance quickly. If we miss this opportunity while their city gate is open, our casualties will be even greater. The Hector knight, Luron, angrily punched the city wall and cursed. Damn it. He looked down, his heart burning with anxiety. We have to close the city gate as quickly as possible. Faster. Faster. Fortunately, the two soldiers carrying Butler had returned. Lord Butler is here. Close the gate. However, they had overlooked a key factor. Roman charged toward the city gate like an arrow from a bow. Now is the time. Seeing Roman approaching the main gate at incredible speed, Luron shouted, "No! Stop him! Someone stop that monster!" But it was too late. Death had arrived at the door. The fully armed soldiers formed a barrier. Once we close the city gate, we will activate the defensive magic, and we will deal with Roman Dmitri. Roman let out a loud shout and swung his sword. Its destructive power was enough to send everyone in his way flying, including the giant city gate. Then, Roman walked in with his head held high and shouted, "The city gate has been breached. All Cairo soldiers, advance." Patios saw this and immediately deployed his army. Everyone, deal with the remnants of the Hector army. With high morale, the Cairo army, with its numerical superiority, poured in like a tide. The Hector side huddled together, desperately resisting. Chris and Roman's close soldiers also charged in bravely. The battlefield was now filled with the smell of blood and rust. The city gate was open. From beginning to end, Roman had only one goal. Roman strode forward. "Edwin Hector, now only you are left." Edwin was full of self-blame at this moment. Asterisk, where did I go wrong? All I did was attack and occupy the enemy's rear base. I was once confident that my decision was not wrong, that my plan was clearly perfect until Roman Dmitri appeared. Yes, it's all because of him. Asterisk. Thinking of this, Edwin felt his blood boil. The flames of anger in his heart blazed. The plan to occupy the fifth defensive line was a complete failure, a masterpiece of Roman Dmitri. Because of his guerrilla actions in the mountains, I lost 1,000 elite soldiers. If there were a god here, I would really like to ask, why was I born the star of hope for Hector? And then why was Roman Dmitri sent to the kingdom of Cairo? "We finally meet again," Roman said coldly. Edwin nodded slightly. "Yes, we finally meet again. If I die here today, in my next life, I will definitely haunt you to wash away this failure." "Roman Dmitri!" Edwin shouted, and overlapping magic circles appeared in front of Roman's chest. Unsealing magic, Windblade. The wind blade split into 4 streams and attacked Roman in a fan shape. Roman simply swung his sword horizontally and shattered the opponent's magic. Roman's eyes were locked on his prey. The Hector soldiers rushed to stop him. "We must protect His Highness. We must stop Roman Dmitri." 3 Aura swordsmen charged forward at the same time. But in Roman's eyes, this was just a bunch of weeds. The magic sword in Roman's hand drew a neat curve, and in an instant, he had dealt with these obstacles. At this moment, vines rose from the ground again. Roman was imprisoned in a cage of trees created by magic. Edwin seized the opportunity to launch a fire attack. Wood meets fire and burns even stronger. The flames blazed fiercely in an instant, and the instantaneous temperature probably exceeded 100 degrees. A sword stabbed out from inside the cage of trees. Roman used his strength to break the prison and escaped with ease. But Edwin was prepared. A ball of lightning was condensing in Roman's hand. I know you're not someone who can be easily defeated. Then what about this? Taste this, multiple light rays. Seeing the lightning strike the enemy's figure, Edwin was secretly happy. Did I defeat him? Edwin Hector. Roman's ice-cold voice sounded softly from behind, sending a chill down the prince's spine. I admit you're quite strong, but it's time to end this. The sword tip, carrying a purple energy, stabbed straight at Edwin's head. He had no time to react. Bright red blood spurted out, carrying a fishy smell, but Edwin didn't feel any pain. The Knight Luron had used his own body to block this fatal blow, and the price was his own life. Your Highness, run. 2 streams of hot tears rolled down Luron's cheeks, and blood kept pouring out of his mouth. Edwin couldn't hold back his tears either. Roman roared Luron's name. Seeing his opponent die for him, Edwin became even more devastated. No, 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 Edwin screamed. He growled. He was in extreme pain. But in Roman's heart, there was no pity or sympathy. Roman stepped forward coldly, preparing to strike. Let's end this. How pathetic. But I'll send you to join him soon. However, Edwin seemed to be very popular with his soldiers. As soon as one person fell for him, others immediately rushed to his aid. A team of 3 knights and several aura swordsmen charged forward to block Roman Dmitri. They attacked frantically, using all their strength to push Roman back. Even though they knew they would die, they didn't hesitate. Jackson took the opportunity to carry Edwin on his shoulder and quickly fled. Your Highness, wake up. Do you really want to die here? Even if you're branded a weak failure, please don't let those who have sacrificed themselves for you die in vain. You must live. Jackson cried and shouted as he carried Edwin. Leaving his comrades behind to flee also caused him extreme pain. We have to abandon the castle. Everyone retreat. After Roman dealt with that group, he was about to give chase, but was met with fierce resistance from the Hector army. Stop him. We have to buy time. Your Highness, you must live. Your Highness, you must live. The moment they chose to stay behind and cover the retreat, their fate was sealed, death. All that was left in Edwin's eyes was a devastating defeat. Roman Dmitri was slaughtering everything he could touch. He was a demon. You've won this war. Stop. I beg you. Can you withdraw your troops? A Hector knight knelt on the ground and begged. Roman stood there, looked at him coldly, and said, Didn't I warn you? That when we meet again, I will kill you all. You are the ones who started this war. So don't cry as if you were the victim. With that, Roman neatly beheaded him. All the Hector soldiers have retreated. This is Cairo's victory. Cheers echoed across the battlefield. Soon, the 3 commanders representing the 3 forces quickly entered the city. Where is Roman Dmitri? When they saw Roman sitting on a pile of enemy corpses as high as a mountain, they were all shocked. Roman's existence had reversed a war that had already been lost, achieving an unprecedented victory. After this battle, Roman Dmitri's reputation will shine brightly, and no one in the country will be able to compare. Roman sat there, a smile on his face that sent chills down one's spine. You're finally here.